You're listening to a modern retelling of Pride and Prejudice by New Life Audiobooks. In this easy-to-read modern edition, we've carefully revised Pride and Prejudice, chapter by chapter, keeping Jane Austen's original masterpiece intact while refreshing the language to appeal to modern readers. We hope you enjoyed this refreshed, modern edition of Pride and Prejudice, Chapter 1. It's a widely accepted truth that a single man with a good fortune must be looking for a wife. No matter how little is known about such a man's feelings or opinions when he first moves into a neighborhood, this truth is so firmly planted in the minds of the surrounding families that they consider him the rightful property of one of their daughters. "My dear Mr. Bennet," his wife said to him one day, "have you heard? Netherfield Park has finally been rented." Mr. Bennet replied that he had not. "But it has," she insisted. "Mrs. Long was just here, and she told me all about it." Mr. Bennet didn't answer. "Don't you want to know who rented it?" cried his wife impatiently. "You want to tell me, and I have no problem hearing it." That was all the invitation she needed. "Well, my dear, you must know. Mrs. Long says that Netherfield has been taken by a wealthy young man from the north of England. He came down on Monday in a fancy carriage with 4 horses to see the place, and loved it so much he immediately made a deal with Mr. Morris. He's supposed to take possession before Michaelmas, and some of his servants will be moving in by the end of next week." "What's his name?" "Bingley." "Is he married or single?" "Oh, single, my dear, of course. A single man with a large fortune, 4,000 or 5,000 pounds a year. What a wonderful opportunity for our girls." "How so? How can it possibly affect them?" "My dear Mr. Bennet," replied his wife, "how can you be so annoying? You must know I'm thinking about him marrying one of them." "Is that his reason for settling here?" "Reason? Nonsense. How can you say such things?" "But it's very likely he might fall in love with one of them, so you absolutely must visit him as soon as he arrives." "I don't see any need for that. You and the girls can go, or perhaps you could send them by themselves, which might be even better. Since you're just as beautiful as any of them, Mr. Bingley might prefer you out of the whole group." "My dear, you flatter me. I certainly had my share of beauty once, but I don't claim to be anything special now. When a woman has 5 grown daughters, she should stop thinking about her own looks. In those cases, a woman often doesn't have much beauty left to think about anyway. But my dear, you really must go and see Mr. Bingley when he moves into the neighborhood. That's more than I can promise, I assure you. But think about your daughters. Just imagine what a good match it would be for one of them. Sir William and Lady Lucas are determined to go, just for that reason, and you know they usually don't visit newcomers. You really must go, because it will be impossible for us to visit him if you don't. You're being overly proper, surely. I bet Mr. Bingley will be very happy to see you, and I'll send a little note along with you to assure him of my enthusiastic consent for him to marry whichever daughter he chooses, though I must put in a good word for my little Lizzie. I forbid you to do such a thing. Lizzie isn't any better than the others, and I'm sure she's not half as pretty as Jane, nor half as good-natured as Lydia. But you always favor her." "None of them have much to recommend them," he replied. "They're all silly and ignorant like other girls, but Lizzie is a bit quicker, a bit sharper than her sisters." "Mr. Bennet, how can you criticize your own children like that? You enjoy annoying me. You have no sympathy for my poor nerves." "You misunderstand me, my dear. I have great respect for your nerves. They're old friends of mine. I've heard you mention them with concern for at least 20 years. Ah, you don't know what I suffer. But I hope you'll get over it and live to see many young men with 4,000 a year move into the neighborhood. It won't do us any good if 20 such men come, since you refuse to visit them. Rest assured, my dear, that when there are 20, I will visit every single one of them." Mr. Bennet was such a strange mix of sharp intelligence, sarcastic humor, reservedness, and unpredictability that even 23 years of marriage hadn't been enough for his wife to fully understand him. Her own mind was much simpler. She was a woman of limited understanding, little information, and an unstable temper. When she was unhappy, she imagined herself to be suffering from nerves. The main goal of her life was to get her daughters married. Her main comforts were socializing and gossip. Chapter 2. Mr. Bennet was actually one of the first people to call on Mr. Bingley. He had always planned to visit him, even though he kept telling his wife he wouldn't go. She didn't find out about the visit until the evening after it happened. It was revealed like this. Seeing his second daughter, Elizabeth, busy decorating a hat, he suddenly said to her, "I hope Mr. Bingley likes it, Lizzie." "We're not likely to find out what Mr. Bingley likes," said her mother resentfully, "since we aren't going to visit him." "But you forget, Mamma," said Elizabeth, "that we'll meet him at the dances, and Mrs. Long promised to introduce him." "I don't believe Mrs. Long will do any such thing. She has 2 nieces of her own to think about. She's a selfish, hypocritical woman, and I don't trust her at all." "Neither do I," said Mr. Bennet, "and I'm glad to see you aren't depending on her help." Mrs. Bennet didn't bother replying, but, unable to control herself, she started scolding one of her daughters. "Stop coughing like that, Kitty, for heaven's sake! Have some pity on my nerves. You're tearing them to pieces." "Kitty has no timing with her coughs," said her father. "She chooses the worst moments." "I don't cough for fun," replied Kitty irritably. "When is your next ball, Lizzie?" 2 weeks from tomorrow." "Yes, so it is," cried her mother. "And Mrs. Long won't be back until the day before, so it will be impossible for her to introduce him because she won't even know him herself. Then, my dear, you might have the advantage over your friend and introduce Mr. Bingley to her." "Impossible, Mr. Bennet, impossible, when I don't know him myself. How can you tease me like this?" "I admire your caution. 2 weeks' acquaintance is certainly very little time. One can't really know a man after just a fortnight. But if we don't take the chance, someone else will. After all, Mrs. Long and her nieces must take their chances too. And since she'll probably see it as a kindness if you decline the task, I'll take it upon myself." The girls stared at their father. Mrs. Bennet just said, "Nonsense! Nonsense!" "What could possibly be the meaning of that forceful exclamation?" he cried. "Do you really think the formalities of introductions, and the importance placed on them, are nonsense?" "I can't quite agree with you there. What do you say, Mary? You're a young lady of deep thought, I know, always reading serious books and taking notes." Mary wanted to say something profound, but couldn't figure out how. While Mary gathers her thoughts, he continued, "Let's get back to Mr. Bingley." "I'm sick of hearing about Mr. Bingley," cried his wife. "I'm sorry to hear that, but why didn't you tell me sooner?" "If I had known this morning, I certainly wouldn't have called on him. It's very unfortunate, but since I've actually paid the visit, we can't avoid the acquaintance now." The ladies were utterly astonished, just as he had hoped. Mrs. Bennet perhaps more than the others, though, once the initial burst of joy subsided, she began claiming she had expected it all along. "How wonderful of you, my dear Mr. Bennet! But I knew I'd persuade you eventually. I was sure you loved your girls too much to ignore such an opportunity." "Well, I am so pleased. And it's such a funny joke, too, that you went this morning and didn't say a word about it until now." "Now, Kitty, you may cough as much as you like," said Mr. Bennet. And as he spoke, he left the room, exhausted by his wife's rapturous delight. "What an excellent father you have, girls," she said once the door was shut. "I don't know how you'll ever repay his kindness, or mine for that matter. At our age, it's not exactly pleasant, I can tell you, making new acquaintances every day. But for your sakes, we'd do anything. Lydia, my love, even though you're the youngest, I bet Mr. Bingley will dance with you at the next ball." "Oh," said Lydia confidently, "I'm not worried. Even though I'm the youngest, I'm the tallest." The rest of the evening was spent guessing how soon Mr. Bingley would return Mr. Bennet's visit and deciding when they should invite him to dinner. Chapter 3. Despite all of Mrs. Bennet's efforts, aided by her 5 daughters, she couldn't get any satisfactory description of Mr. Bingley out of her husband. They tried everything: direct questions, clever guesses, subtle hints, but he cleverly avoided all their attempts. In the end, they had to rely on second-hand information from their neighbor, Lady Lucas. Her report was very positive. Sir William had been delighted with him. He was quite young, incredibly handsome, extremely pleasant, and, best of all, he planned to attend the next assembly with a large group of friends. Nothing could be more exciting. A love for dancing was surely a step towards falling in love, and hopes for capturing Mr. Bingley's heart ran high. "If I can just see one of my daughters happily settled at Netherfield," Mrs. Bennet said to her husband, "and all the others equally well married, I'll have nothing left to wish for." A few days later, Mr. Bingley returned Mr. Bennet's visit and spent about 10 minutes with him in the library. He had hoped to catch a glimpse of the young ladies, whose beauty he had heard so much about, but he only saw the father. The ladies were slightly luckier. From an upstairs window they managed to see that he wore a blue coat and rode a black horse. An invitation to dinner was sent soon after. Mrs. Bennet had already meticulously planned the menu, determined to showcase her housekeeping skills, when a reply arrived postponing everything. Mr. Bingley had to be in town the next day, and therefore couldn't accept their kind invitation. Mrs. Bennet was quite upset. She couldn't imagine what business could take him to town so soon after arriving in Hertfordshire. She began to worry that he might always be rushing from place to place, and never properly settle down at Netherfield as he should. Lady Lucas eased her fears somewhat by suggesting he might have gone to London simply to gather a large group for the ball. Soon after, a rumor spread that Mr. Bingley would bring 12 ladies and 7 gentlemen with him. The girls fretted over so many ladies, but were relieved the day before the ball to hear that instead of 12, he had only brought 6 people from London, his 5 sisters and a cousin. When the party finally entered the assembly room, it consisted of only 5 people in total: Mr. Bingley, his 2 sisters, the husband of the eldest sister, and another young man. Mr. Bingley was good-looking and acted like a gentleman. He had a pleasant expression and easy, natural manners. His sisters were elegant women with a definite air of high fashion. His brother-in-law, Mr. Hurst, looked like a gentleman, but little more. However, his friend, Mr. Darcy, quickly captured the room's attention with his tall, imposing figure, handsome features, noble bearing, and the rumor, which spread within 5 minutes of his arrival, that he had an income of £10,000 a year. The gentlemen agreed he was a fine figure of a man, the ladies declared he was much handsomer than Mr. Bingley, and he was greatly admired for about half the evening. Then his manners created such disgust that his popularity plummeted. He was revealed to be proud, considering himself above the company and too good to be pleased by anything. Not even his large estate in Derbyshire could save him from having a forbidding, disagreeable expression and being deemed unworthy of comparison to his friend. Mr. Bingley quickly made himself known to all the important people in the room. He was lively and open, danced every dance, complained that the ball ended too early, and talked about hosting one himself at Netherfield. Such likable qualities spoke for themselves. What a contrast between him and his friend. Mr. Darcy danced only once, with Mrs. Hurst, and once with Miss Bingley. He refused introductions to any other lady, and spent the rest of the evening pacing around the room, occasionally speaking to someone from his own party. His character was quickly judged. He was the proudest, most disagreeable man in the world, and everyone hoped he would never show up again. Among the most vocal critics was Mrs. Bennet, whose general dislike of his behavior turned into specific resentment because he had snubbed one of her daughters. Elizabeth Bennet had been forced to sit out 2 dances due to a shortage of gentlemen. During part of that time, Mr. Darcy had been standing close enough for her to overhear a conversation between him and Mr. Bingley. Bingley had briefly stepped away from the dancing to urge his friend to join in. "Come on, Darcy," he said. "You have to dance. I hate seeing you stand around by yourself looking bored. You'd be much better off dancing." "I certainly will not. You know how much I dislike it, unless I know my partner very well. At an assembly like this, it would be unbearable. Your sisters are dancing, and there isn't another woman in the room I wouldn't consider it a punishment to dance with." "I wouldn't be as picky as you are for anything," cried Bingley. "Honestly, I've never met so many pleasant girls in my life as I have tonight. And several of them, you see, are exceptionally pretty." "You're dancing with the only handsome girl in the room," said Mr. Darcy, looking at the eldest Miss Bennet, Jane. "Oh, she's the most beautiful creature I've ever seen. But one of her sisters is sitting down right behind you. She's very pretty, and I bet she's very nice too. Let me ask my partner to introduce you." "Which one do you mean?" Turning around, he glanced briefly at Elizabeth. Catching her eye, he quickly looked away and said coldly, "She's tolerable, but not handsome enough to tempt me. And I'm not in the mood right now to pay attention to young ladies who are ignored by other men. You'd better go back to your partner and enjoy her smiles, because you're wasting your time with me." Mr. Bingley followed his advice. Mr. Darcy walked away, and Elizabeth was left with decidedly unfriendly feelings towards him. However, she recounted the story with great amusement among her friends, for she had a lively, playful personality that took delight in anything ridiculous. Overall, the evening was pleasant for the whole family. Mrs. Bennet had seen her eldest daughter greatly admired by the Netherfield party. Mr. Bingley had danced with Jane twice, and his sisters had paid her special attention. Jane was as pleased by this as her mother, though she showed it more quietly. Elizabeth shared Jane's happiness. Mary had overheard herself mentioned to Miss Bingley as the most accomplished girl in the neighborhood. Catherine and Lydia had been lucky enough never to be without dance partners, which was all they cared about at a ball. They returned in good spirits to Longbourn, the village where they lived, and were the principal family. They found Mr. Bennet still awake. When engrossed in a book, he paid no attention to time, and tonight he was quite curious about the outcome of an evening that had generated such high hopes. He had rather hoped his wife's expectations regarding the newcomer would be dashed, but he soon realized he was about to hear a very different story. "Oh, my dear Mr. Bennet," Mrs. Bennet exclaimed as she entered the room, "we had the most delightful evening, the most excellent ball. I wish you had been there. Jane was so admired. Nothing could compare. Everyone said how lovely she looked, and Mr. Bingley thought she was quite beautiful, and danced with her twice. Just think of that, my dear. He actually danced with her twice. She was the only girl in the room he asked for a second dance. First, he asked Miss Lucas. I was so annoyed to see him dance with her, but he didn't admire her at all. Really, nobody can, you know. And he seemed quite taken with Jane as she was dancing. So he asked who she was, got introduced, and asked her for the next 2 dances. Then, the third set he danced with Miss King, the fourth with Maria Lucas, the fifth with Jane again, the sixth with Lizzie, and the Boulanger. If he'd had any pity for me, interrupted her husband impatiently, he wouldn't have danced half so much. For goodness sake, stop listing his partners. Oh, I wish he had sprained his ankle in the first dance. Oh, my dear, continued Mrs. Bennet, ignoring him, I am absolutely delighted with him. He is so incredibly handsome, and his sisters are charming women. I've never seen more elegant dresses in my life. I dare say the lace on Mrs. Hurst's gown. Here she was interrupted again. Mr. Bennet protested against any description of fashion, so she was forced to switch topics, and recounted, with much bitterness and some exaggeration, the shocking rudeness of Mr. Darcy. But I can assure you, she added, Lizzie isn't missing much by not being his type. He's a most disagreeable, horrid man, not worth trying to please at all. So arrogant and conceited, it was unbearable. He walked here and there, thinking himself so very important, not handsome enough to dance with. I wish you had been there, my dear, to give him one of your sharp put-downs. I absolutely detest the man. Chapter 4. When Jane and Elizabeth were alone, Jane, who had been careful with her praise of Mr. Bingley earlier, told her sister just how much she admired him. He's exactly what a young man should be, she said. Sensible, good-humored, lively, and I've never seen such wonderful manners. So much ease, combined with perfect good breeding. He's also handsome, replied Elizabeth, which a young man should also be, if he possibly can. That makes his character complete. I was very flattered that he asked me to dance a second time. I didn't expect such a compliment. Didn't you? I did, for you, but that's one big difference between us. Compliments always surprise you, and they never surprise me. What could be more natural than him asking you again? He couldn't help seeing that you were about 5 times prettier than every other woman in the room. His asking wasn't some great act of gallantry. Anyway, he certainly is very agreeable, and I give you permission to like him. You've certainly liked stupider people. Dear Lizzie, oh, you know you're far too quick to like people in general. You never see a flaw in anyone. In your eyes the whole world is good and agreeable. I've never heard you speak badly of a single person in my life. I try not to be hasty in criticizing anyone, but I always say what I truly think. I know you do, and that's what makes it so amazing. With your good sense, how can you be so genuinely blind to the foolishness and nonsense of others? Pretending to be open-minded is common enough. You see it everywhere. But to be truly open-minded without showing off or having some hidden motive, to see the good in everyone's character and make it seem even better, and say nothing of the bad that belongs only to you. And so you like this man's sisters too, do you? Their manners aren't nearly as good as his. Certainly not at first glance. But they are very pleasant women once you talk to them. Miss Bingley is going to live with her brother and manage his house, and I'll be very surprised if we don't find her to be a very charming neighbor. Elizabeth listened silently but wasn't convinced. The sisters' behavior at the assembly hadn't been designed to please everyone. With her sharper observation skills, less flexible temper than her sister, and a judgment unclouded by any personal flattery, she wasn't inclined to approve of them. They were, in fact, very fashionable ladies, pleasant enough when they were happy, and capable of being agreeable when they chose, but they were also proud and conceited. They were rather handsome, had been educated at one of the top private schools in London, possessed a fortune of £20,000, tended to spend more money than they should, and associated with people of high rank. Consequently, they felt perfectly entitled to think highly of themselves and poorly of others. They came from a respectable family in the north of England, a fact they remembered more clearly than the fact that their brother's fortune, and their own, had been made through trade. Mr. Bingley inherited nearly £100,000 from his father, who had intended to buy an estate but died before he could. Mr. Bingley had the same intention, and occasionally considered which county to buy in. But now that he had a good house and the freedom of a manor lease at Netherfield, many who knew his easygoing nature doubted whether he might just spend the rest of his days there and leave the actual purchase to the next generation. His sisters were very eager for him to own an estate, but even though he was currently just a tenant, Miss Bingley was quite happy to act as mistress of his house. Mrs. Hurst, who had married a man more fashionable than wealthy, was equally willing to consider her brother's house her home whenever it suited her. Mr. Bingley had only been legally adult for 2 years, when a chance recommendation tempted him to look at Netherfield House. He looked at it, and inside it for about half an hour. He was pleased with the location and the main rooms, satisfied with the owner's praises, and rented it immediately. Between him and Darcy there was a very solid friendship, despite their vastly different characters. Bingley's easygoing, open, and adaptable nature endeared him to Darcy, even though it was the complete opposite of Darcy's own temperament, with which Darcy himself never seemed dissatisfied. Bingley had absolute trust in Darcy's regard for him, and held the highest opinion of his judgment. In terms of intelligence, Darcy was superior. Bingley was certainly not lacking, but Darcy was clever. At the same time, Darcy was proud, reserved, and difficult to please, and his manners, though refined, were not welcoming. In that respect, his friend had a great advantage. Bingley was sure to be liked wherever he went. Darcy constantly caused offense. The way they spoke about the Meryton assembly clearly showed their differences. Bingley had never met more pleasant people or prettier girls in his life. Everyone had been kind and attentive to him. There was no formality, no stiffness. He had quickly felt comfortable with everyone in the room. As for Miss Bennet, he couldn't imagine an angel more beautiful. Darcy, on the other hand, had seen a crowd of people with little beauty and no fashion sense, felt no interest in any of them, and received neither attention nor pleasure from anyone. He acknowledged that Miss Bennet was pretty, but noted that she smiled too much. Mrs. Hurst and her sister agreed with this assessment, but still, they admired Jane and liked her. They called her a sweet girl, one they wouldn't mind getting to know better. So Miss Bennet was officially deemed a sweet girl, and their brother felt justified by this praise to think of her however he pleased. Chapter 5. A short walk from Longbourn lived the Lucas family, with whom the Bennets were particularly close. Sir William Lucas had previously been in business in Meryton, where he'd made a decent fortune and earned a knighthood by giving an address to the king during his time as mayor. This honor had perhaps affected him too strongly. It made him dislike his business and living in a small market town. So, leaving both behind, he moved with his family to a house about a mile from Meryton, which they named Lucas Lodge. There, he could happily contemplate his own importance and, free from business, occupy himself solely with being polite to everyone. Although elevated by his rank, it didn't make him arrogant. On the contrary, he was attentive to everybody. Naturally harmless, friendly, and helpful, his formal presentation at St. James's Court had simply made him more courteous. Lady Lucas was a very good sort of woman, not too clever, which made her a valuable neighbor to Mrs. Bennet. They had several children. The eldest, Charlotte, a sensible, intelligent young woman of about 27, was Elizabeth's close friend. It was absolutely essential for the Miss Lucases and the Miss Bennets to meet and discuss the ball. So the morning after the assembly, the Lucas girls came to Longbourn to share and gather news. "You started the evening well, Charlotte," said Mrs. Bennet politely to Miss Lucas, managing to control her feelings. "You were Mr. Bingley's first choice for a dance partner." "Yes, but he seemed to like his second partner better." "Oh, you mean Jane, I suppose, because he danced with her twice." "To be sure, that did seem like he admired her. Indeed, I rather believe he did. I heard something about it, but I hardly know what. Something involving Mr. Robinson." "Perhaps you mean what I overheard between him and Mr. Robinson," Charlotte interjected. "Didn't I mention it? Mr. Robinson asked him how he liked our Meryton assemblies, whether he thought there were many pretty women in the room, and which one he thought was the prettiest. And Mr. Bingley immediately answered the last question. 'Oh, the eldest Miss Bennet, without a doubt. There can't be two opinions on that.' Well, upon my word, that was very decisive indeed. That does seem as if, but, well, it might all come to nothing, you know. My eavesdropping was more relevant than yours, Eliza, said Charlotte. Mr. Darcy isn't as worth listening to as his friend, is he? Poor Eliza, to be considered only just tolerable. Please don't put ideas into Lizzie's head about being upset by his rudeness, said Mrs. Bennet. He's such a disagreeable man that it would be a misfortune to actually be liked by him. Mrs. Long told me last night that he sat near her for half an hour without saying a single word. Are you quite sure, ma'am? Isn't there a slight mistake? Asked Jane. I definitely saw Mr. Darcy speaking to her. Yes, because she finally asked him how he liked Netherfield, and he couldn't avoid answering her. But she said he seemed very annoyed at being spoken to. Miss Bingley told me, said Jane, that he never talks much unless he's among close friends. With them, he's remarkably agreeable. I don't believe a word of it, my dear. If he were so very agreeable, he would have talked to Mrs. Long. But I can guess what happened. Everyone says he's consumed with pride, and I dare say he somehow heard that Mrs. Long doesn't own a carriage and had to come to the ball in a hired chaise. I don't mind him not talking to Mrs. Long, said Miss Lucas, but I wish he had danced with Eliza. Next time, Lizzie, said her mother, I wouldn't dance with him, if I were you. I believe, ma'am, I can safely promise you, I will never dance with him. His pride, said Miss Lucas, doesn't offend me as much as pride usually does, because there's an excuse for it. One can't be surprised that such a very fine young man, with family, fortune, everything going for him, should think highly of himself. If I may say so, he has a right to be proud. That's very true, replied Elizabeth, and I could easily forgive his pride, if he hadn't wounded mine. Pride, observed Mary, who prided herself on the depth of her thoughts, is a very common failing, I believe. From everything I've ever read, I am convinced that it is very common indeed, that human nature is particularly prone to it, and that there are very few of us who don't cherish a feeling of self-satisfaction regarding some quality or other, real or imagined. Vanity and pride are different things, though the words are often used interchangeably. A person can be proud without being vain. Pride relates more to our opinion of ourselves, vanity to what we want others to think of us. If I were as rich as Mr. Darcy, cried one of the young Lucas boys who had come with his sisters, I wouldn't care how proud I was. I'd keep a pack of foxhounds and drink a bottle of wine every day. Then you would drink a great deal more than you should, said Mrs. Bennet. And, if I saw you doing it, I'd take your bottle away immediately. The boy protested that she wouldn't. She continued to insist that she would, and the argument only ended when the Lucases left. Chapter 6. The ladies of Longbourn soon paid a visit to the ladies of Netherfield. The visit was properly returned. Jane Bennet's pleasant manners gradually won over Mrs. Hurst and Miss Bingley. Although they found the mother unbearable and the younger sisters not worth talking to, they expressed a desire to get to know the two eldest daughters better. Jane received this attention with great pleasure. Elizabeth, however, still saw arrogance in their treatment of everyone, including, to some extent, her own sister, and couldn't bring herself to like them. Still, their kindness to Jane, such as it was, held some value, likely stemming from their brother's admiration for her. It was generally clear whenever they met that Mr. Bingley did admire Jane. It was equally clear to Elizabeth that Jane was starting to yield to the preference she had felt for him from the beginning, and was well on her way to falling deeply in love. Elizabeth reflected with pleasure, though, that the world was unlikely to discover this. Jane combined deep feelings with a calm composure and consistently cheerful manner that would shield her from the suspicions of nosy people. She mentioned this to her friend, Miss Lucas. It might be pleasant, replied Charlotte, to be able to fool the public in such a situation. But sometimes, being so guarded is a disadvantage. If a woman hides her affection just as skillfully from the man she likes, she might lose the chance to secure him. Believing the world is equally clueless will be poor comfort then. There's so much gratitude or vanity involved in almost every attachment that it's unsafe to leave it entirely to chance. We can all start freely. A slight preference is natural enough, but very few of us have the heart to truly fall in love without some encouragement. In 9 cases out of 10, a woman is better off showing more affection than she actually feels. Bingley definitely likes her sister, but he may never do more than just like her if she doesn't help him along. But she does help him, as much as her nature allows. If I can see her regard for him, he must be a complete fool not to notice it too. Remember, Eliza, he doesn't know Jane's personality the way you do. But if a woman likes a man and doesn't try to hide it, he must figure it out. Perhaps he must, if he sees enough of her. But although Bingley and Jane meet fairly often, it's never for many hours at a time. And since they always see each other in large, mixed groups, it's impossible for every moment to be spent talking together. Jane should therefore make the most of every half hour she has his attention. Once she's sure of him, there will be plenty of time for falling in love as much as she wants. "Your plan is a good one," replied Elizabeth, "if the only goal is making a good marriage. And if I were determined to get a rich husband, or any husband, I dare say I'd follow it. But those aren't Jane's feelings. She isn't acting strategically. As yet, she can't even be certain of the depth of her own feelings, or if they are sensible. She has only known him for 2 weeks. She danced 4 dances with him at Meryton. She saw him one morning at his house and has since dined with him 4 times. That's not nearly enough to understand his character." "Not the way you put it. If she had merely dined with him, she might only have discovered if he has a good appetite. But you must remember that 4 evenings have also been spent together, and 4 evenings can accomplish a great deal. Yes, these 4 evenings have enabled them to discover that they both prefer the card game vingt un over commerce. But regarding any other significant personality traits, I don't imagine much has been revealed." "Well," said Charlotte, "I wish Jane success with all my heart. And if she were married to him tomorrow, I should think she had as good a chance of happiness as if she spent a year studying his character. Happiness in marriage is entirely a matter of chance. Even if the personalities of the couple are well known to each other, or very similar beforehand, it doesn't guarantee their happiness in the slightest. They always manage to grow different enough afterwards to have their share of problems. It's better to know as little as possible about the flaws of the person you are going to spend your life with." "You make me laugh, Charlotte, but that's not sound advice. You know it isn't, and you would never act that way yourself." Focused on observing Mr. Bingley's attention to her sister, Elizabeth was far from suspecting that she herself was becoming an object of some interest to his friend. Mr. Darcy had initially barely considered her pretty. He had looked at her without admiration at the ball, and when they met next, he looked only to find fault. But no sooner had he made it clear to himself and his friends that she hardly had a single attractive feature than he began to notice that the beautiful expression in her dark eyes made her face uncommonly intelligent. This discovery was followed by others equally humbling. Though his critical eye had detected more than one imperfection in her figure's symmetry, he was forced to admit her form was light and pleasing. And despite his assertion that her manners lacked the polish of high society, he found himself captivated by their easy playfulness. She was completely unaware of this. To her, he was simply the man who made himself disagreeable everywhere and hadn't thought her pretty enough to dance with. He began to wish he knew more about her. As a first step toward talking to her himself, he started paying attention to her conversations with others. His attentiveness caught her notice. It happened at Sir William Lucas's house, where a large party was gathered. "What does Mr. Darcy mean," she said to Charlotte, "by listening to my conversation with Colonel Forster?" "That's a question only Mr. Darcy can answer. But if he does it again, I'll certainly let him know I see what he's doing. He has a very critical eye, and if I don't start by being a little bold myself, I'll soon become afraid of him." Soon afterwards, when he approached them, though without seeming to intend to speak, Miss Lucas dared her friend to bring up the subject with him. This immediately provoked Elizabeth to do it. She turned to him and said, "Didn't you think, Mr. Darcy, that I expressed myself unusually well just now when I was teasing Colonel Forster to give us a ball at Meryton?" "With great energy," he replied. "But it's a subject that always makes a lady energetic." "You're being harsh on us." "It will be her turn to be teased soon," said Miss Lucas. "I'm going to open the piano, Eliza, and you know what happens next. You are a very strange kind of friend, always wanting me to play and sing in front of anyone and everyone. If my vanity lay in music, you would be invaluable. But as it is, I'd really rather not perform in front of people who must be used to hearing the very best musicians." When Miss Lucas persisted, however, Elizabeth added, "Very well. If it must be done, it must." Glancing seriously at Mr. Darcy, she said, "There's a very fine old saying, which everyone here is surely familiar with. Keep your breath to cool your porridge, and I shall keep mine to fill my song." Her performance was pleasant, though certainly not exceptional. After a song or two, and before she could respond to request for another, her sister Mary eagerly took her place at the piano. Mary, being the only plain sister in the family, had worked hard to acquire knowledge and accomplishments, and was always impatient to show them off. Mary had neither natural talent nor taste. Though vanity had driven her to practice, it had also given her a pedantic air and conceited manner that would have marred even a higher level of skill than she possessed. Elizabeth, easygoing and unaffected, had been listened to with much more pleasure, despite not playing nearly as well. At the end of a long concerto, Mary was glad to earn praise and gratitude by playing lively Scottish and Irish tunes at the request of her younger sisters, who, along with some of the Lucases and 2 or 3 officers, eagerly started dancing at one end of the room. Mr. Darcy stood near them, silently indignant at this way of spending the evening, which excluded all conversation. He was too absorbed in his own thoughts to notice Sir William Lucas standing nearby until Sir William began, "What a charming pastime for young people this is, Mr. Darcy. There's nothing like dancing, after all. I consider it one of the finest refinements of polished society." "Certainly, sir, and it also has the advantage of being popular among the less polished societies of the world. Every savage can dance." Sir William merely smiled. "Your friend performs delightfully," he continued after a pause, seeing Bingley join the dancers. "And I have no doubt that you are an expert in the art yourself, Mr. Darcy. You saw me dance at Meryton, I believe, sir." "Yes, indeed, and I derived considerable pleasure from the sight. Do you often dance at St. James's Palace?" "Never, sir. Don't you think it would be a proper compliment to the place?" "It is a compliment I never pay to any place if I can avoid it." "You have a house in London, I presume?" Mr. Darcy bowed. "I once considered settling in town myself, as I am fond of high society, but I wasn't quite certain that the London air would agree with Lady Lucas." He paused, hoping for a reply, but his companion wasn't inclined to give one. Just then, Elizabeth moved towards them, and Sir William was struck with the idea of performing a gallant gesture. He called out to her, "My dear Miss Eliza, why aren't you dancing? Mr. Darcy, you must allow me to present this young lady to you as a very desirable partner. You cannot refuse to dance, I am sure, when so much beauty is before you." And taking her hand, he was about to give it to Mr. Darcy, who, though extremely surprised, was not unwilling to accept it, when she instantly pulled back and said with some embarrassment to Sir William, "Indeed, sir, I have not the slightest intention of dancing. I beg you not to assume that I moved this way to ask for a partner." Mr. Darcy, with serious propriety, requested the honor of her hand, but she refused. Elizabeth was determined, and Sir William's attempts at persuasion didn't sway her. "You excel so much in the dance, Miss Eliza, that it is cruel to deny me the happiness of seeing you. And though this gentleman generally dislikes the amusement, he can have no objection, I am sure, to obliging us for just half an hour." "Mr. Darcy is all politeness," said Elizabeth, smiling. "He is indeed. But considering the inducement, my dear Miss Eliza, we cannot wonder at his compliance, for who would object to such a partner?" Elizabeth looked mischievous and turned away. Her resistance hadn't hurt her standing with the gentleman. He was thinking about her with some satisfaction when Miss Bingley approached him. "I can guess what you're thinking about." "I should think not. You're considering how unbearable it would be to spend many evenings this way, in such company. And indeed, I quite agree with you. I was never more annoyed. The dullness, yet the noise, the emptiness, yet the self-importance of all these people. What I wouldn't give to hear your criticisms of them. Your guess is totally wrong, I assure you. My mind was more pleasantly occupied. I have been meditating on the very great pleasure that a pair of fine eyes in the face of a pretty woman can bestow." Miss Bingley immediately fixed her eyes on his face and asked him to tell her which lady deserved credit for inspiring such thoughts. Mr. Darcy replied with great boldness, "Miss Elizabeth Bennet." "Miss Elizabeth Bennet," repeated Miss Bingley. "I am utterly astonished. How long has she been such a favorite? And pray tell, when am I to wish you congratulations?" "That is exactly the question I expected you to ask. A lady's imagination is very rapid. It jumps from admiration to love, from love to marriage in a moment. I knew you would be wishing me congratulations. Well, if you are so serious about it, I shall consider the matter absolutely settled. You will have a charming mother-in-law indeed, and of course she will always be at Pemberley with you." He listened to her with perfect indifference while she amused herself this way. His composure convinced her that everything was safe, and her witty remarks continued to flow. Chapter 7. Mr. Bennet's property consisted almost entirely of an estate worth £2,000 a year. Unfortunately for his daughters, this estate was entailed, meaning that if he had no male heirs, it would pass to a distant male relative upon his death. Their mother's fortune, though adequate for her social standing, could barely make up for the lack of inheritance from their father. Her father had been a lawyer in Meryton and had left her £4,000. Mrs. Bennet had a sister married to a Mr. Phillips, who had been her father's clerk and took over his law practice. She also had a brother who lived in London and worked in a respectable trade. The village of Longbourn was only 1 mile from Meryton, a very convenient distance for the young ladies. They were usually tempted to go there 3 or 4 times a week to visit their aunt and browse at a milliner's shop just across the street. The 2 youngest daughters, Catherine and Lydia, were particularly frequent visitors. Their minds were less occupied than their sisters', and when nothing better was available, a walk to Meryton was necessary to fill their morning hours and provide conversation topics for the evening. No matter how dull the news might be elsewhere in the country, they always managed to learn something from their aunt. Currently, they were well supplied with both news and excitement, due to the recent arrival of a militia regiment stationed nearby for the entire winter, with Meryton as its headquarters. Their visits to Mrs. Phillips now yielded the most interesting information. Every day they learned more about the officers' names and connections. Where the officers were lodging wasn't a secret for long, and eventually, the girls began to get acquainted with the officers themselves. Mr. Phillips visited all of them, which opened up a source of happiness, previously unknown to his nieces. They could talk of nothing but officers. Even Mr. Bingley's large fortune, the mention of which usually animated their mother, seemed worthless in their eyes compared to the uniform of an ensign. After listening one morning to their enthusiastic chatter on this subject, Mr. Bennet coolly remarked, "From everything I can gather by the way you talk, you must be 2 of the silliest girls in the county. I've suspected it for some time, but now I'm convinced." Catherine was flustered and didn't answer. But Lydia, with perfect indifference, continued expressing her admiration for Captain Carter and her hope of seeing him later that day, as he was leaving for London the next morning. "I am astonished, my dear," said Mrs. Bennet, "that you should be so ready to think your own children silly. If I wanted to think poorly of anybody's children, it certainly wouldn't be my own, however. If my children are silly, I must hope I'm always aware of it. Yes, but as it happens, they are all very clever. This is the only point, I flatter myself, on which we don't agree. I had hoped our opinions matched on every particular, but I must differ from you so far as to think our 2 youngest daughters are uncommonly foolish. My dear Mr. Bennet, you mustn't expect girls their age to have the sense of their father and mother. When they get to our age, I dare say they won't think about officers any more than we do. I remember a time when I quite liked a red coat myself, and indeed, I still do, in my heart. And if a smart young colonel with 5,000 or 6,000 a year should want one of my girls, I certainly won't say no to him. And I thought Colonel Forster looked very handsome the other night at Sir William's in his uniform." "Mamma," cried Lydia, "my aunt says that Colonel Forster and Captain Carter don't visit Miss Watson's as often as they did when they first arrived. She sees them standing in Clark's library very often now." Mrs. Bennet was prevented from replying by the entrance of a footman carrying a note for Miss Bennet. It came from Netherfield, and the servant waited for an answer. Mrs. Bennet's eyes sparkled with pleasure, and she eagerly called out while her daughter read, "Well, Jane, who is it from? What's it about? What does he say? Well, Jane, hurry up and tell us. Hurry, my love." "It's from Miss Bingley," said Jane, and then read it aloud. "My dear friend, if you aren't compassionate enough to dine today with Louisa and me, we shall be in danger of hating each other for the rest of our lives, for a whole day's tete-a-tete between 2 women can never end without a quarrel. Come as soon as you can upon receiving this. My brother and the gentlemen are dining with the officers. Yours ever, Caroline Bingley." "With the officers!" cried Lydia. "I wonder why my aunt didn't tell us about that." "Dining out," said Mrs. Bennet. "That is very unlucky." "Can I have the carriage?" asked Jane. "No, my dear. You had better go on horseback, because it looks likely to rain, and then you must stay all night." "That would be a good plan," said Elizabeth, "if you were sure they wouldn't offer to send her home." "Oh, but the gentlemen will have Mr. Bingley's carriage to go to Meryton, and the Hursts don't have horses for theirs. I would much rather go in the coach." "But, my dear, your father cannot spare the horses, I am sure. They are needed on the farm, Mr. Bennet, aren't they?" "They are needed on the farm much more often than I can actually get them. But if you have them available today," said Elizabeth, "my mother's purpose will be achieved." She finally managed to get her father to admit that the horses were indeed busy. Jane was therefore obliged to go on horseback. Her mother saw her off at the door with many cheerful predictions of bad weather. Her hopes were fulfilled. Jane hadn't been gone long before it started raining hard. Her sisters worried about her, but her mother was delighted. The rain continued all evening without stopping. Jane certainly couldn't come back. "This was a lucky idea of mine, indeed," said Mrs. Bennet more than once, as if she deserved all the credit for making it rain. However, it wasn't until the next morning that she realized the full extent of her clever scheme's success. Breakfast was barely over when a servant from Netherfield brought the following note for Elizabeth. "My dearest Lizzie, I find myself very unwell this morning, which I suppose is due to getting soaked through yesterday. My kind friends will not hear of me returning home until I am better. They also insist on my seeing Mr. Jones, so don't be alarmed if you hear he has visited me. And, except for a sore throat and a headache, there isn't much wrong with me. Yours, etc." "Well, my dear," said Mr. Bennet after Elizabeth had read the note aloud, "if your daughter should have a dangerous illness, if she should die, it would be a comfort to know that it was all in pursuit of Mr. Bingley and under your orders. Oh, I'm not afraid of her dying at all. People don't die from little trifling colds. She will be well taken care of. As long as she stays there, it's all perfectly fine. I would go and see her if I could have the carriage." Elizabeth, feeling genuinely anxious, decided to go to her sister, even though the carriage wasn't available. Since she wasn't skilled at riding horses, walking was her only option. She announced her decision. "How can you be so silly," cried her mother, "as to think of such a thing in all this mud? You won't be presentable when you get there. I shall be very fit to see Jane, which is all I want." "Is this a hint to me, Lizzie?" said her father, "to send for the horses?" "No, indeed. I don't wish to avoid the walk. The distance is nothing when one has a reason, only 3 miles. I shall be back by dinner." "I admire the energy of your kindness," observed Mary, "but every impulse of feeling should be guided by reason. In my opinion, exertion should always be proportional to what is required." "We will go as far as Meryton with you," said Catherine and Lydia. Elizabeth accepted their company, and the 3 young ladies set off together. "If we hurry," said Lydia as they walked along, "perhaps we may see Captain Carter before he leaves." In Meryton, they parted ways. The 2 youngest went to the lodgings of one of the officers' wives, while Elizabeth continued her walk alone. She crossed field after field at a quick pace, jumping over stiles and leaping over puddles with impatient energy. Finally, she found herself within sight of the house, with tired ankles, dirty stockings, and a face flushed from the exertion. She was shown into the breakfast parlor, where everyone except Jane was gathered. Her appearance caused a great deal of surprise. That she should have walked 3 miles so early in the day, in such muddy weather, and by herself, seemed almost unbelievable to Mrs. Hurst and Miss Bingley. Elizabeth was convinced they looked down on her for it. However, they received her very politely. Their brother's manners showed something better than mere politeness. There was genuine good humor and kindness. Mr. Darcy said very little, and Mr. Hurst said nothing at all. Mr. Darcy seemed torn between admiring the vibrant color exercise had brought to her complexion and doubting whether the occasion justified her coming so far alone. Mr. Hurst was thinking only about his breakfast. Her inquiries about her sister were not met with very favorable answers. Miss Bennet had slept poorly, and although she was up, she was very feverish and not well enough to leave her room. Elizabeth was glad to be taken to her immediately. Jane, who had only held back from expressing in her note how much she longed for such a visit for fear of causing alarm or inconvenience, was delighted at her sister's arrival. She wasn't up to much conversation, however. When Miss Bingley left them alone, Jane could manage little more than expressing gratitude for the extraordinary kindness she was receiving. Elizabeth silently stayed by her side. After breakfast, the sisters joined them. Elizabeth began to like them herself when she saw how much affection and concern they showed for Jane. The apothecary arrived, and, having examined his patient, stated, as expected, that she had caught a severe cold and they must focus on helping her recover. He advised her to return to bed and promised some medicine. The advice was followed readily, as Jane's feverish symptoms increased and her head ached intensely. Elizabeth didn't leave her room for a moment, nor were the other ladies often absent. Since the gentlemen were out, they really had nothing else to do elsewhere. When the clock struck 3, Elizabeth felt she must leave and very reluctantly said so. Miss Bingley offered her the carriage, and Elizabeth only needed a little encouragement to accept it. However, Jane expressed such distress at the thought of parting with her sister that Miss Bingley was obliged to change the offer of the carriage into an invitation for Elizabeth to stay at Netherfield for the time being. Elizabeth gratefully consented, and a servant was sent to Longbourn to inform the family of her stay and bring back a supply of clothes. Chapter 8. At 5 o'clock, the two ladies went to get dressed, and at 6:30, Elizabeth was called down for dinner. To the polite inquiries that poured in, among which she was pleased to distinguish Mr. Bingley's much greater concern, she couldn't give a very positive answer. Jane was definitely not better. Upon hearing this, the sisters repeated 3 or 4 times how sorry they were, how dreadful it was to have a bad cold, and how much they disliked being ill themselves. Then they thought no more about it. Their indifference towards Jane, when she wasn't right in front of them, restored Elizabeth's original dislike for them completely. Their brother, indeed, was the only one in the party whom she could regard with any warmth. His anxiety for Jane was obvious, and his attentiveness to Elizabeth herself was very pleasing. It kept her from feeling like quite as much of an intruder as she believed the others considered her. She received very little notice from anyone but him. Miss Bingley was absorbed with Mr. Darcy, and her sister Mrs. Hurst was nearly as focused on him. As for Mr. Hurst, who sat next to Elizabeth, he was a lazy man, who lived only to eat, drink, and play cards. When he discovered she preferred a simple dish to a fancy stew, he had nothing more to say to her. When dinner was over, Elizabeth returned directly to Jane. As soon as she was out of the room, Miss Bingley began criticizing her. Her manners were declared very bad indeed, a mix of pride and rudeness. She had no conversation skills, no style, no taste, no beauty. Mrs. Hurst agreed and added, "She has nothing, in short, to recommend her, except being an excellent walker. I shall never forget her appearance this morning. She really looked almost wild." "She did indeed, Louisa. I could hardly keep a straight face. It was very nonsensical to come at all. Why must she go scampering about the countryside just because her sister had a cold? Her hair was so messy, so unkempt. Yes, and her petticoat. I hope you saw her petticoat. 6 inches deep in mud, I am absolutely certain. And the hem of her gown, which had been let down to hide it, wasn't doing its job." "Your description may be very accurate, Louisa," said Bingley, "but I missed all of that. I thought Miss Elizabeth Bennet looked remarkably well when she came into the room this morning. Her dirty petticoat completely escaped my notice." "You observed it, Mr. Darcy, I am sure," said Miss Bingley, "and I am inclined to think you wouldn't want to see your sister making such an exhibition." "Certainly not. To walk 3 miles, or 4 miles, or 5 miles, or whatever it is, ankle deep in mud, and alone, completely alone. What could she have meant by it? It seems to me to show an abominable sort of conceited independence, a most provincial indifference to proper behavior. It shows an affection for her sister that is very pleasing," said Bingley. "I'm afraid, Mr. Darcy," observed Miss Bingley in a half-whisper, "that this adventure has rather lessened your admiration for her fine eyes." "Not at all," he replied. "They were brightened by the exercise." A short pause followed this remark, and then Mrs. Hurst began again. "I have an excessive regard for Jane Bennet. She is really a very sweet girl, and I wish with all my heart she were well married. But with such a father and mother, and such low connections, I'm afraid there's no chance of it." "I think I have heard you say that their uncle is a lawyer in Meryton?" asked Darcy. "Yes, and they have another uncle who lives somewhere near Cheapside in London." "That's rich," added her sister, and they both laughed heartily. "If they had enough uncles to fill all of Cheapside," cried Bingley, "it wouldn't make them one bit less agreeable." "But it must significantly lessen their chance of marrying men of any standing in the world," replied Darcy. To this statement, Bingley made no reply, but his sisters heartily agreed, and continued to amuse themselves for some time at the expense of their dear friend's common relatives. With a show of renewed tenderness, however, they went up to Jane's room after leaving the dining parlor, and sat with her until called for coffee. She was still very unwell, and Elizabeth wouldn't leave her at all until late in the evening, when she had the comfort of seeing her asleep. Only then did it seem more proper than pleasant for her to go downstairs herself. On entering the drawing-room, she found the whole party playing a card game called Loo, and was immediately invited to join. Suspecting they were playing for high stakes, she declined, using her sister as an excuse. She said she would entertain herself with a book for the short time she could stay downstairs. Mr. Hurst looked at her with astonishment. "Do you prefer reading to cards?" he said. "That's rather unusual." "Miss Eliza Bennet," said Miss Bingley, "despises cards." She is a great reader and finds pleasure in nothing else." "I deserve neither such praise nor such criticism," cried Elizabeth. "I am not a great reader, and I find pleasure in many things." "In nursing your sister, I am sure you find pleasure," said Bingley, "and I hope it will soon be increased by seeing her completely well." Elizabeth thanked him sincerely, and then walked towards a table where a few books were lying. He immediately offered to fetch her others, anything his library contained, "and I wish my collection were larger for your benefit and my own reputation, but I am an idle fellow. Although I don't have many books, I have more than I've ever actually looked into." Elizabeth assured him that she could find something suitable among the books already in the room. "I am astonished," said Miss Bingley, "that my father left such a small collection of books. What a delightful library you have at Pemberley, Mr. Darcy." "It ought to be good," he replied. "It has been built up over many generations. And then you have added so much to it yourself. You are always buying books. I cannot understand neglecting a family library in times like these." "Neglect! I am sure you neglect nothing that could add to the beauty of that noble place. Charles, when you build your house, I wish it may be half as delightful as Pemberley." "I wish it may be too, but I would really advise you to make your purchase in that neighborhood, and use Pemberley as a kind of model. There isn't a finer county in England than Derbyshire." "With all my heart, I'll buy Pemberley itself if Darcy will sell it." "I am talking about possibilities, Charles." "Upon my word, Caroline, I should think it more possible to get Pemberley by buying it than by imitating it." Elizabeth was so caught up in what was being said that she paid very little attention to her book. Soon, laying it aside completely, she drew near the card table and positioned herself between Mr. Bingley and his eldest sister to watch the game. "Has Miss Darcy grown much since the spring?" asked Miss Bingley. "Will she be as tall as I am?" "I think she will. She is now about Miss Elizabeth Bennet's height, or perhaps a little taller." "How I long to see her again. I never met anyone who delighted me so much. Such a face, such manners, and so extremely accomplished for her age. Her performance on the pianoforte is exquisite." "It's amazing to me," said Bingley, "how young ladies can have the patience to become so very accomplished as they all seem to be." "All young ladies accomplished? My dear Charles, what do you mean?" "Yes, all of them, I think. They all paint tables, cover screens, and knit purses. I hardly know anyone who cannot do all this. And I'm sure I've never heard a young lady mentioned for the first time without being told she was very accomplished." "Your list of common accomplishments," said Darcy, "has too much truth in it. The word accomplish is applied to many women who deserve it only because they can knit a purse or cover a screen. But I am very far from agreeing with your assessment of ladies in general. I cannot claim to know more than half a dozen women among all my acquaintances who are truly accomplished." "Nor I am sure," said Miss Bingley. "Then," observed Elizabeth, "you must include a great deal in your idea of an accomplished woman." "Yes, I do include a great deal in it." "Oh, certainly," cried his faithful supporter, Miss Bingley. "No one can be truly considered accomplished who does not greatly surpass what is usually found. A woman must have a thorough knowledge of music, singing, drawing, dancing, and modern languages to deserve the word. Besides all this, she must possess a certain something in her bearing and manner of walking, the tone of her voice, her way of speaking and expressing herself, or the word will be only half deserved. All this she must possess," added Darcy, "and to all this she must yet add something more substantial, the improvement of her mind through extensive reading. I am no longer surprised at your knowing only 6 accomplished women. I rather wonder now that you know any at all. Are you so critical of your own sex as to doubt the possibility of all this? I have never seen such a woman. I have never seen such capability, taste, diligence, and elegance as you describe, all united in one person." Mrs. Hurst and Miss Bingley both cried out against the injustice of her implied doubt. They were both protesting that they knew many women who fit this description when Mr. Hurst called them to order, complaining bitterly about their lack of attention to the card game. As all conversation thus came to an end, Elizabeth soon afterwards left the room. "Eliza Bennet," said Miss Bingley once the door was closed, "is one of those young ladies who try to make themselves appealing to men by undervaluing their own sex. And with many men, I dare say, it works. But in my opinion, it's a cheap trick, a very low art." "Undoubtedly," replied Darcy, to whom this remark was chiefly directed. "There is meanness in all the tricks which ladies sometimes stoop to employ for capturing attention, Anything related to cunning is despicable. Miss Bingley was not entirely satisfied with this reply and didn't pursue the subject further. Elizabeth joined them again, only to say that her sister was worse and that she couldn't leave her. Bingley urged that Mr. Jones, the apothecary, be sent for immediately. His sisters, convinced that no country doctor could be of any use, recommended sending an urgent message to London for one of the most eminent physicians. Elizabeth wouldn't hear of that, but she was more willing to comply with their brother's suggestion. It was settled that Mr. Jones should be sent for early in the morning if Miss Bennet hadn't decidedly improved. Bingley was quite distressed. His sisters declared they were miserable. They consoled their misery, however, by singing duets after supper, while Bingley could find no better relief for his feelings than by giving his housekeeper directions that every possible attention be paid to the sick lady and her sister. Chapter 9. Elizabeth spent most of the night in her sister's room. In the morning, she had the pleasure of being able to send a reasonably positive answer to the inquiries she received very early from Mr. Bingley via a housemaid, and sometime later from the two elegant ladies, his sisters. Despite this improvement, however, she asked for a note to be sent to Longbourn, requesting her mother to visit Jane and form her own judgment of her condition. The note was immediately dispatched, and its request was quickly fulfilled. Mrs. Bennet, accompanied by her two youngest daughters, reached Netherfield soon after the family breakfast. Had she found Jane in any obvious danger, Mrs. Bennet would have been very miserable. But being satisfied upon seeing her that the illness was not alarming, she had no wish for Jane to recover immediately, as returning health would probably mean leaving Netherfield. Therefore, she wouldn't listen to her daughter's suggestion of being taken home. Neither did the apothecary, who arrived around the same time, think it advisable at all. After sitting with Jane for a little while, upon Miss Bingley's appearance and invitation, Mrs. Bennet and her three daughters all followed her into the breakfast parlor. Bingley met them, expressing hopes that Mrs. Bennet hadn't found Miss Bennet worse than expected. "Indeed, I have, sir," was her answer. "She is far too ill to be moved. Mr. Jones says we mustn't even think of moving her. We must impose on your kindness a little longer." "Moved!" cried Bingley. "It mustn't be considered. My sister, I am sure, will not hear of her removal." "You may depend upon it, madam," said Miss Bingley with cold politeness, "that Miss Bennet shall receive every possible attention while she remains with us." Mrs. Bennet was effusive in her thanks. "I am sure," she added, "if it weren't for such good friends, I don't know what would become of her, for she is very ill indeed, and suffers a great deal, though with the greatest patience in the world. That's always the way with her, for she has, without exception, the sweetest temper I ever met. I often tell my other girls they are nothing compared to her. You have a lovely room here, Mr. Bingley, and a charming view over that gravel path. I don't know a place in the country that compares to Netherfield. You won't be thinking of leaving it in a hurry, I hope, even though you only have a short lease." "Whatever I do in a hurry," he replied, "and therefore, if I should decide to leave Netherfield, I would probably be gone in 5 minutes. At present, however, I consider myself quite settled here." "That is exactly what I would have supposed of you," said Elizabeth. "You're beginning to understand me, are you?" he cried, turning towards her. "Oh yes, I understand you perfectly. I wish I could take that as a compliment, but being so easily seen through, I'm afraid, is rather pathetic." "That depends," Elizabeth replied. "It doesn't necessarily mean that a deep, complex character is more or less admirable than one like yours." "Lizzie," cried her mother, "remember where you are, and don't run on in that wild way you're allowed to at home." "I didn't know before," continued Bingley immediately, ignoring Mrs. Bennet, "that you were a student of character. It must be an amusing study." "Yes, but complex characters are the most amusing. They have at least that advantage." "The countryside," said Darcy, "generally supplies few subjects for such a study. In a country neighborhood, you move in a very limited and unchanging social circle. But people themselves change so much that there is always something new to observe in them," Elizabeth countered. "Yes, indeed," cried Mrs. Bennet, offended by his tone when mentioning a country neighborhood. "I assure you there is quite as much of that going on in the country as in town." Everyone was surprised. Darcy, after looking at her for a moment, turned silently away. Mrs. Bennet, fancying she had won a complete victory over him, continued her triumph. "I cannot see that London has any great advantage over the country, for my part, except the shops and public places. The country is a great deal pleasanter, isn't it, Mr. Bingley?" "When I am in the country," he replied, "I never wish to leave it, and when I am in town it is pretty much the same. They each have their advantages, and I can be equally happy in either. Ah, that is because you have the right disposition. But that gentleman, looking at Darcy, seemed to think the country was nothing at all. Indeed, mamma, you are mistaken, said Elizabeth, blushing for her mother. You quite misunderstood Mr. Darcy. He only meant that there wasn't such a variety of people to meet in the country as in town, which you must admit is true. Certainly, my dear, nobody said there were, but as for not meeting many people in this neighborhood, I believe there are few neighborhoods larger. I know we dine with 24 families. Only concern for Elizabeth kept Bingley from laughing. His sister was less restrained, and shot Mr. Darcy a very expressive smile. Elizabeth, wanting to say something to distract her mother, asked if Charlotte Lucas had visited Longbourn since she left. Yes, she called yesterday with her father. What an agreeable man Sir William is, Mr. Bingley, isn't he? So much the man of fashion, so refined and so easy. He always has something to say to everybody. That is my idea of good breeding, and those people who think themselves very important and never open their mouths quite miss the point. Did Charlotte dine with you? No, she had to go home. I imagine she was needed for the mince pies. For my part, Mr. Bingley, I always keep servants who can do their own work. My daughters are brought up differently. But everyone must judge for themselves, and the Lucases are very good sorts of girls, I assure you. It's a pity they aren't handsome. Not that I think Charlotte is so very plain, but then she is our particular friend. She seems a very pleasant young woman, said Bingley. Oh dear, yes, but you must admit she is very plain. Lady Lucas herself has often said so, and envied me Jane's beauty. I don't like to boast about my own child, but to be sure, Jane, one doesn't often see anyone better looking. It's what everybody says. I don't trust my own bias. When she was only 15, there was a gentleman at my brother Gardiner's in town so much in love with her that my sister-in-law was sure he would propose before we left. But, anyway, he didn't. Perhaps he thought her too young. However, he wrote some verses about her, and they were very pretty. And so ended his affection, said Elizabeth impatiently. There have been many, I imagine, overcome in the same way. I wonder who first discovered the power of poetry in driving away love. I have been accustomed to consider poetry as the food of love, said Darcy. Of a fine, strong, healthy love, perhaps. Everything nourishes what is strong already. But if it's only a slight, weak sort of inclination, I am convinced that one good sonnet will starve it completely away. Darcy only smiled. The general pause that followed made Elizabeth tremble, afraid her mother might embarrass herself again. She longed to speak, but couldn't think of anything to say. After a short silence, Mrs. Bennet began repeating her thanks to Mr. Bingley for his kindness to Jane, adding an apology for troubling him with Lizzie as well. Mr. Bingley was genuinely polite in his answer, and forced his younger sister to be civil too, saying what the occasion required. Miss Bingley played her part, though without much warmth, but Mrs. Bennet was satisfied, and soon afterwards ordered her carriage. At this signal, the youngest of her daughters pushed herself forward. The two girls had been whispering to each other throughout the visit, and the result was that the youngest, Lydia, should confront Mr. Bingley about having promised, when he first arrived, to give a ball at Netherfield. Lydia was a sturdy, well-grown girl of 15, with a fine complexion and a good-humored face. She was a favorite of her mother, whose indulgence had brought her into society at an early age. She had high spirits and a sort of natural self-importance, which the attention of the officers, drawn by her uncle's good dinners and her own easy manners, had boosted into bold confidence. She was therefore perfectly capable of addressing Mr. Bingley about the ball, and abruptly reminded him of his promise, adding that it would be the most shameful thing in the world if he didn't keep it. His answer to this sudden attack was delightful to her mother's ears. I am perfectly ready, I assure you, to keep my engagement. When your sister is recovered, you shall, if you please, name the very day for the ball. But you wouldn't want to be dancing while she is ill. Lydia declared herself satisfied. Oh yes, it would be much better to wait till Jane is well, and by that time, most likely, Captain Carter will be back in Meryton again. And when you have given your ball, she added, I shall insist on them giving one too. I shall tell Colonel Forster it will be quite a shame if he doesn't. Mrs. Bennet and her daughters then departed. Elizabeth returned instantly to Jane, leaving her own and her relatives' behavior to be discussed by the two ladies and Mr. Darcy. The latter, however, could not be persuaded to join in their criticism of Elizabeth, despite all Miss Bingley's witty remarks about fine eyes. Chapter 10. The day passed much like the one before. Mrs. Hurst and Miss Bingley spent some hours of the morning with Jane, who continued to recover, though slowly. In the evening, Elizabeth joined their group in the drawing-room. The card table for Lou, however, did not appear. Mr. Darcy was writing, and Miss Bingley, seated near him, watched his letter progress, repeatedly interrupting him with messages for his sister. Mr. Hurst and Mr. Bingley were playing piquet, and Mrs. Hurst was watching their game. Elizabeth took up some needlework, and was quite amused listening to the exchange between Darcy and his companion. The lady's constant praise, whether of his handwriting, the straightness of his lines, or the length of his letter, met with perfect indifference from him. It formed a curious dialogue, perfectly matching Elizabeth's opinion of each of them. "How delighted Miss Darcy will be to receive such a letter." He made no answer. "You write uncommonly fast." "You are mistaken. I write rather slowly." "How many letters you must have to write in a year. Business letters, too. How dreadful I should find them." "It is fortunate, then, that they fall to my lot instead of yours. Pray tell your sister that I long to see her." "I have already told her so once, at your request." "I am afraid you don't like your pen. Let me fix it for you. I fix pens remarkably well." "Thank you, but I always fix my own." "How do you manage to write so evenly?" He was silent. "Tell your sister I am delighted to hear of her improvement on the harp, and please let her know that I am quite ecstatic about her beautiful little design for a table, and I think it infinitely superior to Miss Grantley's. Will you allow me to postpone conveying your raptures until I write again? At present I don't have room to do them justice." "Oh, it's of no importance. I shall see her in January. But do you always write such charming long letters to her, Mr. Darcy?" "They are generally long, but whether they are always charming is not for me to say. It is a rule of mine that a person who can write a long letter with ease cannot write poorly." "That won't work as a compliment to Darcy, Caroline," cried her brother, "because he does not write with ease. He thinks too much about using words with 4 syllables. Don't you, Darcy?" "My style of writing is very different from yours." "Oh," cried Miss Bingley, "Charles writes in the most careless way imaginable. He leaves out half his words and smudges the rest." "My ideas flow so rapidly that I don't have time to express them properly," said Bingley. "Which means my letters sometimes convey no ideas at all to the people I write to." "Your humility, Mr. Bingley," said Elizabeth, "must disarm any criticism." "Nothing is more deceptive," said Darcy, "than the appearance of humility. It is often just carelessness about others' opinions, and sometimes an indirect boast." "And which of the two do you call my recent little display of modesty?" asked Bingley. "The indirect boast," Darcy replied. "Because you are actually proud of your writing defects, considering them proof of rapid thought and hasty execution, which, if not admirable, you think at least highly interesting. The ability to do anything quickly is always highly valued by the person possessing it, often without any regard for the imperfection of the result. When you told Mrs. Bennet this morning that if you ever decided on leaving Netherfield you would be gone in 5 minutes, you meant it as a sort of self-praise, a compliment to yourself. And yet, what is so very praiseworthy about a rashness that must leave necessary tasks undone and offers no real advantage to yourself or anyone else?" "Now," cried Bingley, "this is too much, remembering at night all the foolish things said in the morning." "And yet, upon my honor, I believed what I said about myself to be true, and I believe it still. At least, therefore, I didn't just pretend to be needlessly hasty merely to show off in front of the ladies." "I dare say you believed it," said Darcy, "but I am by no means convinced you would actually leave with such speed. Your actions would be just as dependent on chance as those of any man I know. And if, as you were getting on your horse, a friend were to say, 'Bingley, you had better stay till next week,' you would probably do it, you would probably not go, and, at another word, might stay a month." "You have only proved by this," cried Elizabeth, "that Mr. Bingley didn't do justice to his own character. You have shown him in a much better light now than he did himself." "I am exceedingly pleased," said Bingley, "by your turning what my friend says into a compliment about the sweetness of my temper. But I'm afraid you are twisting it in a way that gentleman by no means intended. He would certainly think better of me if, under such circumstances, I were to give a flat refusal and ride off as fast as I could." "Would Mr. Darcy then consider the rashness of your original intention redeemed by your stubbornness in sticking to it?" Elizabeth asked. "Upon my word, I cannot exactly explain the matter. Darcy must speak for himself." "You expect me to account for opinions you choose to call mine, but which I have never acknowledged," Darcy said. "However, Taking the case as you present it, you must remember, Miss Bennet, that the friend who supposedly asks him to return to the house and delay his plan has merely asked it, without offering a single argument for why it's a good idea. So, to yield readily, easily, to the persuasion of a friend holds no merit in your eyes? Elizabeth challenged. To yield without conviction is no compliment to the understanding of either person, Darcy retorted. You appear to me, Mr. Darcy, to give no credit to the influence of friendship and affection. Regard for the person asking would often make one readily agree to a request, without waiting for arguments to reason one into it. I am not specifically talking about the case you supposed about Mr. Bingley. We may as well wait, perhaps, until the situation actually occurs, before discussing the wisdom of his behavior then. But in general, ordinary cases between friends, where one asks the other to change a plan of no great importance, would you think poorly of that person for complying with the request, without waiting to be argued into it? Wouldn't it be advisable, before we continue this subject, Darcy replied coolly, to define more precisely the degree of importance of this request, as well as the degree of intimacy between the parties involved? By all means, cried Bingley. Let us hear all the particulars, not forgetting their comparative height and size, for that will have more weight in the argument, Miss Bennet, than you may realize. I assure you that if Darcy weren't such a big tall fellow compared to me, I wouldn't show him half so much respect. I declare I don't know a more intimidating sight than Darcy on particular occasions and in particular places, at his own house especially, on a Sunday evening when he has nothing to do. Mr. Darcy smiled, but Elizabeth thought she could see he was rather offended, so she suppressed her laugh. Miss Bingley warmly resented the insult he had received, lecturing her brother for talking such nonsense. I see your plan, Bingley, said his friend. You dislike arguments and want to shut this one down. Perhaps I do. Arguments are too much like disputes. If you and Miss Bennet will postpone yours until I am out of the room, I shall be very thankful. Then you may say whatever you like about me. What you ask, said Elizabeth, is no sacrifice on my part, and Mr. Darcy had much better finish his letter. Mr. Darcy took her advice and finished his letter. When that task was done, he asked Miss Bingley and Elizabeth for the pleasure of some music. Miss Bingley moved eagerly to the pianoforte. After a polite request that Elizabeth should play first, which Elizabeth just as politely and more earnestly declined, Miss Bingley seated herself. Mrs. Hurst sang with her sister. While they were thus occupied, Elizabeth couldn't help noticing, as she flipped through some music books lying on the instrument, how frequently Mr. Darcy's eyes were fixed on her. She hardly knew how to believe that she could be an object of admiration to such a great man. Yet the idea that he looked at her because he disliked her was even stranger. She could only conclude, finally, that she drew his notice because there was something about her more wrong or blameworthy, according to his standards, than in anyone else present. The thought didn't hurt her. She liked him too little to care for his approval. After playing some Italian songs, Miss Bingley changed the mood with a lively Scottish tune. Soon afterwards, Mr. Darcy approached Elizabeth and said to her, Do you not feel a strong urge, Miss Bennet, to seize such an opportunity for dancing a reel? She smiled, but made no answer. He repeated the question, somewhat surprised at her silence. Oh, she said, I heard you before, but I couldn't immediately decide what to reply. You wanted me, I know, to say yes, so you could have the pleasure of despising my taste. But I always delight in thwarting those kinds of schemes and cheating people out of their planned contempt. I have, therefore, decided to tell you that I do not want to dance a reel at all. Now despise me if you dare. Indeed, I do not dare. Elizabeth, having rather expected to offend him, was amazed at his polite response. But there was a mixture of sweetness and playfulness in her manner that made it difficult for her to truly offend anyone, and Darcy had never been so captivated by any woman as he was by her. He truly believed that if it weren't for the inferiority of her family connections, he might be in some danger. Miss Bingley saw, or suspected, enough to feel jealous. Her great anxiety for her dear friend Jane's recovery gained some assistance from her desire to get rid of Elizabeth. She often tried to provoke Darcy into disliking her guest by talking about their supposed marriage and planning his happiness in such an alliance. I hope, she said as they were walking together in the shrubbery the next day, you will give your mother-in-law a few hints, when this desirable event takes place, about the advantage of holding her tongue. And if you can manage it, try to cure the younger girls of running after officers. And, if I may mention so delicate a subject, endeavor to check that little something, bordering on conceit and impertinence, which your lady possesses. "Have you anything else to propose for my domestic happiness?" Darcy asked dryly. "Oh, yes. Do let the portraits of your uncle and Aunt Phillips be placed in the gallery at Pemberley. Put them next to your great-uncle, the judge. They are in the same profession, just different branches. As for your Elizabeth's picture, you must not attempt to have it painted, for what painter could do justice to those beautiful eyes? It would not be easy indeed to capture their expression, but their color and shape and the eyelashes, so remarkably fine, might be copied." At that moment, they were met from another path by Mrs. Hurst and Elizabeth herself. "I didn't know you intended to walk," said Miss Bingley, somewhat flustered, afraid they might have been overheard. "You treated us abominably," answered Mrs. Hurst, "running away without telling us you were coming out." Then, taking Mr. Darcy's free arm, she left Elizabeth to walk by herself. The path could barely fit 3 people across. Mr. Darcy felt their rudeness and immediately said, "This path is not wide enough for our party. We had better go into the avenue." But Elizabeth, who had not the slightest desire to remain with them, laughingly answered, "No, no, stay where you are. You are charmingly grouped and appear to uncommon advantage. The picturesque scene would be spoiled by adding a 4th. Goodbye." She then ran off cheerfully, rejoicing as she wandered about, in the hope of being home again in a day or 2. Jane was already so much recovered that she intended to leave her room for a couple of hours that evening. Chapter 11. When the ladies left the dining-room after dinner, Elizabeth ran up to her sister. Seeing Jane was well protected from the cold, Elizabeth accompanied her down to the drawing-room. There, Jane was welcomed by her 2 friends, Miss Bingley and Mrs. Hurst, with many expressions of pleasure. Elizabeth had never seen them seem so agreeable as they were during the hour before the gentlemen arrived. Their conversation skills were considerable. They could describe a party with accuracy, tell a funny story, and make witty remarks about their acquaintances. But when the gentlemen entered, Jane was no longer the main focus. Miss Bingley's eyes instantly turned towards Darcy, and she had something to say to him before he had taken many steps into the room. He addressed Miss Bennet directly, with polite congratulations on her recovery. Mr. Hurst also gave her a slight bow, and said he was very glad, but genuine warmth and effusiveness were reserved for Bingley's greeting. He was full of joy and attention. The first half-hour was spent building up the fire, worried she might feel chilled from the change of room. At his suggestion, she moved to the other side of the fireplace to be farther from the door. He then sat down beside her and talked almost exclusively to her. Elizabeth, busy with her needlework in the opposite corner, watched it all with great delight. After tea, Mr. Hurst reminded his sister-in-law about the card table, but his suggestion was ignored. She had privately learned that Mr. Darcy didn't wish to play cards, and Mr. Hurst soon found even his direct request rejected. She assured him that no one intended to play, and the silence of the rest of the party on the subject seemed to confirm her statement. Mr. Hurst, therefore, had nothing left to do but stretch out on one of the sofas and go to sleep. Darcy picked up a book. Miss Bingley did the same. Mrs. Hurst, mainly occupied with playing with her bracelets and rings, occasionally joined in her brother's conversation with Miss Bennet. Miss Bingley's attention was just as much focused on watching Mr. Darcy read his book as on reading her own. She was constantly either asking him a question or looking at his page. However, she couldn't draw him into any real conversation. He merely answered her questions briefly and continued reading. At length, quite exhausted by the effort of pretending to be amused by her own book, which she had only chosen because it was the second volume of the one he was reading, she gave a great yawn and said, "How pleasant it is to spend an evening this way. I declare, after all, there is no enjoyment like reading. How much sooner one tires of anything than of a book. When I have a house of my own, I shall be miserable if I don't have an excellent library." No one replied. She then yawned again, tossed aside her book, and looked around the room searching for some amusement. Hearing her brother mention a ball to Miss Bennet, she turned suddenly towards him and said, "By the way, Charles, are you really serious about planning a dance at Netherfield? I would advise you, before you decide on it, to consult the wishes of the current guests. I am much mistaken if there aren't some among us to whom a ball would be more of a punishment than a pleasure." "If you mean Darcy," cried her brother, "he can go to bed before it begins if he chooses. But as for the ball, it's quite settled, and as soon as Nichols the cook has made enough white soup, I shall send out my invitations." "I should like balls infinitely better," she replied, "if they were conducted differently. There is something unbearably tedious in the usual way these events unfold. It would surely be much more rational if conversation, instead of dancing, were the main activity. Much more rational, my dear Caroline, I dare say, but it wouldn't be nearly as much like a ball. Miss Bingley made no answer, and soon afterwards got up and walked about the room. Her figure was elegant, and she walked well, but Darcy, at whom this display was aimed, remained stubbornly focused on his book. In desperation, she decided on one more effort. Turning to Elizabeth, she said, "Miss Eliza Bennet, let me persuade you to follow my example and take a walk around the room. I assure you, it is very refreshing after sitting so long in one position." Elizabeth was surprised, but agreed immediately. Miss Bingley succeeded equally well in her real objective. Mr. Darcy looked up. He was as alert to this unexpected attention from Miss Bingley as Elizabeth herself could be, and unconsciously closed his book. He was immediately invited to join their walk, but he declined, observing that he could imagine only two motives for their choosing to walk up and down the room together, and his joining them would interfere with either motive. What could he mean? Miss Bingley was dying to know his meaning, and asked Elizabeth if she could understand him at all. "Not at all," was her answer. "But depend upon it, he means to be critical of us, and our surest way of disappointing him will be to ask nothing about it." Miss Bingley, however, was incapable of disappointing Mr. Darcy in anything, and therefore persisted in demanding an explanation of his two motives. "I have not the smallest objection to explaining them," he said, as soon as she allowed him to speak. "You either choose this method of passing the evening because you are sharing confidences and have secret affairs to discuss, or because you are conscious that your figures appear to the greatest advantage when walking. If the first, I should be completely in your way, and if the second, I can admire you much better as I sit here by the fire." "Oh, shocking!" cried Miss Bingley. "I never heard anything so abominable. How shall we punish him for such a speech?" "Nothing easier, if you only have the inclination," said Elizabeth. "We can all tease and punish one another." "Tease him, laugh at him. Intimate as you are, you must know how it's done. But upon my honor, I do not. I assure you that my intimacy has not yet taught me that. Tease calmness of temper and presence of mind. No, I feel he can defy us there. And as for laughter, we will not expose ourselves, if you please, by attempting to laugh without a reason. Mr. Darcy may congratulate himself." "Mr. Darcy is not to be laughed at," cried Elizabeth. "That is an uncommon advantage, and uncommon I hope it will remain, for it would be a great loss to me to have many such acquaintances. I dearly love a laugh." "Miss Bingley," he said, "has given me more credit than I deserve. The wisest and best of men, nay, the wisest and best of their actions, can be made ridiculous by a person whose primary goal in life is a joke." "Certainly," replied Elizabeth, "there are such people, but I hope I am not one of them. I hope I never ridicule what is wise or good. Follies and nonsense, whims and inconsistencies, do amuse me, I admit, and I laugh at them whenever I can. But these, I suppose, are precisely the things you are without. Perhaps that is not possible for anyone. But it has been the study of my life to avoid those weaknesses which often expose a strong mind to ridicule, such as vanity and pride. Yes, vanity is a weakness indeed, but pride, where there is a real superiority of mind, pride will always be kept under good regulation." Elizabeth turned away to hide a smile. "Your examination of Mr. Darcy is over, I presume?" said Miss Bingley. "And pray, what is the result?" "I am perfectly convinced by it that Mr. Darcy has no defect. He admits it himself without disguise." "No," said Darcy, "I have made no such claim. I have faults enough, but they are not, I hope, faults of understanding. My temper I dare not vouch for. It is, I believe, too unyielding, certainly too unyielding for the convenience of the world. I cannot forget the follies and vices of others as soon as I ought, nor their offenses against myself. My feelings are not easily swayed by every attempt to move them. My temper would perhaps be called resentful. My good opinion, once lost, is lost forever." "That is a failing indeed," cried Elizabeth. "Implacable resentment is a dark spot on a character. But you have chosen your fault well. I really cannot laugh at it. You are safe from me. There is, I believe, in every disposition a tendency towards some particular evil, a natural defect, which not even the best education can overcome. And your defect," Elizabeth countered, "is a tendency to hate everybody. And yours," he replied with a smile, "is willfully to misunderstand them." "Do let us have a little music," cried Miss Bingley, tired of a conversation in which she had no part. "Louisa, you won't mind my waking Mr. Hurst?" Her sister made not the slightest objection, and the pianoforte was opened. Darcy, after a few moments of reflection, was not sorry for it. He began to feel the danger of paying Elizabeth too much attention. Chapter 12. Following an agreement between the sisters, Elizabeth wrote to her mother the next morning, asking for the carriage to be sent for them sometime during the day. But Mrs. Bennet, who had planned on her daughters staying at Netherfield until the following Tuesday, which would complete Jane's week-long stay, couldn't bring herself to welcome them home happily before then. Her answer, therefore, wasn't favorable, at least not to Elizabeth's wishes, as she was eager to get home. Mrs. Bennet sent word that they couldn't possibly have the carriage before Tuesday. In a postscript, she added that if Mr. Bingley and his sister pressed them to stay longer, she could spare them very well. Elizabeth, however, was positively resolved against staying longer. She didn't really expect to be asked anyway, and fearful, on the contrary, of being seen as overstaying their welcome, she urged Jane to borrow Mr. Bingley's carriage immediately. At length it was decided that they would mention their original plan of leaving Netherfield that morning and make the request. The news prompted many expressions of concern. Enough was said about wishing them to stay at least until the following day to persuade Jane, so their departure was postponed until the morrow. Miss Bingley was then sorry she had suggested the delay, for her jealousy and dislike of Elizabeth far exceeded her affection for Jane. The master of the house, Mr. Bingley, heard with real sorrow that they were leaving so soon. He repeatedly tried to persuade Miss Bennet that it wouldn't be safe for her, that she wasn't sufficiently recovered, but Jane stood firm when she felt she was right. To Mr. Darcy, it was welcome news. Elizabeth had been at Netherfield long enough. She attracted him more than he liked. Miss Bingley was rude to her, and more irritating than usual to himself. He wisely resolved to be particularly careful that no sign of admiration should now escape him, nothing that could give her hope of influencing his happiness. He knew that if such an idea had been planted, his behavior during this last day would carry significant weight in either confirming or crushing it. Sticking to his plan, he barely spoke 10 words to her throughout the entire Saturday. Even though they were left alone together at one point for half an hour, he stuck conscientiously to his book and wouldn't even look at her. On Sunday, after the morning church service, the separation, so agreeable to almost everyone, took place. Miss Bingley's politeness towards Elizabeth increased rapidly at the last moment, as did her affection for Jane. When they parted, after assuring Jane of the pleasure it would always give her to see her either at Longbourn or Netherfield, and embracing her most tenderly, she even shook hands with Elizabeth. Elizabeth took leave of the whole party in the liveliest spirits. They were not welcomed home very warmly by their mother. Mrs. Bennet wondered why they had come back, thought them very wrong to cause so much trouble, and was sure Jane would catch cold again. But their father, though brief in his expressions of pleasure, was genuinely glad to see them. He had felt their absence in the family circle. The evening conversation, when they were all gathered, had lost much of its energy and almost all its sense. Without Jane and Elizabeth, they found Mary, as usual, deep in the study of music theory and human nature. She had some new notes to admire, and some new observations on tired, old moral principles to share. Catherine and Lydia had information of a different sort for them. Much had happened, and much had been said in the regiment since the previous Wednesday. Several officers had recently dined with their uncle, a private soldier had been whipped, and it had actually been hinted that Colonel Forster was going to get married. Chapter 13. "I hope, my dear," said Mr. Bennet to his wife as they sat at breakfast the next morning, "that you have ordered a good dinner today, because I have reason to expect an addition to our family party." "Who do you mean, my dear? I don't know of anyone coming, I'm sure, unless Charlotte Lucas happens to stop by. And I hope my dinners are good enough for her. I don't believe she often sees such good food at home." "The person I'm speaking of is a gentleman and a stranger." Mrs. Bennet's eyes sparkled. "A gentleman and a stranger! It must be Mr. Bingley, I'm sure. Why, Jane, you never mentioned a word of this, you sly thing. Well, I'm sure I shall be extremely glad to see Mr. Bingley. But, good Lord, how unlucky! There isn't a bit of fish to be bought today. Lydia, my love, ring the bell. I must speak to Hill, the housekeeper, this instant." "It is not Mr. Bingley," said her husband. "It is a person whom I have never seen in my entire life." This caused general astonishment, and he had the pleasure of being eagerly questioned by his wife and 5 daughters all at once. After amusing himself for some time with their curiosity, he explained, "About a month ago I received this letter, and about 2 weeks ago I answered it. I thought it a rather delicate matter, requiring prompt attention. It is from my cousin, Mr. Collins, who, when I am dead, may turn you all out of this house whenever he pleases." "Oh, my dear," cried his wife, "I cannot bear to hear that mentioned. Please don't talk about that awful man. I do think it's the hardest thing in the world that your estate should be entailed away from your own children. And I am sure, if I had been you, I would have tried long ago to do something about it." Jane and Elizabeth attempted to explain the nature of an entailment to her. They had tried often before, but it was a subject on which Mrs. Bennet was beyond the reach of reason. She continued to complain bitterly against the cruelty of settling an estate away from a family of 5 daughters, in favor of a man whom nobody cared anything about. "It certainly is a most unfair situation," said Mr. Bennet, "and nothing can clear Mr. Collins from the guilt of inheriting Longbourn. But if you will listen to his letter, you may perhaps be a little softened by his manner of expressing himself." "No, I'm sure I won't be, and I think it was very rude of him to write to you at all, and very hypocritical. I hate such false friends. Why couldn't he keep on quarreling with you, as his father did before him? Well, indeed, he does seem to have had some feelings of duty regarding his father on that matter, as you will hear." He then read the letter. "Hunsford, near Westerham, Kent, October 15th. Dear Sir, the disagreement existing between yourself and my late honored father always caused me much distress. Since I have had the misfortune to lose him, I have frequently wished to heal the rift. However, for some time I was held back by my own doubts, fearing it might seem disrespectful to his memory for me to be on good terms with someone with whom it had always pleased him to be at odds. There, Mrs. Bennet. My mind, however, is now made up on the subject. Having received ordination at Easter, I have been so fortunate as to be favored by the patronage of the Right Honourable Lady Catherine de Bourgh, widow of Sir Louis de Bourgh. Her generosity has appointed me to the valuable rectory of this parish, where it shall be my earnest endeavour to conduct myself with grateful respect towards her ladyship, and be ever ready to perform those rites and ceremonies instituted by the Church of England. As a clergyman, moreover, I feel it my duty to promote and establish the blessing of peace in all families within my influence. On these grounds, I flatter myself that my present offer of goodwill is highly commendable, and that the circumstance of my being next in line for the Longbourn estate will be kindly overlooked on your side, and not lead you to reject the offered olive branch. I cannot help but be concerned at being the means of harming your amiable daughters, and beg leave to apologize for it, as well as to assure you of my readiness to make them every possible amends. But more on this later. If you should have no objection to receiving me into your house, I propose to give myself the satisfaction of visiting you and your family on Monday, November 18th, by 4 o'clock, and shall probably impose upon your hospitality until the Saturday week following. I can do this without any inconvenience, as Lady Catherine is far from objecting to my occasional absence on a Sunday, provided that some other clergyman is engaged to perform the day's duties. I remain, dear sir, with respectful compliments to your lady and daughters, your well-wisher and friend, William Collins. At 4 o'clock, therefore, we may expect this peacemaking gentleman, said Mr. Bennet, folding up the letter. He seems to be a most conscientious and polite young man, upon my word, and I have no doubt he will prove a valuable acquaintance, especially if Lady Catherine should be so indulgent as to let him visit us again. There is some sense in what he says about the girls, however, Mrs. Bennet conceded, and if he is inclined to make them any amends, I shall not be the one to discourage him. Though it is difficult, said Jane, to guess how he means to make the compensation he thinks we are due, the wish is certainly to his credit. Elizabeth was chiefly struck by his extraordinary deference to Lady Catherine, and his kind intention of christening, marrying, and burying his parishioners whenever required. He must be an odd character, I think, she said. I cannot figure him out. There is something very pompous in his style. And what can he mean by apologizing for being next in the entailment? We can't suppose he could prevent it if he wanted to. Can he be a sensible man, sir? No, my dear, I think not. I have high hopes of finding him quite the opposite. There is a mixture of subservience and self-importance in his letter which promises interesting times ahead. I am impatient to see him. In terms of writing style, said Mary, his letter does not seem flawed. The idea of the olive branch perhaps isn't entirely new, yet I think it is well expressed. To Catherine and Lydia, neither the letter nor its writer were in any way interesting. It was almost impossible that their cousin would arrive in a scarlet military coat, and it had been some weeks since they had found pleasure in the company of a man dressed in any other color. As for their mother, Mr. Collins's letter had lessened much of her ill will, and she was preparing to see him with a degree of composure that astonished her husband and daughters. Mr. Collins arrived punctually, and was received with great politeness by the whole family. Mr. Bennet indeed said little, but the ladies were ready enough to talk, and Mr. Collins seemed neither to need encouragement nor to be inclined towards silence himself. He was a tall, heavy-looking young man of 25. His demeanor was grave and stately, and his manners were very formal. He hadn't been seated long before he complimented Mrs. Bennet on having such a fine family of daughters. He said he had heard much of their beauty, but that in this instance rumor had fallen short of the truth. He added that he didn't doubt she would see them all well married in due time. This gallantry wasn't much to the taste of some of his listeners, but Mrs. Bennet, who never argued with compliments, answered readily, "You are very kind, sir, I am sure, and I wish, with all my heart, it may turn out so, for otherwise they will be quite poor. Things are settled so oddly." "You refer, perhaps, to the entailment of this estate?" "Ah, sir, I do indeed. It is a grievous affair for my poor girls, you must admit. Not that I mean to find fault with you, for such things, I know, are all chance in this world. There's no knowing how estates will be passed down once they are entailed. I am very aware, madam, of the hardship to my fair cousins, and could say much on the subject, but I am cautious of appearing too forward or hasty. But I can assure the young ladies that I come prepared to admire them. At present I will not say more, but perhaps when we are better acquainted." He was interrupted by the call to dinner, and the girls smiled at each other. They were not the only objects of Mr. Collins's admiration. The hall, the dining room, and all its furniture were examined and praised. His commendation of everything would have touched Mrs. Bennet's heart, if not for the mortifying thought that he was viewing it all as his own future property. The dinner, too, was highly admired. He asked to know which of his fair cousins deserved credit for the excellence of the cooking. But here he was corrected by Mrs. Bennet, who assured him, with some sharpness, that they were very well able to keep a good cook, and that her daughters had nothing to do in the kitchen. He begged pardon for having displeased her. In a softened tone she declared herself not at all offended, but he continued to apologize for about a quarter of an hour. Chapter 14. During dinner Mr. Bennet barely spoke, but when the servants had left, he thought it was time to have some conversation with his guest. He started a subject where he expected Mr. Collins to shine, remarking that he seemed very fortunate in his patroness. Lady Catherine de Bourgh's attention to his wishes and consideration for his comfort appeared quite remarkable. Mr. Bennet couldn't have chosen a better topic. Mr. Collins became eloquent in her praise. The subject elevated him to an unusual level of solemnity. With a very important expression, he declared that he had never in his life witnessed such behavior in a person of rank, such friendliness and condescension, as he had himself experienced from Lady Catherine. She had graciously approved of both the sermons he had already had the honor of preaching before her. She had also invited him twice to dine at Rosings, her estate, and had sent for him just the Saturday before to make up the numbers for her evening card game. Lady Catherine was considered proud by many people, he knew, but he had never seen anything but approachability in her. She had always spoken to him as she would to any other gentleman. She made no objection to his socializing with the neighbors, nor to his leaving his parish occasionally for a week or two to visit his relatives. She had even condescended to advise him to marry as soon as he could, provided he chose wisely. She had once paid him a visit at his humble parsonage, where she had perfectly approved all the alterations he had been making, and had even offered some suggestions herself, some shelves in the upstairs closets. "That is all very proper and civil, I am sure," said Mrs. Bennet, "and I dare say she is a very agreeable woman. It's a pity that great ladies in general aren't more like her. Does she live near you, sir?" "The garden in which my humble home stands is separated only by a lane from Rosings Park, her ladyship's residence." "I think you said she was a widow, sir. Does she have any family?" "She has only one daughter, the heiress of Rosings and of very extensive property." "Ah!" cried Mrs. Bennet, shaking her head. "Then she is better off than many girls. And what sort of young lady is she? Is she handsome?" "She is a most charming young lady indeed. Lady Catherine herself says that, in terms of true beauty, Miss de Bourgh is far superior to the handsomest women of her sex, because there is something in her features that marks her distinguished birth. She is unfortunately of a delicate constitution, which has prevented her from making the progress in many accomplishments that she otherwise would have achieved, as I am informed by the lady who supervised her education and still lives with them. But she is perfectly amiable, and often condescends to drive by my humble home in her little pony-drawn carriage. Has she been presented at court? I don't remember her name among the ladies listed. Her poor state of health unfortunately prevents her being in London. And because of that, as I told Lady Catherine myself one day, the British court has been deprived of its brightest ornament. Her ladyship seemed pleased with the idea. You may imagine that I am happy on every occasion to offer those little, delicate compliments which are always acceptable to ladies. I have more than once remarked to Lady Catherine that her charming daughter seemed born to be a duchess, and that the most elevated rank, instead of giving her importance, would be adorned by her. These are the kind of little things which please her ladyship, and it is a sort of attention which I feel particularly bound to pay. You judge very properly, said Mr. Bennet, and it is fortunate for you that you possess the talent of flattering with delicacy. May I ask whether these pleasing attentions come from the impulse of the moment, or are the result of previous study? They arise chiefly from what is happening at the time. Although I sometimes amuse myself with thinking up and arranging such little elegant compliments as may be suitable for ordinary occasions, I always wish to give them as natural an air as possible. Mr. Bennet's expectations were fully met. His cousin was as absurd as he had hoped. He listened to him with the keenest enjoyment, maintaining a perfectly composed face the entire time, and, except for an occasional glance at Elizabeth, needed no one to share his amusement. By tea-time, however, he had had enough. Mr. Bennet was glad to take his guest back into the drawing-room, and after tea glad to invite him to read aloud to the ladies. Mr. Collins readily agreed, and a book was brought out. But upon seeing it, everything about it announced it was from a circulating library, he recoiled and, begging pardon, protested that he never read novels. Kitty stared at him, and Lydia exclaimed in surprise. Other books were produced, and after some deliberation, he chose Fordyce's Sermons. Lydia gaped as he opened the volume. Before he had read 3 pages, with very monotonous solemnity, she interrupted him. Do you know, Mamma, that my Uncle Phillips is talking about firing Richard? And if he does, Colonel Forster will hire him. My aunt told me so herself on Saturday. I shall walk to Meryton tomorrow to hear more about it, and to ask when Mr. Denny comes back from town. Lydia was told by her 2 eldest sisters to be quiet. But Mr. Collins, much offended, laid aside his book and said, I have often observed how little young ladies are interested by books of a serious nature, even though written solely for their benefit. It amazes me, I confess, for certainly there can be nothing so advantageous to them as instruction. But I will no longer impose upon my young cousin. Then, turning to Mr. Bennet, he offered himself as his opponent at backgammon. Mr. Bennet accepted the challenge, observing that Mr. Collins acted very wisely in leaving the girls to their own trivial amusements. Mrs. Bennet and her daughters apologized very politely for Lydia's interruption, and promised it wouldn't happen again if he would resume his book. But Mr. Collins, after assuring them that he bore his young cousin no ill will and would never resent her behavior as an insult, seated himself at another table with Mr. Bennet and prepared for backgammon. Chapter 15. Mr. Collins was not a sensible man, and his natural shortcomings hadn't been much improved by education or social experience. The majority of his life had been spent under the guidance of an uneducated and stingy father. Although he had attended one of the universities, he had merely fulfilled the minimum requirements without forming any useful connections there. The subservience his father had instilled in him had originally given him a very humble manner. But this was now significantly counteracted by the self-importance of a weak mind living in seclusion, combined with the consequential feelings resulting from early and unexpected success. A fortunate chance had recommended him to Lady Catherine de Bourgh when the position at Hunsford Church became vacant. The respect he felt for her high rank, and his reverence for her as his patroness, mixed with a very high opinion of himself, his authority as a clergyman, and his rights as a rector, made him altogether a strange blend of pride and obsequiousness, self-importance and humility. Now having a good house and a very adequate income, he intended to marry. In seeking reconciliation with the Longbourn family, he had a wife in mind, planning to choose one of the daughters if he found them as handsome and amiable as common report suggested. This was his plan of making amends, of atonement, for inheriting their father's estate. He thought it an excellent plan, full of suitability and appropriateness, and excessively generous and selfless on his own part. His plan didn't change upon seeing them. Miss Bennet's lovely face confirmed his intentions and reinforced all his strictest ideas about respecting seniority. For the first evening, Jane was his definite choice. The next morning, however, brought a change. A 15-minute private conversation with Mrs. Bennet before breakfast, starting with his parsonage house and naturally leading to him, revealing his hopes that a mistress for it might be found at Longbourn, elicited from her, amidst very pleased smiles and general encouragement, a caution against the very Jane he had settled on. As for her younger daughters, Mrs. Bennet couldn't say for sure, couldn't positively answer, but she didn't know of any existing attachments. Her eldest daughter, she felt obliged to mention, felt it her duty to hint, was likely to be engaged very soon. Mr. Collins only had to switch his attention from Jane to Elizabeth, and it was quickly done while Mrs. Bennet was poking the fire. Elizabeth, being next to Jane in both age and beauty, naturally succeeded her. Mrs. Bennet treasured this hint and hoped she might soon have 2 daughters married. The man she couldn't bear to speak of the day before was now high in her good graces. Lydia's intention of walking to Meryton was not forgotten. Every sister except Mary agreed to go with her. Mr. Collins was to accompany them, at the request of Mr. Bennet, who was most anxious to get rid of him and have his library to himself. Mr. Collins had followed him there after breakfast, and would have continued, pretending to be engaged with one of the largest books in the collection, but actually talking non-stop to Mr. Bennet about his house and garden at Hunsford. Such behavior greatly disturbed Mr. Bennet. In his library he had always been assured of peace and quiet. Although prepared, as he told Elizabeth, to encounter foolishness and conceit in every other room of the house, he was used to being free from them there. His politeness, therefore, was most prompt in inviting Mr. Collins to join his daughters on their walk. Mr. Collins, being in fact much better suited for walking than reading, was extremely pleased to close the large book and go. Their time passed with pompous nonsense from his side and polite agreement from his cousins, until they entered Meryton. The attention of the younger girls could then no longer be held by him. Their eyes immediately started wandering up the street in search of officers. Nothing less than a very stylish bonnet or a truly new fabric in a shop window could recall their attention. But the attention of every lady was soon caught by a young man they had never seen before, with a most gentlemanly appearance, walking with an officer on the other side of the street. The officer was the very Mr. Denny whose return from London Lydia had come to inquire about, and he bowed as they passed. All were struck by the stranger's air, all wondered who he could be. Kitty and Lydia, determined to find out if possible, led the way across the street, pretending they needed something in an opposite shop. Fortunately, they had just reached the pavement when the 2 gentlemen, turning back, arrived at the same spot. Mr. Denny addressed them directly and requested permission to introduce his friend, Mr. Wickham, who had returned with him from London the day before and, he was happy to say, had accepted a commission in their regiment. This was exactly as it should be, for the young man needed only a uniform to make him completely charming. His appearance was greatly in his favor. He had all the best elements of good looks, a fine face, a good figure, and a very pleasing manner. The introduction was followed on his side by a happy readiness for conversation, a readiness that was at the same time perfectly proper and unassuming. The whole group was still standing and talking together very agreeably when the sound of horses drew their attention, and Darcy and Bingley were seen riding down the street. Recognizing the ladies in the group, the 2 gentlemen came directly towards them and began the usual pleasantries. Bingley did most of the talking, and Miss Bennet was the main object of his attention. He was then, he said, on his way to Longbourn specifically to ask after her health. Mr. Darcy confirmed this with a bow and was just starting to resolve not to fix his eyes on Elizabeth when they were suddenly caught by the sight of the stranger. Elizabeth, happening to see the expressions on both their faces as they looked at each other, was utterly astonished at the effect of the meeting. Both men changed color. One looked pale, the other flushed red. Mr. Wickham, after a few moments, touched his hat in greeting, a salutation which Mr. Darcy barely acknowledged with a slight nod. What could it mean? It was impossible to imagine. It was impossible not to long to know. In another minute, Mr. Bingley, seemingly unaware of what had just happened, said his goodbyes and rode on with his friend. Mr. Denny and Mr. Wickham walked with the young ladies to the door of Mr. Phillips's house, and then bowed their farewells, despite Miss Lydia's pressing pleas for them to come in, and even despite Mrs. Phillips opening the parlor window and loudly seconding the invitation. Mrs. Phillips was always glad to see her nieces, and the two eldest, having been away recently, were particularly welcome. She was eagerly expressing her surprise at their sudden return home, which, since their own carriage hadn't fetched them, she wouldn't have known about if she hadn't happened to see Mr. Jones's shop boy in the street, who told her they weren't to send any more medicine to Netherfield because the Miss Bennets had left, when her politeness was required towards Mr. Collins, introduced by Jane. She received him with her very best manners, which he returned with even more formality, apologizing for his intrusion without any previous acquaintance with her. He flattered himself, however, that this might be justified by his relationship to the young ladies who introduced him. Mrs. Phillips was quite awed by such an excess of good breeding, but her focus on one stranger was soon ended by exclamations and inquiries about the other. Of Mr. Wickham, however, she could only tell her nieces what they already knew, that Mr. Denny had brought him from London, and that he was to receive a lieutenant's commission in the Shire regiment. She had been watching him for the last hour, she said, as he walked up and down the street. Had Mr. Wickham appeared again, Kitty and Lydia would certainly have continued watching, but unluckily, no one passed the windows now except a few of the officers, who, compared to the stranger, had become stupid, disagreeable fellows. Some of them were to dine with the Phillipses the next day, and their aunt promised to make her husband call on Mr. Wickham and give him an invitation too if the family from Longbourn would come in the evening. This was agreed to. Mrs. Phillips promised they would have a nice, comfortable, noisy game of lottery tickets and a little bit of hot supper afterwards. The prospect of such delights was very cheering, and they parted in mutual good spirits. Mr. Collins repeated his apologies upon leaving the room and was assured, with tireless politeness, that they were perfectly unnecessary. As they walked home, Elizabeth related to Jane what she had observed pass between the two gentlemen, Wickham and Darcy. Although Jane would have defended either or both if they seemed wrong, she could no more explain such behavior than her sister could. Upon his return, Mr. Collins highly pleased Mrs. Bennet by admiring Mrs. Phillips's manners and politeness. He declared that, except for Lady Catherine and her daughter, he had never seen a more elegant woman. She had not only received him with the utmost civility, but had even pointedly included him in her invitation for the next evening, although he was utterly unknown to her before. Something, he supposed, might be due to his connection with them, but still, he had never met with so much attention in the whole course of his life. Chapter 16. As no one objected to the young people's plans with their aunt, and all of Mr. Collins's concerns about leaving Mr. and Mrs. Bennet alone for a single evening during his visit were firmly overruled, the coach took him and his 5 cousins to Meryton at a suitable hour. As they entered the drawing-room, the girls had the pleasure of hearing that Mr. Wickham had accepted their uncle's invitation and was already in the house. Once this information was shared, and they had all taken their seats, Mr. Collins had leisure to look around and admire the room. He was so struck by its size and furnishings that he declared he might almost have thought himself in the small summer breakfast parlor at Rosings. This comparison didn't initially bring much pleasure, but when Mrs. Phillips understood from him what Rosings was, and who owned it, when she heard the description of just one of Lady Catherine's drawing-rooms and found that the fireplace mantel alone had cost £800, she fully appreciated the compliment, and would hardly have resented a comparison even with the housekeeper's room. He was happily occupied describing to her all the grandeur of Lady Catherine and her mansion, with occasional detours to praise his own humble home and the improvements it was undergoing, until the gentlemen joined them. He found Mrs. Phillips a very attentive listener, whose opinion of his importance increased with everything she heard. She resolved to relay it all to her neighbors as soon as she could. For the girls, who couldn't listen to their cousin, and had nothing to do but wish for a piano, and examine the rather plain ceramic imitations on the mantelpiece, the waiting seemed very long. It finally ended, however. The gentlemen approached, and when Mr. Wickham walked into the room, Elizabeth felt that she hadn't been exaggerating his appeal either when seeing him before or thinking of him since. The officers of the Panker regiment were generally a very respectable, gentlemanly group, and the best of them were present tonight. But Mr. Wickham was as far superior to them all in looks, expression, bearing, and walk, as they were superior to the broad-faced, stuffy Uncle Phillips, smelling strongly of port wine, who followed them into the room. Mr. Wickham was the fortunate man towards whom almost every female eye turned, and Elizabeth was the fortunate woman by whom he finally seated himself. The agreeable way he immediately started a conversation, even though it was only about the wet weather and the probability of a rainy season, made her feel that even the most common, dull, worn-out topic could be made interesting by a skilled speaker. With rivals like Mr. Wickham and the other officers vying for the attention of the ladies, Mr. Collins seemed to fade into insignificance. To the young ladies he was certainly nothing special, but he still found an occasional kind listener in Mrs. Phillips and was, thanks to her attentiveness, abundantly supplied with coffee and muffins. When the card tables were set up, he had an opportunity to return her kindness by sitting down to play whist. "I know little of the game at present," he said, "but I shall be glad to improve myself, for in my situation of life." Mrs. Phillips was very thankful for his agreement, but didn't wait to hear his reason. Mr. Wickham didn't play whist, and he was received with ready delight at the other table between Elizabeth and Lydia. At first there seemed a danger of Lydia completely monopolizing him, for she was a very determined talker. But being also extremely fond of lottery tickets, she soon became too engrossed in the game, too eager making bets and exclaiming over prizes, to pay attention to anyone in particular. Allowing for the usual demands of the game, Mr. Wickham was therefore free to talk to Elizabeth, and she was very willing to listen. However, what she most wished to hear, the history of his acquaintance with Mr. Darcy, she couldn't hope he would tell. She didn't even dare mention Darcy's name. Her curiosity, however, was unexpectedly satisfied. Mr. Wickham brought up the subject himself. He inquired how far Netherfield was from Meryton. After receiving her answer, he asked hesitantly how long Mr. Darcy had been staying there. "About a month," said Elizabeth. Then, unwilling to let the subject drop, she added, "He is a man of very large property in Derbyshire, I understand." "Yes," replied Wickham, "his estate there is a noble one. A clear £10,000 per year. You couldn't have met a person more capable of giving you accurate information on that subject than myself, for I have been connected with his family, in a particular way, since my childhood." Elizabeth couldn't help but look surprised. "You may well be surprised, Miss Bennet, at such a statement, after seeing, as you probably did, the very cold manner of our meeting yesterday. Are you well acquainted with Mr. Darcy?" "As much as I ever wished to be," cried Elizabeth warmly. "I have spent 4 days in the same house with him, and I find him very disagreeable." "I have no right to give my opinion," said Wickham, "as to whether he is agreeable or not. I am not qualified to form one. I have known him too long and too well to be a fair judge. It is impossible for me to be impartial, but I believe your opinion of him would generally surprise people, and perhaps you wouldn't express it quite so strongly anywhere else. Here, you are among your own family. Upon my word, I say no more here than I might say in any house in the neighborhood, except Netherfield. He is not at all liked in Hertfordshire. Everyone is disgusted with his pride. You won't find anyone speak more favorably of him." "I cannot pretend to be sorry," said Wickham after a short pause, "that he or any man should not be valued beyond what they deserve. But with him I believe it doesn't often happen. The world is blinded by his fortune and consequence, or frightened by his proud and imposing manners, and sees him only as he chooses to be seen. I should take him, even from my brief acquaintance, to be an ill-tempered man." Wickham only shook his head. "I wonder," he said at the next opportunity to speak, "whether he is likely to be in this county much longer." "I don't know at all, but I heard nothing about him leaving when I was at Netherfield. I hope your plans regarding the Shire regiment won't be affected by his being in the neighborhood." "Oh, no, it is not for me to be driven away by Mr. Darcy. If he wishes to avoid seeing me, he must go. We are not on friendly terms, and it always gives me pain to meet him, but I have no reason for avoiding him other than what I could declare to the whole world, a sense of very great mistreatment, and most painful regrets at his being what he is. His father, Miss Bennet, the late Mr. Darcy, was one of the best men that ever lived, and the truest friend I ever had. I can never be in company with this Mr. Darcy without being deeply grieved by 1,000 tender memories. His behavior towards me has been scandalous, but I truly believe I could forgive him anything and everything, rather than his disappointing the hopes and disgracing the memory of his father." Elizabeth found the subject increasingly interesting and listened with all her attention, but the delicate nature of it prevented further questions. Mr. Wickham began to speak on more general topics. Meryton, the neighborhood, the society, appearing highly pleased with everything he had seen so far, and speaking of the local society, especially, with gentle but very clear compliments. "It was the prospect of constant society, and good society," he added, "which was my chief reason for joining the Shire regiment. I know it to be a most respectable, agreeable corps. My friend Denny tempted me further with his account of their current quarters, and the very great attention and excellent acquaintances Meryton had provided them. Society, I admit, is necessary for me. I have been a disappointed man, and my spirits cannot bear solitude. I must have occupation and society. A military life is not what I was originally intended for, but circumstances have now made it a suitable choice. The church ought to have been my profession. I was brought up for the church, and I should at this time have been in possession of a most valuable church living, had the gentleman we were speaking of just now allowed it. Indeed, yes, the late Mr. Darcy left me the next appointment to the best living in his gift and his will. He was my godfather, and excessively fond of me. I cannot do justice to his kindness. He meant to provide for me generously, and thought he had done so, but when the position became available, it was given to someone else. Good heavens, cried Elizabeth. But how could that be? How could his will be disregarded? Why didn't you seek legal action? There was just enough ambiguity in the wording of the bequest to give me no hope through the law. A man of honor could not have doubted the intention, but Mr. Darcy chose to doubt it, or to treat it as merely a conditional recommendation, and to claim that I had forfeited all right to it through extravagance, imprudence, in short, anything or nothing. What is certain is that the living became vacant 2 years ago, exactly when I was old enough to hold it, and that it was given to another man. And no less certain is it that I cannot accuse myself of having really done anything to deserve losing it. I have a passionate, unguarded temper, and I may perhaps have sometimes spoken my opinion of him and to him too freely. I can recall nothing worse. But the fact is, we are very different sorts of men, and he hates me. This is quite shocking. He deserves to be publicly disgraced. Sometime or other he will be, but it shall not be by me. Until I can forget his father, I can never defy or expose him. Elizabeth admired him for such feelings, and thought him handsomer than ever as he expressed them. But what, she said after a pause, could have been his motive? What could have induced him to behave so cruelly? A thorough, determined dislike of me, a dislike which I cannot help but attribute partly to jealousy. Had the late Mr. Darcy liked me less, his son might have tolerated me better. But his father's uncommon attachment to me irritated him, I believe, very early in life. He did not have the temperament to bear the sort of competition we were in, the sort of preference which was often given to me. I hadn't thought Mr. Darcy was this bad, though I have never liked him. I hadn't thought so very ill of him. I had supposed him to be dismissive of his fellow humans in general, but I didn't suspect him of stooping to such malicious revenge, such injustice, such inhumanity as this. After a few minutes' reflection, however, she continued, I do remember him boasting one day at Netherfield about the implacability of his resentments, about having an unforgiving temper. His disposition must be dreadful. I will not trust myself on the subject, replied Wickham. I can hardly be fair to him. Elizabeth was again deep in thought, and after a time exclaimed, To treat in such a manner the godson, the friend, the favorite of his father. She could have added, a young man too, like you, whose very face vouches for your amiability. But she contented herself with, and one too, who had probably been his own companion from childhood, connected together, as I think you said, in the closest manner. We were born in the same parish, within the same park. The greatest part of our youth was spent together, living in the same house, sharing the same amusements, objects of the same parental care. My father began his career in the profession which your uncle, Mr. Phillips, seems to do so much credit to, but he gave up everything to be useful to the late Mr. Darcy, and devoted all his time to managing the Pemberley property. He was most highly esteemed by Mr. Darcy, a most intimate, confidential friend. Mr. Darcy often acknowledged himself to be under the greatest obligations to my father's active management. And when, immediately before my father's death, Mr. Darcy gave him a voluntary promise of providing for me, I am convinced that he felt it to be as much a debt of gratitude to my father as of affection to myself. How strange, cried Elizabeth, how abominable. I wonder that the very pride of this Mr. Darcy hasn't made him be just to you. If for no better motive, that he shouldn't have been too proud to be dishonest, for dishonesty I must call it. It is wonderful, replied Wickham, for almost all his actions can be traced to pride, and pride has often been his best friend. It has connected him more closely with virtue than any other feeling. But none of us are consistent, and in his behavior towards me there were stronger impulses, even than pride. Can such abominable pride as his have ever done him good? Yes, it has often led him to be liberal and generous, to give his money freely, display hospitality, assist his tenants, and relieve the poor. Family pride, and pride in his father, for he is very proud of what his father was, have done this. Not appearing to disgrace his family, To fall short of the popular qualities or lose the influence of the Pemberley estate is a powerful motive. He also has brotherly pride, which, combined with some brotherly affection, makes him a very kind and careful guardian of his sister. You will generally hear him praised as the most attentive and best of brothers. What sort of girl is Miss Darcy? He shook his head. I wish I could call her amiable. It pains me to speak ill of a Darcy, but she is too much like her brother. Very, very proud. As a child, she was affectionate and pleasing, and extremely fond of me. I devoted hours and hours to her amusement. But she is nothing to me now. She is a handsome girl, about 15 or 16, and I understand, highly accomplished. Since her father's death, her home has been London, where a lady lives with her and oversees her education. After many pauses and attempts at other subjects, Elizabeth couldn't help returning once more to the first topic, saying, I am astonished at his intimacy with Mr. Bingley. How can Mr. Bingley, who seems like good humor itself, and is, I truly believe, genuinely amiable, be friends with such a man? How can they possibly suit each other? Do you know Mr. Bingley? Not at all. He is a sweet-tempered, amiable, charming man. He cannot know what Mr. Darcy is really like. Probably not. But Mr. Darcy can be pleasing when he chooses. He doesn't lack abilities. He can be a conversational companion if he thinks it's worth his while. Among those who are at all his equals in social standing, he is a very different man from what he is to those less prosperous. His pride never leaves him, but with the rich he is liberal-minded, just, sincere, rational, honorable, and perhaps agreeable, allowing something for fortune and appearance. The whist party soon broke up, and the players gathered around the other table. Mr. Collins took his place between his cousin Elizabeth and Mrs. Phillips. The usual inquiries about his success were made by Mrs. Phillips. It hadn't been very great. He had lost every point. But when Mrs. Phillips began to express her concern, he assured her, with much earnest gravity, that it was not of the least importance, that he considered the money a mere trifle, and begged her not to worry herself. I know very well, madam, said he, that when people sit down to a card table, they must take their chances with these things, and happily, I am not in such circumstances as to make 5 shillings a significant amount. There are, undoubtedly, many who could not say the same, but thanks to Lady Catherine de Bourgh, I am far removed from the necessity of worrying about little matters. Mr. Wickham's attention was caught. After observing Mr. Collins for a few moments, he asked Elizabeth in a low voice whether her relatives were very intimately acquainted with the de Bourgh family. Lady Catherine de Bourgh, she replied, has very recently given him a church living. I hardly know how Mr. Collins was first introduced to her notice, but he certainly hasn't known her long. You know, of course, that Lady Catherine de Bourgh and Lady Anne Darcy, Mr. Darcy's mother, were sisters. Consequently, Lady Catherine is aunt to the present Mr. Darcy. No, indeed I didn't. I knew nothing at all about Lady Catherine's connections. I never heard of her existence until the day before yesterday. Her daughter, Miss de Bourgh, will inherit a very large fortune, and it is believed that she and her cousin, Mr. Darcy, will eventually unite the 2 estates through marriage. This information made Elizabeth smile, as she thought of poor Miss Bingley. Vain indeed must be all her attentions, vain and useless her affection for his sister, and her praise of him, if he were already destined for another. Mr. Collins, she said, speaks highly of both Lady Catherine and her daughter, but from some details he has related about her ladyship, I suspect his gratitude misleads him, and that, despite her being his patroness, she is an arrogant, conceited woman. I believe her to be both, to a great degree, replied Wickham. I haven't seen her for many years, but I remember very well that I never liked her, and that her manners were dictatorial and insolent. She has the reputation of being remarkably sensible and clever, but I rather believe she derives part of her perceived abilities from her rank and fortune, part from her authoritative manner, and the rest from the pride of her nephew, who prefers that everyone connected with him should have a first-class intellect. Elizabeth allowed that he had given a very rational explanation of it, and they continued talking together with mutual satisfaction until supper put an end to the card games and gave the rest of the ladies their share of Mr. Wickham's attentions. There could be no real conversation amidst the noise of Mrs. Phillips's supper party, but his manners recommended him to everybody. Whatever he said was said well, and whatever he did was done gracefully. Elizabeth went away with her head full of him. She could think of nothing but Mr. Wickham, and what he had told her, all the way home. But there wasn't time for her even to mention his name as they traveled. because neither Lydia nor Mr. Collins were silent for a moment. Lydia talked incessantly of lottery tickets, of the games she had lost, and the prizes she had won. Mr. Collins, describing the civility of Mr. and Mrs. Phillips, protesting that he didn't mind his losses at whist in the least, listing all the dishes at supper, and repeatedly worrying that he was crowding his cousins, had more to say than he could properly manage before the carriage stopped at Longbourn House. Chapter 17. The next day, Elizabeth told Jane what had passed between Mr. Wickham and herself. Jane listened with astonishment and concern. She didn't know how to believe that Mr. Darcy could be so unworthy of Mr. Bingley's friendship. Yet it wasn't in her nature to doubt the truthfulness of a young man with such an amiable appearance as Wickham. The possibility that he had really suffered such unkindness was enough to engage all her tender feelings. Therefore, nothing remained but to think well of them both, defend the conduct of each, and attribute whatever couldn't be otherwise explained to accident or misunderstanding. "They have both," she said, "been deceived, I dare say, in some way or other, which we can't possibly imagine. Perhaps interested people have misrepresented each to the other. It is, in short, impossible for us to guess the causes or circumstances which may have driven them apart without assigning actual blame to either side." "Very true indeed. And now, my dear Jane, what have you got to say in defense of the interested people who have probably been involved in this? Do clear them too, or we shall be forced to think badly of somebody. Laugh as much as you choose, but you won't laugh me out of my opinion. My dearest Lizzie, just consider what a disgraceful light it places Mr. Darcy in, treating his father's favorite in such a manner, someone his father had promised to provide for. It's impossible. No man of common humanity, no man who had any value for his reputation, could be capable of it. Can his most intimate friends be so completely deceived in him? Oh, no! I can much more easily believe Mr. Bingley is being misled than that Mr. Wickham would invent such a detailed story about himself as he gave me last night. Names, facts, everything mentioned without hesitation. If it isn't true, let Mr. Darcy contradict it. Besides, there was truth in his expression. It is difficult indeed. It is distressing. One doesn't know what to think. I beg your pardon. One knows exactly what to think. But Jane could only think with certainty on one point, that Mr. Bingley, if he had been deceived, would have much to suffer when the truth became public. The two young ladies were called away from the shrubbery, where this conversation took place, by the arrival of some of the very people they had been discussing. Mr. Bingley and his sisters came to personally deliver their invitation for the long-awaited ball at Netherfield, which was set for the following Tuesday. The two Bingley ladies were delighted to see their dear friend Jane again, called it in age since they had last met, and repeatedly asked what she had been doing since their separation. They paid little attention to the rest of the family, avoiding Mrs. Bennet as much as possible, saying little to Elizabeth and nothing at all to the others. They were soon gone again, rising from their seats with an abruptness that surprised their brother, and hurrying off as if eager to escape Mrs. Bennet's formalities. The prospect of the Netherfield ball was extremely agreeable to every female in the Bennet family. Mrs. Bennet chose to consider it as given in compliment to her eldest daughter, and was particularly flattered by receiving the invitation from Mr. Bingley himself, instead of a formal card. Jane pictured a happy evening in the company of her two friends in receiving the attentions of their brother. Elizabeth thought with pleasure of dancing a great deal with Mr. Wickham, and of seeing confirmation of everything he'd said in Mr. Darcy's look and behavior. The happiness anticipated by Catherine and Lydia depended less on any single event or person, although they each, like Elizabeth, intended to dance half the evening with Mr. Wickham. He was by no means the only partner who could satisfy them, and a ball was, after all, a ball. Even Mary assured her family that she had no objection to going. "As long as I can have my mornings to myself," she said, "it is enough. I think it is no sacrifice to join occasionally in evening activities. Society has claims on us all, and I consider myself one of those who believe intervals of recreation and amusement are desirable for everybody." Elizabeth's spirits were so high on this occasion that, although she didn't often speak unnecessarily to Mr. Collins, she couldn't help asking him whether he intended to accept Mr. Bingley's invitation, and if he did, whether he would think it proper to join in the evening's dancing. She was rather surprised to find that he entertained no reservations whatsoever on that subject, and was very far from fearing criticism, either from the Archbishop or Lady Catherine de Bourgh, for venturing to dance. "I am by no means of the opinion, I assure you," he said, "that a ball of this kind, given by a young man of good character to respectable people, can have any negative influence. I am so far from objecting to dancing myself that I shall hope to be honored with the hands of all my fair cousins during the course of the evening, and I take this opportunity to request yours, Miss Elizabeth, for the first 2 dances especially, a preference which I trust my cousin Jane will attribute to the right cause, and not to any disrespect for her. Elizabeth felt completely trapped. She had fully intended to be engaged by Wickham for those very dances, and to have Mr. Collins instead. Her liveliness had never been worse timed. There was no help for it, however. Mr. Wickham's happiness and her own were necessarily delayed a little longer, and Mr. Collins's proposal was accepted with as much grace as she could manage. She was not any more pleased with his gallantry because of the implication it suggested of something more. It now first struck her that she was being singled out from among her sisters as worthy of being the mistress of Hunsford parsonage, and of helping to make up a card table at Rosings in the absence of more suitable visitors. The idea soon grew into conviction as she observed his increasing politeness towards her, and heard his frequent attempts at complimenting her wit and liveliness. Though she was more astonished than flattered by this effect of her charms, it wasn't long before her mother let her know that the probability of their marriage was exceedingly agreeable to her. Elizabeth, however, chose not to take the hint, well aware that a serious argument would be the consequence of any reply. Mr. Collins might never actually propose, and until he did, it was useless to quarrel about him. If there hadn't been a Netherfield ball to prepare for and talk about, the younger Miss Bennets would have been in a pitiable state during this time. From the day of the invitation to the day of the ball, there was such continuous rain that it prevented them from walking to Meryton even once. No aunt, no officers, no news could be sought after. Even the shoe decorations for Netherfield had to be obtained by someone else. Even Elizabeth might have found her patience tested by weather, which completely halted the progress of her acquaintance with Mr. Wickham. Nothing less than the promise of a dance on Tuesday could have made such a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday bearable for Kitty and Lydia. Chapter 18. Elizabeth walked into the drawing-room at Netherfield, scanning the crowd of officers in their red coats for Mr. Wickham. Until that moment, it hadn't even crossed her mind that he might not be there. She'd taken extra care, getting ready, feeling optimistic and ready to charm whatever part of his heart wasn't already hers. She figured one evening should be enough. But instantly, a dreadful suspicion surfaced. Had the Bingleys deliberately left him out of the invitation to please Mr. Darcy? Though that wasn't exactly right. His friend Mr. Denny confirmed Wickham's absence. Lydia had eagerly cornered Denny, who explained that Wickham had been unexpectedly called to town on business the day before and hadn't returned yet. He added, with a knowing smile, "I doubt his business would have pulled him away right now if he hadn't wanted to avoid a certain gentleman here." Lydia didn't catch this last part, but Elizabeth did. It confirmed her suspicion that Darcy was responsible for Wickham's absence, just as much as if her initial guess had been correct. Her simmering resentment towards Darcy flared up with fresh disappointment. When Darcy approached her moments later to make polite conversation, she could barely manage a civil reply. Being polite to Darcy, tolerating him, even showing him basic patience, felt like a betrayal of Wickham. She resolved not to engage in any real conversation with him and turned away, her bad mood lingering even as she spoke to Mr. Bingley, whose obvious fondness for Darcy only irritated her further. But Elizabeth wasn't naturally prone to staying grumpy. Even though her own hopes for the evening were dashed, her spirits couldn't stay low for long. After venting her frustrations to Charlotte Lucas, whom she hadn't seen in a week, she soon found herself able to focus on the amusing quirks of her cousin, Mr. Collins, pointing him out to Charlotte. However, the first 2 dances brought back her distress. They were truly mortifying. Mr. Collins, clumsy and overly serious, spent more time apologizing than paying attention, frequently stepping incorrectly without realizing it. Dancing with him was pure embarrassment and misery. The moment she was finally free from him felt like pure bliss. Her next partner was an officer, which was a relief. They talked about Wickham, and she enjoyed hearing how universally liked he was. When those dances ended, she rejoined Charlotte Lucas. They were talking when Mr. Darcy suddenly approached and asked her to dance. He caught her so completely off guard that she accepted without thinking. He walked away immediately, leaving her to mentally kick herself for her lack of composure. Charlotte tried to console her. "I bet you'll find him quite pleasant." "Heaven forbid!" Elizabeth exclaimed. "That would be the worst possible outcome. To actually like a man I'm determined to hate? Don't wish such a terrible thing on me." When the music started again and Darcy came to claim her hand, Charlotte whispered a warning. "Don't be foolish. Don't let your feelings for Wickham make you act unpleasant towards a man who is 10 times more important." Elizabeth didn't answer, taking her place in the dance formation. She was amazed at the unexpected status she'd achieved, standing opposite Mr. Darcy, and she could read the same surprise on the faces of those watching nearby. They stood in silence for some time. She started to think they might go through both dances without speaking, and at first she decided she wouldn't be the one to break the silence. But then, thinking it would be a greater punishment for him to force him into conversation, she made a casual remark about the dance. He replied briefly and fell silent again. After a few minutes' pause, she spoke again. "It's your turn to say something now, Mr. Darcy. I commented on the dance. You should probably make a remark about the size of the room or the number of couples." He smiled and assured her he would say whatever she wished. "All right, that response works for now. Maybe later I'll observe that private parties are much nicer than public ones. But for now, we can be quiet." "So you have rules for conversation while dancing?" "Sometimes. One has to talk a little, you know. It would seem strange to be completely silent for half an hour. And yet, for the benefit of some people, conversation should be arranged so they have to say as little as possible. Are you talking about your own preferences right now, or do you think you're accommodating mine?" "Both," Elizabeth replied playfully. "I've always noticed a strong similarity in how our minds work. We both have rather antisocial, quiet personalities, unwilling to speak unless we think we can say something that will astound the entire room and be remembered forever like a famous quote." "I'm quite sure that doesn't describe your character at all," he said. "How closely it matches mine, I can't really say. But you seem convinced it's an accurate portrait. I shouldn't judge my own artistic skills." He didn't answer, and they were silent again until they had moved down the line of dancers. Then he asked if she and her sisters often walked to the nearby town of Meryton. She confirmed they did, and, unable to resist, added, "When you ran into us there the other day, we had just made a new acquaintance." The effect was instant. A shadow of haughtiness crossed his face, but he said nothing. Elizabeth mentally scolded herself for her impulsive remark, but couldn't continue the topic. Finally, Darcy spoke, his voice tight. "Mr. Wickham is blessed with charming manners that certainly help him make friends easily. Whether he's equally capable of keeping them is less certain." "He has been unfortunate enough to lose your friendship," Elizabeth replied pointedly, "and in a way that will likely cause him pain for the rest of his life." Darcy didn't reply and seemed eager to change the subject. Just then, Sir William Lucas approached them, intending to cross the dance floor. Seeing Mr. Darcy, however, he stopped with an overly elaborate bow, complimenting him on his dancing and his partner. "I have been truly delighted, my dear sir. Such superior dancing is rarely seen. It's clear you belong to the highest social circles. Allow me to add, though, that your lovely partner does you credit, and I must hope to have this pleasure repeated often, especially when a certain happy event," he glanced meaningfully at Jane and Bingley dancing nearby, "takes place, my dear Miss Eliza. Think of the congratulations that will pour in. I ask Mr. Darcy, but I mustn't keep you, sir. You won't thank me for delaying you from the enchanting conversation of this young lady, whose bright eyes are also scolding me." Darcy barely seemed to hear the last part of this speech. Sir William's mention of his friend, however, seemed to strike him, his eyes fixed seriously on Bingley and Jane dancing together. Recovering quickly, he turned back to Elizabeth and said, "Sir William's interruption made me forget what we were talking about. I don't think we were talking at all." Sir William couldn't have interrupted two people in the room with less to say for themselves. "We've tried 2 or 3 topics already without success, and I can't imagine what we'll talk about next." "What about books?" he suggested, smiling. "Books? Oh no. I'm sure we never read the same things, or at least not with the same perspective." "I'm sorry you think so. But if that's the case, we certainly won't lack for topics. We can compare our different opinions." "No, I can't talk about books in a ballroom. My head is always full of other things. The present moment always occupies you in situations like this." "Does it?" he asked, looking skeptical. "Yes, always," she replied, hardly aware of what she was saying. Her thoughts had drifted far from the conversation, as became clear when she suddenly exclaimed, "I remember hearing you say once, Mr. Darcy, that you hardly ever forgive, that once you hold a grudge, it's impossible to appease. You must be very careful, I suppose, about forming such resentments in the first place." "I am," he said firmly. "And you never allow yourself to be blinded by prejudice?" "I hope not. It's particularly important for those who never change their opinion to be sure they judge correctly the first time. May I ask what the point of these questions is?" "Merely to understand your character," she said, trying to lighten her tone. "I'm trying to figure you out." "And how are you succeeding?" She shook her head. Not well at all. I hear such conflicting accounts of you that I'm completely puzzled. I can easily believe, he answered gravely, that reports about me vary greatly, and I wish, Miss Bennet, that you wouldn't try to analyze my character right now, as I fear the result wouldn't reflect well on either of us. But if I don't capture your likeness now, I might never have another chance. I would never want to interfere with any pleasure of yours, he replied coolly. She said no more. They finished the second dance and parted in silence, both dissatisfied, though not equally. Darcy felt a rather strong pull towards her, which soon led him to forgive her sharpness and redirect his anger elsewhere. Not long after they separated, Miss Bingley approached Elizabeth with an air of polite condescension. "So, Miss Eliza," she began, "I hear you're quite taken with George Wickham? Your sister Jane has been asking me all sorts of questions about him. I gather the young man forgot to mention, among other things, that he's the son of old Mr. Wickham, the late Mr. Darcy's steward. As a friend, let me advise you not to automatically believe everything he says. As for Mr. Darcy treating him badly, that's completely false. On the contrary, Mr. Darcy has always been remarkably kind to him, even though George Wickham has treated Mr. Darcy disgracefully. I don't know all the details, but I know for a fact that Mr. Darcy is not to blame in the slightest. He can't even stand to hear Wickham's name mentioned. And although my brother felt he couldn't really avoid inviting him along with the other officers, he was extremely relieved to find Wickham had made himself scarce. Wickham even showing up in this part of the country is incredibly bold, frankly. I'm amazed he dared to do it. I feel sorry for you, Miss Eliza. Discovering your favorite is guilty, but really, considering his background, one couldn't expect much better." "His guilt and his background seem to be the same thing, according to you," said Elizabeth angrily. "Because I haven't heard you accuse him of anything worse than being the son of Mr. Darcy's steward, and I can assure you, he told me that himself." "My apologies," replied Miss Bingley, turning away with a sneer. "Excuse my interference, it was meant kindly." "Insolent girl," Elizabeth thought furiously. "You're sorely mistaken if you think you can influence me with such a pathetic attack. All I see is your own willful ignorance and Mr. Darcy's malice." She then went to find Jane, who had promised to ask Mr. Bingley about the same subject. Jane met her with such a sweet, satisfied smile and happy glow that it was obvious how pleased she was with the evening's events. Elizabeth instantly understood her sister's feelings. In that moment, concern for Wickham, anger towards his enemies, and everything else vanished, replaced by the hope that Jane was on the path to true happiness. "I want to know," she said, her expression as bright as her sister's, "what you found out about Mr. Wickham. But maybe you've been too happily occupied to think about anyone else? If so, you certainly have my forgiveness." "No," replied Jane. "I didn't forget him, but I don't have anything very helpful to tell you. Mr. Bingley doesn't know Wickham's full story and is completely unaware of the specific issues that offended Mr. Darcy. However, he vouches for his friend's good character, integrity, and honor. He's completely convinced that Mr. Wickham deserves far less of Mr. Darcy's attention than he has received. I'm sorry to say that according to Bingley, as well as his sister, Mr. Wickham is not a respectable young man. I'm afraid he has been very reckless and has deservedly lost Mr. Darcy's good opinion. Mr. Bingley doesn't know Mr. Wickham personally, does he? No, he never saw him until the other morning in Meryton. So this account is what he heard from Mr. Darcy. I see perfectly. But what does Bingley say about the clergy position Wickham was supposed to receive? He doesn't recall the exact circumstances, though he's heard them from Mr. Darcy more than once. He believes it was left to Wickham conditionally." "I have no doubt Mr. Bingley is sincere," Elizabeth said warmly. "But you must forgive me for not being convinced by assurances alone. Mr. Bingley's defense of his friend was probably very capable, but since he doesn't know parts of the story and learned the rest from Darcy himself, I'll stick to my previous opinion of both gentlemen." She then changed the subject to one more pleasing to both of them, where there could be no disagreement. Elizabeth listened with delight as Jane shared her happy, though modest, hopes about Bingley's feelings for her, and did everything she could to boost Jane's confidence. When Mr. Bingley himself joined them, Elizabeth discreetly moved away to talk to Miss Lucas. She had barely answered Charlotte's question about how she liked her last dance partner when Mr. Collins approached them. Beaming with excitement, he announced that he had just made a most important discovery. "I found out," he said, "quite by accident, that a close relative of my patroness is here in this very room. I happened to overhear the gentleman himself mentioning his cousin, Miss de Bourgh, and her mother, Lady Catherine, to the young lady hosting this party. Isn't it wonderful how these things happen? Who would have thought I'd meet, perhaps, a nephew of Lady Catherine de Bourgh at this gathering? I am most thankful the discovery was made in time for me to pay my respects to him, which I am about to do now. I trust you will excuse my not having done so earlier. My complete ignorance of the connection must be my apology." "You're not actually going to introduce yourself to Mr. Darcy?" Elizabeth asked, alarmed. "Indeed I am. I shall beg his pardon for not doing it sooner. I believe him to be Lady Catherine's nephew. I will be able to assure him that her ladyship was quite well a week ago last night." Elizabeth tried hard to talk him out of it, assuring him that Mr. Darcy would see addressing him without an introduction as rude boldness, not a compliment to his aunt. She argued it wasn't necessary for either party to acknowledge the other, and if it were, Mr. Darcy, being the superior in social standing, should be the one to initiate contact. Mr. Collins listened with the fixed expression of someone determined to follow his own plan. When she finished speaking, he replied, "My dear Miss Elizabeth, I have the highest opinion of your excellent judgment in matters within your understanding. But allow me to say there must be a significant difference between the established social customs among ordinary people and those that guide the clergy. For, permit me to observe, I consider the clerical office equal in dignity to the highest rank in the kingdom, provided of course that appropriate humility is maintained. Therefore you must allow me to follow the dictates of my conscience on this occasion, which compel me to perform what I see as a point of duty. Forgive me for not taking your advice, which on every other subject shall be my constant guide. However, in this specific case I consider myself better equipped by education and habitual study to decide what is proper than a young lady like yourself." With a low bow, he left her to approach Mr. Darcy. Elizabeth eagerly watched Darcy's reaction, noting his obvious astonishment at being addressed in such a manner. Her cousin began his speech with a solemn bow. Though she couldn't hear the words, she felt as if she could, seeing apology, Hunsford, and Lady Catherine de Bourgh formed on his lips. It annoyed her to see him embarrass himself in front of such a man. Mr. Darcy stared at him with undisguised amazement. When Mr. Collins finally paused, Darcy replied with cool, distant civility. Mr. Collins, however, was undeterred and launched into a second speech. Mr. Darcy's contempt seemed to grow visibly with its length. At the end, Darcy gave only a slight bow and turned away. Mr. Collins then returned to Elizabeth. "I have no reason, I assure you," he said, "to be dissatisfied with my reception." Mr. Darcy seemed quite pleased with the attention. He answered me with the utmost politeness, and even complimented me, saying he was so convinced of Lady Catherine's good judgment that he was certain she would never grant favor undeservedly. It was truly a very fine sentiment. Overall, I am quite pleased with him. Since Elizabeth no longer had any personal interest to pursue at the party, she turned her attention almost entirely to her sister and Mr. Bingley. Watching them together sparked a series of pleasant thoughts that made her almost as happy as Jane. She pictured Jane settled in this very house, enjoying all the happiness a marriage based on true affection could bring. Under such circumstances, she felt she could even try to like Bingley's two sisters. She clearly saw her mother's thoughts were heading in the same direction, and decided to keep her distance to avoid hearing too much. When they sat down for supper, therefore, she considered it terribly unfortunate that they were placed near each other. She was deeply annoyed to find her mother talking freely and openly to Lady Lucas about nothing but her expectation that Jane would soon marry Mr. Bingley. It was an exciting topic for Mrs. Bennet, who seemed tireless as she listed the advantages of the match. Bingley being such a charming, rich young man, living only 3 miles away. Then there was the comfort of knowing how fond his two sisters were of Jane, and the certainty that they must want the connection as much as she did. Furthermore, it was such a promising situation for her younger daughters, as Jane's marrying so well would surely put them in the path of other wealthy men. Lastly, it was so pleasant at her age to be able to hand off her single daughters to their married sister's care, so she wouldn't have to go out socializing more than she liked. She framed this last point as a pleasure, because that was the expected thing to say, but no one was less likely than Mrs. Bennet to find comfort in staying home. She concluded with many good wishes that Lady Lucas might soon be equally fortunate, though she clearly and triumphantly believed there was no chance of it. Elizabeth tried in vain to slow her mother's rapid speech or persuade her to express her delight in a quieter whisper. To Elizabeth's immense frustration, she could tell that Mr. Darcy, sitting opposite them, overheard most of it. Her mother just scolded her for being silly. "What do I care about Mr. Darcy, that I should be afraid of him? I'm sure we don't owe him any special politeness that requires us to keep quiet about things he might not like to hear. For heaven's sake, mother, speak lower. What good does it do you to offend Mr. Darcy? You certainly won't endear yourself to his friend by doing so." Nothing Elizabeth could say had any effect. Her mother continued talking about her hopes in the same audible tone. Elizabeth blushed again and again with shame and vexation. She couldn't help glancing frequently at Mr. Darcy, though each look confirmed her fears. Even when he wasn't directly looking at her mother, Elizabeth was convinced his attention was fixed on their conversation. The expression on his face gradually shifted from indignant contempt to a composed, steady seriousness. Eventually, Mrs. Bennet ran out of things to say. Lady Lucas, who had been yawning for some time at the repeated descriptions of joys she saw no likelihood of sharing, was left to the comforts of cold ham and chicken. Elizabeth began to feel some relief. But the peace didn't last long. After supper, the conversation turned to singing, and she had the mortification of seeing Mary, after very little persuasion, prepared to entertain the company. Elizabeth tried desperately, through meaningful looks and silent pleas, to prevent this display of eagerness, but Mary wouldn't take the hint. Such an opportunity to perform was delightful to her, and she began her song. Elizabeth watched her with painful embarrassment, enduring each verse with an impatience that was poorly rewarded at the end. After receiving polite thanks, Mary took a hint that she might sing again as encouragement, and after only a half-minute pause, she started another song. Mary's talents were not suited for such a performance. Her voice was weak, and her mannerisms were affected. Elizabeth was in agony. She looked at Jane, who was calmly talking to Bingley. She looked at his sisters and saw them exchanging mocking glances with each other, and then glancing at Darcy, who remained impassively serious. She looked at her father, silently begging him to intervene before Mary sang all night. He took the hint, and when Mary finished her second song, he said aloud, "That will do very nicely, child. You've entertained us long enough. Let the other young ladies have a chance to show their talents." Mary pretended not to hear, but was clearly somewhat put out. Elizabeth felt sorry for her, and sorry for her father's bluntness. Fearing her own anxiety hadn't helped matters. Others in the party were then asked to perform. "If I," said Mr. Collins, "were fortunate enough to be able to sing, I would certainly take great pleasure in obliging the company with a song. I consider music a very innocent pastime, perfectly compatible with the profession of a clergyman. However, I don't mean to suggest we are justified in devoting too much time to music, as there are certainly other duties to attend to. The rector of a parish has much to do. First, he must negotiate fair tithe agreements, beneficial to himself but not offensive to his patron. He must write his own sermons. The remaining time will be barely sufficient for his parish duties and the upkeep and improvement of his home, which he must make as comfortable as possible. And I believe it is highly important that he maintain attentive and agreeable manners towards everyone, especially those to whom he owes his position. I cannot excuse him from that duty, nor could I think well of a man who missed an opportunity to show respect towards anyone connected with the family." With a bow towards Mr. Darcy, he concluded his speech, which had been delivered loudly enough for half the room to hear. Many people stared, many smiled, but no one looked more amused than Mr. Bennet himself. His wife, however, earnestly praised Mr. Collins for speaking so sensibly, observing in a half-whisper to Lady Lucas that he was a remarkably clever, good sort of young man. To Elizabeth, it seemed that if her family had deliberately planned to embarrass themselves as much as possible that evening, they couldn't have performed their roles with more gusto or greater success. She felt relieved for Bingley and Jane, that he seemed to have missed some of the spectacle, and that his nature wasn't the sort to be overly bothered by the foolishness he must have witnessed. That his two sisters and Mr. Darcy, however, had such ample opportunity to ridicule her relatives was bad enough. She couldn't decide which was worse, the silent contempt of the gentlemen or the insolent smiles of the ladies. The rest of the evening offered little enjoyment for her. She was pestered by Mr. Collins, who persistently stayed by her side. Though she refused to dance with him again, he effectively prevented her from dancing with anyone else. She pleaded with him to ask someone else, offering to introduce him to any young lady in the room, but he assured her that dancing meant nothing to him. His main goal, he said, was to win her favor through delicate attentions, and therefore he intended to remain close to her all evening. There was no arguing with such a plan. Her greatest relief came from her friend Miss Lucas, who often joined them and kindly drew Mr. Collins into conversation herself. At least she was free from the offense of Mr. Darcy's further attention. Though he often stood nearby and seemed unoccupied, he never came close enough to speak. She assumed this was the likely result of her earlier comments about Mr. Wickham and felt glad about it. The Longbourn party was the last to leave. Thanks to a maneuver by Mrs. Bennet, they had to wait for their carriage for 15 minutes after everyone else had gone, giving them ample time to see just how eager some of the Netherfield household were to be rid of them. Mrs. Hurst and Miss Bingley barely spoke, except to complain of tiredness, clearly impatient to have the house to themselves. They shut down every attempt Mrs. Bennet made at conversation, casting a dullness over the remaining group. This was only slightly relieved by Mr. Collins's long speeches complimenting Mr. Bingley and his sisters on the elegance of the party and their hospitality. Darcy said nothing at all. Mr. Bennet, equally silent, seemed to be enjoying the awkwardness. Mr. Bingley and Jane stood slightly apart from the others, talking only to each other. Elizabeth maintained a silence as steady as Mrs. Hurst's or Miss Bingley's. Even Lydia was too tired for more than an occasional, "Lord, how tired I am," followed by a huge yawn. When they finally rose to leave, Mrs. Bennet was effusively polite, expressing her hope of seeing the whole family at Longbourn soon. She addressed Mr. Bingley particularly, assuring him how happy he would make them by joining them for a family dinner any time, without the need for a formal invitation. Bingley was all grateful pleasure, and readily promised to visit at the earliest opportunity after his brief, necessary trip to London the next day. Mrs. Bennet was perfectly satisfied. She left Netherfield convinced that, allowing for the necessary time for marriage settlements, new carriages, and wedding clothes, she would undoubtedly see Jane settled there within 3 or 4 months. She felt equally certain, though with considerably less pleasure, about another daughter marrying Mr. Collins. Elizabeth was the least favored of her children, and though the man and the match were quite good enough for her, their worth paled in comparison to Mr. Bingley and Netherfield. Chapter 19. The next day brought a new development at Longbourn. Mr. Collins made his formal marriage proposal. Having decided to do it quickly, as his leave was only until the following Saturday, and feeling no self-doubt to make the moment difficult for himself, he went about it in a very orderly fashion, performing all the steps he considered part of the proper procedure. Finding Mrs. Bennet, Elizabeth, and one of the younger girls together shortly after breakfast, he addressed the mother. "May I hope, madam, for your support with your lovely daughter Elizabeth, when I request the honor of a private conversation with her sometime this morning?" Before Elizabeth could do anything but blush in surprise, Mrs. Bennet instantly replied, "Oh dear, yes, certainly. I'm sure Lizzie will be very happy. I'm sure she can have no objection. Come, Kitty, I need you upstairs." Gathering her sewing, she started to hurry away, but Elizabeth called out, "Dear mother, please don't go. I beg you not to go. Mr. Collins must excuse me. He can't possibly have anything to say to me that everyone else shouldn't hear. I'm leaving myself." "No, nonsense, Lizzie. I insist you stay right where you are." Seeing Elizabeth looking genuinely distressed and embarrassed, as if about to bolt, Mrs. Bennet added firmly, "Lizzie, I insist you stay and listen to Mr. Collins." Elizabeth wouldn't defy such a direct command. A moment's thought also convinced her it would be wisest to get it over with as quickly and quietly as possible. She sat down again, trying to hide her mixed feelings of distress and amusement by busying herself intently with her needlework. Mrs. Bennet and Kitty left, and as soon as they were gone, Mr. Collins began. "Believe me, my dear Miss Elizabeth, your modesty, far from being a disadvantage, only adds to your other perfections. You would have seemed less appealing in my eyes if you hadn't shown this slight reluctance. But allow me to assure you that I have your respected mother's permission for this conversation. You can hardly doubt the purpose of my words, however much your natural delicacy might lead you to pretend otherwise. My attentions towards you have been too obvious to be misunderstood. Almost as soon as I arrived at this house, I singled you out as the companion for my future life. But before I get carried away by my feelings on this subject, perhaps it would be wise for me to state my reasons for marrying, and also for coming to Hertfordshire specifically intending to choose a wife, as I certainly did." The image of the utterly composed Mr. Collins being run away with by his feelings brought Elizabeth so close to laughing that she couldn't use the brief pause he gave her to try and stop him. He continued, "My reasons for marrying are, first, that I believe it is the right thing for every clergyman in comfortable circumstances, like myself, to set an example of marriage in his parish. Secondly, I am convinced it will greatly increase my own happiness. And thirdly, which perhaps I should have mentioned earlier, it is the specific advice and recommendation of the very noble lady whom I have the honor of calling my patroness, Lady Catherine de Bourgh. Twice she has graciously offered me her opinion on this matter, unasked, I might add. Just last Saturday night before I left Hunsford, between games of quadrille, while Mrs. Jenkinson was adjusting Miss de Bourgh's footstool, she said, "Mr. Collins, you must marry. A clergyman like you must marry. Choose properly. Choose a gentlewoman for my sake, and for your own. Let her be an active, useful sort of person, not raised too high, but able to manage a small income well. This is my advice. Find such a woman as soon as you can, bring her to Hunsford, and I will visit her. Allow me, by the way, to point out, my dear cousin, that I consider the notice and kindness of Lady Catherine de Bourgh not the least of the advantages I have to offer. You will find her manners beyond description, and your wit and liveliness, I think, must appeal to her, especially when balanced with the silence and respect her rank naturally inspires. So much for my general intention to marry. It remains to explain why my search focused on Longbourn instead of my own neighborhood, where I assure you there are many pleasant young women. But the fact is, since I am, as you know, to inherit this estate after the death of your honored father, who, however, may live many years longer, I could not rest easy without resolving to choose a wife from among his daughters. This way, the loss to the family might be minimized when that sad event eventually occurs, which, as I've said, may not be for several years. This has been my motive, my dear cousin, and I trust it will not lower me in your estimation. And now, nothing remains but for me to assure you, in the most fervent language, of the intensity of my affection. I am completely indifferent to fortune, and shall make no demands of that kind on your father, as I am well aware he could not meet them. I know that the £1,000 invested at 4%, which will not be yours until after your mother's death, is all you may ever expect. On that subject, therefore, I shall remain forever silent. You may rest assured that no ungenerous complaint shall ever pass my lips once we are married." It was absolutely necessary to interrupt him now. "You are too quick, sir," she cried. "You forget I haven't given you an answer. Let me do so immediately. Accept my thanks for the compliment you are paying me. I truly appreciate the honor of your proposal, but it is impossible for me to do anything other than decline." "I am well aware," replied Mr. Collins, with a formal wave of his hand, "that it is customary for young ladies to reject the proposal of the man they secretly intend to accept, especially on the first asking. Sometimes the refusal is even repeated a second or third time. Therefore, I am by no means discouraged by what you have just said, and shall hope to lead you to the altar before long." "Upon my word, sir," cried Elizabeth, "your hope is rather extraordinary after my clear statement. I assure you, I am not one of those young ladies, if such ladies even exist, who would risk their happiness on the chance of being asked a second time. I am perfectly serious in my refusal. You could not make me happy, and I am certain I am the last woman in the world who could make you happy. Furthermore, if your friend Lady Catherine knew me, I am convinced she would find me completely unsuitable for the position in every way." "If it were certain that Lady Catherine would think so," said Mr. Collins very seriously, "but I cannot imagine her ladyship disapproving of you at all. And you may be certain that when I next have the honor of seeing her, I shall speak in the highest terms of your modesty, frugality, and other admirable qualities." "Indeed, Mr. Collins, any praise of me is unnecessary. You must allow me to judge for myself and pay me the compliment of believing what I say. I wish you happiness and wealth, and by refusing your hand, I am doing all I can to ensure you achieve them. By making me the offer, you have satisfied any delicate feelings you might have regarding my family. You may take possession of the Longbourn estate whenever it becomes yours, without any self-reproach. This matter can therefore be considered finally settled." Rising as she spoke, she would have left the room, but Mr. Collins stopped her, saying, "When I next do myself the honor of speaking to you on this subject, I shall hope to receive a more favorable answer than you have given me now, though I am far from accusing you of cruelty at present, because I know it is the established custom of your sex to reject a man on the first application. Perhaps you have even now said as much as would be consistent with the true delicacy of the female character to encourage my suit." "Really, Mr. Collins," cried Elizabeth with some heat, "you confuse me completely. If what I have said so far can possibly seem like encouragement, I don't know how to phrase my refusal in a way that will convince you it is final. You must allow me to flatter myself, my dear cousin, that your refusal of my proposal is merely a matter of course, just words. My reasons for believing this are briefly these. It does not seem to me that my hand is unworthy of your acceptance, or that the life I can offer is anything but highly desirable. My situation in life, my connections with the de Burgh family, and my relationship to your own family are all circumstances greatly in my favor. You should also consider that, despite your many attractions, it is by no means certain that you will ever receive another offer of marriage. Your dowry is unfortunately so small that it will likely counteract the effects of your loveliness and pleasant qualities. Since I must therefore conclude that you are not serious in rejecting me, I shall choose to attribute it to your wish to increase my affection through suspense, according to the usual practice of elegant females. I assure you, sir, that I have no ambition whatsoever to practice that kind of elegance which consists of tormenting a respectable man. I would much rather be paid the compliment of being believed sincere. I thank you again and again for the honor you have done me with your proposal, but accepting it is absolutely impossible. My feelings in every respect forbid it. Can I speak any plainer? Do not consider me now as an elegant female trying to tease you, but as a rational person speaking the truth from her heart. You are consistently charming, he cried, with an air of awkward gallantry, and I am convinced that, when approved by the express authority of both your excellent parents, my proposal will surely be acceptable. To such stubborn self-deception, Elizabeth made no reply. She immediately and silently left the room, determined that if he persisted in interpreting her repeated refusals as flattering encouragement, she would appeal to her father. His refusal, at least, would surely be decisive, and his behavior could not possibly be mistaken for the affectations and flirtatiousness of an elegant female. Chapter 20. Mr. Collins wasn't left alone for long to contemplate his supposed success in love. Mrs. Bennet, having lingered in the hallway to wait for the end of the conversation, saw Elizabeth open the door and quickly head towards the stairs. Mrs. Bennet immediately entered the breakfast room, congratulating both Mr. Collins and herself warmly on the happy prospect of their families becoming closer. Mr. Collins received and returned these congratulations with equal pleasure. He then proceeded to recount the details of their interview, the outcome of which, he believed, gave him every reason to be satisfied. He explained that his cousin's firm refusal naturally stemmed from her bashful modesty and the genuine delicacy of her character. This interpretation, however, startled Mrs. Bennet. She would have loved to be equally convinced that her daughter's protests were actually meant as encouragement, but she couldn't bring herself to believe it, and couldn't help saying so. "But depend on it, Mr. Collins," she added. "Lizzie shall be brought to reason. I will speak to her about it myself immediately. She is a very headstrong, foolish girl, and doesn't know what's good for her, but I will make her understand it." "Pardon me for interrupting, madam," cried Mr. Collins, "but if she is really headstrong and foolish, I'm not sure she would be a very desirable wife for a man in my position, who naturally seeks happiness in marriage. Therefore, if she actually persists in rejecting my proposal, perhaps it would be better not to force her into accepting me. If she is prone to such defects of temper, she could not contribute much to my happiness." "Sir, you completely misunderstand me," said Mrs. Bennet, alarmed. "Lizzie is only headstrong in matters like these. In everything else, she is as good-natured a girl as ever lived. I will go directly to Mr. Bennet, and we shall very soon settle it with her, I am sure." She didn't give him time to reply, but hurried instantly to her husband, calling out as she entered the library, "Oh, Mr. Bennet, you are needed immediately. We are all in an uproar. You must come and make Lizzie marry Mr. Collins, for she swears she will not have him, and if you don't hurry, he will change his mind and not have her." Mr. Bennet raised his eyes from his book as she entered, and looked at her face with calm detachment, which didn't change in the least upon hearing her news. "I don't have the pleasure of understanding you," he said when she had finished her outburst. "What are you talking about?" "About Mr. Collins and Lizzie. Lizzie declares she will not have Mr. Collins, and Mr. Collins is starting to say he will not have Lizzie. And what am I supposed to do about it? It seems a hopeless situation. Speak to Lizzie about it yourself. Tell her that you insist upon her marrying him. Have her called down. She shall hear my opinion." Mrs. Bennet rang the bell, and Miss Elizabeth was summoned to the library. "Come here, child," cried her father as she appeared. "I have sent for you regarding a matter of importance. I understand that Mr. Collins has made you an offer of marriage. Is this true?" Elizabeth replied that it was. "Very well, and this offer of marriage you have refused." "I have, sir." "Very well. We now come to the point. Your mother insists upon you accepting it. Is that not so, Mrs. Bennet?" "Yes, or I will never see her again." "An unhappy choice lies before you, Elizabeth. From this day forward, you must be a stranger to one of your parents. Your mother will never see you again if you do not marry Mr. Collins. and I will never see you again if you do." Elizabeth couldn't help but smile at such a conclusion to such a beginning. Mrs. Bennet, however, who had convinced herself that her husband saw the affair as she wished, was extremely disappointed. "What do you mean, Mr. Bennet, by talking like this? You promised me you would insist upon her marrying him." "My dear," replied her husband, "I have two small favors to ask. First, that you will allow me the free use of my own judgment on this occasion, and secondly, the free use of my room. I shall be glad to have the library to myself as soon as possible." Despite her disappointment in her husband, Mrs. Bennet did not give up. She talked to Elizabeth again and again, trying coaxing and threats alternately. She tried to get Jane on her side, but Jane, with all possible gentleness, declined to interfere. Elizabeth responded to her mother's attacks, sometimes with genuine seriousness, sometimes with playful humor. Though her manner varied, her determination never wavered. Meanwhile, Mr. Collins was alone, reflecting on what had happened. He thought too highly of himself to understand why his cousin would refuse him. Though his pride was hurt, he suffered in no other way. His feelings for her were entirely imaginary, and the possibility that she deserved her mother's reproaches kept him from feeling any regret. While the family was in this state of turmoil, Charlotte Lucas came to spend the day with them. She was met in the entrance hall by Lydia, who rushed up to her and cried in a half-whisper, "I'm so glad you're here. It's so entertaining. Guess what happened this morning? Mr. Collins proposed to Lizzie, and she turned him down." Charlotte hardly had time to answer before Kitty joined them, eager to share the same news. No sooner had they entered the breakfast room, where Mrs. Bennet was alone, than she too launched into the subject, appealing to Miss Lucas for sympathy, and begging her to persuade her friend Lizzie to comply with the family's wishes. "Please do, my dear Miss Lucas," she added mournfully, "for nobody is on my side, nobody supports me. I am treated cruelly, nobody understands my poor nerves." Charlotte's reply was cut short by the entrance of Jane and Elizabeth. "Ah, there she comes," continued Mrs. Bennet, "looking as unconcerned as can be, caring no more about us than if we lived miles away, as long as she gets her own way. But let me tell you, Miss Lizzie, if you keep refusing every offer of marriage like this, you will never get a husband at all. And I'm sure I don't know who will support you when your father is dead. I certainly won't be able to keep you. So I'm warning you, I am done with you from this very day. I told you in the library, you know, that I would never speak to you again, and you will find I am as good as my word. I take no pleasure in talking to disobedient children. Not that I take much pleasure in talking to anyone, really. People who suffer from nervous complaints like I do can't have much desire for conversation. Nobody can imagine what I suffer. But it's always this way. Those who don't complain are never pitied." Her daughters listened in silence, knowing that any attempt to reason with or soothe her would only make her more agitated. So she talked on without interruption until Mr. Collins joined them. He entered with an air more stiff and formal than usual. Seeing him, Mrs. Bennet said to the girls, "Now, I insist upon it, that all of you hold your tongues and let Mr. Collins and me have a little conversation together." Elizabeth quietly slipped out of the room. Jane and Kitty followed, but Lydia stayed put, determined to overhear everything. Charlotte, delayed first by Mr. Collins's polite and detailed inquiries about herself and her family, and then by a little curiosity of her own, contented herself with walking to the window and pretending not to listen. In a sorrowful voice, Mrs. Bennet began the intended conversation. "Oh, Mr. Collins, my dear madam," he replied, "let us be forever silent on this matter. Far be it from me," he continued presently, his voice indicating displeasure, "to resent the behavior of your daughter. Resignation to unavoidable misfortunes is the duty of us all, and particularly the duty of a young man who has been as fortunate as I have been in securing an early position, and I trust I am resigned. Perhaps my resignation is helped by doubting whether I would have found true happiness had my fair cousin honored me with her hand. For I have often observed that resignation is never so perfect as when the denied blessing begins to lose some of its value in our estimation. You will not, I hope, think I am showing any disrespect to your family, my dear madam, by thus withdrawing my proposal for your daughter's hand, without having paid you and Mr. Bennet the compliment of requesting you to use your authority on my behalf. My conduct may, I fear, be questionable in accepting my dismissal from your daughter's lips instead of your own, but we are all prone to error. I have certainly meant well throughout this whole affair. My objective has been to secure an agreeable companion for myself, with due consideration for the benefit of all your family, and if my manner has been at all improper, I hereby beg leave to apologize. Chapter 21. The discussion about Mr. Collins's proposal was nearly over. Elizabeth now only had to endure the lingering awkwardness and occasional sharp comments from her mother. As for Mr. Collins himself, his feelings were mainly expressed not through embarrassment or sadness, or by avoiding her, but through a stiff formality and resentful silence. He barely spoke to her. The attentive behavior he had previously directed towards Elizabeth was now transferred, for the rest of his visit, to Miss Lucas. Charlotte's polite willingness to listen to him was a welcome relief to everyone, especially Elizabeth. The next day brought no improvement in Mrs. Bennet's bad mood or complaints about her health. Mr. Collins remained in the same state of wounded pride. Elizabeth had hoped his resentment might make him cut his visit short, but his plans seemed unaffected. He had always intended to leave on Saturday, and he still planned to stay until Saturday. After breakfast, the Bennet girls walked to Meryton to ask if Mr. Wickham had returned, and to lament his absence from the Netherfield ball. He joined them as they entered the town, and walked with them to their Aunt Phillips's house, where his regrets, their vexation, and everyone's concern were thoroughly discussed. To Elizabeth, however, he privately admitted that his absence had been his own choice. "I realized," he said, as the ball drew closer, "that it would be better not to encounter Mr. Darcy. Being in the same room, at the same party with him for so many hours, might be more than I could handle. Scenes might occur that would be unpleasant for more than just myself." She strongly approved of his restraint. They had plenty of time to discuss it fully, exchanging polite compliments, as Wickham and another officer walked back with them to Longbourn. During the walk, he paid particular attention to her. His accompanying them served a dual purpose. She felt flattered by the personal compliment, and it provided a welcome opportunity to introduce him to her father and mother. Soon after they returned, a letter was delivered to Jane. It came from Netherfield, and was opened immediately. Inside was a sheet of elegant thick paper, covered in a flowing feminine handwriting. Elizabeth saw her sister's expression change as she read it, dwelling intently on certain passages. Jane quickly composed herself, put the letter away, and tried to join the general conversation with her usual cheerfulness. But Elizabeth felt a deep anxiety about the letter that distracted her even from Wickham. As soon as he and his companion had left, a glance from Jane invited Elizabeth to follow her upstairs. Once they were in their room, Jane took out the letter and said, "This is from Caroline Bingley. What it says has surprised me quite a bit. The entire party has left Netherfield by now and are on their way to London, with no intention of coming back. Let me read you what she says." She then read the first sentence aloud, which confirmed their sudden decision to follow Mr. Bingley to London immediately, and their plan to dine that day in Grosvenor Street, where Mr. Hurst had a house. The next part read, "I don't pretend to regret anything I'm leaving in Hertfordshire, except your company, my dearest friend. But let's hope we can enjoy many more returns of the delightful times we've shared in the future. In the meantime, perhaps we can lessen the pain of separation through frequent and completely open letters. I'm counting on you for that." Elizabeth listened to these overly dramatic expressions with complete distrust. Although the suddenness of their departure surprised her, she saw nothing truly regrettable about it. Their absence from Netherfield wouldn't necessarily prevent Mr. Bingley from being there. As for losing their company, she was convinced Jane would soon stop missing them once she was enjoying Bingley's. "It's unfortunate," she said after a short pause, "that you couldn't see your friends before they left the county. But maybe the future happiness Miss Bingley looks forward to will arrive sooner than she realizes. Perhaps the delightful connection you had as friends will be renewed with even greater satisfaction as sisters. Mr. Bingley won't be kept in London by them. Caroline states quite clearly that none of the party will return to Hertfordshire this winter. I'll read it to you. When my brother left us yesterday, he thought the business taking him to London might be finished in 3 or 4 days. But we are certain it cannot be, and at the same time convinced that once Charles gets to town, he will be in no hurry to leave. So we have decided to follow him there, so he won't have to spend his free time in a dreary hotel. Many of my acquaintances are already in London for the winter. I wish I could hear that you, my dearest friend, had any intention of joining the crowd, but I despair of that. I sincerely hope your Christmas in Hertfordshire is full of the usual seasonal festivities, and that you have so many admirers that you won't feel the loss of the 3 of us who are leaving. Quote dot. It's clear from this, added Jane, that he isn't coming back this winter. It's only clear that Miss Bingley doesn't want him to, Elizabeth countered. Why do you think that? It must be his own decision. He's his own boss. But you don't know everything. I'll read you the part that particularly hurts me. I won't keep secrets from you. Mr. Darcy is eager to see his sister, and to tell the truth, we are hardly less eager to see her again. I really don't think Georgiana Darcy has an equal in beauty, elegance, and accomplishments. The affection she inspires in Louisa and myself is made even more interesting by the hope we dare to have of her eventually becoming our sister. I don't know if I ever mentioned my feelings on this subject before, but I won't leave the county without confiding them, and I trust you won't think them unreasonable. My brother already admires her greatly. He will now have frequent opportunities to see her on the most intimate terms. Her relatives all want the match as much as his own do. And I don't think a sister's bias is misleading me when I say Charles is perfectly capable of capturing any woman's heart. With all these circumstances favoring an attachment, and nothing to prevent it, am I wrong, my dearest Jane, in hoping for an event that will secure the happiness of so many? What do you think of that sentence, my dear Lizzie? Jane asked as she finished reading. Isn't it clear enough? Doesn't it explicitly state that Caroline neither expects nor wants me to be her sister? That she's perfectly convinced of her brother's indifference towards me, and that if she suspects my feelings for him, she means, very kindly, to warn me off? Can there be any other interpretation? Yes, there can, because mine is totally different. Do you want to hear it? Most willingly. Here it is, in short. Miss Bingley sees that her brother is in love with you and wants him to marry Miss Darcy instead. She follows him to London, hoping to keep him there, and tries to convince you he doesn't care about you. Jane shook her head sadly. Seriously, Jane, you should believe me. No one who has seen you two together can doubt his affection. Miss Bingley certainly can't. She's not that naive. If she had seen half as much love from Mr. Darcy towards herself, she would have already ordered her wedding dress. But the situation is this. We aren't rich enough or high status enough for them. She's especially anxious to get Miss Darcy for her brother, because she figures if there's one marriage connection between the families, it might be easier to arrange a second one for herself, which is actually quite clever, and I dare say it would work if Miss de Bourgh wasn't in the picture. But my dearest Jane, you can't seriously believe that just because Miss Bingley tells you her brother greatly admires Miss Darcy, he feels any less attracted to you than when he left on Tuesday, or that Miss Bingley has the power to persuade him that instead of being in love with you, he's actually deeply in love with her friend. If we thought the same way about Miss Bingley, replied Jane, your explanation might make me feel completely at ease, but I know the premise is wrong. Caroline is incapable of deliberately deceiving anyone. All I can hope for in this case is that she is deceived herself. That's right. Since you won't take comfort in my theory, that's a happier idea. Believe she's deceived, by all means. You've done your duty by thinking well of her. Now you must stop worrying. But, my dear sister, even assuming the best, can I be happy accepting a man whose sisters and friends all wish him to marry someone else? You must decide for yourself, said Elizabeth. And if, after careful thought, you find that the misery of upsetting his two sisters outweighs the happiness of being his wife, I strongly advise you to refuse him. How can you talk like that? Said Jane, smiling faintly. You must know that even though I would be extremely upset by their disapproval, I couldn't hesitate. I didn't think you would, and since that's the case, I can't feel too much pity for your situation. But if he doesn't return this winter, my choice will never be needed. 1,000 things could happen in 6 months. Elizabeth dismissed the idea of his not returning with utter contempt. It seemed to her merely a suggestion born of Caroline's self-interested wishes. She couldn't imagine for a moment that those wishes, however openly or cleverly expressed, could influence a young man so completely independent. She explained her feelings on the subject to her sister as forcefully as possible, and soon had the satisfaction of seeing it have a positive effect. Jane's nature wasn't prone to despair, and she was gradually led to hope again, though the insecurity that comes with affection sometimes overshadowed that hope, that Bingley would return to Netherfield and fulfill every wish of her heart. They agreed that Mrs. Bennet should only be told about the family's departure, without being alarmed about Mr. Bingley's behavior. But even this partial information caused Mrs. Bennet a great deal of concern. She lamented how extremely unlucky it was that the ladies should leave just as they were all becoming so close. After complaining about it at some length, however, she found comfort in the thought that Mr. Bingley would soon be back and dining at Longbourn. The conclusion of all her fretting was the reassuring declaration that, although he had only been invited for a family dinner, she would make sure to serve 2 full courses. Chapter 22. The Bennets were scheduled to dine with the Lucases. Once again, for most of the day, Miss Lucas kindly endured listening to Mr. Collins. Elizabeth took a moment to thank her. "It keeps him in a good mood," she said, "and I am more grateful to you than I can say." Charlotte assured her friend she was happy to be useful, and that it fully compensated for the small sacrifice of her time. This seemed very kind, but Charlotte's kindness went much further than Elizabeth imagined. Her goal was nothing less than to shield Elizabeth from any renewed proposals from Mr. Collins by directing his attentions towards herself. Such was Miss Lucas's plan. Appearances were so promising that when they parted that night, Charlotte felt almost certain of success, worried only that he was leaving Hertfordshire so soon. But she underestimated the passion and decisiveness of his character. The very next morning, he managed to slip out of Longbourn House with impressive stealth and hurried to Lucas Lodge to propose to her. He was anxious to avoid his cousins, convinced that if they saw him leave, they would guess his intention, and he didn't want the attempt known until its success was also known. Although feeling reasonably confident, Charlotte had been quite encouraging. He felt less sure of himself after the rejection on Wednesday. His reception, however, was extremely flattering. Miss Lucas saw him walking towards the house from an upper window and immediately went out to accidentally meet him in the lane. But even she hadn't dared to hope for the amount of love and lengthy speeches that awaited her there. In as short a time as Mr. Collins's long-windedness would permit, everything was settled between them to their mutual satisfaction. As they entered the house, he earnestly begged her to name the day that would make him the happiest of men. Though such a request had to be put off for the moment, Charlotte felt no desire to prolong his anticipation. The natural dullness he possessed prevented his courtship from having any charm that might make a woman wish it to continue. Miss Lucas, who accepted him solely out of a pure and practical desire for a secure home, didn't care how soon that security was achieved. Sir William and Lady Lucas were quickly asked for their consent, which they gave with joyful enthusiasm. Mr. Collins's current circumstances made it a very suitable match for their daughter, to whom they could offer little fortune, and his prospects for future wealth were excellent. Lady Lucas immediately began calculating, with more interest than ever before, how many more years Mr. Bennet was likely to live. Sir William gave his firm opinion that whenever Mr. Collins inherited the Longbourn estate, it would be highly appropriate for both him and his wife to be presented at the royal court at St. James's. In short, the whole family was properly overjoyed. The younger Lucas girls hoped this meant they might make their social debut a year or two earlier than otherwise planned, and the boys were relieved from their fear that Charlotte would die an old maid. Charlotte herself was reasonably calm. She had achieved her goal and now had time to reflect on it. Her thoughts were generally satisfactory. Mr. Collins, admittedly, was neither clever nor particularly pleasant. His company was tiresome, and his affection for her must be imaginary. But still, he would be her husband. Without holding a high opinion of either men or marriage, securing a husband had always been her objective. It was the only respectable provision for well-educated young women of little fortune. However uncertain marriage was of providing happiness, it was their best protection against poverty. This protection she had now secured. At the age of 27, never having been considered beautiful, she felt the full extent of her good luck. The least pleasant aspect of the situation was the surprise it would surely cause Elizabeth Bennet, whose friendship she valued more than anyone else's. Elizabeth would wonder, and probably disapprove. Though Charlotte's decision was firm, her feelings would be hurt by such disapproval. She resolved to tell Elizabeth the news herself, and therefore instructed Mr. Collins, when he returned to Longbourn for dinner, not to drop any hints about what had happened in front of the Bennet family. He dutifully promised secrecy, of course, but found it difficult to keep. The curiosity sparked by his long absence led to such direct questions upon his return that it required some ingenuity to evade them. He was also exercising great self-control, as he was longing to announce his successful courtship. Since he was scheduled to begin his journey too early the next morning to see any of the family, the farewells took place when the ladies retired for the night. Mrs. Bennet, with great politeness and warmth, said how happy they would be to see him at Longbourn again, whenever his other commitments allowed him to visit. "My dear madam," he replied, "this invitation is particularly gratifying because it is exactly what I have been hoping to receive. You may be very certain that I shall take advantage of it as soon as possible." They were all astonished. Mr. Bennet, who by no means wished for such a speedy return, immediately said, "But isn't there a danger of Lady Catherine's disapproval here, my good sir? You had better neglect your relatives than risk offending your patroness." "My dear sir," replied Mr. Collins, "I am particularly obliged to you for this friendly caution. You may depend upon my not taking such a significant step without her ladyship's agreement. You cannot be too careful. Risk anything rather than her displeasure. And if you find she is likely to be annoyed by your coming to us again, which I should think exceedingly probable, stay quietly at home. Be assured that we shall take no offense. Believe me, my dear sir, my gratitude is warmly stirred by such affectionate attention. Depend upon it, you will soon receive from me a letter of thanks for this, as well as for every other mark of your regard during my stay in Hertfordshire. As for my fair cousins, though my absence may not be long enough to make it necessary, I shall now take the liberty of wishing them health and happiness, not excepting my cousin Elizabeth." With proper civilities exchanged, the ladies then withdrew, all equally surprised to learn he planned a quick return. Mrs. Bennet hoped it meant he was considering proposing to one of her younger daughters, perhaps Mary, who might have been persuaded to accept him. She rated his abilities much higher than any of the others did. There was a seriousness in his thoughts that often impressed her. Though by no means as clever as herself, she thought that if encouraged to read and improve himself by her example, he might become a very agreeable companion. But the following morning, all hopes of this kind were dashed. Miss Lucas called soon after breakfast, and, in a private conversation with Elizabeth, related the events of the previous day. The possibility of Mr. Collins imagining himself in love with her friend had occurred to Elizabeth once or twice in the last couple of days. But that Charlotte could actually encourage him seemed almost as impossible as Elizabeth encouraging him herself. Her astonishment was consequently so great that it initially overcame her manners, and she couldn't help crying out, "Engaged to Mr. Collins, my dear Charlotte, impossible!" The steady composure Miss Lucas had maintained while telling her story wavered for a moment under this direct reproach. Though it was no more than she had expected, she quickly regained her calm and replied evenly, "Why should you be surprised, my dear Eliza? Do you think it's incredible that Mr. Collins could win any woman's good opinion just because he wasn't fortunate enough to succeed with you?" But Elizabeth had now collected herself. Making a strong effort, she managed to assure Charlotte, with reasonable firmness, that the prospect of their connection was highly welcome to her, and that she wished her every imaginable happiness. "I see what you are feeling," replied Charlotte. "You must be surprised, very much surprised, especially since Mr. Collins was wishing to marry you so recently. But when you have had time to think it all over, I hope you will be satisfied with what I have done. I am not romantic, you know. I never was. I ask only for a comfortable home. Considering Mr. Collins's character, connections, and situation in life, I am convinced that my chance of happiness with him is as fair as most people can expect when entering marriage." Elizabeth quietly answered, "Undoubtedly." After an awkward pause, they returned to the rest of the family. Charlotte did not stay much longer, leaving Elizabeth to reflect on what she had heard. It took a long time before she could become remotely reconciled to the idea of such an unsuitable match. The strangeness of Mr. Collins making 2 marriage proposals within 3 days was nothing compared to his now being accepted. She had always felt that Charlotte's views on matrimony were different from her own, but she could never have imagined that Charlotte would actually sacrifice every better feeling for worldly advantage. Charlotte, the wife of Mr. Collins. It was a truly humiliating picture. Added to the pain of seeing a friend disgrace herself and fall in her esteem was the distressing conviction that it was impossible for that friend to be even tolerably happy in the life she had chosen. Chapter 23. Elizabeth was sitting with her mother and sisters, reflecting on what she had heard, and wondering if she was allowed to mention it, when Sir William Lucas himself appeared. He had been sent by his daughter to announce her engagement to the Bennet family. With many compliments to them, and much self-congratulation on the prospect of a connection between the two houses, he revealed the news, to an audience that was not merely surprised, but utterly disbelieving. Mrs. Bennet, with more persistence than politeness, protested that he must be entirely mistaken. Lydia, always unrestrained and often rude, boisterously exclaimed, "Good Lord! Sir William, how can you tell such a story? Don't you know Mr. Collins wants to marry Lizzie?" Only the extreme politeness of a courtier could have endured such treatment without anger. But Sir William's good breeding carried him through it all. Though he calmly insisted on the truth of his information, he listened to all their rude remarks with the most patient courtesy. Elizabeth, feeling obligated to rescue him from such an unpleasant situation, stepped forward to confirm his account, mentioning that she already knew from Charlotte herself. She tried to put a stop to the exclamations of her mother and sisters by offering earnest congratulations to Sir William, in which Jane readily joined. She made various remarks about the happiness that could be expected from the match, the excellent character of Mr. Collins, and the convenient distance of Hunsford from London. Mrs. Bennet was, in fact, too overwhelmed to say much while Sir William remained, but no sooner had he left than her feelings erupted. First, she persisted in disbelieving the whole thing. Secondly, she was very sure Mr. Collins had been tricked. Thirdly, she trusted they would never be happy together. And fourthly, she hoped the engagement might be broken off. Two clear conclusions, however, were drawn from the situation. One, that Elizabeth was the real cause of all the trouble, and the other, that she herself had been treated barbarously by everyone. She focused mainly on these 2 points for the rest of the day. Nothing could console her, and nothing could calm her down, nor did her resentment fade after that day. A week passed before she could look at Elizabeth without scolding her. A month went by before she could speak to Sir William or Lady Lucas without being rude, and many months passed before she could bring herself to forgive their daughter at all. Mr. Bennet's reaction was much calmer. Any feelings he did experience, he declared, were of a most agreeable sort. It pleased him, he said, to discover that Charlotte Lucas, whom he had always thought reasonably sensible, was actually as foolish as his wife, and even more foolish than his own daughter Elizabeth. Jane confessed herself a little surprised by the match, but she spoke less of her astonishment, and more of her sincere desire for their happiness. Elizabeth couldn't persuade her to consider the marriage improbable. Kitty and Lydia were far from envying Miss Lucas, since Mr. Collins was only a clergyman. The news affected them only as a piece of gossip to spread in Meryton. Lady Lucas couldn't hide her triumph at being able to return Mrs. Bennet's earlier boasts, now having a daughter well married herself. She called at Longbourn rather more often than usual to express how happy she was, though Mrs. Bennet's sour looks and ill-natured remarks might have been enough to drive anyone's happiness away. Between Elizabeth and Charlotte, there was a tension that kept them both silent on the subject. Elizabeth felt convinced that no real trust or confidence could ever exist between them again. Her disappointment in Charlotte made her turn with even fonder affection towards Jane, whose integrity and sensitivity she was sure would never falter. She grew daily more anxious for Jane's happiness, as Bingley had now been gone a week, and there was still no word of his return. Jane had promptly answered Caroline Bingley's letter, and was counting the days until she could reasonably expect to hear back. The promised thank-you letter from Mr. Collins arrived on Tuesday, addressed to Mr. Bennet. It was written with all the solemn gratitude that a year's stay with the family might have inspired. After fulfilling that duty, he proceeded to inform them, with many ecstatic expressions, of his happiness in having won the affection of their lovely neighbor, Miss Lucas. He then explained that it was solely for the pleasure of enjoying her company that he had been so quick to accept their kind wish to see him again at Longbourn. He hoped to return there on the Monday 2 weeks hence. Lady Catherine, he added, so heartily approved of his marriage that she wished it to take place as soon as possible, which he trusted would be an undeniable argument for his charming Charlotte to name an early date for making him the happiest of men. Mr. Collins's return to Hertfordshire was no longer a matter of pleasure for Mrs. Bennet. On the contrary, she was just as inclined to complain about it as her husband was. It was very strange that he should come to Longbourn instead of Lucas Lodge. It was also very inconvenient and exceedingly troublesome. She hated having visitors in the house while her health was so poor, and lovers were the most disagreeable guests of all. Such were Mrs. Bennet's gentle complaints, interrupted only by the greater distress of Mr. Bingley's continued absence. Neither Jane nor Elizabeth felt comfortable about this subject. Day after day passed without any news of him other than the rumor spreading quickly through Meryton that he would not be returning to Netherfield at all that winter. This report greatly angered Mrs. Bennet, and she never failed to contradict it as a most scandalous lie. Even Elizabeth began to fear, not that Bingley was indifferent, but that his sisters would succeed in keeping him away. Unwilling as she was to accept an idea so destructive to Jane's happiness and so damaging to her lover's reliability, she couldn't stop the thought from recurring frequently. The combined efforts of his 2 unfeeling sisters and his overpowering friend, aided by the attractions of Miss Darcy and the diversions of London, might be too much, she feared, for the strength of his attachment. As for Jane, her anxiety during this suspense was naturally more painful than Elizabeth's, but whatever she felt, she wished to conceal it. Therefore, the subject was never mentioned between her and Elizabeth. However, since no such sensitivity restrained her mother, An hour seldom passed in which Mrs. Bennet didn't talk about Bingley, express her impatience for his arrival, or even demand that Jane confess how badly treated she would feel if he didn't come back. It required all of Jane's steady gentleness to endure these attacks with reasonable calm. Mr. Collins returned punctually on the Monday 2 weeks later, but his reception at Longbourn was not quite as warm as it had been on his first arrival. He was too happy, however, to need much attention. Luckily for the others, the business of courtship relieved them of a great deal of his company. He spent the majority of every day at Lucas Lodge, sometimes returning to Longbourn, only just in time to apologize for his absence before the family went to bed. Mrs. Bennet was truly in a most pitiable state. The very mention of anything concerning the engagement threw her into an agony of ill humor, and wherever she went, she was sure to hear it discussed. The sight of Miss Lucas was unbearable to her. She regarded Charlotte with jealous hatred as her future successor in the house. Whenever Charlotte came to visit, Mrs. Bennet concluded she was eagerly anticipating the day she would take possession. Whenever Charlotte spoke in a low voice to Mr. Collins, Mrs. Bennet was convinced they were talking about the Longbourn estate, and planning to turn her and her daughters out of the house as soon as Mr. Bennet was dead. She complained bitterly about all this to her husband. "Indeed, Mr. Bennet," she said, "it is very hard to think that Charlotte Lucas should ever be mistress of this house, that I should be forced to make way for her, and live to see her take my place in it. My dear, do not give way to such gloomy thoughts. Let us hope for better things. Let us flatter ourselves that I may be the survivor." This was not very comforting to Mrs. Bennet, so instead of answering, she went on as before. "I cannot bear to think that they should have all this estate. If it wasn't for the entail, I wouldn't mind it." "What wouldn't you mind?" "I wouldn't mind anything at all." "Let us be thankful that you are preserved from such a state of complete indifference." "I can never be thankful, Mr. Bennet, for anything about the entail. How anyone could have the conscience to entail an estate away from one's own daughters, I cannot understand. And all for the sake of Mr. Collins, too. Why should he have it more than anyone else?" "I leave it to you to decide," said Mr. Bennet. Chapter 24. Miss Bingley's letter arrived and put an end to all doubt. The very first sentence confirmed that they were all settled in London for the winter. It concluded with her brother's regret at not having had time to pay his respects to his friends in Hertfordshire before leaving the county. Hope was gone, completely gone. When Jane could bring herself to read the rest of the letter, she found little comfort except for the writer's professed affection. Praise for Miss Darcy took up most of it. Her many attractions were detailed again, and Caroline boasted joyfully about their growing intimacy. She even ventured to predict the fulfillment of the wishes she had hinted at in her previous letter, regarding a match between her brother and Miss Darcy. She also wrote with great pleasure about her brother staying at Mr. Darcy's house, and mentioned with excitement some of Darcy's plans regarding new furniture. Elizabeth, to whom Jane soon shared the main points of all this, heard it with silent anger. Her heart was torn between concern for her sister and resentment against everyone else involved. She gave no credit to Caroline's claim that her brother was partial to Miss Darcy. She didn't doubt, any more than she ever had, that he was genuinely fond of Jane. As much as she had always been inclined to like him, she couldn't think of his easygoing temper, his lack of proper resolve, without anger, almost without contempt. It was this weakness that now made him a pawn of his scheming friends, leading him to sacrifice his own happiness to their whims. If only his own happiness were the sole sacrifice, he could perhaps be allowed to trifle with it as he saw fit. But her sister's happiness was involved too, as she believed he must surely realize himself. It was a subject, in short, that invited long and fruitless reflection. She could think of nothing else. And yet, whether Bingley's affection had truly faded, or was merely suppressed by his friend's interference, whether he had been aware of Jane's attachment, or if it had escaped his notice, whichever was true, though her opinion of him would be significantly affected by the difference, her sister's situation remained the same, her peace equally shattered. A day or two passed before Jane found the courage to speak of her feelings to Elizabeth. But finally, after Mrs. Bennet left them alone following a longer than usual rant about Netherfield and its master, Jane couldn't help saying, "Oh, if only my dear mother had more self-control. She has no idea how much pain she gives me with her constant remarks about him. But I won't complain. It can't last long. He will be forgotten, and we shall all be as we were before." Elizabeth looked at her sister with disbelieving concern, but said nothing. "You doubt me," cried Jane, blushing slightly. "Indeed, you have no reason. He may live in my memory as the most pleasant man I've ever known, but that is all. I have nothing either to hope or fear, and nothing to blame him for. Thank God I don't have that pain. A little time, therefore, I shall certainly try to get over it." With a stronger voice, she soon added, "I have this immediate comfort. It was no more than a flight of fancy on my part, and it has done no harm to anyone but myself." "My dear Jane," exclaimed Elizabeth, "you are too good. Your sweetness and selflessness are truly angelic. I don't know what to say to you. I feel as if I have never done you justice, or loved you as you deserve." Miss Bennet eagerly denied having any extraordinary merit, and redirected the praise to her sister's warm affection. "No," said Elizabeth, "this isn't fair. You want to think every one in the world is respectable, and get hurt if I speak ill of anybody. I only want to think you are perfect, and you argue against it. Don't worry about me going too far, or encroaching on your privilege of universal goodwill. You needn't. There are few people whom I truly love, and even fewer of whom I think well. The more I see of the world, the more dissatisfied I am with it. Every day confirms my belief in the inconsistency of human character, and how little reliance can be placed on the appearance of either merit or sense. I've encountered two instances lately. One I won't mention, the other is Charlotte's marriage. It is inexplicable. From every angle, it is inexplicable. My dear Lizzie, don't give way to feelings like these. They will ruin your happiness. You don't make enough allowance for differences in situation and temperament. Consider Mr. Collins's respectability and Charlotte's prudent, steady character. Remember that she comes from a large family, that financially it is a very advantageous match. Be ready to believe, for everyone's sake, that she may feel something like regard and esteem for our cousin. To please you, I would try to believe almost anything, but no one else would benefit from such a belief. If I were persuaded that Charlotte had any regard for him, I would only think worse of her judgment than I currently do of her heart. My dear Jane, Mr. Collins is a conceited, pompous, narrow-minded, silly man. You know he is, just as well as I do. And you must feel, just as I do, that the woman who marries him cannot possibly have a proper way of thinking. You shall not defend her, even though it is Charlotte Lucas. You shall not, for the sake of one individual, change the meaning of principle and integrity, nor try to persuade yourself or me that selfishness is prudence, and ignoring danger is security for happiness. "I must think your language is too strong in speaking of both," replied Jane, "and I hope you will be convinced of it by seeing them happy together. But enough of this. You alluded to something else. You mentioned two instances. I know who you mean, but I beg you, dear Lizzie, not to pain me by thinking that person is to blame, or by saying your opinion of him has lowered. We mustn't be so quick to imagine ourselves intentionally injured. We must not expect a lively young man to always be so guarded and careful. Very often, it is nothing but our own vanity that deceives us. Women imagine admiration means more than it does, and men take care that they should. If it is done intentionally, they cannot be justified. But I have no idea that there is as much scheming in the world as some people imagine. I am far from attributing any part of Mr. Bingley's conduct to deliberate design," said Elizabeth. "But without intending to do wrong or make others unhappy, there can still be error and there can still be misery. Thoughtlessness, lack of attention to other people's feelings, and lack of resolution will do the job just as well." "And do you blame him for either of those?" "Yes, for the last one. But if I continue, I shall displease you by saying what I think of people you esteem. Stop me while you can." "You persist, then, in believing his sisters influenced him?" "Yes, along with his friend. I cannot believe it. Why should they try to influence him? They can only wish for his happiness, and if he is attached to me, no other woman can secure it for him." "Your first assumption is false. They may wish for many things besides his happiness. They may wish for his increase in wealth and social standing. They may wish him to marry a girl who possesses the importance that comes with money, great connections, and pride." "Undoubtedly they do wish him to choose Miss Darcy," replied Jane, "but this may stem from better motives than you are supposing. They have known her much longer than they have known me. It's no wonder if they love her better. But whatever their own wishes may be, it is very unlikely they would have opposed their brothers. What sister would feel she had the right to do so, unless there were something seriously objectionable? If they believed him attached to me, they would not try to separate us. If he were truly attached, they could not succeed. By assuming such affection existed, you make everyone seem to be acting unnaturally and wrongly, and you make me most unhappy. Do not distress me with the idea. I am not ashamed of having been mistaken, or at least the shame is slight, nothing compared to what I would feel thinking ill of him or his sisters. Let me see it in the best possible light, in the way it can be understood without assigning blame." Elizabeth could not argue against such a wish. From this time on, Mr. Bingley's name was scarcely ever mentioned between them. Mrs. Bennet continued to wonder and complain about his not returning. Although Elizabeth tried almost daily to explain it clearly, there seemed little chance of her mother ever viewing the situation with less confusion. Her daughter attempted to convince her of something she didn't believe herself, that his attentions to Jane had merely been the result of a common and fleeting liking, which ended when he saw her no more. Though Mrs. Bennet might accept the probability of this explanation at the time, she needed the same story repeated every day. Mrs. Bennet's best comfort was the belief that Mr. Bingley must return again in the summer. Mr. Bennet treated the matter differently. "So, Lizzie," he said one day, "your sister has been crossed in love, I find. I congratulate her. Next to being married, a girl enjoys being crossed in love a little now and then. It gives her something to think about, and lends her a certain distinction among her friends. When is your turn coming? You will hardly bear being outdone by Jane for long. Now is your chance. There are enough officers in Meryton to disappoint all the young ladies in the county. Let Wickham be your man. He is a pleasant fellow, and would jilt you respectably." "Thank you, sir, but a less agreeable man would satisfy me. We must not all expect Jane's good fortune." "True," said Mr. Bennet, "but it is a comfort to think that whatever disappointment of that kind may befall you, you have an affectionate mother who will always make the most of it." Mr. Wickham's company was significantly helpful in lifting the gloom that recent unpleasant events had cast over many members of the Longbourn family. They saw him often, and added to his other appealing qualities was now a general openness. The entire story Elizabeth had already heard, his claims against Mr. Darcy, and all that he had suffered from him, was now openly acknowledged and publicly discussed. Everyone was pleased to think how much they had always disliked Mr. Darcy, even before they knew any of the details. Miss Bennet was the only one who could suppose there might be mitigating circumstances in the case, unknown to the society of Hertfordshire. Her gentle and steady fairness always argued for allowances and urged the possibility of mistakes. But by everyone else, Mr. Darcy was condemned as the worst of men. Chapter 25. After a week spent professing love and planning future happiness, Mr. Collins was called away from his agreeable Charlotte by the arrival of Saturday. The pain of separation, however, might have been lessened for him by the need to make preparations for receiving his bride. He had reason to hope that shortly after his next return to Hertfordshire, the day would be set that was to make him the happiest of men. He took leave of his relatives at Longbourn with as much solemn formality as before, wished his lovely cousins health and happiness again, and promised their father another thank-you letter. On the following Monday, Mrs. Bennet had the pleasure of welcoming her brother and his wife, Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner, who came, as usual, to spend Christmas at Longbourn. Mr. Gardiner was a sensible, gentlemanly man, greatly superior to his sister, both by nature and education. The Netherfield ladies would have found it hard to believe that a man who earned his living through trade, and lived within sight of his own warehouses, could be so well-mannered and agreeable. Mrs. Gardiner, who was several years younger than Mrs. Bennet and Mrs. Phillips, was a kind, intelligent, elegant woman, and a great favorite with her Longbourn nieces. Between the two eldest, Jane and Elizabeth, and herself, there was a particularly close bond. They had frequently stayed with her in London. The first part of Mrs. Gardiner's business upon arrival was to distribute her presents and describe the latest fashions. Once this was done, her role became less active. It was her turn to listen. Mrs. Bennet had many grievances to share and much to complain about. They had all been treated very poorly since she last saw her sister. 2 of her daughters had been on the verge of marriage. And yet, it all came to nothing. "I don't blame Jane," she continued, "for Jane would have secured Mr. Bingley if she could. But Lizzie, oh sister, it's very hard to think that she could have been Mr. Collins's wife by now, if it hadn't been for her own stubbornness. He proposed to her in this very room, and she refused him. The result is that Lady Lucas will have a daughter married before I do, and the Longbourn estate is just as entailed as ever. The Lucases are very scheming people indeed, sister. They are only interested in what they can get. I am sorry to say it about them, but it's true. It makes me very nervous and unwell to be opposed like this in my own family, and to have neighbors who think only of themselves before anyone else. However, your coming just at this time is the greatest of comforts, and I am very glad to hear what you tell us about long sleeves." Mrs. Gardiner, who had already heard the gist of this news through Jane and Elizabeth's letters, gave her sister a brief reply, and, out of compassion for her nieces, changed the subject. Later, when alone with Elizabeth, she spoke more directly about the situation. "It seems like it would have been a desirable match for Jane," she said. "I am sorry it fell through. But these things happen so often. A young man like the Mr. Bingley you described so easily falls in love with a pretty girl for a few weeks, and when circumstances separate them, just as easily forgets her. These sorts of fickle attachments are very common." "An excellent consolation in its way," said Elizabeth, "but it won't work for us. We aren't suffering because of mere chance. It doesn't often happen that friends' interference persuades a young man of independent means to simply forget a girl he was violently in love with only a few days before. But that expression violently in love is so overused, so uncertain, so vague, that it gives me very little real information. It's applied just as often to feelings that arise from a half-hour acquaintance as to a real, strong attachment. Tell me, how violent was Mr. Bingley's love?" "I never saw a more promising inclination. He was becoming quite inattentive to other people, completely focused on her. Every time they met, it seemed more obvious and noticeable. At his own ball, he offended 2 or 3 young ladies by not asking them to dance, and I spoke to him twice myself without getting an answer. Could there be clearer signs? Isn't general rudeness towards others the very essence of love? Oh yes, of the kind of love I suppose he felt. Poor Jane! I am sorry for her, because with her personality, she may not get over it quickly. It would have been better if it had happened to you, Lizzie. You would have laughed yourself out of it sooner. But do you think she could be persuaded to come back to London with us? A change of scene might do her good, and perhaps a little break from home could be as helpful as anything." Elizabeth was extremely pleased with this proposal, and felt sure her sister would readily agree. "I hope," added Mrs. Gardiner, "that no thoughts regarding this young man will influence her decision. We live in such a different part of London, all our connections are so different, and as you well know, we go out so little, that it is very unlikely they should meet at all, unless he specifically comes to see her, and that is quite impossible. He is now under the influence of his friend, and Mr. Darcy would never allow him to call on Jane in that part of London. My dear aunt, how could you even think of it? Mr. Darcy may perhaps have heard of a place like Gracechurch Street, but he would likely think a month of scrubbing wouldn't be enough to cleanse him from its impurities, if he ever set foot there. And depend upon it, Mr. Bingley never goes anywhere without him. So much the better. I hope they won't meet at all. But doesn't Jane correspond with his sister? She won't be able to resist calling on Jane. She will drop the acquaintance entirely." But despite the certainty Elizabeth pretended to feel on this point, as well as the even more critical one of Bingley being kept from seeing Jane, she felt an underlying concern that convinced her, upon reflection, that she didn't consider it entirely hopeless. It was possible, and sometimes she thought it probable, that his affection might be rekindled, and the influence of his friends successfully overcome by the more natural influence of Jane's attractions. Miss Bennet accepted her aunt's invitation with pleasure. The Bingleys were only in her thoughts, inasmuch as she hoped that, since Caroline didn't live in the same house as her brother, she might occasionally spend a morning with her without any danger of encountering him. The Gardiner stayed a week at Longbourn. Between the Phillipses, the Lucases, and the officers, there wasn't a single day without a social engagement. Mrs. Bennet had so carefully arranged for the entertainment of her brother and sister that they didn't sit down to a simple family dinner even once. When the engagement was at Longbourn, some of the officers were always included, and Mr. Wickham was sure to be among them. On these occasions, Mrs. Gardiner, made suspicious by Elizabeth's enthusiastic praise of him, closely observed them both. While she didn't conclude from what she saw that they were seriously in love, their preference for each other was clear enough to make her a little uneasy. She resolved to speak to Elizabeth about the imprudence of encouraging such an attachment before she left Hertfordshire. For Mrs. Gardiner, Wickham offered a particular source of pleasure unrelated to his general charm. About 10 or 12 years ago, before her marriage, she had spent a considerable amount of time in the very part of Derbyshire where he came from. They had, therefore, many acquaintances in common. Although Wickham had spent little time there since the death of Darcy's father 5 years before, he was still able to give her more recent news of her former friends than she had been able to obtain otherwise. Mrs. Gardiner had seen Pemberley, the Darcy estate, and knew the late Mr. Darcy's reputation very well. Consequently, this provided an inexhaustible topic of conversation. Comparing her memories of Pemberley with the detailed description Wickham could provide, and offering her praise for the character of its late owner, delighted both him and herself. Upon learning about the current Mr. Darcy's treatment of Wickham, she tried to recall something about the gentleman's reputed disposition as a boy that might fit this behavior. She finally felt confident she remembered hearing Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy spoken of formerly as a very proud, ill-natured boy. Chapter 26. Mrs. Gardiner's warning to Elizabeth was delivered punctually and kindly at the first good opportunity they had to speak alone. After honestly telling Elizabeth her thoughts, she continued, "You are too sensible a girl, Lizzie, to fall in love simply because you are warned against it. Therefore, I am not afraid of speaking openly. Seriously, I want you to be on your guard. Don't get yourself involved, or try to involve him, in an affection that the lack of money would make so very unwise. I have nothing against him. He is a most interesting young man. If he had the fortune he ought to have, I should think you could not do better. But as things stand, you must not let your imagination run away with you. You have sense, and we all expect you to use it. Your father relies on your resolution and good judgment, I am sure. You must not disappoint your father." "My dear aunt, this is being serious indeed." "Yes, and I hope to persuade you to be serious likewise." "Well then, you need not be alarmed. I will take care of myself, and of Mr. Wickham too. He shall not fall in love with me, if I can prevent it." "Elizabeth, you are not being serious now." "I beg your pardon. I will try again. At present, I am not in love with Mr. Wickham." "No, I certainly am not. But he is, beyond comparison, the most agreeable man I have ever met. And if he becomes genuinely attached to me, I believe it will be better that he should not. I see the imprudence of it. Oh, that abominable Mr. Darcy! My father's opinion of me does me the greatest honor, and I would be miserable to lose it. My father, however, is partial to Mr. Wickham. In short, my dear aunt, I would be very sorry to cause any of you unhappiness. But since we see every day that where there is affection, young people are seldom held back by immediate lack of fortune from getting engaged, how can I promise to be wiser than so many others if I am tempted? Or how am I even to know that it would be wiser to resist? All that I can promise you, therefore, is not to be in a hurry. I will not rush to believe myself his primary interest. When I am in his company, I will not be wishing for things. In short, I will do my best. Perhaps it would be best if you discourage his coming here so very often. At least you shouldn't remind your mother to invite him." "As I did the other day," said Elizabeth with a knowing smile. "Very true. It will be wise for me to refrain from that. But don't imagine he is always here this often. It's mainly on your account that he has been invited so frequently this week. You know my mother's ideas about the necessity of constant company for her guests. But really, and upon my honor, I will try to do what I think is wisest. Now I hope you are satisfied." Her aunt assured her that she was. Elizabeth thanked her for the kindness of her advice, and they parted, a rare example of advice on such a topic being given without causing resentment. Mr. Collins returned to Hertfordshire soon after the Gardiners and Jane had left. However, since he took up residence with the Lucases, his arrival caused no great inconvenience to Mrs. Bennet. His wedding was now fast approaching. She had finally resigned herself to thinking it inevitable, even repeatedly saying, in an ill-natured tone, that she, quote, "wished they might be happy." Thursday was set as the wedding day, and on Wednesday Miss Lucas paid her farewell visit. When she rose to leave, Elizabeth, ashamed of her mother's grudging and reluctant good wishes, and genuinely affected herself, walked Charlotte out of the room. As they went downstairs together, Charlotte said, "I shall count on hearing from you very often, Eliza." "That you certainly shall. And I have another favor to ask. Will you come and see me? We shall meet often, I hope, in Hertfordshire. I am not likely to leave Kent for some time. Promise me, therefore, that you will come to Hunsford." Elizabeth could not refuse, though she anticipated little pleasure from the visit. "My father and Maria are coming to visit me in March," added Charlotte, "and I hope you will agree to be part of the group." "Indeed, Eliza, you will be as welcome to me as either of them." The wedding took place. The bride and groom set off for Kent directly from the church door, and everyone had as much to say or hear on the subject as usual. Elizabeth soon heard from her friend, and their correspondence remained as regular and frequent as it had ever been, though it was impossible for it to be equally open. Elizabeth could never write to Charlotte without feeling that the comfort of their former intimacy was gone. Although determined not to slacken as a correspondent, she wrote more for the sake of what their friendship had been rather than what it currently was. Charlotte's first letters were received with considerable eagerness. Elizabeth couldn't help being curious about how she would describe her new home. how she would like Lady Catherine, and how happy she would dare to claim she was. However, when the letters arrived, Elizabeth felt that Charlotte expressed herself on every point exactly as she might have predicted. She wrote cheerfully, seemed surrounded by comforts, and mentioned nothing she couldn't praise. The house, furniture, neighborhood, and roads were all to her liking, and Lady Catherine's behavior was described as most friendly and obliging. It was essentially Mr. Collins's picture of Hunsford and Rosings, just toned down rationally. Elizabeth realized she would have to wait for her own visit to know the full truth. Jane had already sent a few lines to her sister announcing their safe arrival in London. When she wrote again, Elizabeth hoped she would be able to say something about the Bingleys. Her impatience for this second letter was rewarded about as well as impatience usually is. Jane had been in London for a week without either seeing or hearing from Caroline Bingley. She explained it away, however, by supposing that her last letter to her friend from Longbourn must have been lost by accident. "My aunt," she continued, "is going to that part of town tomorrow, and I shall take the opportunity to call on Grosvenor Street." She wrote again after the visit was paid and she had seen Miss Bingley. "I didn't think Caroline seemed in good spirits," were her words, "but she was very glad to see me and scolded me for not giving her notice of my coming to London. So I was right. My last letter never reached her. I asked after their brother, of course. He was well, but so much occupied with Mr. Darcy that they scarcely ever saw him. I found out that Miss Darcy was expected for dinner. I wish I could see her. My visit wasn't long, as Caroline and Mrs. Hurst were going out. I dare say I shall see them here soon." Elizabeth shook her head over this letter. It convinced her that only by pure chance could Mr. Bingley discover her sister was in town. 4 weeks passed, and Jane saw nothing of him. She tried to persuade herself that she didn't regret it, but she could no longer ignore Miss Bingley's neglect. After waiting at home every morning for 2 weeks, and inventing a fresh excuse for Caroline every evening, the visitor finally appeared. But the shortness of her stay, and even more, the change in her manner, allowed Jane to deceive herself no longer. The letter she wrote to Elizabeth on this occasion reveals what she felt. "My dearest Lizzie will, I am sure, be incapable of gloating over her better judgment at my expense, when I confess myself to have been entirely mistaken about Miss Bingley's regard for me. But, my dear sister, although events have proved you right, please don't think me stubborn if I still maintain that, considering her behavior before, my confidence was as natural as your suspicion. I don't understand her reason for wanting to be intimate with me at all, but if the same circumstances were to happen again, I am sure I would be deceived again. Caroline didn't return my visit until yesterday, and not a note, not a line, did I receive in the meantime. When she did come, it was very clear she took no pleasure in it. She made a slight, formal apology for not calling sooner, said nothing about wanting to see me again, and was, in every respect, so altered that when she left, I was perfectly resolved to continue the acquaintance no longer. I pity her, though I cannot help blaming her. She was very wrong to single me out as she did. I can safely say that every step towards intimacy began on her side. But I pity her, because she must feel she has been acting wrongly, and because I am very sure that anxiety for her brother is the cause of it. I need not explain myself further, and though we know this anxiety to be quite unnecessary, yet if she feels it, it easily accounts for her behavior towards me. Since he is so deservedly dear to his sister, whatever anxiety she may feel on his behalf is natural and understandable. I cannot help wondering, however, at her having any such fears now, because if he had cared about me at all, we must have met long, long ago. He knows I am in town, I am certain, from something she said herself. And yet, it would seem from her way of talking as if she wanted to persuade herself that he is really partial to Miss Darcy. I cannot understand it. If I weren't afraid of judging harshly, I would be almost tempted to say that there is a strong appearance of deceitfulness in all this. I will try to banish every painful thought and think only of what will make me happy. Your affection, and the constant kindness of my dear uncle and aunt. Let me hear from you very soon." Miss Bingley said something about his never returning to Netherfield again, about giving up the house, but not with any certainty. We had better not mention it. "I am extremely glad that you have such pleasant news from our friends at Hunsford. Please go visit them with Sir William and Maria. I am sure you will be very comfortable there. Yours, etc." This letter caused Elizabeth some pain, but her spirits revived as she considered that Jane would no longer be fooled, at least, not by the sister. All expectation from the brother was now absolutely over. She wouldn't even wish for any renewal of his attentions. His character diminished with every reflection on it. As a punishment for him, as well as a possible advantage to Jane, She seriously hoped he might indeed soon marry Mr. Darcy's sister. According to Wickham's account, Miss Darcy would surely make him abundantly regret what he had thrown away. Around this time, Mrs. Gardiner reminded Elizabeth of her promise concerning Wickham and asked for an update. Elizabeth had news to send that might satisfy her aunt more than herself. His apparent partiality had faded. His attentions had ceased. He was now the admirer of someone else. Elizabeth was observant enough to see it all, but she could see it and write about it without significant pain. Her heart had only been slightly touched, and her vanity was satisfied by believing she would have been his only choice if fortune had allowed it. The sudden inheritance of £10,000 was the most notable charm of the young lady he was now trying to please, Miss King. But Elizabeth, perhaps less clear-sighted in this case than in Charlotte's, didn't condemn him for his desire for financial independence. Nothing, on the contrary, could be more natural. As long as she could suppose it cost him a few internal struggles to give her up, she was ready to accept it as a wise and desirable step for both of them, and could very sincerely wish him happy. All this was acknowledged to Mrs. Gardiner. After relating the circumstances, she continued, "I am now convinced, my dear aunt, that I have never been truly in love. If I had really experienced that pure and elevating passion, I would currently detest his very name and wish him all sorts of misfortune. But my feelings towards him are not only cordial, they are even impartial towards Miss King. I cannot find that I hate her at all, or that I am in the least unwilling to think her a very good sort of girl. There can be no love in all this. My watchfulness has been effective, and although I would certainly be a more interesting figure to all my acquaintances if I were distractedly in love with him, I cannot say that I regret my comparative lack of drama. Importance can sometimes be bought too dearly. Kitty and Lydia take his defection much more to heart than I do. They are young in the ways of the world, and not yet open to the humbling conviction that handsome young men must have something to live on, just like the plain ones." Chapter 27. With no greater events than these affecting the Longbourn family, and otherwise marked by little more than walks to Meryton, sometimes muddy, sometimes cold, January and February passed away. March was scheduled to take Elizabeth to Hunsford. She hadn't initially thought very seriously about going, but she soon realized Charlotte was counting on the plan. Gradually, Elizabeth began to consider it herself with greater pleasure and certainty. Being apart had increased her desire to see Charlotte again and lessened her distaste for Mr. Collins. There was a novelty to the idea, and since home, with such a mother and such uncompanionable younger sisters, could not be perfect, a little change was welcome for its own sake. The journey would also give her a chance to see Jane briefly in London. In short, as the time drew near, she would have been very sorry for any delay. Everything, however, proceeded smoothly, and was finalized, according to Charlotte's original suggestion. Elizabeth was to travel with Sir William Lucas and his second daughter, Maria. The added benefit of spending a night in London was incorporated later, making the plan as perfect as possible. The only downside was leaving her father, who would certainly miss her. When it came down to it, he disliked her going so much that he told her to write to him, and almost promised to answer her letter. The farewell between herself and Mr. Wickham was perfectly friendly, perhaps even more so on his side. His current romantic pursuit couldn't make him forget that Elizabeth had been the first to capture and deserve his attention, the first to listen and sympathize, the first to be admired. In his manner of saying goodbye, wishing her every enjoyment, reminding her of what to expect from Lady Catherine de Bourgh, and trusting their opinions of her and everyone else would always align, there was a concern, an interest, which she felt must always attach her to him with sincere regard. She parted from him, convinced that, whether married or single, he must always be her model of amiability and charm. Her traveling companions the next day did nothing to make her think Wickham less agreeable. Sir William Lucas and his daughter Maria, a good-natured girl, but as empty-headed as her father, had nothing interesting to say. Listening to them was about as delightful as listening to the rattle of the carriage wheels. Elizabeth enjoyed absurdities, but she had known Sir William for too long. He could tell her nothing new about the wonders of his knighthood ceremony, and his polite phrases were as worn out as his anecdotes. It was a journey of only 24 miles, and they started early enough to arrive in Gracechurch Street, London, by noon. As they pulled up to Mr. Gardiner's door, Jane was at a drawing-room window watching for them. When they entered the hallway, she was there to welcome them. Elizabeth looked earnestly at her face, and was pleased to see it looking as healthy and lovely as ever. On the stairs was a troop of small children, the Gardiner nieces and nephews, whose eagerness to see their cousin Elizabeth wouldn't allow them to wait in the drawing-room, and whose shyness, having not seen her for a year, prevented them from coming any lower. All was joy and kindness. The day passed very pleasantly, the morning filled with bustling activity and shopping, and the evening spent at one of the theaters. Elizabeth managed to sit next to her aunt. Their first topic was Jane. Elizabeth was more grieved than surprised to hear, in response to her detailed questions, that although Jane always tried to keep her spirits up, she still had periods of sadness. It was reasonable, however, to hope they wouldn't last long. Mrs. Gardiner also gave her the details of Miss Bingley's visit to Gracechurch Street, and recounted conversations between Jane and herself at different times, which proved that Jane had, from her heart, given up the acquaintance. Mrs. Gardiner then playfully teased her niece about Wickham's desertion, and complimented her on handling it so well. "But, my dear Elizabeth," she added, "what sort of girl is this Miss King? I should be sorry to think our friend Wickham is mercenary. Pray, my dear aunt, what is the difference in marriage matters between a mercenary motive and a prudent one? Where does discretion end and greed begin? Last Christmas you were afraid of his marrying me because it would be imprudent. Now, because he is pursuing a girl with only £10,000, you want to conclude he is mercenary. If you will only tell me what sort of girl Miss King is, I shall know what to think. She is a very good kind of girl, I believe. I know no harm of her. But he paid her no attention at all until her grandfather's death made her mistress of this fortune? No. Why should he? If it wasn't acceptable for him to try and win my affections because I had no money, what reason could there be for making advances to a girl he didn't care about who was equally poor? But there seems a lack of delicacy in directing his attentions towards her so soon after the death. A man in difficult financial circumstances doesn't have time for all those elegant proprieties that other people can observe. If she doesn't object to it, why should we? Her not objecting doesn't justify him. It only shows she is lacking something herself, either sense or sensitivity." "Well," cried Elizabeth, "have it your way. He shall be mercenary, and she shall be foolish." "No, Lizzie, that is not what I choose. I should be sorry, you know, to think ill of a young man who lived so long in Derbyshire." "Oh, if that's all, I have a very poor opinion of young men who live in Derbyshire, and their intimate friends who live in Hertfordshire aren't much better. I am sick of them all, thank heaven. I am going tomorrow, where I shall find a man who hasn't one agreeable quality, who has neither manners nor sense to recommend him. Stupid men are the only ones worth knowing, after all." "Take care, Lizzie. That speech sounds strongly of disappointment." Before they were separated by the end of the play, Elizabeth had the unexpected happiness of receiving an invitation to accompany her uncle and aunt on a pleasure tour they planned to take in the summer. "We haven't quite decided how far it will take us," said Mrs. Gardiner, "but perhaps to the lakes." No plan could have been more agreeable to Elizabeth, and her acceptance was immediate and grateful. "My dear, dear aunt," she cried rapturously, "what delight! What happiness! You give me fresh life and energy. Goodbye to disappointment and bad moods. What are men compared to rocks and mountains? Oh, what hours of sheer joy we shall spend! And when we do return, it won't be like other travelers, unable to give one accurate description of anything. We will know where we have gone. We will remember what we have seen. Lakes, mountains, and rivers shall not be jumbled together in our minds. Nor, when we try to describe a particular scene, will we start arguing about its location relative to others. Let our first accounts be less unbearable than those of most travelers." Chapter 28. Every sight on the next day's journey to Kent was new and interesting to Elizabeth, and her spirits were high. She had seen her sister Jane looking well enough to banish any fears for her health, and the prospect of her northern summer tour was a constant source of delight. When they turned off the main road onto the lane leading to Hunsford, everyone began searching for the parsonage, expecting it to appear around every bend. The fence bordering Rosings Park ran alongside them on one side. Elizabeth smiled, remembering all she had heard about its inhabitants. At last, the parsonage came into view. The garden sloping down to the road, the house standing within it, the green fence posts, and the laurel hedge. Everything signaled their arrival. Mr. Collins and Charlotte appeared at the door, and the carriage stopped at the small gate, leading up a short gravel path to the house, greeted by the nods and smiles of the welcoming party. In a moment, they were all out of the carriage, happy to see each other. Mrs. Collins welcomed her friend Elizabeth with the liveliest pleasure, and Elizabeth felt increasingly glad she had come, finding herself so affectionately received. She saw instantly that her cousin Collins's manners hadn't changed with marriage. His stiff formality was just as it had been. He detained her at the gate for several minutes to hear answers to his inquiries about all her family. Then, with no further delay than his pointing out the neatness of the entrance, they were led into the house. As soon as they were in the parlor, he welcomed them a second time, with showy formality, to his humble home and meticulously repeated all his wife's offers of refreshments. Elizabeth was prepared to see him in his element. She couldn't help suspecting that in highlighting the good proportions of the room, its view, and its furniture, he was addressing her particularly, as if wanting to make her regret refusing him. But although everything looked neat and comfortable, she couldn't satisfy him with any sigh of repentance. Instead, she looked with wonder at her friend Charlotte, marveling that she could maintain such a cheerful attitude with such a companion. Whenever Mr. Collins said something his wife might reasonably be ashamed of, which happened quite often, Elizabeth involuntarily glanced at Charlotte. Once or twice she detected a faint blush, but generally Charlotte wisely pretended not to hear. After sitting long enough to admire every piece of furniture in the room, from the sideboard to the fireplace fender, and giving an account of their journey and London happenings, Mr. Collins invited them for a walk in the garden. It was large and well laid out, and he tended to its cultivation himself. Working in his garden was one of his more respectable pleasures. Elizabeth admired the composure with which Charlotte spoke of the health benefits of the exercise, and admitted she encouraged it as much as possible. Leading the way through every path and cross-path, scarcely allowing them a moment to utter the praises he solicited, Mr. Collins pointed out every view with a minuteness that completely overshadowed any actual beauty. He could count the fields in every direction and tell them how many trees were in the most distant cluster. But of all the views his garden, the county, or even the kingdom could offer, none compared to the prospect of Rosings, visible through an opening in the trees that bordered the park almost directly opposite the front of his house. It was a handsome, modern building, well situated on rising ground. From his garden, Mr. Collins would have led them around his 2 meadows, but the ladies, lacking suitable shoes for the lingering frost, turned back. While Sir William accompanied Mr. Collins, Charlotte took her sister Maria and Elizabeth on a tour of the house, probably quite pleased to show it without her husband's interference. It was rather small, but well built and convenient. Everything was fitted up and arranged with a neatness and consistency for which Elizabeth gave Charlotte all the credit. When Mr. Collins could be forgotten, there was genuinely a great air of comfort throughout the house. Judging by Charlotte's obvious enjoyment of it, Elizabeth supposed he must be forgotten quite often. She had already learned that Lady Catherine was still residing in the area. This was mentioned again while they were at dinner. Mr. Collins joined in, observing, "Yes, Miss Elizabeth, you will have the honor of seeing Lady Catherine de Bourgh next Sunday at church, and needless to say, you will be delighted with her. She is all friendliness and condescension, and I have no doubt you will be honored with some portion of her notice after the service. I scarcely hesitate to say that she will include you and my sister Maria in every invitation she honors us with during your stay here. Her behavior towards my dear Charlotte is charming. We dine at Rosings twice every week and are never allowed to walk home. Her ladyship's carriage is regularly ordered for us. I should say, one of her ladyship's carriages, for she has several. Lady Catherine is a very respectable, sensible woman indeed," added Charlotte, "and a most attentive neighbor." "Very true, my dear, that is exactly what I say. She is the sort of woman whom one cannot regard with too much respect." The evening was spent mainly talking over news from Hertfordshire and repeating things that had already been written in letters. When it ended, Elizabeth, alone in her room, had to reflect on Charlotte's degree of contentment, understand her skill in managing, and patience in tolerating her husband, and acknowledge that she handled it all very well. She also had to anticipate how her visit would unfold, the quiet routine of their usual activities, the annoying interruptions from Mr. Collins, and the social occasions involving Rosings. Her lively imagination soon painted a clear picture. Around the middle of the next day, while Elizabeth was in her room getting ready for a walk, a sudden noise downstairs seemed to throw the whole house into confusion. After listening for a moment, she heard someone running upstairs in a great hurry, calling loudly for her. She opened the door and met Maria on the landing, who, breathless with excitement, cried out, "Oh, my dear Eliza, please hurry and come into the dining room. There is such a sight to be seen. I won't tell you what it is. Hurry, come down this instant." Elizabeth asked questions in vain. Maria wouldn't tell her anything more. They ran down into the dining room, which faced the lane, in search of this wonder. It turned out to be two ladies stopping in a low carriage, a phaeton, at the garden gate. "And this is all?" cried Elizabeth. "I expected at least that the pigs had gotten into the garden, and here is nothing but Lady Catherine and her daughter." "Oh, my dear," said Maria, quite shocked at the mistake, "it isn't Lady Catherine. The older lady is Mrs. Jenkinson, who lives with them. The other is Miss de Bourgh. Just look at her. She is quite a little thing. Who would have thought she could be so thin and small? She is abominably rude to keep Charlotte standing out there in all this wind. Why doesn't she come inside?" "Oh, Charlotte says she hardly ever does. It is the greatest of favors when Miss de Bourgh actually comes in." "I like her appearance," said Elizabeth, struck by other thoughts. "She looks sickly and cross. Yes, she will suit him very well. She will make him a very proper wife." Mr. Collins and Charlotte were both standing at the gate, talking with the ladies. Sir William, much to Elizabeth's amusement, was stationed in the doorway, earnestly contemplating the grandeur before him and bowing constantly whenever Miss de Bourgh glanced his way. At length, there was nothing more to be said. The ladies in the carriage drove on, and the others returned to the house. As soon as Mr. Collins saw Elizabeth and Maria, he began congratulating them on their good fortune. Charlotte explained by informing them that the entire party was invited to dine at Rosings the next day. Chapter 29. Mr. Collins's triumph over this invitation was complete. The chance to display the grandeur of his patroness to his amazed visitors, and to let them witness her politeness towards himself and his wife, was exactly what he had hoped for. That such an opportunity should arise so soon was an example of Lady Catherine's graciousness that he couldn't admire enough. "I confess," he said, "that I wouldn't have been surprised at all if her ladyship had asked us on Sunday to have tea and spend the evening at Rosings. I rather expected it, knowing her friendliness. But who could have foreseen such attention as this? Who could have imagined we would receive an invitation to dine there, an invitation including the whole party, moreover, so immediately after your arrival?" "I am less surprised at what has happened," replied Sir William, "given my knowledge of the manners of the truly great, which my position in life has allowed me to acquire. Around the royal court, such examples of elegant breeding are not uncommon. Scarcely anything else was discussed for the rest of the day or the next morning, except their visit to Rosings. Mr. Collins carefully instructed them on what to expect, so that the sight of such rooms, so many servants, and such a splendid dinner might not completely overwhelm them. As the ladies were separating to get dressed, he said to Elizabeth, "Do not worry yourself, my dear cousin, about your clothing. Lady Catherine is far from requiring the elegance of dress in us that suits herself and her daughter. I would advise you simply to put on whatever clothes you have that are superior to the rest. There is no need for anything more. Lady Catherine will not think less of you for being simply dressed. She likes a distinction of rank to be maintained." While they were dressing, he came to their different doors 2 or 3 times to urge them to be quick, as Lady Catherine strongly objected to being kept waiting for her dinner. Such intimidating accounts of her ladyship and her lifestyle quite frightened Maria Lucas, who was not used to grand company. She looked forward to her introduction at Rosings, with as much anxiety as her father had felt before his presentation at St. James's Palace. As the weather was fine, they had a pleasant walk of about half a mile across the park. Every park has its own beauty and views, and Elizabeth saw much to appreciate, though she couldn't summon the raptures Mr. Collins expected the scene to inspire. She was only slightly impressed by his counting of the windows on the front of the house and his relating what the glazing had originally cost Sir Louis de Bourgh. When they climbed the steps to the entrance hall, Maria's alarm grew with every moment, and even Sir William didn't look perfectly calm. Elizabeth's courage, however, did not falter. She had heard nothing about Lady Catherine that suggested she was intimidating, due to extraordinary talents or miraculous virtue. She believed she could witness the mere stateliness that came with money and rank without trembling. From the entrance hall, where Mr. Collins pointed out the fine proportions and finished ornaments with ecstatic admiration, they followed the servants through an antechamber to the room where Lady Catherine, her daughter, and Mrs. Jenkinson were sitting. Her ladyship rose to receive them with great condescension. As Mrs. Collins had arranged with her husband that she would handle the introductions, it was performed properly, without any of the apologies and thanks Mr. Collins would have thought necessary. Despite having been presented at court, Sir William was so completely awed by the surrounding grandeur that he barely had enough courage to make a very low bow and take his seat without saying a word. His daughter, frightened almost out of her wits, perched on the edge of her chair, not knowing where to look. Elizabeth found herself quite capable of handling the scene, and could observe the three ladies before her calmly. Lady Catherine was a tall, large woman, with strong features that might once have been handsome. Her demeanor was not welcoming, nor was her manner of receiving them likely to make her visitors forget their lower rank. She wasn't intimidatingly silent. Rather, whatever she said was spoken in such an authoritative tone that it highlighted her self-importance and immediately brought Mr. Wickham to Elizabeth's mind. From observing her throughout the day, Elizabeth believed Lady Catherine was exactly as Wickham had described her. After examining the mother, in whose face and bearing she soon found some resemblance to Mr. Darcy, Elizabeth turned her eyes to the daughter. She could almost have shared Maria's astonishment at how thin and small Miss de Bourgh was. There was no physical likeness between the mother and daughter. Miss de Bourgh looked pale and sickly. Her features, though not unattractive, were unremarkable. She spoke very little, except in a low voice to Mrs. Jenkinson, whose appearance was unremarkable, and who was entirely occupied with listening to Miss de Bourgh and positioning a screen correctly before her eyes. After sitting for a few minutes, they were all directed to one of the windows to admire the view. Mr. Collins attended them, pointing out its beauties, while Lady Catherine kindly informed them that it was much better worth looking at in the summer. The dinner was exceedingly grand, with all the servants and silverware Mr. Collins had promised. As he had also predicted, he took his seat at the foot of the table, by Lady Catherine's request, looking as if life could offer nothing greater. He carved, ate, and praised with delighted eagerness. Every dish was commended, first by him, and then by Sir William, who had now recovered enough to echo whatever his son-in-law said, in a way that made Elizabeth wonder how Lady Catherine could stand it. But Lady Catherine seemed pleased by their excessive admiration, and smiled graciously, especially when any dish proved to be a novelty to them. The group did not provide much conversation. Elizabeth was ready to speak whenever there was an opportunity, but she was seated between Charlotte and Miss de Bourgh. Charlotte was busy listening to Lady Catherine, and Miss de Bourgh said not a single word to Elizabeth during dinner. Mrs. Jenkinson was mainly occupied with watching how little Miss de Bourgh ate, urging her to try another dish and worrying she might be unwell. Maria thought speaking was out of the question, and the gentlemen did nothing but eat and admire. When the ladies returned to the drawing-room, there was little to do but listen to Lady Catherine talk, which she did without pause until coffee arrived. She delivered her opinion on every subject in such a decisive manner that it proved she was not accustomed to having her judgment questioned. She inquired into Charlotte's household affairs with familiarity and detail, offering a great deal of advice on managing everything. She told Charlotte how everything ought to be run in such a small household, and instructed her on the care of her cows and poultry. Elizabeth realized that nothing was beneath this great lady's attention, if it provided an opportunity to dictate to others. In the pauses of her conversation with Mrs. Collins, she directed various questions to Maria and Elizabeth, but especially to Elizabeth, whose connections she knew the least about. She remarked to Mrs. Collins that Elizabeth was a very genteel, pretty sort of girl. At different times, she asked Elizabeth how many sisters she had, whether they were older or younger than herself, whether any of them were likely to marry, whether they were handsome, where they had been educated, what kind of carriage her father kept, and what her mother's maiden name had been. Elizabeth felt the rudeness of her questions, but answered them very calmly. Lady Catherine then observed, "Your father's estate is entailed to Mr. Collins, I believe?" "For your sake," turning to Charlotte, "I am glad of it, but otherwise I see no need for entailing estates away from the female line. It wasn't considered necessary in Sir Louis de Bourgh's family. Do you play and sing, Miss Bennet?" "A little." "Oh, then, some time or other we shall be happy to hear you. Our instrument is excellent, probably superior to. You shall try it some day. Do your sisters play and sing?" "One of them does." "Why didn't you all learn?" "You ought all to have learned. The Miss Webbs all play, and their father doesn't have as good an income as yours. Do you draw?" "No, not at all." "What, none of you?" "Not one." "That is very strange, but I suppose you had no opportunity. Your mother should have taken you to London every spring for lessons from masters." "My mother would have no objection, but my father hates London." "Has your governess left you?" "We never had a governess. No governess! How is that possible? 5 daughters brought up at home without a governess! I never heard of such a thing. Your mother must have been quite a slave to your education." Elizabeth could hardly help smiling as she assured her that had not been the case. "Then who taught you? Who supervised you? Without a governess, you must have been neglected." "Compared with some families, I believe we were. But those of us who wished to learn never lacked the means. We were always encouraged to read and had all the necessary tutors. Those who chose to be idle certainly could." "Ah, no doubt, but that is what a governess prevents. If I had known your mother, I should have advised her most strongly to hire one. I always say that nothing can be achieved in education without steady and regular instruction, and nobody but a governess can provide it. It is wonderful how many families I have helped by supplying governesses. I am always glad to get a young person well placed. 4 nieces of Mrs. Jenkinson are most delightfully situated thanks to me. And it was just the other day that I recommended another young person, who was merely mentioned to me by chance, and the family is quite delighted with her. Mrs. Collins, did I tell you about Lady Metcalfe calling yesterday to thank me? She finds Miss Pope a treasure. Lady Catherine, she said, you have given me a treasure. Are any of your younger sisters out in society, Miss Bennet? Yes, ma'am, all of them. All? What, all 5 out at once? Very odd. And you only the second daughter. The younger one's out before the elder sisters are married. Your younger sisters must be very young? Yes, my youngest is not yet 16. Perhaps she is rather young to be frequently in company. But really, ma'am, I think it would be very hard on younger sisters if they couldn't have their share of society and amusement, just because the elder ones may not have the means or inclination to marry early. The last-born has as good a right to the pleasures of youth as the first, and to be held back for such a reason, I think it would not be very likely to promote sisterly affection or sensitivity. Upon my word, said her ladyship, you give your opinion very decisively for someone so young. Pray, what is your age? With 3 younger sisters already grown up, replied Elizabeth, smiling, your ladyship can hardly expect me to admit it. Lady Catherine seemed quite astonished at not receiving a direct answer. Elizabeth suspected she might be the first person who had ever dared to trifle with such dignified impertinence. You cannot be more than 20, I am sure. Therefore you need not conceal your age. I am not yet 21. When the gentlemen joined them and tea was over, the card tables were set up. Lady Catherine, Sir William, and Mr. and Mrs. Collins sat down to play quadrille. As Mr. Berg chose to play casino, Elizabeth and Maria had the honor of assisting Mrs. Jenkinson to make up her game. Their table was incredibly dull. Scarcely a word was spoken that didn't relate to the game, except when Mrs. Jenkinson expressed her fears that Mr. Berg might be too hot or too cold, or have too much or too little light. Much more conversation happened at the other table. Lady Catherine was generally speaking, pointing out the mistakes of the other 3 players, or relating some anecdote about herself. Mr. Collins was busy agreeing with everything her ladyship said, thanking her for every point he won, and apologizing if he thought he won too many. Sir William didn't say much. He was busy storing anecdotes and noble names in his memory. When Lady Catherine and her daughter had played as long as they wished, the tables were cleared. The carriage was offered to Mrs. Collins, gratefully accepted, and immediately ordered. The party then gathered around the fire to hear Lady Catherine predict what the weather would be like the next day. From these pronouncements, they were summoned by the arrival of the carriage. With many speeches of thankfulness from Mr. Collins, and just as many bows from Sir William, they departed. As soon as they had driven away from the door, Elizabeth was asked by her cousin Collins for her opinion of everything she had seen at Rosings. For Charlotte's sake, she made her assessment more favorable than it really was. But her praise, though requiring some effort, could by no means satisfy Mr. Collins, and he was very soon obliged to take over the task of praising her ladyship himself. Chapter 30. Sir William stayed only a week at Hunsford, but his visit was long enough to convince him that his daughter was most comfortably settled, possessing both a husband and a neighbor rarely found together. While Sir William was with them, Mr. Collins dedicated his mornings to driving him out in his carriage to show him the countryside. But when Sir William left, the household returned to its usual routines. Elizabeth was thankful to find that she didn't see more of her cousin due to the change. The majority of the time between breakfast and dinner was now spent by him either working in the garden or reading and writing and looking out the window in his own study, which faced the road. The room where the ladies sat faced the back. Elizabeth had initially wondered why Charlotte didn't prefer the dining parlor for everyday use. It was a better-sized room and had a pleasanter view. But she soon saw that her friend had an excellent reason. Mr. Collins would undoubtedly have spent much less time in his own room if they had sat in one equally exposed to the comings and goings on the lane. She gave Charlotte credit for the arrangement. From the back drawing-room they could see nothing happening on the lane and relied on Mr. Collins for news of which carriages went by. He especially never failed to come and inform them whenever Miss de Bourgh drove past in her phaeton, even though it happened almost every day. She frequently stopped at the parsonage for a few minutes' conversation with Charlotte, but could rarely be persuaded to get out of her carriage. Very few days passed without Mr. Collins walking to Rosings, and not many went by when his wife didn't feel it necessary to go as well. Until Elizabeth remembered that there might be other church positions Lady Catherine could bestow in the future, she couldn't understand the sacrifice of so many hours. Now and then they were honored with a visit from her ladyship herself. Nothing escaped her observation during these visits. She examined their activities, looked at their needlework and advised them to do it differently, found fault with the furniture arrangement, or detected negligence in the housemaid. If she accepted any refreshment, she seemed to do it only for the sake of discovering that Mrs. Collins's servings of meat were too large for her small family. Elizabeth soon realized that although this great lady wasn't an official magistrate for the county, she acted as a most active one in her own parish. Mr. Collins reported the smallest local concerns to her. Whenever any of the villagers were inclined to be quarrelsome, discontented, or too poor, she would sally forth into the village to settle their differences, silence their complaints, and scold them into harmony and prosperity. The entertainment of dining at Rosings was repeated about twice a week. Allowing for the absence of Sir William, and there being only one card table in the evening, every such occasion was a duplicate of the first. Their other social engagements were few, as the general lifestyle of the neighborhood was beyond the Collinses' means. This, however, wasn't a hardship for Elizabeth. On the whole, she spent her time comfortably enough. There were half-hour periods of pleasant conversation with Charlotte, and the weather was so fine for the time of year that she often found great enjoyment outdoors. Her favorite walk, where she frequently went while the others were visiting Lady Catherine, was along the open grove bordering that side of the park. There was a nice sheltered path there that no one else seemed to appreciate, and where she felt safely beyond the reach of Lady Catherine's curiosity. In this quiet way, the first 2 weeks of her visit soon passed. Easter was approaching, and the week before it was expected to bring an addition to the Rosings household, an important event in such a small social circle. Elizabeth had heard soon after her arrival that Mr. Darcy was expected there within a few weeks. Although there weren't many acquaintances she didn't prefer over him, his arrival would provide someone comparatively new to look at during their Rosings parties. She thought she might be amused watching how hopeless Miss Bingley's designs on him were, judging by his behavior towards his cousin, Miss de Bourgh, for whom Lady Catherine evidently intended him. Lady Catherine talked of his coming with the greatest satisfaction, spoke of him in terms of the highest admiration, and seemed almost annoyed to discover that Elizabeth and Maria had already seen him frequently before. His arrival was soon known at the parsonage. Mr. Collins spent the whole morning walking within view of the park gates on Hunsford Lane, in order to have the earliest confirmation of it. After making his bow as the carriage turned into the park, he hurried home with the great news. The following morning he hastened to Rosings to pay his respects. There were 2 nephews of Lady Catherine requiring his attention, for Mr. Darcy had brought Colonel Fitzwilliam with him, the younger son of his uncle, Lord. To the great surprise of everyone at the parsonage, when Mr. Collins returned, the gentlemen accompanied him. Charlotte had seen them from her husband's room crossing the road, and immediately ran into the other room to tell the girls what an honor they might expect, adding, "I may thank you, Eliza, for this politeness. Mr. Darcy would never have come to visit me so soon otherwise." Elizabeth barely had time to deny any claim to the compliment before their approach was announced by the doorbell. Shortly afterwards, the 3 gentlemen entered the room. Colonel Fitzwilliam, who led the way, was about 30, not handsome, but his appearance and manner were truly those of a gentleman. Mr. Darcy looked just as he usually did in Hertfordshire. He paid his compliments to Mrs. Collins with his typical reserve. Whatever his feelings towards her friend Elizabeth might be, he met her with every appearance of composure. Elizabeth merely curtsied to him without saying a word. Colonel Fitzwilliam immediately struck up a conversation with the readiness and ease of a well-bred man, and talked very pleasantly. His cousin, however, after making a brief observation about the house and garden to Mrs. Collins, sat for some time without speaking to anyone. Eventually, though, his politeness prompted him to inquire about the health of Elizabeth's family. She answered him in the usual way, and after a moment's pause added, "My eldest sister has been in London these 3 months. Have you never happened to see her there?" She was perfectly aware that he never had, but she wanted to see if he would show any sign of knowing what had happened between the Bingleys and Jane. She thought he looked a little flustered, as he answered that he had never been so fortunate as to meet Miss Bennet. The subject was dropped, and the gentleman left soon afterwards. Chapter 31. Colonel Fitzwilliam's manners were very much admired at the parsonage, and the ladies all agreed that he must significantly add to the pleasure of their gatherings at Rosings. It was several days, however, before they received another invitation there. While there were other visitors staying at the house, the parsonage party wasn't considered necessary. It wasn't until Easter Sunday, almost a week after the gentleman's arrival, that they were honored with such attention, and even then, they were merely asked, as they were leaving church, to come over in the evening. For the past week, they had seen very little of either Lady Catherine or her daughter. Colonel Fitzwilliam had called at the parsonage more than once during that time, but they had only seen Mr. Darcy at church. The invitation was accepted, of course, and at the proper time, they joined the party in Lady Catherine's drawing-room. Her ladyship received them politely, but it was clear their company was by no means as welcome as when she couldn't get anyone else. She was, in fact, almost entirely focused on her nephews, speaking to them, especially Darcy, much more than to anyone else in the room. Colonel Fitzwilliam seemed genuinely glad to see them. Anything was a welcome relief from the dullness of Rosings. Besides, Mrs. Collins's pretty friend Elizabeth had caught his interest. He now sat down beside her and talked so agreeably about Kent and Hertfordshire, about traveling and staying home, about new books and music, that Elizabeth had never been half so well entertained in that room before. They conversed with such energy and flow that it drew the attention of Lady Catherine herself, as well as Mr. Darcy. Darcy's eyes had frequently turned towards them with a look of curiosity. That her ladyship eventually shared this feeling was openly acknowledged, for she didn't hesitate to call out, "What is that you are saying, Fitzwilliam? What are you talking about? What are you telling Miss Bennet? Let me hear what it is." "We were talking about music, madam," he said, when he could no longer avoid replying. "Of music? Then please speak up. It is my absolute favorite subject. I must have my share in the conversation if you are discussing music. There are few people in England, I suppose, who have more true enjoyment of music than myself, or a better natural taste. If I had ever learned, I should have been a great expert. And so would Anne if her health had allowed her to practice. I am confident she would have performed delightfully. How is Georgiana getting on, Darcy?" Mr. Darcy spoke with affectionate praise of his sister's skill. "I am very glad to hear such a good report of her," said Lady Catherine. "And please tell her from me that she cannot expect to excel if she does not practice a great deal." "I assure you, madam," he replied, "that she does not need such advice. She practices very constantly." "So much the better. It cannot be done too much. When I next write to her, I shall remind her not to neglect it on any account. I often tell young ladies that no excellence in music can be acquired without constant practice. I have told Miss Bennet several times that she will never play really well unless she practices more. And although Mrs. Collins has no instrument, she is very welcome, as I have often told her, to come to Rosings every day and play on the pianoforte in Mrs. Jenkinson's room. She would be in nobody's way, you know, in that part of the house." Mr. Darcy looked a little ashamed of his aunt's poor manners and made no answer. When coffee was finished, Colonel Fitzwilliam reminded Elizabeth that she had promised to play for him, and she sat down directly at the instrument. He pulled a chair near her. Lady Catherine listened to half a song and then resumed talking, as before, to her other nephew. Eventually, Darcy walked away from her and moved with his usual deliberate pace towards the pianoforte, positioning himself so he could have a full view of the performer's face. Elizabeth saw what he was doing and, at the first convenient pause, turned to him with a playful smile and said, "You mean to frighten me, Mr. Darcy, by coming over in all this state to listen. But I refuse to be alarmed, even though your sister plays so well. There is a stubbornness about me that never tolerates being intimidated by others. My courage always rises with every attempt to frighten me." "I won't say you are mistaken," he replied, "because you couldn't truly believe I intended to alarm you, and I have had the pleasure of your acquaintance long enough to know that you find great enjoyment in occasionally stating opinions which, in fact, are not your own." Elizabeth laughed heartily at this description of herself, and said to Colonel Fitzwilliam, "Your cousin will give you a very interesting impression of me, and teach you not to believe a word I say. I am particularly unlucky to meet someone so capable of exposing my real character in a part of the world where I had hoped to make a reasonably good impression. Indeed, Mr. Darcy, it is very ungenerous of you to mention everything you knew to my disadvantage back in Hertfordshire, and permit me to say, very unwise too, because it's provoking me to retaliate, and things might come out that will shock your relatives to hear. I am not afraid of you, he said, smiling. Please let me hear what you have to accuse him of, cried Colonel Fitzwilliam. I should like to know how he behaves among strangers. You shall hear then, but prepare for something dreadful. The first time I ever saw him in Hertfordshire, you must know, was at a ball. And at this ball, what do you think he did? He danced only 4 dances. I am sorry to distress you, but it's true. He danced only 4 dances, even though gentlemen were scarce, and I know for certain that more than one young lady was sitting down without a partner. Mr. Darcy, you cannot deny the fact. I did not at that time have the honor of knowing any lady in the room beyond my own party. True, and nobody can ever be introduced in a ballroom. Well, Colonel Fitzwilliam, what should I play next? My fingers await your command. Perhaps, said Darcy, I would have judged better if I had sought an introduction, but I am ill-suited to recommending myself to strangers. Shall we ask your cousin the reason for this? Said Elizabeth, still addressing Colonel Fitzwilliam. Shall we ask him why a man of sense and education, who has experience in the world, is ill-suited to recommending himself to strangers? I can answer your question, said Fitzwilliam, without asking him. It is because he won't take the trouble. I certainly don't have the talent some people possess, said Darcy, of conversing easily with those I have never met before. I cannot catch their tone of conversation or appear interested in their concerns, as I often see others do. My fingers, said Elizabeth, do not move over this instrument in the masterful way I see so many women's do. They don't have the same force or speed, and don't produce the same expression. But then I have always supposed it to be my own fault, because I wouldn't take the trouble of practicing. It's not that I don't believe my fingers are as capable as any other woman's of superior performance. Darcy smiled and said, You are perfectly right. You have employed your time much better. No one privileged enough to hear you can think anything is lacking. Neither of us performs well for strangers. Here they were interrupted by Lady Catherine, who called out to know what they were talking about. Elizabeth immediately began playing again. Lady Catherine approached and, after listening for a few minutes, said to Darcy, Miss Bennet wouldn't play badly at all if she practiced more and could have the benefit of a London teacher. She has a very good sense of fingering, though her taste is not equal to Anne's, and would have been a delightful performer if her health had allowed her to learn. Elizabeth looked at Darcy to see how sincerely he agreed with his cousin's praise, but neither at that moment nor at any other could she detect any sign of love. From his overall behavior towards Miss de Bourgh, she derived this comfort for Miss Bingley. He might have been just as likely to marry Elizabeth herself had she been his relation. Lady Catherine continued her comments on Elizabeth's performance, mixing them with many instructions on technique and taste. Elizabeth received them with all the tolerant politeness required. At the request of the gentleman, she remained at the instrument until her ladyship's carriage was ready to take them all home. Chapter 32. Elizabeth was sitting by herself the next morning, writing to Jane, while Mrs. Collins and Maria had gone into the village on an errand. She was startled by a ring at the door, the unmistakable signal of a visitor. Since she hadn't heard a carriage, she thought it might likely be Lady Catherine. Under that assumption, she was putting away her half-finished letter to escape any intrusive questions when the door opened, and to her very great surprise, Mr. Darcy, and only Mr. Darcy, entered the room. He seemed surprised, too, upon finding her alone, and apologized for his intrusion, explaining that he had understood all the ladies were at home. They then sat down. After her polite inquiries about Rosings were answered, they seemed in danger of lapsing into total silence. It was therefore absolutely necessary to think of something to say. In this emergency, remembering when she had last seen him in Hertfordshire, and feeling curious to know what he would say about their sudden departure from Netherfield, she observed, "How very suddenly you all left Netherfield last November, Mr. Darcy. It must have been a most agreeable surprise for Mr. Bingley to see you all follow him so soon, for if I remember correctly, he left only the day before. He and his sisters were well, I hope, when you left London?" "Perfectly so, thank you." She realized she wasn't going to get any further explanation. After a short pause, she added, I believe I have understood that Mr. Bingley doesn't have much intention of ever returning to Netherfield. I have never heard him say so, but it is probable that he may spend very little of his time there in the future. He has many friends, and he is at an age when friends and social commitments are continually increasing. If he plans to be at Netherfield only rarely, it would be better for the neighborhood if he gave up the place entirely. Then we might possibly get a family settled there permanently. But perhaps Mr. Bingley didn't rent the house so much for the convenience of the neighborhood as for his own, and we must expect him to keep or leave it based on the same principle. I should not be surprised, said Darcy, if he were to give it up as soon as any suitable property becomes available for purchase. Elizabeth made no answer. She was afraid of talking longer about his friend. Having nothing else to say, she was now determined to leave the burden of finding a new topic to him. He took the hint and soon began with, "This seems a very comfortable house. Lady Catherine, I believe, did a great deal to improve it when Mr. Collins first came to Hunsford." "I believe she did, and I'm sure she could not have bestowed her kindness on a more grateful recipient. Mr. Collins appears very fortunate in his choice of a wife." "Yes, indeed. His friends may well rejoice that he met one of the very few sensible women who would have accepted him, or could have made him happy if they had. My friend has an excellent understanding, though I am not certain I consider her marrying Mr. Collins the wisest thing she ever did. She seems perfectly happy, however, and from a practical standpoint it is certainly a very good match for her. It must be very agreeable for her to be settled within such an easy distance of her own family and friends." "An easy distance, do you call it? It is nearly 50 miles. "And what is 50 miles of good road? Little more than half a day's journey." "Yes, I call it a very easy distance." "I should never have considered the distance as one of the advantages of the match," cried Elizabeth. "I should never have said Mrs. Collins was settled near her family. It is proof of your own attachment to Hertfordshire. Anything beyond the immediate neighborhood of Longbourn, I suppose, would seem far." As he spoke, there was a slight smile on his face, which Elizabeth thought she understood. He must be assuming she was thinking of Jane and Netherfield, and she blushed as she answered, "I don't mean to say that a woman cannot be settled too close to her family. Far and near must be relative terms and depend on many varying circumstances. Where there is enough fortune to make the expense of travel insignificant, distance becomes no issue. But that is not the case here. Mr. and Mrs. Collins have a comfortable income, but not one that allows for frequent journeys. I am convinced my friend would not call herself near her family under less than half the present distance." Mr. Darcy drew his chair a little closer to her and said, "You cannot have a right to such very strong local attachment. You cannot have always lived at Longbourn." Elizabeth looked surprised. The gentleman seemed to experience some shift in feeling. He drew back his chair, picked up a newspaper from the table, and glancing over it, said in a colder voice, "Are you pleased with Kent?" A short conversation about the countryside followed, calm and brief on both sides. It was soon ended by the entrance of Charlotte and her sister Maria, just returned from their walk. The private meeting surprised them. Mr. Darcy explained the mistake that had led to his intruding on Miss Bennet, and, after sitting a few minutes longer without saying much to anyone, went away. "What can be the meaning of this?" said Charlotte as soon as he was gone. "My dear Eliza, he must be in love with you, or he would never have called on us in this informal way." But when Elizabeth told them about his long silences, it didn't seem very likely, even to Charlotte's hopeful mind. After various guesses, they could only conclude his visit stemmed from the difficulty of finding something to do, which seemed more probable given the time of year. All the outdoor sports were over. Indoors at Rosings there was Lady Catherine, books, and a billiard table, but gentlemen cannot always stay indoors. The nearness of the parsonage, the pleasantness of the walk to it, or perhaps the people who lived there, proved a temptation for the two cousins, Darcy and Fitzwilliam, to walk over almost every day from this point on. They called at various times in the morning, sometimes separately, sometimes together, and now and then accompanied by their aunt, Lady Catherine. It was clear to everyone that Colonel Fitzwilliam came because he enjoyed their company, a belief which naturally made him even more likable. Elizabeth was reminded by her own satisfaction in being with him, as well as by his evident admiration for her, of her former favorite, George Wickham, though, comparing them, she saw there was less captivating softness in Colonel Fitzwilliam's manners. She believed he might have the more well-informed mind. But why Mr. Darcy came so often to the parsonage was harder to understand. It couldn't be for the conversation, as he frequently sat there for 10 minutes at a time without opening his lips, When he did speak, it seemed more out of necessity than choice. A duty to propriety, not a pleasure for himself. He seldom appeared genuinely animated. Mrs. Collins didn't know what to make of him. Colonel Fitzwilliam, occasionally laughing at Darcy's quietness, proved that he was usually different, something her own limited knowledge of him couldn't have told her. Since she would have liked to believe this change was the effect of love, and that the object of that love was her friend Eliza, she set herself seriously to figure it out. She watched him whenever they were at Rosings, and whenever he came to Hunsford, but without much success. He certainly looked at her friend a great deal, but the expression of that look was debatable. It was an earnest, steady gaze, but she often doubted whether there was much admiration in it, and sometimes it seemed like nothing more than absent-mindedness. She had once or twice suggested to Elizabeth the possibility of his being partial to her, but Elizabeth always laughed at the idea. Mrs. Collins didn't think it right to press the subject, fearing she might raise expectations that could only end in disappointment. For in her opinion, there was no doubt that all her friend's dislike would vanish if she could believe him to be interested in her. In her kind schemes for Elizabeth, she sometimes envisioned her marrying Colonel Fitzwilliam. He was, beyond comparison, the pleasanter man. He certainly admired her, and his situation in life was most suitable. But, counterbalancing these advantages, Mr. Darcy had considerable influence regarding church positions, and his cousin, Colonel Fitzwilliam, had none at all. Chapter 33. More than once during her walks within the park, Elizabeth unexpectedly encountered Mr. Darcy. She felt the sheer perversity of misfortune that kept bringing him to a place where no one else usually went. To prevent it from ever happening again, she had made sure to inform him, after the first time, that it was a favorite spot of hers. How it could happen a second time, therefore, was very odd. Yet it did, and even a third time. It seemed like deliberate ill nature on his part, or perhaps some kind of voluntary self-punishment. On these occasions, it wasn't just a few formal inquiries followed by an awkward pause and then departure. He actually felt it necessary to turn back and walk with her. He never said much, nor did she bother talking or listening extensively. But it struck her during their third encounter that he was asking some strange, unconnected questions about her enjoyment of Hunsford, her love of solitary walks, and her opinion of Mr. and Mrs. Collins's happiness. When speaking of Rosings and her comment about not perfectly understanding the house layout, he seemed to expect that whenever she came to Kent again, she would be staying there too. His words seemed to imply it. Could he be thinking of Colonel Fitzwilliam? She supposed, if he meant anything, he must be alluding to a potential match in that direction. It distressed her a little, and she was quite glad to find herself back at the gate in the fence opposite the parsonage. One day, as she walked, she was rereading Jane's last letter, dwelling on some passages that showed Jane hadn't written in good spirits. Instead of being surprised again by Mr. Darcy, she looked up and saw Colonel Fitzwilliam meeting her. Putting the letter away immediately and forcing a smile, she said, "I didn't know before that you ever walked this way." "I have been making a tour of the park," he replied, "as I generally do every year, and intended to finish it with a call at the parsonage." "Are you going much farther?" "No, I was about to turn back in a moment." And accordingly, she did turn, and they walked towards the parsonage together. "Do you definitely leave Kent on Saturday?" she asked. "Yes, if Darcy doesn't postpone it again. But I am at his disposal. He arranges everything just as he pleases. And if he isn't able to please himself in the arrangement, he at least takes great pleasure in having the power of choice. I don't know anyone who seems to enjoy the power of doing whatever he likes more than Mr. Darcy." "He likes to have his own way very much," replied Colonel Fitzwilliam. "But so do we all. It's just that he has better means of having it than many others, because he is rich, and many others are poor. I speak from experience. A younger son, you know, must get used to self-denial and dependence. In my opinion, the younger son of an earl can know very little of either. Now seriously, what have you ever known of self-denial and dependence? When have you ever been prevented by lack of money from going wherever you chose, or obtaining anything you fancied? Those are pointed questions, and perhaps I cannot say I have experienced many hardships of that nature, but in matters of greater importance I may suffer from the lack of money. Younger sons cannot marry wherever they like, unless they happen to like women with fortunes, which I think they very often do. Our habits of spending make us too dependent, and there are not many in my rank of life who can afford to marry without some attention to money." "Is this," thought Elizabeth, "meant for me?" She blushed at the idea, but recovering herself, said in a lively tone, "And pray, what is the usual price for an earl's younger son? Unless the elder brother is very sickly, I suppose you wouldn't ask for more than £50,000. He answered her in the same light-hearted style, and the subject dropped. To break a silence which might make him think she was affected by what had just been said, she soon afterwards remarked, "I imagine your cousin brought you down with him chiefly for the sake of having someone at his beck and call. I wonder why he doesn't marry to secure a lasting convenience of that kind. But perhaps his sister serves the purpose well enough for now, and since she is under his sole care, he can do whatever he likes with her." "No," said Colonel Fitzwilliam, "that is an advantage he must share with me. I am joined with him in the guardianship of Miss Darcy." "Are you indeed? And pray, what sort of guardian do you make? Does your ward give you much trouble? Young ladies her age are sometimes a little difficult to manage, and if she has the true Darcy spirit, she may like to have her own way." As she spoke, she noticed him looking at her intently. The manner in which he immediately asked her why she supposed Miss Darcy was likely to give them any trouble convinced her that she had somehow stumbled quite close to the truth. She quickly replied, "You needn't be frightened. I've never heard any harm of her, and I dare say she is one of the most manageable creatures in the world. She is a great favorite with some ladies I know, Mrs. Hurst and Miss Bingley. I think I have heard you say that you know them." "I know them a little. Their brother is a pleasant, gentlemanly man. He is a great friend of Darcy's." "Oh yes," said Elizabeth dryly. "Mr. Darcy is uncommonly kind to Mr. Bingley, and takes a tremendous amount of care of him." "Care of him?" "Yes, I really believe Darcy does take care of him in those areas where he most needs care. From something Darcy told me on our journey here, I have reason to think Bingley owes him a great deal. But I ought to beg Darcy's pardon, for I have no right to suppose Bingley was the person he meant. It was all just speculation." "What is it you mean?" "It is a situation which Darcy, of course, wouldn't want generally known, because if word were to get back to the lady's family, it would be unpleasant. You may depend upon my not mentioning it. And remember that I don't have much solid reason for supposing it was Bingley. What Darcy told me was merely this, that he congratulated himself on having recently saved a friend from the problems of a most unwise marriage, but without mentioning names or any other details. I only suspected it was Bingley because I believed him the kind of young man likely to get into that sort of trouble, and because I knew they were together all last summer." "Did Mr. Darcy give you his reasons for this interference?" "I understood that there were some very strong objections against the lady." "And what methods did he use to separate them?" "He didn't talk to me about his own methods," said Fitzwilliam, smiling. "He only told me what I have now told you." Elizabeth made no answer, and walked on, her heart swelling with indignation. After watching her for a moment, Fitzwilliam asked her why she was so thoughtful. "I am thinking about what you have been telling me," she said. "Your cousin's conduct doesn't sit well with my feelings. Why was he allowed to be the judge? You are rather inclined to call his interference meddling? I don't see what right Mr. Darcy had to decide on the suitability of his friend's choice, or why, based on his own judgment alone, he was to determine and direct how that friend was to find happiness. But," she continued, collecting herself, "as we don't know any of the particulars, it isn't fair to condemn him. It's probably safe to assume there wasn't much deep affection involved." "That's not an unnatural assumption," said Fitzwilliam, "but it does diminish the honor of my cousin's triumph quite sadly." This was spoken jokingly, but it seemed to Elizabeth such an accurate picture of Mr. Darcy that she didn't trust herself to reply. Therefore, abruptly changing the conversation, she talked about unimportant matters until they reached the parsonage. There, shut in her own room as soon as their visitor left, she could think without interruption about all she had heard. It couldn't be supposed that any other people were meant than those connected to her. There couldn't possibly exist two men in the world over whom Mr. Darcy could have such boundless influence. That he had been involved in the actions taken to separate Mr. Bingley and Jane, she had never doubted, but she had always attributed the main planning and execution to Miss Bingley. If Darcy's own vanity, however, wasn't misleading him, then he was the cause. His pride and capriciousness were the cause of all that Jane had suffered and still continued to suffer. He had ruined, at least for a while, every hope of happiness for the most affectionate, generous heart in the world, and no one could say how long-lasting the damage he might have inflicted could be. "There were some very strong objections against the lady," were Colonel Fitzwilliam's words. And these strong objections probably were her having one uncle who was a country lawyer and another who was in business in London. Against Jane herself, she exclaimed inwardly, there could be no possibility of objection, all loveliness and goodness as she is. Her understanding is excellent, her mind is cultivated, and her manners are captivating. Neither could anything be held against my father, who, despite some quirks, has abilities Mr. Darcy himself need not look down on, and a respectability he will probably never achieve. When she thought of her mother, indeed, her confidence faltered slightly. But she wouldn't allow that any objections there carried significant weight with Mr. Darcy. His pride, she was convinced, would be more deeply wounded by the lack of social importance in his friends' connections than by their lack of sense. She was quite decided, finally, that he had been partly governed by this worst kind of pride, and partly by the wish to keep Mr. Bingley available for his own sister. The agitation and tears brought on by the subject caused a headache. It grew so much worse towards the evening that, combined with her unwillingness to see Mr. Darcy, it made her decide not to accompany her cousins to Rosings, where they were expected for tea. Mrs. Collins, seeing that she was genuinely unwell, didn't pressure her to go and did her best to prevent her husband from insisting. But Mr. Collins couldn't conceal his worry that Lady Catherine might be rather displeased by Elizabeth staying home. Chapter 34. Once they were gone, Elizabeth deliberately stoked her anger against Mr. Darcy. She did this by rereading all the letters Jane had sent her since arriving in Kent. None of them contained outright complaints, mentioned past heartbreaks, or detailed current suffering. Yet, every letter, almost every line, lacked the usual cheerfulness that defined Jane's writing. That bright style came from a calm mind, at peace with itself, and kind toward everyone, and it had rarely been shadowed before. Now, Elizabeth noticed every sentence hinting at unease, paying closer attention than she had the first time she read them. Mr. Darcy's shameful boasting about the misery he'd caused sharpened her awareness of her sister's pain. It was a small comfort to know his visit to Rosings would end the day after next. A greater comfort was that in less than 2 weeks she'd be with Jane again, able to help lift her spirits with all the affection she could offer. She couldn't think about Darcy leaving Kent without remembering that his cousin, Colonel Fitzwilliam, was leaving too. But Colonel Fitzwilliam had made it clear he had no romantic intentions toward her. As pleasant as he was, she wasn't going to waste time feeling sad about him. Just as she settled this thought, the doorbell rang sharply, making her jump. Her heart fluttered a little at the thought it might be Colonel Fitzwilliam himself. He had called late one evening before and might be checking on her now. But that idea vanished quickly, replaced by a very different feeling. To her complete astonishment, she saw Mr. Darcy walk into the room. He hurried toward her, immediately asking about her health, claiming his visit was purely out of concern for her recovery. She replied with cool politeness. He sat for a few moments, then stood up and began pacing the room. Elizabeth was surprised, but stayed silent. After several minutes of quiet tension, he approached her, clearly agitated, and began speaking abruptly. "I've fought against it uselessly. It won't work. My feelings refuse to be silenced. You have to let me tell you how passionately I admire and love you." Elizabeth's surprise was absolute. She stared, her face flushed, her mind racing with doubt. She said nothing. He took her silence as encouragement and immediately poured out everything he felt, and had apparently felt for a long time. He spoke well, but his confession involved more than just matters of the heart. He was just as eloquent about his pride as he was about his affection. He emphasized her lower social standing, the degradation the connection represented to him, and the family obstacles his own judgment had constantly raised against his desires. He spoke of these issues with a passion that seemed more fitting for the injury he was inflicting than for winning her favor. Despite her deep-rooted dislike, she couldn't ignore the compliment of receiving affection from a man like him. Though her decision not to accept him didn't waver for a second, she initially felt sorry for the pain her refusal would cause. But his following words sparked her resentment, and anger quickly replaced any compassion. She tried to compose herself to answer him patiently once he finished. He concluded by describing the strength of his attachment, which he claimed he couldn't overcome despite his best efforts. He expressed his hope that his feelings would now be rewarded by her accepting his hand in marriage. As he said this, she could clearly see he had no doubt she would say yes. He spoke of apprehension and anxiety, but his expression showed complete confidence. This only angered her further. When he stopped speaking, color rushed into her cheeks, and she replied, "In situations like this, I believe the standard response is to express gratitude for the feelings expressed, even if they aren't returned equally. It's natural to feel obligated, and if I were capable of feeling gratitude right now, I would thank you. But I can't. I've never wanted your good opinion, and you've clearly given it very unwillingly. I'm sorry if I've caused pain to anyone." It was completely unintentional, however, and I hope it won't last long. The feelings you say have prevented you from acknowledging your regard for so long should have little trouble overcoming it after this conversation. Mr. Darcy, who was leaning against the mantelpiece with his eyes fixed on her, seemed to receive her words with as much resentment as surprise. His face turned pale with anger, and his inner turmoil was visible in his features. He struggled to regain his composure and didn't speak until he believed he had succeeded. The silence felt agonizingly long to Elizabeth. Finally, in a voice tight with forced calmness, he said, "And this is the only reply I should expect? Perhaps I might ask why I am rejected with so little attempt at civility, but it hardly matters." "I might just as well ask," she retorted, "why with such an obvious intention to offend and insult me, you chose to tell me that you liked me against your will, against your reason, and even against your character. Isn't that some excuse for incivility, if I was uncivil? But I have other reasons. You know I do. Even if my own feelings hadn't already decided against you, even if I were indifferent or even favorable, do you think anything could persuade me to accept the man who is responsible for ruining, perhaps forever, the happiness of my dearest sister?" As she spoke these words, Mr. Darcy's color changed, but the emotion passed quickly. He listened without interrupting as she continued. "I have every reason in the world to think poorly of you. No motive can excuse the unjust and ungenerous role you played there. You wouldn't dare deny, you cannot deny, that you were the main, if not the only, reason for separating them. You exposed one to public criticism for being fickle and unstable, and the other to ridicule for disappointed hopes, causing both of them intense misery." She paused, noticing with considerable anger that he listened with an expression that showed no remorse whatsoever. He even looked at her with a faint smile of disbelief. "Can you deny that you did this?" she repeated. With forced calm, he replied, "I have no wish to deny that I did everything I could to separate my friend from your sister, or that I am glad I succeeded. In doing so, I was kinder to him than I have been to myself." Elizabeth ignored the implied compliment in his last remark, though she understood its meaning. It certainly didn't soften her feelings. "But my dislike isn't based solely on this affair," she went on. "My opinion of you was formed long before that. Your true character was revealed to me months ago by Mr. Wickham. What can you say about that? What supposed act of friendship can you possibly use as a defense? What lies can you spin to deceive anyone about that?" "You seem very interested in that gentleman's affairs," Darcy said, his tone less calm now, his color rising. "Who could know about his misfortunes and not feel interested?" "His misfortunes?" Darcy repeated scornfully. "Yes, his misfortunes have indeed been great." "And you caused them," Elizabeth cried out fiercely. "You reduced him to his current state of poverty, relative poverty at least. You withheld the opportunities you knew were intended for him. You robbed the best years of his life of the independence he deserved. You did all this, and yet you can speak of his misfortunes with contempt and ridicule. And this," Darcy exclaimed, pacing quickly across the room, "is your opinion of me? This is how you judge me. Thank you for explaining it so clearly. According to your assessment, my faults are heavy indeed. But perhaps," he added, stopping and turning toward her, "these offenses might have been overlooked if your pride hadn't been wounded by my honest confession of the reservations that kept me from considering you seriously for so long. These bitter accusations might have been avoided if I had been more strategic, hidden my internal struggles, and flattered you into believing I was driven purely by inclination, by reason, reflection, everything. But I detest any kind of disguise, nor am I ashamed of the feelings I described. They were natural and justified. Could you honestly expect me to be happy about your inferior connections? To congratulate myself on the prospect of relatives whose social standing is so clearly beneath my own?" Elizabeth felt her anger rising with every word. Yet she tried her best to speak calmly when she replied, "You are mistaken, Mr. Darcy, if you think the way you proposed affected me in any way other than sparing me the regret I might have felt in refusing you had you behaved more like a gentleman." She saw him flinch at this, but he said nothing, and she continued, "There is no possible way you could have offered me your hand that would have tempted me to accept it." Again, his astonishment was plain. He looked at her with a mix of disbelief and humiliation. She pressed on, "From the very beginning, from the first moment, I might almost say, of meeting you, your manners convinced me of your arrogance, your conceit, and your selfish disregard for the feelings of others. This formed the basis of my disapproval. upon which later events have built such an unshakable dislike. I hadn't known you a month before. I felt that you were the last man in the world I could ever be persuaded to marry. You have said quite enough, madam. I fully understand your feelings, and now I only have reason to be ashamed of what mine have been. Forgive me for taking up so much of your time, and accept my best wishes for your health and happiness." With those words, he quickly left the room. A moment later, Elizabeth heard the front door open and close as he left the house. The turmoil in her mind was overwhelming. She felt weak, sank into a chair, and cried for half an hour. Her astonishment grew as she replayed the conversation in her head, that Mr. Darcy should propose to her, that he had been in love with her for months, so in love that he wanted to marry her despite all the objections, the same objections that led him to stop his friend from marrying her sister and which must apply just as strongly to his own situation. It was almost unbelievable. It was gratifying, in a way, to have unknowingly inspired such strong feelings. But his pride, his horrible pride, his shameless admission of what he'd done regarding Jane, his unforgivable confidence in acknowledging it without justifying it, and the unfeeling way he'd mentioned Mr. Wickham, whose mistreatment he hadn't even tried to deny. All this quickly extinguished the pity his affection had momentarily aroused. She remained lost in agitated thoughts until the sound of Lady Catherine's carriage arriving reminded her that she was in no state to face Charlotte's scrutiny. She hurried away to her room. Chapter 35. Elizabeth woke the next morning with the same thoughts swirling in her head that had finally allowed her to sleep. She couldn't shake off the surprise of what had happened. It was impossible to think about anything else. Feeling completely unable to focus on any task, she decided soon after breakfast to get some fresh air and exercise. She started toward her favorite walking path, but the memory that Mr. Darcy sometimes walked there stopped her. Instead of entering the park, she turned up the lane that led farther away from the main road. The park fence still bordered one side, and she soon passed through one of the gates onto the grounds. After walking back and forth along that part of the lane a few times, the pleasant morning tempted her to pause at the gates and look into the park. The 5 weeks she had spent in Kent had transformed the landscape. Every day brought more green to the early trees. She was about to continue her walk when she caught sight of a gentleman within the grove bordering the park. He was heading her way. Fearing it might be Mr. Darcy, she immediately started to retreat. But the man approaching was now close enough to see her. He stepped forward eagerly and called her name. She had already turned away, but hearing herself called, though in a voice she recognized as Mr. Darcy's, she turned back toward the gate. He had reached it by then, too. Holding out a letter, which she took instinctively, he said with a look of proud composure, "I have been walking in the grove for some time, hoping to meet you. Will you do me the honor of reading this letter?" Then, with a slight bow, he turned back into the trees and was quickly out of sight. Expecting no pleasure, but consumed by intense curiosity, Elizabeth opened the letter. To her growing amazement, she found an envelope containing 2 full sheets of paper, covered densely with writing. The envelope itself was also filled. Continuing her walk along the lane, she began to read. It was dated from Rosings, 8 o'clock that morning, and started like this: "Do not be alarmed, madam, upon receiving this letter, fearing it might contain any repeat of the feelings or renewal of the offers which disgusted you so much last night. I write with no intention of causing you further pain, or humbling myself by dwelling on wishes which, for the happiness of both of us, cannot be forgotten too soon. The effort required to write and read this letter would have been spared if my own character did not demand it. Therefore you must forgive the directness with which I ask for your attention. I know your feelings will grant it unwillingly, but I demand it of your sense of justice. Last night you accused me of 2 very different offenses, by no means equal in severity. The first was that I separated Mr. Bingley from your sister, disregarding the feelings of either. The second was that I had ruined the immediate prosperity and future prospects of Mr. Wickham, defying various claims, honor, and basic human decency. To willfully and cruelly cast off a companion of my youth, my father's acknowledged favorite, a young man largely dependent on our family's support and raised to expect it, would be an act of wickedness far worse than separating 2 young people whose affection had grown over only a few weeks. But I hope to be cleared of the severe blame you so freely assigned to both situations last night, once you have read the following account of my actions and motives. If, in explaining myself as I feel I must, I am forced to relate feelings that may offend you, I can only say I am sorry. Necessity requires it, and further apologies would be pointless. Shortly after arriving in Hertfordshire, I observed, like others, that Bingley preferred your elder sister over any other young woman there. But it wasn't until the night of the ball at Netherfield that I began to suspect his feelings were serious. I had seen him infatuated many times before. At that ball, while I had the honor of dancing with you, Sir William Lucas casually informed me that Bingley's attentions to your sister had led to a general expectation of their marriage. He spoke of it as a certainty, with only the timing undecided. From that moment I watched my friend's behavior closely. I could see then that his preference for Miss Bennet was stronger than anything I had previously witnessed in him. I also watched your sister. Her expression and manners were open, cheerful, and engaging as always, but showed no sign of particular attachment to him. My observation that evening convinced me that, although she received his attentions pleasantly, she did not encourage them with any reciprocal feelings. If you are not mistaken about this, then I must have been in error. Your better knowledge of your sister makes the latter likely. If so, if my mistake caused her pain, your resentment is understandable. But I will assert that the serenity of your sister's face and manner was such that even the keenest observer might conclude that, however pleasant her personality, her heart was not easily moved. It is true that I wish to believe her indifferent, but I assure you that my judgments are not usually swayed by my hopes or fears. I did not believe her indifferent because I wanted to. I believed it based on impartial observation, just as sincerely as I rationally wished it. My objections to the marriage were not just those I admitted last night, the ones related to social connections, which required the utmost force of passion for me to overcome in my own case. A lack of connections would not be as damaging to my friend as it would be to me. But there were other reasons for my disapproval, reasons which still exist equally in both cases, though I had tried to ignore them in my own situation because they weren't immediately obvious. These reasons must be stated, however, briefly. The situation of your mother's family, while problematic, was minor compared to the total lack of propriety so frequently, almost consistently, displayed by your mother herself, by your 3 younger sisters, and occasionally even by your father. Forgive me, it pains me to offend you, but amidst your concern for your family's flaws and your displeasure at my description of them, perhaps find some comfort in knowing that you and your eldest sister have conducted yourselves so as to avoid similar criticism. This earns you both praise and reflects honorably on your sense and character. I will only add that what happened that evening confirmed my opinion of everyone involved and strengthened my resolve to save my friend from what I considered a most unfortunate match. He left Netherfield for London the next day, as I'm sure you remember, intending to return soon. Now, let me explain my part. His sisters shared my unease. We quickly discovered our mutual feelings. Agreeing that no time should be lost in detaching their brother, we decided to join him immediately in London. We went, and there I took it upon myself to point out to my friend the definite negative consequences of such a choice. I described them earnestly. However, while my arguments might have made him hesitate, I doubt they would have ultimately prevented the marriage if I hadn't also assured him, which I did without hesitation, of your sister's indifference. He had previously believed she returned his affection sincerely, if perhaps not equally, but Bingley is naturally modest and relies more on my judgment than his own. Therefore, convincing him he had deceived himself wasn't difficult. Persuading him not to return to Hertfordshire, once he believed this, took barely a moment. I cannot blame myself for doing this much. There is only one part of my conduct in this whole affair that I don't look back on with satisfaction, that I stooped to concealing from him that your sister was in London. I knew it, as did Miss Bingley, but her brother remains ignorant of it even now. Perhaps they might have met without negative consequences, but his feelings for her didn't seem sufficiently diminished for him to see her without risk. Maybe this concealment was beneath me. However, it is done, and it was done with the best intentions. On this subject, I have nothing more to say, no further apology to offer. If I have hurt your sister's feelings, it was unknowingly done, and though the motives that guided me may seem insufficient to you, I have not yet learned to condemn them. Regarding the other, more serious accusation of having injured Mr. Wickham, I can only refute it by explaining his entire connection with my family. I don't know what specifically he has accused me of, but I can provide more than one reliable witness to confirm the truth of what I am about to tell you. Mr. Wickham is the son of a very respectable man who managed all the Pemberley estates for many years. My father, naturally inclined to help him due to his good service, generously supported his son, George Wickham, who was also his godson. My father paid for his schooling and later, his time at Cambridge, essential assistance, as Wickham's own father was always poor due to his wife's extravagance and couldn't have afforded a gentleman's education. My father not only enjoyed young Wickham's company, finding his manners always charming, but also held the highest opinion of him. Hoping Wickham would join the church, my father intended to provide him with a comfortable position, a living, within it. As for myself, it has been many years since I began to see him very differently. His vices, his lack of principle, which he carefully hid from his best friend, my father, could not escape the notice of someone nearly his own age, who saw him in unguarded moments, opportunities my father never had. Here again, I will cause you pain, only you know how much. But whatever feelings Mr. Wickham has inspired in you, suspecting their basis will not stop me from revealing his true character. It adds another reason to do so. My excellent father died about 5 years ago. His attachment to Mr. Wickham remained so strong that in his will, he specifically recommended that I promote Wickham's career in the best way his profession allowed. If Wickham took holy orders, my father requested that a valuable family living become his as soon as it was vacant. There was also a legacy of £1,000. Wickham's own father died shortly after mine. Within 6 months, Mr. Wickham wrote to inform me that he had decided against joining the clergy and hoped I wouldn't find it unreasonable for him to expect a more immediate cash payment instead of the church position he couldn't benefit from. He added that he intended to study law, and that the interest from £1,000 would be insufficient support. I wished, rather than believed him to be sincere, but I was perfectly willing to agree to his proposal. I knew Mr. Wickham should not be a clergyman. The matter was quickly settled. He gave up all claim to church assistance, should he ever have been eligible for it, and accepted £3,000 in return. All connection between us seemed ended. My opinion of him was too low to invite him to Pemberley or associate with him in town. I believe he mostly lived in town, but his claim of studying law was just a pretense. Free from all restraint, he lived a life of idleness and wasteful indulgence. For about 3 years I heard little of him. But when the clergyman holding the living intended for him died, he wrote to me again, asking for the position. His circumstances, he assured me, and I had no trouble believing it, were extremely bad. He claimed law studies were unprofitable, and he was now fully resolved to be ordained if I would give him the living. He seemed confident I would agree, assuming I had no one else to provide for and couldn't have forgotten my father's wishes. You will hardly blame me for refusing this request, or for resisting his repeated pleas. His resentment grew with his desperation, and doubtless he spoke as abusively about me to others as he did reproachfully to me. After this, all pretense of acquaintance was dropped. How he lived, I don't know. But last summer he forced himself back into my notice in a most painful way. I must now mention something I wish I could forget myself, and which only the current obligation compels me to reveal to anyone. Having said this much, I trust your discretion. My sister, who was more than 10 years younger than me, was left under the guardianship of my cousin, Colonel Fitzwilliam, and myself. About a year ago, she left school, and arrangements were made for her to live in London. Last summer, she went to Ramsgate with the lady overseeing her household. Mr. Wickham also went there, undoubtedly by design. It turned out he had a previous acquaintance with this lady, Mrs. Young, whose character we had been tragically mistaken about. With Mrs. Young's help, Wickham charmed Georgiana. Her affectionate heart remembered his kindness to her as a child, and she was persuaded to believe herself in love and agreed to elope with him. She was only 15 then, which must be her excuse. After revealing her mistake, I am glad to say I learned of it from Georgiana herself. I joined them unexpectedly a day or two before the planned elopement. Georgiana, unable to bear the thought of grieving and offending a brother she looked up to almost as a father, confessed everything to me. You can imagine how I felt and what I did. Concern for my sister's reputation and feelings prevented any public exposure, but I wrote to Mr. Wickham, who left Ramsgate immediately, and Mrs. Young was, of course, dismissed. Mr. Wickham's primary goal was undoubtedly my sister's fortune, which is £30,000. But I can't help thinking that the hope of revenging himself on me was also a strong motive. His revenge would have been complete indeed. This, madam, is a faithful account of every event involving Mr. Wickham and my family. If you do not dismiss it as entirely false, I hope you will acquit me of cruelty towards him. I don't know how, or with what lies, he has deceived you. But perhaps his success isn't surprising, given your previous ignorance of everything concerning either of us. You had no way to detect his falsehoods, and suspicion was certainly not in your nature. You might wonder why all this wasn't told to you last night. But I was not composed enough then to know what could or should be revealed. For the truth of everything related here, I can refer you particularly to Colonel Fitzwilliam. Due to our close relationship, constant contact, and his role as one of the executors of my father's will, he is unavoidably aware of every detail of these matters. If your dislike of me makes my word worthless, the same reason cannot prevent you from trusting my cousin. To make it possible for you to consult him, I will try to find an opportunity to place this letter in your hands sometime this morning. I will only add, God bless you. Fitzwilliam Darcy. Chapter 36. When Mr. Darcy gave Elizabeth the letter, she didn't expect it to contain a renewal of his proposal. She had no expectations at all about its contents. But whatever they were, you can imagine how eagerly she read through them, and what conflicting emotions they stirred. Her feelings as she read were hard to define. She was initially amazed that he thought any apology was possible. She was firmly convinced he could offer no explanation that a proper sense of shame wouldn't force him to hide. With a strong bias against anything he might say, she began reading his account of what happened at Netherfield. She read with such eagerness that she could barely comprehend it, impatient to know what the next sentence held, unable to focus on the meaning of the one right before her eyes. She instantly decided his belief about her sister's indifference was false. His account of the worst objections to the match, her family's behavior, made her too angry to even consider being fair to him. He expressed no regret for his actions that satisfied her. His tone wasn't apologetic but proud. It was all pride and arrogance. But when she moved on to his account of Mr. Wickham, when she read with slightly clearer focus a version of events that, if true, would destroy every positive opinion she held of Wickham, and which alarmingly echoed his own self-reported history, her feelings became even more acutely painful and harder to define. Astonishment, fear, even horror overwhelmed her. She wanted to dismiss it entirely, repeatedly exclaiming, "This must be false. This can't be. This must be the biggest lie." When she finished the entire letter, barely registering the last page or two, she hastily put it away, declaring she wouldn't pay it any attention, that she would never look at it again. In this agitated state, her thoughts unable to settle on anything, she walked on. But it was no use. Within half a minute, the letter was unfolded again. Gathering herself as best she could, she began the humiliating task of rereading everything related to Wickham, forcing herself to examine the meaning of every sentence. His description of his connection with the Pemberley family matched exactly what Wickham himself had told her. The late Mr. Darcy's kindness, though she hadn't known its full extent, also fit Wickham's words. So far, both stories confirmed each other, but when she reached the part about the will, the difference was huge. What Wickham had said about the church living was fresh in her memory. Recalling his exact words, she couldn't help but feel there was blatant dishonesty on one side or the other. For a few moments, she let herself hope her initial judgment wasn't wrong. But as she read and reread with the closest attention, the details immediately following, Wickham giving up all claims to the living, receiving the considerable sum of £3,000 instead, she was forced to hesitate again. She put the letter down, trying to weigh every circumstance impartially, considering the likelihood of each statement, but with little success. Both sides were just making claims. She read on again, but every line made it clearer that the affair, which she had believed impossible for anyone to spin in a way that made Mr. Darcy's conduct seem less than despicable, could indeed be interpreted in a way that made him entirely blameless. The extravagance and general recklessness Darcy didn't hesitate to accuse Wickham of shocked her deeply, especially since she couldn't produce any proof that it was untrue. She had never heard of Wickham before he joined the militia, which he did at the urging of a young man he'd met accidentally in town and reconnected with. Nothing was known in Hertfordshire about his past life, except what he himself had shared. As for his real character, even if she could have found information, she had never felt the desire to inquire. His charming face, voice, and manner had instantly convinced everyone of his virtue. She tried to recall some instance of his goodness, some clear example of integrity or kindness that might defend him against Mr. Darcy's attacks, or at least balance out his faults. She wanted something to classify as casual errors, what Mr. Darcy described as years of idleness and vice, but no such memory came to her aid. She could picture him instantly, with all his charm and pleasing address, but she couldn't remember any substantial good deed beyond gaining the general approval of the neighborhood and the regard earned through his social skills at gatherings. After pondering this for a considerable time, she continued reading once more. But alas, the story that followed of his designs on Miss Darcy received some confirmation from her conversation with Colonel Fitzwilliam just the morning before. And finally, she was referred to Colonel Fitzwilliam himself for the truth of every detail. The same Colonel Fitzwilliam who had previously told her of his close involvement in his cousin's affairs and whose character she had no reason to doubt. For a moment, she almost decided to ask him directly, but the awkwardness of doing so stopped her. The thought was ultimately dismissed by the conviction that Mr. Darcy would never have risked suggesting it if he hadn't been certain of his cousin's confirmation. She perfectly remembered everything that had passed between Wickham and herself during their first evening at Mr. Phillips's house. Many of his phrases were still fresh in her mind. She was now struck by how inappropriate it was for him to share such personal complaints with a stranger, and wondered how she hadn't seen it before. She saw the lack of taste in how he presented himself, and the contradiction between his words and his actions. She remembered he had boasted of having no fear of seeing Mr. Darcy, that Mr. Darcy might leave the area, but he would stand his ground, yet he had avoided the Netherfield ball the very next week. She also recalled that until the Netherfield family left the county, he had told his story only to her, but after their departure, it had been discussed everywhere. He had shown no hesitation then in damaging Mr. Darcy's reputation, even though he had assured her that respect for the father would always prevent him from exposing the son. How differently everything involving him appeared now. His attentions to Miss King were clearly driven by purely mercenary motives. The modest size of her fortune no longer indicated his moderate desires, but his eagerness to grab onto anything. His behavior toward herself could now have had no decent motive. He had either been mistaken about her own fortune, or had been feeding his vanity by encouraging the preference she believed she had carelessly shown. Every lingering inclination to defend him grew weaker. Further justifying Mr. Darcy, she had to admit that Mr. Bingley, when questioned by Jane long ago, had asserted Darcy's blamelessness in the affair. Proud and off-putting as Darcy's manners were, she had never, in their entire acquaintance, which had recently brought them together often, giving her some familiarity with his ways, seen anything that showed him to be unprincipled or unjust, or indicated irreligious or immoral habits. Among his own connections, he was esteemed and valued. Even Wickham had admitted his merit as a brother. She had often heard him speak so affectionately of his sister, proving him capable of kind feelings. If his actions had truly been, as Wickham described, such a gross violation of right and wrong, could hardly have been hidden from the world. And friendship between someone capable of such acts and an amiable man like Mr. Bingley seemed incomprehensible. She grew utterly ashamed of herself. She couldn't think of either Darcy or Wickham without feeling she had been blind, partial, prejudiced, and absurd. "How despicably I've acted!" she cried inwardly. "I, who prided myself on my judgment. I, who valued my abilities, who often scorned my sister's generous open-mindedness and indulged my vanity in pointless or baseless distrust. How humiliating this discovery is, yet how deserved the humiliation. If I had been in love, I couldn't have been more miserably blind, but vanity, not love, has been my mistake. Pleased by the attention of one, and offended by the neglect of the other, right from the start of our acquaintance, I embraced prejudice and ignorance, and shut out reason whenever either man was concerned. Until this moment, I never truly knew myself." Her thoughts shifted from herself to Jane, then to Bingley, a line of thought that quickly reminded her Mr. Darcy's explanation regarding them had seemed very insufficient. She read that part again. The effect of a second reading was vastly different. How could she deny credibility to his statements in this instance, when she had been forced to accept them in the other? He declared he had been totally unaware of her sister's attachment. She couldn't help remembering Charlotte's long-held opinion. Nor could she deny the accuracy of his description of Jane. She felt that Jane's feelings, though strong, were rarely shown, and that there was a constant composure in her manner not often found with deep sensitivity. When she came to the part of the letter mentioning her family, in tones of such mortifying yet deserved reproach, her sense of shame was severe. The justice of the accusation struck her too forcefully to deny. The specific incidents he referred to, which occurred at the Netherfield ball and confirmed his initial disapproval, couldn't have made a stronger impression on his mind than they had on hers. The compliment paid to herself and her sister was not lost on her. It soothed her, but it couldn't console her for the contempt the rest of her family had brought upon themselves, as she considered that Jane's disappointment had, in fact, resulted from the actions of her closest relatives, and reflected on how badly the reputation of both sisters must be damaged by such improper conduct. She felt more depressed than she had ever known before. After wandering along the lane for 2 hours, lost in thought, reconsidering events, weighing probabilities, and reconciling herself as best she could to such a sudden and significant change, fatigue and the awareness of her long absence finally made her return home. She entered the house, determined to appear cheerful as usual, and resolved to suppress the thoughts that would make her unfit for conversation. She was immediately told that the 2 gentlemen from Rosings had both called while she was out. Mr. Darcy had stayed only a few minutes to say goodbye, but Colonel Fitzwilliam had sat with them for at least an hour, hoping for her return, and almost deciding to walk after her until she could be found. Elizabeth could barely pretend to be disappointed at missing him. She was actually relieved. Colonel Fitzwilliam was no longer important. She could think only of the letter. Chapter 37. The 2 gentlemen left Rosings the next morning. Mr. Collins, having waited near the gates to offer them his parting respects, returned home with the pleasing news that they appeared to be in very good health and reasonably good spirits, considering the sad departure they had just experienced at Rosings. He then hurried back to Rosings to console Lady Catherine and her daughter. Upon his return, he brought back, with great satisfaction, a message from her ladyship. She felt so bored that she very much wanted them all to dine with her. Elizabeth couldn't see Lady Catherine without remembering that, had she chosen differently, she might have been presented to her by now as her future niece. She also couldn't help smiling at the thought of what her ladyship's outrage would have been. What would she have said? How would she have reacted? She amused herself by wondering. Their first topic of conversation was the reduced size of the Rosings party. "I assure you, I feel their absence deeply," said Lady Catherine. "I believe nobody feels the loss of friends as much as I do, but I am particularly attached to these young men, and I know how attached they are to me. They were extremely sorry to leave, but they always are." The dear Colonel kept his spirits up reasonably well until the very end, but Darcy seemed to feel it most acutely, more, I think, than last year. His attachment to Rosings is certainly growing. Mr. Collins inserted a compliment and an allusion here, which were met with kind smiles from both mother and daughter. After dinner, Lady Catherine observed that Miss Bennet seemed out of spirits. Immediately explaining it herself by assuming Elizabeth didn't want to go home again so soon, she added, "But if that's the case, you must write to your mother and ask to stay a little longer. Mrs. Collins will be very glad of your company, I'm sure." "I am much obliged to your ladyship for your kind invitation," replied Elizabeth, "but it is not possible for me to accept it. I must be in London next Saturday." "Why, at that rate, you will only have been here 6 weeks. I expected you to stay 2 months. I told Mrs. Collins so before you arrived. There can be no reason for you to leave so soon. Mrs. Bennet could certainly spare you for another 2 weeks. But my father cannot. He wrote last week asking me to hurry back." "Oh, your father can spare you, of course, if your mother can. Daughters are never that important to a father. And if you will stay another full month, I can take one of you as far as London, as I am going there early in June for a week. Since Dawson doesn't mind riding up front on the carriage box, there will be plenty of room for one of you, and indeed, if the weather happens to be cool, I wouldn't object to taking both of you, as neither of you is large." "You are very kind, madam, but I believe we must stick to our original plan." Lady Catherine seemed resigned. "Mrs. Collins, you must send a servant with them. You know I always speak my mind, and I cannot bear the thought of 2 young women traveling alone by hired carriage. It is highly improper. You must arrange for someone to accompany them. I have the greatest dislike in the world for that sort of thing. Young women should always be properly guarded and attended, according to their station in life. When my niece Georgiana went to Ramsgate last summer, I insisted she have 2 male servants accompany her. Miss Darcy, the daughter of Mr. Darcy, of Pemberley, and Lady Anne, could not have traveled properly in any other way. I am excessively attentive to all those details. You must send John with the young ladies, Mrs. Collins. I am glad it occurred to me to mention it, for it would truly reflect poorly on you to let them go alone. My uncle is sending a servant for us." "Oh, your uncle. He keeps a male servant, does he? I am very glad you have someone who thinks of these things." Where will you change horses? Oh, Bromley, of course. If you mention my name at the Bell Inn, you will be well taken care of. Lady Catherine had many other questions about their journey. Since she didn't answer all of them herself, Elizabeth had to pay attention, which she thought was probably lucky for her. Otherwise, with her mind so preoccupied, she might have forgotten where she was. Reflection had to be saved for solitary hours. Whenever she was alone, she gave way to it as the greatest relief. Not a day went by without a solitary walk, during which she could indulge in the bittersweet pleasure of unpleasant recollections. She was well on her way to knowing Mr. Darcy's letter by heart. She studied every sentence, and her feelings toward the writer varied widely. When she remembered the style of his proposal, she was still filled with indignation. But when she considered how unjustly she had condemned and criticized him, her anger turned against herself, and his disappointed feelings became the object of her compassion. His attachment inspired gratitude, his general character respect. But she could not approve of him, nor could she for a moment regret her refusal, or feel the slightest desire ever to see him again. Her own past behavior was a constant source of vexation and regret, and the unfortunate flaws of her family were a subject of even heavier distress. They seemed beyond remedy. Her father, content to laugh at them, would never make the effort to curb the wild behavior of his youngest daughters. Her mother, whose own manners were so far from proper, was entirely unaware of the problem. Elizabeth had frequently joined Jane in trying to check Catherine and Lydia's imprudence, but while their mother indulged them, what chance was there of improvement? Catherine, weak-willed, irritable, and completely under Lydia's influence, had always been offended by their advice. Lydia, self-willed and careless, would barely listen. They were ignorant, idle, and vain. As long as there was an officer in Meryton, they would flirt with him, and as long as Meryton was within walking distance of Longbourn, they would be going there constantly. Anxiety on Jane's behalf was another major concern. Mr. Darcy's explanation, by restoring Bingley to her former good opinion, heightened the sense of what Jane had lost. His affection was proven sincere, and his conduct cleared of all blame, unless fault could be found in his implicit trust in his friend. How painful, then, was the thought that Jane had been deprived of a situation so desirable in every respect, so full of advantages, so promising for happiness, all because of the foolishness and lack of decorum of her own family. When to these reflections was added the revelation of Wickham's true character, it's easy to believe that Elizabeth's usually happy spirits, seldom depressed before, were now so affected that it was almost impossible for her to appear even tolerably cheerful. Their visits to Rosings were as frequent during the last week of her stay as they had been initially. The very last evening was spent there. Her ladyship again inquired minutely into the details of their journey, gave them directions on the best way to pack, and was so insistent on the necessity of placing gowns in the only correct way that Maria felt obliged, upon returning, to undo all her morning's work and repack her trunk. When they parted, Lady Catherine, with great condescension, wished them a good journey and invited them to visit Hunsford again next year. Miss de Bourgh exerted herself enough to curtsy and offer her hand to both of them. Chapter 38. On Saturday morning, Elizabeth and Mr. Collins met for breakfast, a few minutes before the others arrived. He took the opportunity to pay the parting compliments he considered absolutely necessary. "I don't know, Miss Elizabeth," he said, "whether Mrs. Collins has yet expressed her appreciation for your kindness in visiting us, but I am quite certain you will not leave the house without receiving her thanks. Your company has been greatly valued, I assure you. We know how little there is to tempt anyone to our humble home. Our simple way of living, our small rooms, few servants, and limited exposure to the world must make Hunsford extremely dull for a young lady like yourself. But I hope you will believe we are grateful for your condescension, and that we have done everything in our power to ensure you did not spend your time unpleasantly." Elizabeth eagerly offered her thanks and assured him of her happiness. She had spent 6 weeks with great enjoyment. The pleasure of being with Charlotte, and the kind attention she had received, made her feel indebted. Mr. Collins was pleased, and replied with a more smiling solemnity, "It gives me the greatest pleasure to hear that you have passed your time agreeably. We have certainly done our best. And, most fortunately, having the ability to introduce you to very superior society, and, through our connection with Rosings, the frequent means of varying the humble home scene, I think we may flatter ourselves that your Hunsford visit cannot have been entirely tiresome. Our situation regarding Lady Catherine's family is, indeed, the sort of extraordinary advantage and blessing few can boast. You see the footing we are on. You see how continually we are invited there. Truly I must acknowledge that, despite all the disadvantages of this humble parsonage, I wouldn't consider anyone living in it an object of pity, while they share our intimacy at Rosings." Words were inadequate to express the height of his feelings, and he was obliged to walk about the room while Elizabeth tried to combine politeness and truth in a few short sentences. "You may, in fact, carry a very favorable report of us back to Hertfordshire, my dear cousin. At least I flatter myself that you will be able to do so. You have been a daily witness to Lady Catherine's great attentions to Mrs. Collins. Altogether, I trust it doesn't appear that your friend has drawn an unfortunate lot, but on this point, it's best to remain silent. Just let me assure you, my dear Miss Elizabeth, that I can from my heart most cordially wish you equal happiness in marriage. My dear Charlotte and I share one mind and one way of thinking. There is a most remarkable resemblance in character and ideas between us. We seem to have been designed for each other." Elizabeth could safely say that it was a great happiness when that was the case, and could add with equal sincerity that she firmly believed and rejoiced in his domestic comforts. She wasn't sorry, however, to have his recital interrupted by the entrance of the lady from whom they sprang. Poor Charlotte! It was sad to leave her to such company, but she had chosen it with her eyes open. Though she clearly regretted her visitors were leaving, she didn't seem to be asking for pity. Her home and housekeeping, her parish duties and her chickens, and all their related concerns, had not yet lost their charm for her. At length, the carriage arrived. The trunks were fastened on, the parcels placed inside, and it was declared ready. After an affectionate farewell between the friends, Elizabeth was escorted to the carriage by Mr. Collins. As they walked down the garden path, he commissioned her to convey his best respects to all her family, not forgetting his thanks for the kindness he had received at Longbourn in the winter, and his compliments to Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner, though he didn't know them. He then handed her into the carriage. Maria followed, and the door was about to be closed when he suddenly remembered, with some dismay, that they had forgotten to leave any message for the ladies at Rosings. "But," he added, "you will, of course, wish to have your humble respects delivered to them, along with your grateful thanks for their kindness to you while you have been here." Elizabeth made no objection. The door was then allowed to be shut, and the carriage drove off. "Good gracious!" cried Maria, after a few minutes of silence. "It seems like only a day or two since we first came, and yet so many things have happened." "A great many indeed," said her companion with a sigh. "We have dined 9 times at Rosings, besides having tea there twice. How much I shall have to tell." Elizabeth privately added, "and how much I shall have to conceal." Their journey passed without much conversation or any trouble. Within 4 hours of leaving Hunsford, they reached Mr. Gardiner's house, where they were to stay for a few days. Jane looked well, and Elizabeth had little opportunity to study her spirits amidst the various activities her kind aunt had planned for them. But Jane was to go home with her, and at Longbourn there would be plenty of time for observation. Meanwhile, it took effort for Elizabeth to wait, even until Longbourn, before telling her sister about Mr. Darcy's proposal. Knowing she had the power to reveal something that would utterly astonish Jane, and at the same time greatly satisfy whatever vanity she hadn't yet reason to weigh, was a powerful temptation. The only things that stopped her were her indecision about how much she should share, and her fear that if she started on the subject, she might be hurried into repeating something about Bingley that could only cause her sister further pain. Chapter 39. It was the second week in May when the 3 young ladies, Elizabeth, Jane, and Maria, set out together from Gracechurch Street in London for the town of in Hertfordshire. As they neared the designated inn where Mr. Bennet's carriage was supposed to meet them, they saw Kitty and Lydia looking out of an upstairs dining-room window, a clear sign of the coachman's punctuality. These 2 girls had been there for over an hour, happily occupied visiting a hat shop across the street, watching the soldier on guard duty, and preparing a salad with cucumber. After welcoming their sisters, they triumphantly showed off a table set with the kind of cold meats typically found in an inn's pantry, exclaiming, "Isn't this nice? Isn't this a pleasant surprise? And we planned to treat you all," added Lydia, "but you have to lend us the money, because we just spent all ours at the shop over there." Then, showing her purchases, "Look here, I bought this bonnet. I don't think it's very pretty, but I figured I might as well buy it. I'll take it apart as soon as I get home and see if I can make it look any better." When her sisters criticized it as ugly, she added with perfect nonchalance, "Oh, but there were 2 or 3 much uglier ones in the shop. And when I buy some prettier colored satin to trim it with, I think it will be quite acceptable. Besides, it won't matter much what one wears this summer, after the Shire regiment leaves Meryton, and they're going in 2 weeks." "Are they really?" cried Elizabeth with immense satisfaction. "They are going to be camped near Brighton. I really want Papa to take us all there for the summer." "It would be such a fantastic plan, and I bet it would hardly cost anything at all. Mama would love to go too, more than anything. Just think what a miserable summer we'll have otherwise." "Yes," thought Elizabeth, "that would be a delightful plan indeed, and completely ruin us at once. Good heavens, Brighton and a whole camp full of soldiers for us, who have already been turned upside down by one measly militia regiment, and the monthly dances in Meryton." "Now I have some news for you," said Lydia as they sat down at the table. "What do you think? It's excellent news, fantastic news, and about a certain person we all like." Jane and Elizabeth exchanged glances, and the waiter was told he could leave. Lydia laughed and said, "Ah, that's just like your formality and discretion. You thought the waiter mustn't hear, as if he cared. I bet he often hears worse things than what I'm going to say. But he's an ugly fellow. I'm glad he's gone. I never saw such a long chin in my life. Anyway, back to my news. It's about dear Wickham. Too good for the waiter, isn't it? There's no danger of Wickham marrying Mary King. There you go. She's gone down to her uncle in Liverpool. Gone to stay. Wickham is safe. And Mary King is safe," added Elizabeth, "safe from a connection that would have been unwise financially. She's a big fool for going away if she liked him." "But I hope there isn't a strong attachment on either side," said Jane. "I'm sure there isn't on his side," Lydia declared. "I'll vouch for it. He never cared 3 straws about her. Who could care about such a nasty little freckled thing?" Elizabeth was shocked to realize that, however incapable she was of such crude language herself, the underlying sentiment was not much different from what her own heart had previously harbored and considered enlightened. As soon as everyone had eaten, and the older ones had paid, the carriage was ordered. After some maneuvering, the whole group, with all their boxes, work-bags, parcels, and the unwelcome addition of Kitty's and Lydia's purchases, were squeezed inside. "How nicely we're crammed in," cried Lydia. "I'm glad I brought my bonnet, if only for the fun of having another hat box. Well, now let's get quite comfortable and cozy and talk and laugh all the way home. First, let's hear what happened to you all since you went away. Have you seen any pleasant men? Have you done any flirting? I was really hoping one of you would have found a husband before you came back. Jane will be quite an old maid soon, I declare. She's almost 23. Lord, how ashamed I would be if I weren't married before 23. My Aunt Phillips wants you to get husbands so badly you can't imagine. She says Lizzie had better have taken Mr. Collins, but I don't think there would have been any fun in that. Lord, how I would love to be married before any of you, and then I would chaperone you around to all the balls. Dear me, we had such a good laugh the other day at Colonel Forster's. Kitty and I were spending the day there, and Mrs. Forster promised to have a little dance in the evening. By the way, Mrs. Forster and I are such good friends. So she asked the 2 Harrington sisters to come, but Harriet was ill, so Pen had to come by herself. And then, what do you think we did? We dressed up Chamberlain in women's clothes, just to pass him off as a lady. Only think how funny. Nobody knew about it, except Colonel and Mrs. Forster, Kitty, and me, oh, and my aunt, because we had to borrow one of her gowns. You can't imagine how good he looked. When Denny and Wickham and Pratt and 2 or 3 other men came in, they didn't recognize him at all. Lord, how I laughed, and so did Mrs. Forster. I thought I was going to die laughing. And that made the men suspect something, and then they soon figured out what was going on. With such stories of their parties and practical jokes, Lydia, helped by Kitty's additions, tried to entertain her companions all the way to Longbourn. Elizabeth listened as little as she could, but there was no escaping the frequent mention of Wickham's name. Their reception at home was very kind. Mrs. Bennet rejoiced to see Jane looking as beautiful as ever. More than once during dinner, Mr. Bennet voluntarily said to Elizabeth, "I am glad you are come back, Lizzie." Their dinner party was large, as almost all the Lucases came to greet Maria and hear the news. Various subjects kept them occupied. Lady Lucas was asking Maria, across the table, about her eldest daughter's welfare and poultry situation. Mrs. Bennet was doubly busy, on one hand gathering details about current fashions from Jane, who sat some way down the table, and on the other, relaying them all to the younger Miss Lucases. Lydia, in a voice rather louder than anyone else's, was listing the various pleasures of the morning to anyone who would listen. "Oh, Mary," she said, "I wish you had gone with us, because we had such fun. As we drove along, Kitty and I pulled down all the window blinds and pretended there was nobody in the coach. I would have kept them down the whole way if Kitty hadn't felt sick. And when we got to the George Inn, I really think we behaved very generously, because we treated the other three to the nicest cold lunch in the world, and if you had come, we would have treated you too. And then when we left, it was such fun, I thought we would never get into the coach. I was ready to die of laughter, and then we were so merry all the way home. We talked and laughed so loud that anyone could have heard us 10 miles away. To this, Mary replied very gravely, "Far be it from me, my dear sister, to undervalue such pleasures. They would doubtless appeal to the majority of female minds, but I confess they would hold no charm for me. I should infinitely prefer a book." But Lydia heard none of this reply. She seldom listened to anybody for more than half a minute, and never paid any attention to Mary at all. In the afternoon, Lydia urged the rest of the girls to walk to Meryton and see how everyone was doing, but Elizabeth firmly opposed the idea. It shouldn't be said that the Miss Bennets couldn't be home for half a day before they were chasing after the officers. There was another reason for her opposition, too. She dreaded seeing Wickham again and was determined to avoid it as long as possible. The comfort she felt about the regiment's approaching departure was truly beyond words. In 2 weeks they would be gone, and once gone, she hoped there would be nothing more to trouble her regarding him. She hadn't been home many hours before she realized that the Brighton scheme which Lydia had hinted at was frequently discussed between her parents. Elizabeth saw immediately that her father had no intention of giving in, but his answers were so vague and non-committal that her mother, though often discouraged, hadn't yet given up hope of eventually succeeding. Chapter 40. Elizabeth's impatience to tell Jane what had happened could no longer be contained. Finally resolving to omit every detail concerning Jane herself, and preparing her sister for a surprise, she related the main points of the encounter between Mr. Darcy and herself the next morning. Miss Bennet's astonishment quickly faded, replaced by the strong sisterly bias that made any admiration of Elizabeth seem perfectly natural. Soon, all surprise was lost in other feelings. She was sorry Mr. Darcy had expressed his feelings in a way so unlikely to recommend them, but she grieved even more for the unhappiness her sister's refusal must have caused him. His being so sure of success was wrong, she said, and certainly shouldn't have been so obvious, but consider how much it must deepen his disappointment. Indeed, replied Elizabeth, I am heartily sorry for him, but he has other feelings, like pride, which will probably soon erase any regard for me. You don't blame me, though, for refusing him? Blame you? Oh, no. But you blame me for speaking so strongly about Wickham? No. I don't know that you were wrong in saying what you did, but you will know it when I tell you what happened the very next day. She then told Jane about the letter, repeating all its contents concerning George Wickham. What a blow this was for poor Jane, who would have happily gone through life without believing that so much wickedness could exist in one person. Nor could Darcy's defense, though welcome to her feelings, console her for such a discovery. She earnestly tried to find explanations, seeking ways to clear one man without implicating the other. That won't work, said Elizabeth. You'll never be able to make both of them seem good. Take your pick, but you have to be satisfied with just one. There's only a certain amount of merit between them, just enough to make one decent sort of man, and lately it seems to have shifted mostly to Mr. Darcy. For my part, I'm inclined to believe it all belongs to him now, but you can decide as you choose. It took some time, however, before Jane could manage even a faint smile. I don't know when I have been more shocked, she said. Wickham, so very bad. It's almost unbelievable. And poor Mr. Darcy. Dear Lizzie, just consider what he must have suffered. Such a disappointment. And knowing your poor opinion of him, too. And having to reveal such a thing about his own sister. It is truly too distressing. I am sure you must feel it so. Oh no, my regret and compassion are completely gone now that I see you so full of both, Elizabeth teased gently. I know you will do him such ample justice that I'm becoming more unconcerned and indifferent by the moment. Your generosity makes me thrifty. If you mourn over him much longer, my heart will be as light as a feather. Poor Wickham, there is such an expression of goodness in his face, such openness and gentleness in his manner. There certainly was some major mismanagement in the upbringing of those two young men. One got all the actual goodness, and the other got all the appearance of it. I never thought Mr. Darcy lacked the appearance of it as much as you used to. And yet I thought I was being uncommonly clever by taking such a decided dislike to him, without any reason. It's such a spur to one's creativity, such an opening for wit, to have a dislike like that. One can be continually insulting without saying anything fair, but one can't always laugh at a man without occasionally stumbling upon something witty. Lizzie, when you first read that letter, I'm sure you couldn't treat the matter as lightly as you do now. Indeed, I couldn't. I was uncomfortable enough. I was very uncomfortable. I might even say unhappy. And with no one to talk to about what I felt, no Jane to comfort me and say that I hadn't been quite as weak, vain, and foolish as I knew I had. Oh, how I needed you! How unfortunate that you use such very strong language when speaking of Wickham to Mr. Darcy, because now it appears completely undeserved. Certainly, but the misfortune of speaking with bitterness is a natural consequence of the prejudices I had been encouraging. There is one point on which I need your advice. Should I, or should I not, let our general acquaintance know Wickham's true character? Miss Bennet paused for a moment, then replied, "Surely there can be no need to expose him so dreadfully. What is your own opinion?" "That it shouldn't be attempted. Mr. Darcy hasn't authorized me to make his information public. On the contrary, every detail relating to his sister was meant to be kept as private as possible. And if I try to correct people's opinions about the rest of his conduct, who will believe me? The general prejudice against Mr. Darcy is so strong that trying to portray him in a positive light would practically kill half the good people in Meryton. I'm not up to it. Wickham will be gone soon, so it won't matter to anyone here what he really is. Eventually it will all come out, and then we can laugh at their foolishness for not knowing it sooner. For now, I will say nothing about it." "You are quite right. Making his errors public might ruin him forever. Perhaps he is sorry now for what he has done, and anxious to rebuild his reputation. We must not make him desperate." This conversation eased the turmoil in Elizabeth's mind. She had gotten rid of 2 secrets that had weighed on her for 2 weeks, and was sure of a willing listener in Jane whenever she needed to talk about either again. But there was still something lurking behind, something prudence forbade her from revealing. She dared not relate the other half of Mr. Darcy's letter, nor explain to her sister how sincerely his friend had valued her. This was knowledge no one else could share. She felt that nothing less than a perfect understanding between Bingley and Jane could justify her revealing this final secret. And then, she thought wryly, if that very improbable event ever happens, I'll only be able to tell what Bingley can tell much more pleasantly himself. The freedom to speak won't be mine until it has lost all its value. Now settled back at home, she had the leisure to observe the true state of her sister's spirits. Jane was not happy. She still cherished a very tender affection for Bingley. Having never even imagined herself in love before, her feelings had all the intensity of a first attachment, combined with a steadiness often lacking in early romances due to her age and disposition. She valued his memory so highly and preferred him so strongly to every other man that all her good sense and consideration for her friends' feelings were needed to suppress the regrets that would have harmed her own health and their peace of mind. "Well, Lizzie," said Mrs. Bennet one day, "what is your opinion now of this sad business with Jane? For my part, I am determined never to speak of it again to anybody. I told my sister Phillips so the other day, but I can't find out that Jane saw anything of him in London. Well, he is a very undeserving young man, and I don't suppose there is the least chance in the world of her ever getting him now. There is no talk of his coming back to Netherfield in the summer, and I have asked everybody too who might know. I don't believe he will ever live at Netherfield again. Oh well, it's his choice. Nobody wants him to come, though I shall always say he treated my daughter extremely badly, and if I were her, I wouldn't have put up with it. Well, my only comfort is, I am sure Jane will die of a broken heart, and then he will be sorry for what he has done." But since Elizabeth couldn't find comfort in such an expectation, she made no reply. "Well, Lizzie," continued her mother soon afterward, "and so the Collinses live very comfortably, do they? Well, I only hope it lasts. And what sort of food do they serve? Charlotte is an excellent manager, I dare say. If she is half as shrewd as her mother, she is thrifty enough. There is nothing extravagant in their housekeeping, I bet. No, nothing at all. A great deal of good management, depend upon it. Yes, they will take care not to spend more than they earn. They will never be short of money. Well, much good may it do them. And so, I suppose, they often talk of having Longbourn when your father is dead. They probably look upon it as practically their own already, whenever that happens. It was a subject they couldn't mention in front of me. No, it would have been strange if they had. but I have no doubt they often talk about it between themselves. Well, if they can feel comfortable with an estate that isn't lawfully their own, so much the better. I would be ashamed of having one that was only entailed on me. Chapter 41. The first week of their return passed quickly. The second began. It was the last week of the regiment's stay in Meryton, and all the young ladies in the neighborhood were visibly losing their spirits. The dejection was almost universal. Only the elder Miss Bennets were still able to eat, drink, sleep, and carry on with their usual activities. They were frequently scolded for this lack of feeling by Kitty and Lydia, whose own misery was extreme and who couldn't understand such hard-heartedness in their family. "Good heavens! What will become of us? What are we going to do?" they would often exclaim in bitter despair. "How can you be smiling like that, Lizzie?" Their affectionate mother shared all their grief. She remembered what she herself had endured on a similar occasion 25 years ago. "I am sure," she said, "I cried for 2 days straight when Colonel Miller's regiment left. I thought my heart would break." "I am sure mine will break," said Lydia. "If only one could go to Brighton," observed Mrs. Bennet. "Oh yes, if only one could go to Brighton. But Papa is so disagreeable. A little sea bathing would set me right up forever. And my Aunt Phillips is sure it would do me a great deal of good," added Kitty. Such were the lamentations constantly echoing through Longbourn House. Elizabeth tried to find them amusing, but any sense of pleasure was lost in shame. She felt anew the justice of Mr. Darcy's objections to her family, and never before had she been so inclined to forgive his interference in his friend's affairs. But the gloom hanging over Lydia's future soon lifted. She received an invitation from Mrs. Forster, the wife of the regiment's colonel, to accompany her to Brighton. This invaluable friend was a very young woman, recently married. A shared sense of good humor and high spirits had drawn her and Lydia together, and in their 3 months of acquaintance, they had become close friends for 2 of them. Lydia's ecstasy on this occasion, her adoration of Mrs. Forster, Mrs. Bennet's delight, and Kitty's mortification, are almost impossible to describe. Completely ignoring her sister's feelings, Lydia flew about the house in restless joy, demanding congratulations from everyone, laughing and talking more loudly than ever. Meanwhile, the unlucky Kitty remained in the parlor, complaining about her fate in tones as unreasonable as her accent was whining. "I cannot see why Mrs. Forster shouldn't ask me as well as Lydia," she said, "even though I'm not her particular friend. I have just as much right to be asked as she does, and more too, because I am 2 years older." In vain did Elizabeth try to make her reasonable, and Jane try to make her resigned. As for Elizabeth herself, this invitation was so far from inspiring the same feelings as it did in her mother and Lydia, that she considered it the final nail in the coffin for any possibility of common sense in Lydia. Detestable as such a trip would make Lydia appear, if the reasons were known, Elizabeth couldn't help secretly advising her father not to let her go. She pointed out all the improprieties of Lydia's general behavior, the little benefit she could gain from friendship with someone like Mrs. Forster, and the likelihood of her becoming even more reckless with such a companion in Brighton, where temptations would be greater than at home. He listened attentively and then said, "Lydia will never be content until she has embarrassed herself in some public place or other. We can never expect her to do it with less expense or inconvenience to her family than under the present circumstances." "If you were aware," said Elizabeth, "of the very great disadvantage to all of us that must arise from public notice of Lydia's unguarded and reckless manner, indeed which has already arisen from it, I am sure you would judge differently." "Already arisen," repeated Mr. Bennet. "What? Has she frightened away some of your suitors? Poor little Lizzie! But don't be disheartened. Such overly sensitive young men, who can't bear to be connected with a little absurdity, aren't worth regretting. Come, let me see the list of pitiful fellows who have been kept away by Lydia's foolishness." "Indeed, you are mistaken. I have no such personal injuries to complain about. It is not specific, but general harm that I am concerned about. Our importance, our respectability in the world, must be affected by the wild volatility, the audacity, and the complete disregard for restraint that define Lydia's character. Excuse me, for I must speak plainly. If you, my dear father, will not take the trouble to check her excessive spirits and teach her that her current pursuits are not meant to be the business of her life, she will soon be beyond hope of improvement. Her character will be set. At 16, she will be the most determined flirt who ever made herself and her family ridiculous. A flirt, too, of the worst and lowest kind, without any attraction beyond youth and a tolerable appearance, and completely unable, due to the ignorance and emptiness of her mind, to fend off any portion of the universal contempt her desperate need for admiration will attract. Kitty is also included in this danger. She will follow wherever Lydia leads. Vain, ignorant, idle, and absolutely uncontrolled. Oh, my dear father, can you possibly suppose they won't be criticized and despised wherever they are known, and that their sisters won't often share in the disgrace? Mr. Bennet saw that her whole heart was in the subject. Affectionately taking her hand, he replied, "Don't worry yourself, my love. Wherever you and Jane are known, you will be respected and valued. You won't appear any less admirable for having a couple of, or perhaps I should say 3, very silly sisters. We shall have no peace at Longbourn if Lydia doesn't go to Brighton, so let her go. Colonel Forster is a sensible man and will keep her out of any real trouble. And, luckily, she is too poor to be prey for anyone. In Brighton, she will be even less significant as a common flirt than she has been here. The officers will find women more worthy of their attention. Let us hope, therefore, that being there might teach her her own insignificance. At any rate, she cannot get much worse without justifying us locking her up for the rest of her life." With this answer, Elizabeth had to be content, but her own opinion remained unchanged, and she left him disappointed and sorry. It was not in her nature, however, to increase her worries by dwelling on them. She felt confident she had done her duty. Fretting over unavoidable problems or magnifying them with anxiety was not part of her disposition. Had Lydia and her mother known the substance of her conversation with her father, their combined anger would hardly have found adequate expression. In Lydia's imagination, a visit to Brighton encompassed every possible earthly happiness. With the creative eye of fancy, she saw the streets of that lively seaside town covered with officers. She saw herself as the object of attention for tens, even scores, of them, currently unknown. She saw all the glories of the military camp, its tents stretched out in beautiful, uniform lines, crowded with the young and fashionable, dazzling with scarlet uniforms. To complete the picture, she saw herself seated beneath a tent, tenderly flirting with at least 6 officers at once. Had she known that her sister sought to tear her away from such prospects and realities, what would her feelings have been? They could only have been understood by her mother, who might have felt nearly the same. Lydia's going to Brighton was the only thing that consoled Mrs. Bennet for the sad certainty that her husband never intended to go there himself. But they were entirely unaware of what had passed, and their raptures continued, with little interruption, right up to the day Lydia left home. Elizabeth was now to see Mr. Wickham for the last time. Having been frequently in his company since her return, her agitation was mostly gone, the agitation from her former partiality entirely so. She had even learned to detect, in the very gentleness that had first charmed her, an artificiality and sameness that now disgusted and wearied her. Furthermore, his current behavior toward her provided a fresh source of displeasure. The inclination he soon showed to renew the attentions that had marked the early part of their acquaintance could only provoke her after everything that had since passed. She lost all concern for him upon finding herself chosen as the object of such idle and frivolous gallantry. While she firmly rebuffed it, she couldn't help but feel the implied insult in his belief that, however long and for whatever reason his attentions had been withdrawn, her vanity would be gratified and her preference secured at any time by their renewal. On the very last day of the regiment's stay in Meryton, he dined, along with other officers, at Longbourn. Elizabeth was so little inclined to part from him on good terms that when he made some inquiry about how she had spent her time at Hunsford, she mentioned that Colonel Fitzwilliam and Mr. Darcy had both spent 3 weeks at Rosings, and asked him if he was acquainted with the former. He looked surprised, displeased, alarmed, but after a moment's thought and with a returning smile replied that he had formerly seen him often. After observing that he was a very gentlemanlike man, he asked her how she had liked him. Her answer was warmly in his favor. With an air of indifference, he soon afterward added, "How long did you say he was at Rosings?" "Nearly 3 weeks." "And you saw him frequently?" "Yes, almost every day." "His manners are very different from his cousin's." "Yes, very different. But I think Mr. Darcy improves upon acquaintance." "Indeed," cried Wickham, with a look that did not escape her notice. "And pray, may I ask?" But checking himself, he added in a lighter tone, "Is it in his address that he improves?" Has he condescended to add any civility to his ordinary style? For I dare not hope," he continued in a lower, more serious tone, "that he has improved in essentials." "Oh, no," said Elizabeth. "In essentials, I believe, he is very much what he ever was." While she spoke, Wickham looked as if he hardly knew whether to be pleased by her words or suspicious of their meaning. There was something in her expression that made him listen with apprehensive and anxious attention as she added, "When I said that he improved upon acquaintance, I didn't mean that either his mind or manners were actually improving, but that, from knowing him better, his disposition was better understood." Wickham's alarm now showed in his heightened color and agitated look. For a few minutes he was silent. Then, shaking off his embarrassment, he turned to her again and said in the gentlest of tones, "You, who know my feelings toward Mr. Darcy so well, will readily understand how sincerely I must rejoice that he is wise enough to assume even the appearance of what is right. His pride in that respect may be useful, if not to himself, then to many others, for it must deter him from such foul misconduct as I have suffered from. I only fear that the sort of cautiousness you seem to be alluding to is merely adopted during his visits to his aunt, whose good opinion and judgment he holds in great awe. His fear of her has always influenced him, I know, when they were together, and a good deal is likely due to his wish to advance the match with Miss de Bourgh, which I am certain he has set his heart on." Elizabeth couldn't suppress a smile at this, but she answered only with a slight nod. She saw he wanted to draw her back into the old subject of his grievances, and she was in no mood to indulge him. The rest of the evening passed with him maintaining an appearance of usual cheerfulness, but making no further attempt to single out Elizabeth. They parted at last with mutual politeness, and possibly a mutual desire never to meet again. When the party broke up, Lydia returned with Mrs. Forster to Meryton, from where they were to set out early the next morning. The separation between her and her family was more noisy than emotional. Kitty was the only one who shed tears, but she wept from frustration and envy. Mrs. Bennet was effusive in her good wishes for her daughter's happiness, and emphatic in her instructions that Lydia should not miss any opportunity to enjoy herself as much as possible, advice there was every reason to believe would be followed. Amidst Lydia's own clamorous happiness and bidding farewell, the more gentle goodbyes of her sisters were uttered without being heard. Chapter 42. If Elizabeth had formed her opinion of marriage solely from her own family, she couldn't have painted a very pleasant picture of wedded bliss or domestic comfort. Her father, initially captivated by youth, beauty, and the appearance of good humor that usually accompanies them, had married a woman whose weak understanding and narrow mind had quickly ended any real affection he had for her early in their marriage. Respect, esteem, and confidence had vanished forever, destroying all his hopes for domestic happiness. But Mr. Bennet wasn't the type to seek solace for the disappointment brought on by his own poor judgment in the kinds of pleasures that often console the unfortunate for their foolishness or vices. He loved the countryside and books, and these provided his main enjoyments. His wife contributed little to his happiness, other than inadvertently amusing him with her ignorance and folly. This isn't the kind of happiness a man would generally wish to owe his wife, but when other forms of entertainment are lacking, a true philosopher will make use of what is available. Elizabeth, however, had never been blind to the impropriety of her father's behavior as a husband. She had always observed it with pain, but respecting his intelligence and grateful for his affectionate treatment of her, she tried to forget what she couldn't overlook. She tried to banish thoughts of the continual breach of marital duty and decorum, which, by exposing his wife to the contempt of their own children, was so highly blameworthy. But she had never felt so strongly as now the disadvantages faced by the children of such an unsuitable marriage. Nor had she ever been so fully aware of the problems arising from such a poorly judged use of talents which, if used rightly, might at least have preserved the respectability of his daughters, even if they couldn't broaden the mind of his wife. After Elizabeth had rejoiced over Wickham's departure, she found little else to be satisfied about regarding the loss of the regiment. Their social engagements were less varied than before. At home she had a mother and sister whose constant complaints about the dullness of everything cast a real gloom over their family circle. Though Kitty might eventually regain her natural level of sense now that the distractions were removed, her other sister, Lydia, whose disposition posed a greater threat, was likely to become hardened in all her foolishness and audacity by the doubly dangerous situation of a seaside resort town and a military camp. Overall, therefore, she found, as others sometimes do, that an event she had eagerly looked forward to did not, upon happening, bring all the satisfaction she had expected. Consequently, it became necessary to set some other future date for the beginning of actual happiness, to have some other goal for her wishes and hopes. By again enjoying the pleasure of anticipation, she could console herself for the present and prepare for another potential disappointment. Her tour to the Lake District was now the focus of her happiest thoughts. It was her best consolation for all the uncomfortable hours made inevitable by the discontent of her mother and Kitty. If only she could have included Jane in the plan, every part of it would have been perfect. But it is fortunate, she thought, that I have something left to wish for. If the whole arrangement were complete, my disappointment would be certain. But here, by carrying with me one constant source of regret in my sister's absence, I may reasonably hope to have all my expectations of pleasure fulfilled. A plan where every part promises delight can never be successful. General disappointment is only avoided by the defense of some small, specific annoyance. When Lydia left, she promised to write very often and in great detail to her mother and Kitty. But her letters were always long awaited and always very short. Those to her mother contained little more than that they had just returned from the library, where certain officers had accompanied them, and where she had seen such beautiful trinkets that made her quite wild. She mentioned having a new gown or a new parasol, which she would have described more fully but had to leave off in a great hurry because Mrs. Forster was calling her, and they were going to the camp. Even less could be learned from her correspondence with her sister, for her letters to Kitty, though slightly longer, were far too full of underlined words to be shared publicly. After the first 2 or 3 weeks of Lydia's absence, health, good humor, and cheerfulness began to reappear at Longbourn. Everything seemed happier. The families who had spent the winter in town returned, and summer clothes and summer engagements emerged. Mrs. Bennet was restored to her usual state of complaining serenity. By the middle of June, Kitty had recovered enough to enter Meryton without tears, an event so promising that Elizabeth hoped, by the following Christmas, Kitty might be reasonable enough not to mention an officer more than once a day, unless, by some cruel and malicious decision at the War Office, another regiment was stationed in Meryton. The time fixed for the start of their northern tour was now fast approaching. Only 2 weeks remained when a letter arrived from Mrs. Gardiner, which both delayed its beginning and shortened its scope. Mr. Gardiner would be prevented by business from setting out until 2 weeks later in July, and had to be back in London within a month. This left too short a period for them to travel as far and see as much as they had planned, or at least to do so with the leisure and comfort they had anticipated. They were forced to give up the lakes and substitute a shorter tour. According to the new plan, they were to go no farther north than Derbyshire. That county offered enough sights to occupy most of their 3 weeks, and for Mrs. Gardiner, it held a particularly strong attraction. The town where she had spent some years of her life, and where they were now to spend a few days, was probably as great an object of her curiosity as all the famous beauties of Matlock, Chatsworth, Dovedale, or the Peak District. Elizabeth was extremely disappointed. She had set her heart on seeing the lakes, and still thought there might have been enough time. But it was her duty to be satisfied, and certainly her nature to be happy, and soon everything felt right again. The mention of Derbyshire brought many associated ideas. It was impossible for her to see the word without thinking of Pemberley and its owner. But surely, she mused, I can enter his county without consequence, and perhaps pick up a few interesting rocks, without him even noticing me. The waiting period was now doubled. 4 weeks had to pass before her uncle and aunt's arrival. But they did pass, and Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner, with their 4 children, finally appeared at Longbourn. The children, 2 girls aged 6 and 8, and 2 younger boys, were to be left under the particular care of their cousin Jane. Jane was the universal favorite, and her steady sense and sweet temper made her perfectly suited for looking after them in every way, teaching them, playing with them, and loving them. The Gardiners stayed only 1 night at Longbourn, and set off the next morning with Elizabeth in pursuit of novelty and amusement. One enjoyment was certain: their suitability as companions. This suitability included good health and temper to handle inconveniences, cheerfulness to enhance every pleasure, and affection and intelligence to provide comfort among themselves if they faced disappointments during their travels. It is not the purpose of this work to give a description of Derbyshire, nor of any of the remarkable places along their route. Oxford, Blenheim, Warwick, Kenilworth, Birmingham, etc. are well known enough. Only a small part of Derbyshire is relevant here. After seeing the main wonders of the area, they headed towards the little town of Lambton, where Mrs. Gardiner had formerly lived and where she had recently learned some acquaintances still remained. Within 5 miles of Lambton, Elizabeth discovered from her aunt that Pemberley was situated nearby. It wasn't directly on their road, but only a mile or 2 off it. While discussing their route the evening before, Mrs. Gardiner expressed a desire to see the place again. Mr. Gardiner declared his willingness, and Elizabeth was asked for her approval. "My dear, wouldn't you like to see a place you've heard so much about?" said her aunt. "A place, too, with which so many of your acquaintances are connected. Wickham spent his whole youth there, you know." Elizabeth felt distressed. She felt she had no business being at Pemberley, and was forced to pretend reluctance. She had to admit she was tired of grand houses. After touring so many, she really didn't find pleasure in fine carpets or satin curtains anymore. Mrs. Gardiner teased her about being silly. "If it were merely a fine house richly furnished," she said, "I wouldn't care about it myself. But the grounds are delightful. They have some of the finest woods in the county." Elizabeth said no more, but her mind couldn't agree. The possibility of meeting Mr. Darcy while viewing the place instantly occurred to her. It would be dreadful. She blushed at the very idea, and thought it might be better to speak openly to her aunt than to run such a risk. But there were drawbacks to that too. She finally decided it would be her last resort, if her private inquiries about the family's absence turned out unfavorable. Accordingly, when she went to her room that night, she asked the chambermaid if Pemberley wasn't a very fine place, what the owner's name was, and, with considerable alarm, whether the family was there for the summer. A most welcome "no" followed the last question. Her fears now removed, she felt free to indulge a great deal of curiosity to see the house herself. When the subject came up again the next morning, and she was asked again, she could readily answer, with a suitable air of indifference, that she really had no objection to the plan. To Pemberley, therefore, they were to go. Chapter 43. As they drove along, Elizabeth watched for the first glimpse of Pemberley Woods with some nervousness. When they finally turned in at the gatehouse, her spirits were fluttering wildly. The park was vast and contained a great variety of terrain. They entered at one of its lowest points and drove for some time through a beautiful, extensive wood. Elizabeth's mind was too full for conversation, but she saw and admired every remarkable spot and viewpoint. They gradually climbed for half a mile, and then found themselves at the top of a significant rise where the woods ended. Instantly, their eyes were drawn to Pemberley House, situated on the opposite side of the valley, into which the road wound somewhat abruptly. It was a large, handsome stone building, well positioned on rising ground, and backed by a ridge of high, wooded hills. In front, a stream of natural importance had been widened, but without looking artificial. Its banks were neither rigidly formal, nor overly decorated. Elizabeth was delighted. She had never seen a place where nature had done more, or where natural beauty had been so little spoiled by awkward taste. They were all enthusiastic in their admiration. At that moment, she felt that being mistress of Pemberley might truly be something special. They descended the hill, crossed the bridge, and drove up to the door. As they examined the house up close, all her fear of meeting its owner returned. She dreaded that the chambermaid had been mistaken. When they asked to see the place, they were admitted into the hall. While waiting for the housekeeper, Elizabeth had a moment to wonder at finding herself actually there. The housekeeper arrived, a respectable-looking elderly woman, much less pretentious and more polite than Elizabeth had expected. They followed her into the dining parlor. It was a large, well-proportioned room, handsomely furnished. Elizabeth, after a quick glance around, went to a window to enjoy the view. The hill crowned with woods, from which they had descended, looked even steeper from this distance, and was a beautiful sight. The layout of the grounds was excellent. She looked with delight at the whole scene, the river, the trees scattered along its banks, and the winding valley as far as she could see. As they moved into other rooms, these views shifted, but every window offered beautiful prospects. The rooms were lofty and handsome, and their furniture suited the owner's fortune. But Elizabeth saw, admiring his taste, that it was neither gaudy nor pointlessly elaborate, less showy and more genuinely elegant than the furniture at Rosings. "And I might have been mistress of this place," she thought. "I might have been intimately familiar with these rooms. Instead of viewing them as a stranger, I might have rejoiced in them as my own and welcomed my uncle and aunt here as visitors. But no," she corrected herself, "that could never be. My uncle and aunt would have been lost to me. I wouldn't have been allowed to invite them." This was a fortunate realization. It saved her from something close to regret. She longed to ask the housekeeper if her master was truly away, but lacked the courage. Eventually, however, her uncle asked the question. She turned away in alarm as Mrs. Reynolds replied that he was, adding, "But we expect him tomorrow, with a large party of friends." How relieved Elizabeth was that their own journey hadn't been delayed by even a day. Her aunt then called her over to look at a picture. She approached and saw a likeness of Mr. Wickham, hanging among several other miniatures over the mantelpiece. Her aunt asked her, smiling, how she liked it. The housekeeper stepped forward and told them it was the picture of a young gentleman, the son of her late master's steward, who had been raised by him at his own expense. He's gone into the army now," she added, "but I'm afraid he has turned out very wild." Mrs. Gardiner looked at her niece with a smile, but Elizabeth couldn't return it. "And that," said Mrs. Reynolds, pointing to another miniature, "is my master, and very like him. It was painted around the same time as the other, about 8 years ago." "I have heard much about your master's fine appearance," said Mrs. Gardiner, looking at the picture. "It is a handsome face. But Lizzie, you can tell us whether it's a good likeness or not." Mrs. Reynolds' respect for Elizabeth seemed to increase upon learning she knew her master. "Does that young lady know Mr. Darcy?" Elizabeth blushed and said, "A little. And don't you think him a very handsome gentleman, ma'am?" "Yes, very handsome. I'm sure I know none so handsome. But in the gallery upstairs you will see a finer, larger picture of him than this. This room was my late master's favorite, and these miniatures are just as they were then. He was very fond of them." This explained to Elizabeth why Mr. Wickham's picture was among them. Mrs. Reynolds then directed their attention to one of Miss Darcy, painted when she was only 8 years old. "And is Miss Darcy as handsome as her brother?" asked Mr. Gardiner. "Oh yes, the handsomest young lady that ever was seen, and so accomplished. She plays and sings all day long. In the next room is a new instrument that just arrived for her, a present from my master. She comes here tomorrow with him." Mr. Gardiner, with his easy and pleasant manners, encouraged her talkativeness with his questions and remarks. Mrs. Reynolds, whether from pride or affection, clearly took great pleasure in talking about her master and his sister. "Is your master at Pemberley much during the year?" "Not as much as I could wish, sir, but I dare say he may spend half his time here, and Miss Darcy is always here for the summer months." "Except," thought Elizabeth, "when she goes to Ramsgate. If your master would marry, you might see more of him." "Yes, sir, but I don't know when that will be. I don't know who is good enough for him." Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner smiled. Elizabeth couldn't help saying, "It reflects very well on him, I'm sure, that you should think so." "I say no more than the truth, and what everybody who knows him will say," replied the housekeeper. Elizabeth thought this was going quite far, and she listened with increasing astonishment as the housekeeper added, "I have never had a cross word from him in my life, and I have known him ever since he was 4 years old." This was praise unlike any other, completely opposite to her own ideas. That he was not good-tempered had been her firmest belief. Her keenest attention was aroused. She longed to hear more, and was grateful to her uncle for saying, "There are very few people of whom so much can be said. You are lucky to have such a master." "Yes, sir, I know I am. If I were to search the whole world, I could not find a better one. But I have always observed that those who are good-natured as children are good-natured when they grow up, and he was always the sweetest-tempered, most generous-hearted boy in the world." Elizabeth almost stared at her. "Can this really be Mr. Darcy?" she thought. "His father was an excellent man," said Mrs. Gardiner. "Yes, ma'am, that he was indeed, and his son will be just like him, just as kind to the poor." Elizabeth listened, wondered, doubted, and grew impatient for more. Mrs. Reynolds couldn't hold her interest on any other topic. She described the subjects of the pictures, the dimensions of the rooms, and the price of the furniture, all in vain. Mr. Gardiner, highly amused by what he assumed was family bias driving her excessive praise of her master, soon led the conversation back to him. She spoke with energy about his many merits as they proceeded together up the grand staircase. "He is the best landlord, and the best master," she said, "that ever lived. Not like the wild young men nowadays, who think of nothing but themselves. There isn't one of his tenants or servants who won't give him a good name. Some people call him proud, but I am sure I never saw anything of it. To my mind, it's only because he doesn't chatter away like other young men." "In what a positive light this places him," thought Elizabeth. "This fine account of him," whispered her aunt as they walked, "doesn't quite match his behavior toward our poor friend Wickham." "Perhaps we were deceived," Elizabeth suggested quietly. "That's not very likely. Our source was too reliable." Upon reaching the spacious landing above, they were shown into a very pretty sitting room, recently decorated with greater elegance and lightness than the rooms below. They were informed it had just been redone to please Miss Darcy, who had taken a liking to the room during her last visit to Pemberley. "He is certainly a good brother," said Elizabeth, walking towards one of the windows. Mrs. Reynolds anticipated Miss Darcy's delight when she would enter the room. "And this is always the way with him," she added. "Whatever can give his sister any pleasure is sure to be done in a moment. There is nothing he wouldn't do for her." The picture gallery and 2 or 3 of the main bedrooms were all that remained to be seen. The gallery contained many good paintings, but Elizabeth knew little about art. She willingly turned from paintings like those downstairs to look at some drawings by Miss Darcy done in crayon, whose subjects were usually more interesting and easier to understand. In the gallery were many family portraits, but they held little to capture a stranger's attention. Elizabeth walked on, searching for the one face whose features she would recognize. At last, it caught her eye, a striking resemblance of Mr. Darcy, with a smile on his face that she remembered sometimes seeing when he looked at her. She stood several minutes before the picture, in deep contemplation, and returned to it again before they left the gallery. Mrs. Reynolds informed them that it had been painted during his father's lifetime. There was certainly, at this moment in Elizabeth's mind, a gentler feeling toward the man in the portrait than she had ever felt during the peak of their acquaintance. The praise given him by Mrs. Reynolds was significant. What praise is more valuable than that of an intelligent servant? As a brother, a landlord, a master, she considered how many people's happiness depended on him, how much pleasure or pain he had the power to give, how much good or evil he must inevitably do. Every idea brought forward by the housekeeper painted his character favorably. As she stood before the canvas where he was represented, his painted eyes seeming to fix on hers, she thought of his past regard with a deeper sense of gratitude than ever before. She remembered its warmth and mentally softened the harshness of its expression. When they had seen all of the house open to general viewing, they returned downstairs. Taking leave of the housekeeper, they were handed over to the gardener, who met them at the hall door. As they walked across the lawn toward the river, Elizabeth turned back to look again. Her uncle and aunt stopped also. While her uncle was speculating about the building's age, the owner himself suddenly appeared, coming from the road that led behind the house to the stables. They were within 20 yards of each other. His appearance was so abrupt that it was impossible to avoid being seen. Their eyes met instantly, and the cheeks of both flushed deeply. He actually startled and seemed frozen for a moment in surprise. But quickly recovering himself, he advanced toward the group and spoke to Elizabeth, if not with perfect composure, at least with perfect politeness. She had instinctively turned away, but stopping as he approached, she received his compliments with an embarrassment impossible to overcome. If his sudden appearance, or his resemblance to the picture they had just been examining, wasn't enough to assure the other two that they now saw Mr. Darcy, the gardener's surprised expression upon seeing his master would have immediately told them. They stood a little apart while he talked to their niece, who, astonished and confused, scarcely dared lift her eyes to his face, and didn't know what answers she gave to his polite inquiries about her family. Amazed at the change in his manner since they last parted, every sentence he uttered increased her embarrassment. Every thought about the impropriety of her being found there rushed back to her mind. The few minutes they stood together were some of the most uncomfortable of her life. Nor did he seem much more at ease. When he spoke, his tone lacked its usual calm confidence. He repeated his questions about when she had left Longbourn and how long she was staying in Derbyshire so often, and in such a hurried way that it clearly showed his own distraction. At length he seemed to run out of things to say. After standing for a few moments without speaking, he suddenly recollected himself and took his leave. The others then rejoined her, expressing their admiration of his appearance, but Elizabeth heard nothing, wholly absorbed by her own feelings, and followed them in silence. She was overwhelmed by shame and vexation. Her coming there was the most unfortunate, most ill-judged decision in the world. How strange it must seem to him. In what a disgraceful light might it strike such a proud man. It might look as if she had deliberately thrown herself in his way again. Oh, why did she come? Or why did he arrive a day earlier than expected? Had they been only 10 minutes sooner, they would have been gone before he saw them. It was plain he had just arrived that very moment, just dismounted from his horse or carriage. She blushed again and again over the awful timing of the meeting. And his behavior, so strikingly altered, what could it mean? That he should even speak to her was amazing. But to speak with such civility, to ask after her family. Never in her life had she seen his manners so lacking in stiffness. Never had he spoken with such gentleness as during this unexpected encounter. What a contrast it offered to his last words in Rosings Park when he put his letter into her hand. She didn't know what to think or how to explain it. They had now entered a beautiful walk beside the water, and every step revealed a grander slope of ground or a finer expanse of the woods they were approaching. But it was some time before Elizabeth noticed any of it. Though she answered mechanically to the repeated comments of her uncle and aunt, and seemed to look where they pointed, She didn't truly see any part of the scene. Her thoughts were all fixed on that one spot in Pemberley House, wherever it might be, where Mr. Darcy was now. She longed to know what was passing through his mind at that moment, how he thought of her, and whether, despite everything, she was still dear to him. Perhaps he had been polite only because he felt at ease on his own property. Yet there had been something in his voice that didn't sound like ease. Whether he had felt more pain or pleasure in seeing her, she couldn't tell, but he certainly hadn't seen her with composure. At length, however, her companion's remarks about her absent-mindedness roused her, and she felt the need to appear more like herself. They entered the woods and, leaving the river for a while, climbed some of the higher ground. From spots where openings in the trees allowed views, there were many charming vistas of the valley, the opposite hills, covered with long stretches of woods, and occasional glimpses of the stream. Mr. Gardiner expressed a wish to walk around the entire park, but feared it might be too far. With a triumphant smile, the gardener told them it was 10 miles around. That settled the matter. They continued on the usual path, which eventually brought them down again through hanging woods to the edge of the water, at one of its narrowest points. They crossed it by a simple bridge that suited the general atmosphere of the scene. It was a less adorned spot than any they had yet visited. The valley, narrowed here into a glen, allowed room only for the stream and a narrow path amidst the rough undergrowth bordering it. Elizabeth longed to explore its windings, but once they had crossed the bridge and realized their distance from the house, Mrs. Gardiner, who was not a great walker, could go no farther and thought only of returning to the carriage as quickly as possible. Her niece therefore had to yield, and they took the path toward the house on the opposite side of the river, following the nearest route. Their progress was slow, however, because Mr. Gardiner, though seldom able to indulge his taste for it, was very fond of fishing. He became so engrossed in watching the occasional appearance of trout in the water and talking to the gardener about them that he moved forward very little. While wandering along in this slow manner, they were surprised again, and Elizabeth's astonishment was quite equal to what it had been at first, by the sight of Mr. Darcy approaching them, not far off. The walk here was less sheltered than on the other side, allowing them to see him before they met. Elizabeth, however astonished, was at least more prepared for an encounter than before, and resolved to appear and speak calmly, if he really intended to meet them. For a few moments, she thought he might turn onto another path. The idea lasted while a bend in the walk hid him from view, but once past the turning, he was immediately before them. With a quick glance, she saw he had lost none of his recent politeness. To imitate his courtesy, she began, as they met, to admire the beauty of the place. But she hadn't gotten beyond the words delightful and charming when some unwelcome memories intruded, and she worried that her praise of Pemberley might be maliciously misinterpreted. Her color changed, and she said no more. Mrs. Gardiner was standing slightly behind. When Elizabeth paused, Darcy asked if she would do him the honor of introducing him to her friends. This was a level of civility she was completely unprepared for. She could hardly suppress a smile at his now seeking the acquaintance of some of the very people whose connections his pride had revolted against in his proposal to her. What will be his surprise, she thought, when he finds out who they are? He probably assumes they are people of high society right now. The introduction, however, was made immediately. As she named their relationship to herself, she stole a sly look at him to see how he took it, half expecting him to make a quick escape from such disgraceful company. That he was surprised by the connection was clear. He bore it, however, with strength. Far from leaving, he turned back with them and entered into conversation with Mr. Gardiner. Elizabeth couldn't help but be pleased. She couldn't help feeling a sense of triumph. It was comforting that he should know she had some relations she didn't need to be ashamed of. She listened intently to everything that passed between them, taking pride in every expression, every sentence from her uncle that showed his intelligence, taste, or good manners. The conversation soon turned to fishing. She heard Mr. Darcy, with the greatest politeness, invite Mr. Gardiner to fish there as often as he chose while he remained in the neighborhood, offering at the same time to supply him with fishing tackle and pointing out the parts of the stream where fishing was usually best. Mrs. Gardiner, walking arm in arm with Elizabeth, gave her a look expressing her wonder. Elizabeth said nothing, but it gratified her immensely. The compliment must be entirely for her sake. Her astonishment, however, was extreme. She kept repeating to herself, "Why is he so altered? What could be the reason? It can't be for me, it can't be for my sake, that his manners are thus softened. My criticisms at Hunsford couldn't have caused such a change as this. It's impossible that he should still love me." After walking some time this way, the two ladies in front, the two gentlemen behind, they paused to descend to the riverbank for a better look at some unusual water plant. When they resumed their places, there was a slight rearrangement. It started with Mrs. Gardiner, who, tired from the morning's exercise, found Elizabeth's arm insufficient support and consequently preferred her husband's. Mr. Darcy took her place beside his niece, and they walked on together. After a short silence, Elizabeth spoke first. She wanted him to know she had confirmed his absence before coming to Pemberley, and accordingly began by observing that his arrival had been very unexpected. "For your housekeeper," she added, "informed us that you would certainly not be here until tomorrow, and indeed, before we left Bakewell, we understood that you were not immediately expected in the county." He acknowledged the truth of it all and said that business with his steward had caused him to come ahead a few hours before the rest of the party he had been traveling with. "They will join me early tomorrow," he continued, "and among them are some who will claim an acquaintance with you, Mr. Bingley and his sisters." Elizabeth answered only with a slight bow. Her thoughts were instantly thrown back to the last time Mr. Bingley's name had been mentioned between them. If she could judge from Darcy's complexion, his mind was similarly occupied. "There's also one other person in the party," he continued after a pause, "who particularly wishes to meet you. Will you allow me, or do I ask too much, to introduce my sister to you during your stay at Lambton?" The surprise of such a request was immense. It was too great for her to know how she agreed to it. She immediately felt that whatever desire Miss Darcy might have of knowing her must stem from her brother. Without looking further, this was satisfactory. It was gratifying to know his resentment hadn't made him think truly poorly of her. They now walked on in silence, each deep in thought. Elizabeth was not comfortable. That was impossible, but she was flattered and pleased. His wish to introduce his sister to her was a compliment of the highest order. They soon outpaced the others. When they reached the carriage, Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner were a good distance behind. He then asked her to walk into the house, but she declared she wasn't tired, and they stood together on the lawn. At such a time, much could have been said, and the silence felt very awkward. She wanted to talk, but there seemed to be a block on every subject. At last, she remembered she had been traveling, and they talked about Matlock and Dovedale with great effort. Yet time and her aunt moved slowly, and her patience and ideas were nearly exhausted before their private conversation ended. When Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner came up, they were all urged to go into the house for refreshments. But this was declined, and they parted on both sides with the utmost politeness. Mr. Darcy handed the ladies into the carriage. As it drove off, Elizabeth saw him walking slowly toward the house. Her uncle and aunt's observations now began. Both pronounced him infinitely superior to anything they had expected. "He is perfectly well behaved, polite, and unassuming," said her uncle. "There is something a little stately about him, to be sure," replied her aunt, "but it's confined to his bearing and isn't unattractive. I can now agree with the housekeeper that though some people may call him proud, I have seen nothing of it. I was never more surprised than by his behavior toward us. It was more than civil, it was genuinely attentive, and there was no need for such attention. His acquaintance with Elizabeth was very slight." "To be sure, Lizzie," said her aunt, "he isn't as handsome as Wickham. Or rather, he doesn't have Wickham's charming expression, for his features are perfectly good. But how did you come to tell us he was so disagreeable?" Elizabeth excused herself as best she could, saying she had liked him better when they met in Kent than before, and that she had never seen him as pleasant as he was this morning. "But perhaps he may be a little inconsistent in his politeness," replied her uncle. "Your great men often are. Therefore, I shan't take him at his word about fishing, as he might change his mind another day and order me off his grounds." Elizabeth felt they had entirely mistaken his character, but said nothing. "From what we have seen of him," continued Mrs. Gardiner, "I really wouldn't have thought he could have behaved so cruelly to anybody as he has done to poor Wickham. He doesn't have an ill-natured look. On the contrary, there is something pleasing about his mouth when he speaks, and there is something dignified in his expression that wouldn't give one an unfavorable idea of his heart. But, to be sure, the good lady who showed us the house did give him a most glowing character. I could hardly help laughing aloud sometimes. But he is a liberal master, I suppose, and that, in the eyes of his servant, covers every virtue." Elizabeth felt compelled here to say something to defend his behavior toward Wickham. Therefore, she explained, as carefully as she could, that from what she had heard from his relations in Kent, his actions could be interpreted very differently. His character was by no means as faulty, nor Wickham's as amiable as they had been led to believe in Hertfordshire. In confirmation, she related the details of all the financial transactions between them, without actually naming her source, but stating it was reliable. Mrs. Gardiner was surprised and concerned. But, as they were now approaching the scene of her former pleasures, all other thoughts gave way to the charm of recollection. She became too busy pointing out interesting spots in the area to her husband to think of anything else. Despite being tired from the morning's walk, she set off again right after dinner in search of her former acquaintances, and the evening was spent in the satisfaction of renewing connections after many years apart. The day's events were too full of interest for Elizabeth to pay much attention to any of these new friends. She could do nothing but think, and think with wonder, about Mr. Darcy's civility and, above all, about his wishing her to become acquainted with his sister. Chapter 44. Elizabeth had decided that Mr. Darcy would bring his sister to visit her the very day after she arrived at Pemberley. Consequently, she resolved not to leave the inn for the entire morning. But her assumption was wrong. These visitors came the very morning after Elizabeth and the Gardiners arrived in Lambton. They had been walking around the town with some of their new friends, and had just returned to the inn to dress for dinner with the same family when the sound of a carriage drew them to the window. They saw a gentleman and lady in a small, open carriage driving up the street. Elizabeth immediately recognized the servant's uniform, guessed what it meant, and considerably surprised her relatives by informing them of the honor she expected. Her uncle and aunt were utterly amazed. The embarrassment in her manner as she spoke, combined with the visit itself and many details from the previous day, sparked a new idea in their minds. Nothing had ever suggested it before, but they now felt the only way to account for such attentions from such a person was to suppose he had feelings for their niece. While these new thoughts were forming, Elizabeth's own agitation grew every moment. She was quite amazed at her own unease. Among other causes for anxiety, she dreaded that Darcy's partiality might have led him to praise her too highly to his sister. More anxious than usual to please, she naturally suspected that she would fail entirely. She retreated from the window, afraid of being seen. As she paced the room, trying to compose herself, she saw looks of inquiring surprise from her uncle and aunt that only made everything worse. Miss Darcy and her brother appeared, and the daunting introduction took place. Elizabeth saw with astonishment that her new acquaintance was at least as embarrassed as she was. Since arriving in Lambton, she had heard that Miss Darcy was exceedingly proud. However, observing her for just a few minutes convinced Elizabeth that she was simply exceedingly shy. She found it difficult to get more than a one-word answer from her. Miss Darcy was tall and built on a larger scale than Elizabeth. Though little more than 16, her figure was developed, and her appearance womanly and graceful. She was less handsome than her brother, but there was sense and good humor in her face, and her manners were perfectly unassuming and gentle. Elizabeth, who had expected to find in her as sharp and unembarrassed an observer as Mr. Darcy himself had always been, felt much relieved to perceive such different feelings. They hadn't been together long before Darcy told her that Bingley was also coming to call on her. She barely had time to express her satisfaction and prepare for such a visitor when Bingley's quick step was heard on the stairs, and a moment later he entered the room. All Elizabeth's anger against him had long since faded, but even if she had still felt any, it could hardly have withstood the unaffected warmth with which he expressed himself upon seeing her again. He inquired in a friendly, though general, way after her family, and looked and spoke with the same good-humored ease as he always had. To Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner he was scarcely less interesting than he was to Elizabeth. They had long wished to see him. The whole group before them, indeed, commanded lively attention. The suspicions that had just arisen about Mr. Darcy and their niece directed their observation toward both with earnest, though guarded, inquiry. From these inquiries, they soon drew the full conviction that one of them, at least, knew what it was to love. They remained a little uncertain about the lady's feelings, but it was quite evident that the gentleman was overflowing with admiration. Elizabeth, on her side, had much to manage. She wanted to ascertain the feelings of each of her visitors, compose her own, and make herself agreeable to all. In the last objective, where she most feared failure, she was most assured of success, because those she tried to please were already inclined to like her. Bingley was ready, Georgiana was eager, and Darcy was determined to be pleased. Seeing Bingley naturally made her thoughts fly to her sister. Oh, how intensely she longed to know if any of his thoughts were directed similarly. Sometimes she fancied he talked less than on previous occasions. Once or twice she pleased herself with the idea that, as he looked at her, he was trying to trace a resemblance to Jane. But though this might be imaginary, she couldn't be mistaken about his behavior toward Miss Darcy, who had been positioned as Jane's rival. No look on either side indicated particular regard. Nothing occurred between them that could justify his sister's hopes. On this point she was soon satisfied. 2 or 3 small incidents occurred before they parted, which, in her anxious interpretation, suggested a memory of Jane, tinged with tenderness, and a wish to say more that might lead to mentioning her, had he dared. He observed to her, at a moment when the others were talking together, and in a tone that held some real regret, that it was a very long time since he had had the pleasure of seeing her. Before she could reply, he added, "It is over 8 months. We have not met since the 26th of November, when we were all dancing together at Netherfield." Elizabeth was pleased to find his memory so exact. Later, he took an opportunity, when no one else was listening, to ask her whether all her sisters were at Longbourn. There wasn't much in the question itself, nor in the preceding remark, but there was a look and manner that gave them meaning. It wasn't often that she could turn her eyes toward Mr. Darcy himself, but whenever she did catch a glimpse, she saw an expression of general politeness. In everything he said, she heard an accent so far removed from arrogance or disdain for his companions that it convinced her the improvement in manners she had witnessed yesterday, however temporary it might prove, had at least lasted 1 day. When she saw him actively seeking the acquaintance and courting the good opinion of people with whom any interaction a few months ago would have been a disgrace, when she saw him being so civil, not only to herself, but to the very relations he had openly scorned, and when she recalled their last intense scene in Hunsford parsonage, the difference, the change was so great and struck her so forcibly that she could hardly restrain her astonishment from showing. Never, even in the company of his dear friends at Netherfield or his dignified relations at Rosings, had she seen him so eager to please, so free from self-importance or unbending reserve, as now, when no advantage could come from his efforts, and when even knowing the people he was paying attention to would draw ridicule and criticism from the ladies of both Netherfield and Rosings. Their visitor stayed for over half an hour. When they rose to leave, Mr. Darcy called on his sister to join him in expressing their wish to see Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner and Miss Bennet for dinner at Pemberley before they left the area. Miss Darcy, though with a shyness that showed she wasn't used to giving invitations, readily obeyed. Mrs. Gardiner looked at her niece, wanting to know how she, the one most concerned by the invitation, felt about accepting, but Elizabeth had turned her head away. Assuming, however, that this deliberate avoidance indicated momentary embarrassment rather than dislike, and seeing her husband, who enjoyed society, perfectly willing to accept, Mrs. Gardiner ventured to agree on her behalf. The day after the next was decided upon. Bingley expressed great pleasure in the certainty of seeing Elizabeth again, saying he still had a great deal to say to her, and many inquiries to make about all their Hertfordshire friends. Elizabeth interpreted all this as a wish to hear her speak of her sister, and was pleased. For this reason, as well as others, she found herself, after their visitors left, able to look back on the last half hour with some satisfaction, though she had enjoyed little of it while it was happening. Eager to be alone, and fearful of questions or hints from her uncle and aunt, she stayed with them only long enough to hear their favorable opinion of Bingley, and then hurried away to get dressed. But she had no reason to fear Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner's curiosity. It wasn't their wish to force her confidence. It was clear she was much better acquainted with Mr. Darcy than they had previously realized. It was clear he was very much in love with her. They saw much to interest them, but nothing to justify prying. Regarding Mr. Darcy, it was now important for them to think well of him. As far as their acquaintance went, there was no fault to find. They couldn't be unaffected by his politeness. Had they formed his character solely from their own feelings and his servant's report, without reference to any other account, the circle in Hertfordshire who knew him wouldn't have recognized the description. There was now an incentive, however, to believe the housekeeper. They soon realized that the testimony of a servant who had known him since he was 4 years old, and whose own manners suggested respectability, was not to be dismissed lightly. Neither had anything they heard from their Lambton friends significantly lessened its weight. They had nothing to accuse him of but pride. Pride he probably had, and even if not, it would certainly be attributed to him by the inhabitants of a small market town where his family didn't socialize. It was acknowledged, however, that he was a liberal man and did much good among the poor. With respect to Wickham, the travelers soon found he wasn't held in high esteem there. Though the details of his dealings with his patron's son were imperfectly understood, it was a well-known fact that upon leaving Derbyshire, he had left many debts behind him, which Mr. Darcy later paid off. As for Elizabeth, her thoughts were at Pemberley more this evening than the last. The evening, though seeming long as it passed, wasn't long enough to sort out her feelings towards one particular person in that mansion. She lay awake for 2 whole hours trying to understand them. She certainly didn't hate him. No, hatred had vanished long ago, and for almost as long she had been ashamed of ever feeling what could be called dislike against him. The respect created by the conviction of his valuable qualities, though initially admitted unwillingly, had for some time ceased to be offensive to her feelings. It was now heightened into something friendlier by the highly favorable testimony produced yesterday, which portrayed his disposition in such a positive light. But above all, above respect and esteem, there was a motive within her of goodwill that couldn't be overlooked. It was gratitude. Gratitude, not merely for having once loved her, but for loving her still well enough to forgive all the sharpness and bitterness of her manner in rejecting him, and all the unjust accusations that accompanied her rejection. He, whom she had been convinced would avoid her as his greatest enemy, seemed, upon this accidental meeting, most eager to maintain the acquaintance. Without any inappropriate display of affection, or any peculiar mannerisms when only the two of them were involved, he was seeking the good opinion of her friends and intent on introducing her to his sister. Such a change in a man of so much pride excited not only astonishment but also gratitude, for it had to be attributed to love, ardent love. As such, its impression on her was something to be encouraged, as it was by no means unpleasant, though she couldn't exactly define it. She respected him, she esteemed him, she was grateful to him, she felt a real interest in his welfare. She only needed to figure out how much she wished that welfare to depend upon herself, and how far it would be for the happiness of both if she should use the power, which her intuition told her she still possessed, to encourage the renewal of his proposal. It had been decided in the evening between the aunt and niece that such striking politeness as Miss Darcy's, visiting them on the very day of her arrival at Pemberley, for she had only arrived in time for a late breakfast, ought to be reciprocated, though it couldn't be equaled, by some polite effort on their side. Consequently, it would be highly appropriate to call on her at Pemberley the following morning. Therefore, they were to go. Elizabeth was pleased, though, when she asked herself why, she had very little to say in reply. Mr. Gardiner left them soon after breakfast. The fishing plan had been renewed the day before, and a definite arrangement made for him to meet some of the gentlemen at Pemberley by noon. Chapter 45. Convinced as Elizabeth now was that Miss Bingley's dislike of her stemmed from jealousy, she couldn't help feeling how very unwelcome her appearance at Pemberley must be. She was curious to see how much politeness Miss Bingley would manage when renewing their acquaintance. Upon reaching the house, they were shown through the hall into the saloon, a room made delightful for summer by its northern exposure. Its windows opened to the ground, offering a refreshing view of the high, wooded hills behind the house, and the beautiful oaks and Spanish chestnuts scattered across the lawn in between. In this room they were received by Miss Darcy, who was sitting with Mrs. Hurst, Miss Bingley, and the lady who served as her companion in London. Georgiana's reception was very polite, but accompanied by all the embarrassment that, though stemming from shyness and fear of doing wrong, could easily lead those feeling inferior to believe she was proud and reserved. Mrs. Gardiner and her niece, however, understood and pitied her. Mrs. Hurst and Miss Bingley acknowledged them only with a curtsy. After they were seated, an awkward pause followed for a few moments, as such pauses always are. It was first broken by Mrs. Annesley, a genteel, pleasant-looking woman, whose effort to start some kind of conversation proved her to be more truly well-bred than either of the Bingley sisters. Between her and Mrs. Gardiner, with occasional help from Elizabeth, the conversation continued. Miss Darcy looked as if she wished she had the courage to join in, and sometimes did manage a short sentence when there was the least danger of it being overheard. Elizabeth soon saw that she herself was being closely watched by Miss Bingley. She couldn't speak a word, especially to Miss Darcy, without drawing her attention. This observation wouldn't have stopped her from trying to talk to Georgiana if they hadn't been seated inconveniently far apart, but she wasn't sorry to be spared the need to say much. Her own thoughts were occupying her. She expected some of the gentlemen to enter the room at any moment. She wished, yet feared, that the master of the house might be among them. Whether she wished or feared it more, she could hardly decide. After sitting this way for 15 minutes without hearing Miss Bingley's voice, Elizabeth was roused by receiving a cold inquiry from her about the health of her family. She answered with equal indifference and brevity, and the other woman said no more. The next change in their visit came with the entrance of servants carrying cold meats, cake, and a variety of the finest fruits in season. But this happened only after many significant looks and smiles from Mrs. Annesley to Miss Darcy, reminding her of her duties as hostess. Now there was something for the whole party to do, for though they couldn't all talk, they could all eat. The beautiful pyramids of grapes, nectarines, and peaches soon gathered them around the table. While thus occupied, Elizabeth had a fair opportunity to decide whether she most feared or wished for Mr. Darcy's appearance by the feelings that took over when he entered the room. And then, though just a moment before she had believed her wishes were stronger, she began to regret his arrival. He had been spending time with Mr. Gardiner, who, along with 2 or 3 other gentlemen from the house, was occupied by the river. Darcy had left them only upon learning that the ladies of the family intended to visit Georgiana that morning. As soon as he appeared, Elizabeth wisely resolved to be perfectly easy and unembarrassed, a resolution made more necessary, but perhaps not easier to keep, because she saw that the suspicions of the whole party were focused on them. There was scarcely an eye that didn't watch his behavior when he first entered the room. In no face was attentive curiosity so strongly marked as in Miss Bingley's, despite the smiles that spread across her face whenever she spoke to either Elizabeth or Darcy. Jealousy hadn't yet made her desperate, and her attentions to Mr. Darcy were by no means over. Upon her brother's entrance, Miss Darcy exerted herself much more to talk. Elizabeth saw that he was anxious for his sister and herself to get acquainted and encouraged, as much as possible, every attempt at conversation between them. Miss Bingley saw all this too. In a moment of angry recklessness, she took the first opportunity to say, with sneering politeness, "Pray, Miss Eliza, aren't the Blanksh militia removed from Meryton now? They must be a great loss to your family." In Darcy's presence, she dared not mention Wickham's name, but Elizabeth instantly understood that he was foremost in her thoughts. The various memories connected with him caused her a moment's distress. But exerting herself vigorously to repel the ill-natured attack, she soon answered the question in a reasonably composed tone. While she spoke, an involuntary glance showed her Darcy with heightened color, looking earnestly at her, and his sister overcome with confusion, unable to lift her eyes. Had Miss Bingley known what pain she was causing her beloved Mr. Darcy at that moment, she undoubtedly would have refrained from the hint. But she had merely intended to fluster Elizabeth by bringing up a man she believed Elizabeth was partial to, hoping to make her betray feelings that might damage her in Darcy's opinion, and perhaps remind Darcy of all the foolishness and absurdity connecting some of Elizabeth's family with that regiment. Not a word had ever reached her about Miss Darcy's planned elopement. It had been revealed to no one where secrecy was possible, except Elizabeth. Darcy was particularly anxious to conceal it from all of Bingley's connections, driven by the very wish Elizabeth had long ago suspected, that Georgiana might one day marry Bingley. He had certainly formed such a plan. Without intending it to affect his efforts to separate Bingley from Miss Bennet, it likely added something to his keen concern for his friend's well-being. Elizabeth's collected behavior, however, soon calmed Darcy's emotion. As Miss Bingley, vexed and disappointed, dared not get any closer to the topic of Wickham, Georgiana also recovered in time, though not enough to speak any more. Her brother, whose eye she feared meeting, scarcely remembered her personal stake in the matter. The very circumstance designed to turn his thoughts away from Elizabeth seemed to have fixed them on her more firmly and cheerfully. Their visit didn't continue long after the question and answer mentioned above. While Mr. Darcy was escorting them to their carriage, Miss Bingley was venting her feelings by criticizing Elizabeth's appearance, behavior, and dress. But Georgiana wouldn't join in. Her brother's recommendation was enough to secure her favor. His judgment couldn't be wrong. He had spoken of Elizabeth in such terms as to leave Georgiana unable to find her anything but lovely and amiable. When Darcy returned to the saloon, Miss Bingley couldn't help repeating to him some part of what she had been saying to his sister. "How very ill Eliza Bennet looks this morning, Mr. Darcy," she cried. "I never in my life saw anyone so much altered as she is since the winter. She has grown so brown and coarse. Louisa and I were just agreeing that we wouldn't have recognized her." However little Mr. Darcy might have liked such a comment, he contented himself with coolly replying that he perceived no alteration other than her being rather tanned, hardly a miraculous consequence of traveling in the summer. "For my own part," she retorted, "I must confess that I never could see any beauty in her. Her face is too thin, her complexion has no radiance, and her features are not at all handsome. Her nose lacks character, there is nothing distinct in its lines. Her teeth are tolerable, but not extraordinary, and as for her eyes, which have sometimes been called so fine, I never could perceive anything special about them. They have a sharp, shrewish look, which I do not like at all, and in her overall manner there is a self-sufficiency without any real fashion, which is intolerable. Convinced as Miss Bingley was that Darcy admired Elizabeth, this wasn't the best way to recommend herself. But angry people aren't always wise. Seeing him finally look somewhat annoyed gave her all the success she expected. He remained resolutely silent, however. Determined to make him speak, she continued, "I remember, when we first knew her in Hertfordshire, how amazed we all were to find that she was considered a beauty, and I particularly recall you saying one night, after they had dined at Netherfield, 'She, a beauty? I'd sooner call her mother witty.' But afterwards she seemed to improve on you, and I believe you thought her rather pretty at one time." "Yes," replied Darcy, who could contain himself no longer, "but that was only when I first knew her, for it has been many months since I have considered her one of the handsomest women of my acquaintance." He then walked away, leaving Miss Bingley to the satisfaction of having forced him to say something that gave no one any pain but herself. Mrs. Gardiner and Elizabeth talked about everything that had occurred during their visit as they returned, except what had particularly interested them both. The looks and behavior of everyone they had seen were discussed, except for the person who had mostly captured their attention. They talked of his sister, his friends, his house, his fruit, of everything but him. Yet Elizabeth was longing to know what Mrs. Gardiner thought of him, and Mrs. Gardiner would have been highly gratified if her niece had started the subject. Chapter 46. Elizabeth had been quite disappointed not to find a letter from Jane upon their first arrival in Lambton. This disappointment had been renewed each morning they had spent there. But on the third morning her waiting was over, and her sister vindicated by the arrival of 2 letters from her at once. One was marked as having been missent elsewhere. Elizabeth wasn't surprised, as Jane had written the address remarkably poorly. They had just been preparing to go for a walk when the letters arrived. Her uncle and aunt, leaving her to enjoy them in peace, set off by themselves. The missent letter had to be read first. It had been written 5 days ago. The beginning contained an account of small parties and engagements, along with whatever news the countryside offered. But the latter half, dated a day later and written in obvious agitation, delivered more important news. It went like this: "Since writing the above, dearest Lizzie, something most unexpected and serious has occurred. But I'm afraid of alarming you. Be assured that we are all well. What I have to say concerns poor Lydia. An urgent message arrived at 12 last night, just as we had all gone to bed, from Colonel Forster. He informed us that she had gone off to Scotland with one of his officers. To tell the truth, with Wickham. Imagine our surprise. To Kitty, however, it doesn't seem entirely unexpected. I am very, very sorry. Such an imprudent match on both sides. But I am willing to hope for the best, and that his character has been misunderstood. Thoughtless and reckless I can easily believe him to be. But this step, and let us rejoice over it, suggests nothing truly bad at heart. His choice is disinterested, at least, for he must know my father can give her nothing. Our poor mother is sadly grieved. My father is bearing it better. How thankful I am that we never let them know what has been said against him. We must forget it ourselves. They left Saturday night around 12, it's thought, but weren't missed until yesterday morning at 8. The messenger was sent off immediately. My dear Lizzie, they must have passed within 10 miles of us. Colonel Forster gives us reason to expect him here soon. Lydia left a few lines for his wife, informing her of their intention. I must conclude, for I cannot be long for my poor mother. I am afraid you won't be able to make sense of this, but I hardly know what I have written. Without allowing herself time to think, scarcely knowing what she felt, Elizabeth finished this letter and instantly grabbed the other. Opening it with the utmost impatience, she read the following. It had been written a day later than the conclusion of the first. By this time, my dearest sister, you have received my hurried letter. I wish this one may be more understandable, but though I am not short on time, my head is so confused that I cannot guarantee coherence. Dearest Lizzie, I hardly know what to write, but I have bad news for you, and it cannot be delayed. Imprudent as a marriage between Mr. Wickham and our poor Lydia would be, we are now anxious just to be assured it has actually taken place, for there is too much reason to fear they have not gone to Scotland. Colonel Forster arrived yesterday, having left Brighton the day before, not many hours after the first messenger. Although Lydia's short note to Mrs. Forster suggested they were going to Gretna Green, something was overheard from Denny expressing his belief that Wickham never intended to go there, or to marry Lydia at all. This was repeated to Colonel Forster, who, instantly alarmed, set off from Brighton, intending to trace their route. He traced them easily to Clapham, but no farther. Upon entering that town, they switched into a hired coach and dismissed the carriage that brought them from Epsom. All that is known after this is that they were seen continuing on the London road. I don't know what to think. After making every possible inquiry on that side of London, Colonel Forster came on into Hertfordshire, anxiously repeating his inquiries at all the toll gates and inns in Barnet and Hatfield, but without success. No such people had been seen passing through. With the kindest concern, he came on to Longbourn and shared his fears with us in a manner most creditable to his heart. I am sincerely grieved for him and Mrs. Forster, but no one can blame them. Our distress, my dear Lizzie, is very great. My father and mother believe the worst, but I cannot think so ill of him. Many circumstances might make it more practical for them to be married privately in London than to follow their first plan. And even if he could form such a terrible plan against a young woman with Lydia's connections, which isn't likely, can I suppose she is so lost to everything? Impossible. I grieve to find, however, that Colonel Forster is not inclined to rely on their marriage. He shook his head when I expressed my hopes and said he feared Wickham was not a man to be trusted. My poor mother is truly ill and stays in her room. If she could exert herself, it would be better, but this is not to be expected. As for my father, I have never in my life seen him so affected. Poor Kitty is angry for having hidden their attachment, but since it was a secret, one cannot wonder. I am truly glad, dearest Lizzie, that you have been spared some of these distressing scenes. But now, as the first shock is over, shall I admit that I long for your return? I am not so selfish, however, as to push for it, if inconvenient. Adieu. I pick up my pen again to do what I just told you I wouldn't, but circumstances are such that I cannot help earnestly begging you all to come here as soon as possible. I know my dear uncle and aunt so well that I am not afraid of asking this, though I still have something more to ask of my uncle. My father is going to London immediately with Colonel Forster to try to find her. What he plans to do, I'm sure I don't know. But his extreme distress won't allow him to handle things in the best and safest way, and Colonel Forster must be back in Brighton tomorrow evening. In such a crisis, my uncle's advice and assistance would mean everything. He will immediately understand how I must feel, and I rely on his goodness. Oh, where is my uncle? Cried Elizabeth, jumping from her seat as she finished the letter, eager to follow him without losing a precious moment. But, as she reached the door, it was opened by a servant, and Mr. Darcy appeared. Her pale face and impulsive manner made him start. Before he could recover enough to speak, she, whose mind was completely overwhelmed by Lydia's situation, hastily exclaimed, "I beg your pardon, but I must leave you. I must find Mr. Gardiner this instant on business that cannot be delayed. I haven't a moment to lose. Good God!" "What is the matter?" he cried, with more feeling than politeness. Then quickly recollecting himself, "I will not keep you a minute, but let me, or let the servant, go after Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner. You are not well enough. You cannot go yourself." Elizabeth hesitated. Her knees trembled beneath her, and she felt how little would be gained by her attempting to pursue them. Calling back the servant, therefore, she instructed him, though in such a breathless tone that she was almost unintelligible, to fetch his master and mistress home instantly. When the servant left, she sat down, unable to support herself and looking so miserably ill that it was impossible for Darcy to leave her or to refrain from saying, in a tone of gentleness and sympathy, "Let me call your maid. Is there nothing you could take to give you immediate relief? A glass of wine. Shall I get you one? You are very ill." "No, I thank you," she replied, trying to recover herself. "There is nothing the matter with me. I am quite well. I am only distressed by some dreadful news I have just received from Longbourn." She burst into tears as she mentioned it, and for a few minutes couldn't speak another word. Darcy, in wretched suspense, could only say something indistinctly about his concern, and observe her in compassionate silence. At length she spoke again. "I have just had a letter from Jane, with such dreadful news. It cannot be hidden from anyone. My youngest sister has left all her friends, has eloped, has thrown herself into the power of Mr. Wickham. They are gone off together from Brighton. You know him too well to doubt the rest. She has no money, no connections, nothing that can tempt him to. She is lost forever." Darcy was frozen in astonishment. "When I consider," she added, her voice even more agitated, "that I might have prevented it, I who knew what he was. Had I only explained some part of it, some part of what I learned, to my own family. Had his character been known, this could not have happened. But it is all too late now." "I am grieved indeed," cried Darcy, grieved, shocked. But is it certain? Absolutely certain? Oh, yes. They left Brighton together on Sunday night, and were traced almost to London, but not beyond. They are certainly not gone to Scotland. And what has been done? What has been attempted to find her? My father has gone to London, and Jane has written to beg my uncle's immediate assistance, and we shall be off, I hope, in half an hour. But nothing can be done. I know very well that nothing can be done. How can such a man be influenced? How can they even be found? I haven't the smallest hope. It is horrible in every way. Darcy shook his head in silent agreement. When my eyes were opened to his real character, oh, if only I had known what I ought to have done, what I dared to do. But I didn't know. I was afraid of doing too much. Wretched, wretched mistake. Darcy made no answer. He seemed scarcely to hear her, and was pacing the room in deep thought, his brow furrowed, his expression gloomy. Elizabeth soon noticed, and instantly understood. Her standing was sinking. Everything must collapse under such proof of family weakness, such certainty of the deepest disgrace. She could neither wonder nor condemn him. But the belief that he had conquered his feelings for her brought no comfort, offered no relief from her distress. On the contrary, it served only to make her understand her own wishes. Never had she felt so honestly that she could have loved him as now, when all love must be pointless. But thoughts of self, though they intruded, couldn't consume her. Lydia, the humiliation, the misery she was bringing on them all, soon overshadowed every private care. Covering her face with her handkerchief, Elizabeth was lost to everything else. After a pause of several minutes, she was only recalled to her situation by the voice of her companion, who, in a manner that spoke compassion but also restraint, said, "I am afraid you have been wishing me gone for some time. I have no excuse for staying, except real, though useless concern. Would to heaven that anything could be said or done on my part that might offer consolation in such distress. But I will not torment you with pointless wishes that might seem purposefully designed to solicit your thanks. This unfortunate affair will, I fear, prevent my sister from having the pleasure of seeing you at Pemberley today. Oh, yes, be so kind as to apologize for us to Miss Darcy. Say that urgent business calls us home immediately. Conceal the unhappy truth as long as possible. I know it cannot be for long." He readily assured her of his secrecy, again expressed his sorrow for her distress, wished for a happier outcome than there was currently reason to hope for, and, leaving his regards for her relatives, departed with only one serious parting look. As he left the room, Elizabeth felt how improbable it was that they should ever see each other again on such friendly terms as had marked their recent meetings in Derbyshire. As she looked back over their entire acquaintance, so full of contradictions and variations, she sighed at the perversity of the feelings that would now have encouraged its continuation, but would formerly have rejoiced in its end. If gratitude and esteem are good foundations for affection, Elizabeth's change of heart is neither improbable nor faulty. But if otherwise, if regard springing from such sources is unreasonable or unnatural compared to the love often described as arising at first sight, even before 2 words are exchanged, nothing can be said in her defense, except that she had given the latter method something of a trial in her partiality for Wickham, and its ill success might perhaps authorize her to seek the other, less exciting mode of attachment. Be that as it may, she watched him go with regret. In this early example of what Lydia's disgrace must produce, she found additional anguish as she reflected on that wretched business. Never since reading Jane's second letter had she entertained any hope of Wickham intending to marry Lydia. Only Jane, she thought, could delude herself with such an expectation. Surprise was the least of her feelings about this development. While the contents of the first letter remained on her mind, she had been all surprise, all astonishment, that Wickham would marry a girl he couldn't possibly marry for money, and how Lydia could ever have attracted him had seemed incomprehensible. But now it was all too natural. For such a dishonorable connection, Lydia might have sufficient charms. Though Elizabeth didn't suppose Lydia deliberately planned an elopement without intending marriage, she had no difficulty believing that neither Lydia's virtue nor her understanding would prevent her from becoming an easy victim. She had never noticed, while the regiment was in Hertfordshire, that Lydia had any particular preference for Wickham. But she was convinced Lydia had only needed encouragement to attach herself to anybody. Sometimes one officer, sometimes another, had been her favorite, depending on who paid her attention. Her affections had continually shifted, but never lacked an object. The harm caused by neglect and mistaken indulgence towards such a girl. Oh, how acutely she felt it now. She was desperate to be home, to hear, to see, to be on the spot, to share with Jane the burdens that must now fall entirely on her in such a disrupted family, a father absent, a mother incapable of action and requiring constant care. Though almost convinced that nothing could be done for Lydia, her uncle's involvement seemed crucial, and until he entered the room, the misery of her impatience was severe. Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner had hurried back in alarm, supposing from the servant's account that their niece had suddenly fallen ill. But quickly reassuring them on that point, she eagerly communicated the reason for their summons, reading the 2 letters aloud and emphasizing the postscript of the last with trembling urgency. Though Lydia had never been a favorite with them, Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner couldn't help but be deeply affected. Not just Lydia, but everyone was concerned. After the first exclamations of surprise and horror, Mr. Gardiner readily promised every assistance in his power. Elizabeth, though expecting no less, thanked him with tears of gratitude. All 3 driven by the same purpose, everything related to their journey was quickly settled. They were to leave as soon as possible. "But what about Pemberley?" cried Mrs. Gardiner. "John told us Mr. Darcy was here when you sent for us. Was that true?" "Yes, and I told him we wouldn't be able to keep our engagement. That is all settled." "What is all settled?" repeated Mrs. Gardiner, as she hurried into her room to prepare. "And are they on such terms that she could tell him the real truth?" "Oh, if only I knew how things stood." But wishes were pointless, or at best, could only serve to distract her during the hurry and confusion of the following hour. Had Elizabeth been free to be idle, she would have remained certain that any activity was impossible for someone as wretched as herself. But she had her share of tasks, just like her aunt. Among other things, notes had to be written to all their friends in Lambton, making false excuses for their sudden departure. An hour, however, saw everything completed. Mr. Gardiner, meanwhile, having settled his bill at the inn, left nothing to be done but to go. And Elizabeth, after all the misery of the morning, found herself, in a shorter time than she could have imagined, seated in the carriage and on the road to Longbourn. Chapter 47. "I have been thinking it over again, Elizabeth," said her uncle, as they drove out of town. "And really, upon serious consideration, I am much more inclined than I was to agree with your eldest sister's view of the matter. It seems so very unlikely that any young man would plan such a thing against a girl who is by no means unprotected or friendless, and who is actually staying with his colonel's family, that I am strongly inclined to hope for the best. Could he expect our friends not to intervene? Could he expect to be accepted back by the regiment after such an insult to Colonel Forster? His temptation doesn't seem worth the risk." "Do you really think so?" cried Elizabeth, brightening up for a moment. "Upon my word," said Mrs. Gardiner, "I begin to share your uncle's opinion. It is truly too great a violation of decency, honor, and self-interest for him to be guilty of it. I cannot think so poorly of Wickham. Can you yourself, Lizzie, completely give him up as capable of such a thing?" "Not perhaps of neglecting his own interest, but of every other neglect I can believe him capable. If, indeed, it should turn out differently. But I dare not hope for it. Why wouldn't they just go on to Scotland, if marriage had been the plan?" "In the first place," replied Mr. Gardiner, "there is no absolute proof that they are not gone to Scotland." "Oh, but their switching from the carriage into a hired coach is such strong evidence. And besides, no trace of them was found on the Barnet Road." "Well then, supposing they are in London, they may be there for the purpose of hiding, but not necessarily for a more improper purpose. It's not likely that either of them has much money. It might have occurred to them that they could get married more cheaply, though less quickly, in London than in Scotland. But why all this secrecy? Why any fear of being caught? Why must their marriage be private? Oh, no, this isn't likely. His closest friend, you see from Jane's account, was convinced he never intended to marry her. Wickham will never marry a woman without some money. He can't afford it. And what claims does Lydia have? What attractions beyond youth, health, and good humor that could make him sacrifice every chance of improving his situation by marrying well? As for what restraint the fear of disgrace within the regiment might impose on a dishonorable elopement with her, I can't judge. I know nothing about the effect such a step might produce. But as for your other objection, I'm afraid it won't hold up. Lydia has no brothers to step forward and defend her honor, and he might imagine, from my father's behavior, from his laziness and the little attention he has ever seemed to pay to what was happening in his family, that my father would do and think as little about it as any father possibly could in such a situation. But can you think Lydia is so lost to everything but love for him that she would consent to live with him on terms other than marriage? It does seem, and it is most shocking indeed, replied Elizabeth, tears welling in her eyes, that a sister's sense of decency and virtue on such a point should even be doubted. But really, I don't know what to say. Perhaps I am not being fair to her. But she is very young. She has never been taught to think about serious subjects. For the last for a whole year, she has been devoted to nothing but amusement and vanity. She has been allowed to spend her time in the most idle and frivolous manner, adopting any opinions that came her way. Since the Shire Regiment was first stationed in Meryton, nothing but love, flirtation, and officers have occupied her mind. She has been doing everything in her power, by thinking and talking about it constantly, to increase her, susceptibility to romantic feelings, which are naturally lively enough. And we all know that Wickham possesses every charm of appearance and manner that can captivate a woman. But you see that Jane, said her aunt, doesn't think so ill of Wickham as to believe him capable of such an attempt. Who does Jane ever think ill of? And who is there, whatever their past conduct, that she would believe capable of such an act until it was proven against them? But Jane knows, just as well as I do, what Wickham really is. We both know he has been immoral in every sense of the word, that he has neither integrity nor honor, that he is as false and deceitful as he is charming. And do you really know all this? Cried Mrs. Gardiner, her curiosity about the source of Elizabeth's information fully aroused. I do indeed, replied Elizabeth, blushing. I told you the other day about his infamous behavior toward Mr. Darcy, and you yourself, when you were last at Longbourn, heard how he spoke of the man who had treated him with such patience and generosity. And there are other circumstances, which I am not at liberty, which it is not worthwhile, to relate. But his lies about the entire Pemberley family are endless. From what he said about Miss Darcy, I was thoroughly prepared to meet a proud, reserved, disagreeable girl. Yet he knew the opposite was true himself. He must have known she was as amiable and unpretentious as we have found her. But does Lydia know nothing of this? Can she be ignorant of what you and Jane seem to understand so well? Oh yes, that is the worst part. Until I was in Kent and saw so much of both Mr. Darcy and his cousin Colonel Fitzwilliam, I was ignorant of the truth myself. And when I returned home, the Shire was due to leave Meryton in a week or two. Since that was the case, neither Jane, to whom I told everything, nor I thought it necessary to make our knowledge public. What use could it possibly be to anyone, then, to destroy the good opinion the whole neighborhood had of him? And even when it was decided Lydia should go with Mrs. Forster, the necessity of opening her eyes to his character never occurred to me. That she could be in any danger from his deception never entered my head. That such a consequence as this should happen, you can easily believe, was far from my thoughts. When they all moved to Brighton, therefore, you had no reason, I suppose, to believe they were fond of each other? Not the slightest. I can remember no sign of affection on either side. And if anything of the kind had been noticeable, you must realize that ours is not a family where such things could be overlooked or ignored. When he first joined the regiment, she was ready enough to admire him, but so were we all. Every girl in or near Meryton was crazy about him for the first 2 months, but he never singled her out with any particular attention. Consequently, after a moderate period of extravagant and wild admiration, her fancy for him faded, and other officers in the regiment, who treated her with more distinction, became her favorites again. It's easy to believe that, however little novelty could be added to their fears, hopes, and speculations on this engrossing subject by repeatedly discussing it, no other topic could keep them away from it for long during the entire journey. From Elizabeth's thoughts it was never absent. Fixed there by the keenest of all anguish, self-reproach, she could find no interval of ease or forgetfulness. They traveled as quickly as possible. Sleeping one night on the road, they reached Longbourn by dinner-time the next day. It was a comfort to Elizabeth to know that Jane couldn't have been worn out by long anticipation. The little Gardiner children, attracted by the sight of the carriage, were standing on the steps of the house as they entered the drive. When the carriage pulled up to the door, the joyful surprise lighting up their faces and expressing itself all over their bodies in various jumps and frisks was the first pleasant sign of their welcome. Elizabeth jumped out. After giving each of them a hasty kiss, she hurried into the entrance hall, where Jane, running downstairs from her mother's room, immediately met her. Elizabeth, affectionately embracing her while tears filled both their eyes, lost no time in asking whether anything had been heard of the runaways. "Not yet," replied Jane. "But now that my dear uncle is here, I hope everything will turn out well. Is my father in town?" "Yes, he went on Tuesday, as I wrote to you." "And have you heard from him often?" "We have heard only once. He wrote me a few lines on Wednesday to say he had arrived safely, and to give me his address, which I specifically asked him to do. He merely added that he wouldn't write again until he had something important to report." "And my mother? How is she? How are you all?" "My mother is tolerably well, I trust, though her spirits are greatly shaken. She is upstairs, and will have great satisfaction in seeing you all. She doesn't leave her dressing room yet. Mary and Kitty, thank heaven, are quite well." "But you, how are you?" cried Elizabeth. "You look pale. How much you must have gone through." Her sister, however, assured her she was perfectly well. Their conversation, which had been taking place while Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner were occupied with their children, was now ended by the approach of the rest of the group. Jane ran to her uncle and aunt, welcoming and thanking them both with alternating smiles and tears. When they were all in the drawing-room, the questions Elizabeth had already asked were naturally repeated by the others. They soon found that Jane had no news to give. The optimistic hope for a good outcome, suggested by the kindness of her heart, had not yet deserted her. She still expected that it would all end well, and that every morning would bring a letter, either from Lydia or her father, explaining their actions and perhaps announcing the marriage. Mrs. Bennet, to whose room they all went after a few minutes of conversation together, received them exactly as might be expected, with tears and lamentations of regret, verbal attacks against Wickham's villainous conduct, and complaints about her own sufferings and mistreatment. She blamed everybody except the person whose ill-judged indulgence was principally responsible for her daughter's errors. "If I had been able," she said, "to get my way and go to Brighton with my whole family, this wouldn't have happened. But poor dear Lydia had nobody to take care of her. Why did the Forsters ever let her out of their sight? I am sure there was some great neglect or other on their part, for she is not the kind of girl to do such a thing if she had been properly looked after. I always thought they were very unfit to have charge of her, but I was overruled, as I always am. Poor dear child. And now here's Mr. Bennet gone away, and I know he will fight Wickham wherever he meets him, and then he will be killed, and what will become of us all? The Collinses will turn us out before he is cold in his grave, and if you are not kind to us, brother, I don't know what we shall do." They all protested against such dreadful ideas. Mr. Gardiner, after general assurances of his affection for her and all her family, told her that he intended to be in London the very next day, and would assist Mr. Bennet in every effort to recover Lydia. "Do not give way to useless alarm," he added. "Though it is right to be prepared for the worst, there is no need to consider it certain yet. It's not quite a week since they left Brighton. In a few more days we may get some news of them. Until we know for sure that they are not married, and have no intention of marrying, let us not give the matter up as lost. As soon as I get to town, I shall go to my brother-in-law, make him come home with me to Gracechurch Street, and then we can consult together about what needs to be done." "Oh, my dear brother," replied Mrs. Bennet, "that is exactly what I could most wish for. And now do, when you get to town, find them out, wherever they may be. And if they are not married already, make them marry. As for wedding clothes, don't let them wait for that. Tell Lydia she shall have as much money as she wants to buy them after they are married. And above all things, keep Mr. Bennet from fighting. Tell him what a dreadful state I am in, that I am frightened out of my wits, and have such trembling, such flutterings all over me, such spasms in my side, and pains in my head, and such palpitations in my heart, that I can get no rest, night or day. And tell my dear Lydia not to order any clothes until she has seen me, because she doesn't know which are the best shops. Oh, brother, how kind you are! I know you will arrange everything." But Mr. Gardiner, though he assured her again of his earnest efforts in the matter, couldn't avoid recommending moderation, both in her hopes and her fears. After talking with her this way until dinner was ready, they left her to vent all her feelings on the housekeeper, who attended her in the absence of her daughters. Though her brother and sister-in-law were convinced there was no real need for such seclusion from the family, they didn't try to oppose it. They knew she lacked the prudence to hold her tongue in front of the servants while they waited at table, and judged it better that only one member of the household, the one they could most trust, should hear all her fears and anxieties on the subject. In the dining room, they were soon joined by Mary and Kitty, who had been too busy in their separate rooms to appear before. One came from her books, the other from her dressing table. The faces of both, however, were tolerably calm. No change was visible in either, except that the loss of her favorite sister, or the anger she herself had incurred in the affair, had given a bit more fretfulness than usual to Kitty's voice. As for Mary, she was composed enough to whisper to Elizabeth with a grave expression soon after they were seated at table, "This is a most unfortunate affair, and will probably be much talked about, but we must stand against the tide of malice and pour into each other's wounded hearts the balm of sisterly consolation." Then, noticing Elizabeth showed no inclination to reply, she added, "Unhappy as the event must be for Lydia, we may draw from it this useful lesson, that loss of virtue in a female is irreversible, that one false step involves her in endless ruin, that her reputation is as fragile as it is beautiful, and that she cannot be too guarded in her behavior towards undeserving members of the opposite sex." Elizabeth lifted her eyes in amazement, but was too overwhelmed to make any reply. Mary, however, continued to console herself by extracting such moral lessons from the misfortune before them. In the afternoon, the two elder Miss Bennets managed to get half an hour to themselves. Elizabeth instantly took the opportunity to ask further questions, which Jane was equally eager to answer. After joining in general lamentations over the dreadful outcome of the event, which Elizabeth considered almost certain, and Miss Bennet couldn't assert was wholly impossible, Elizabeth continued the subject by saying, "But tell me everything about it that I haven't already heard. Give me more details. What did Colonel Forster say? Did they have no suspicion of anything before the elopement happened? They must have seen them together constantly." Colonel Forster did admit that he had often suspected some partiality, especially on Lydia's side, but nothing to cause him any alarm. "I am so grieved for him. His behavior was extremely attentive and kind. He was coming to us to assure us of his concern, even before he had any idea they hadn't gone to Scotland. When that fear first arose, it hastened his journey." And was Dinny convinced that Wickham wouldn't marry? Did he know they intended to go off? Had Colonel Forster spoken to Dinny himself? Yes. But when questioned by him, Dinny denied knowing anything of their plan, and wouldn't give his real opinion about it. He didn't repeat his belief that they wouldn't marry, and from that, I am inclined to hope he might have been misunderstood before. And until Colonel Forster came himself, not one of you doubted, I suppose, that they were really married. How was it possible such an idea could enter our minds? I felt a little uneasy, a little fearful for my sister's happiness with him in marriage, because I knew his conduct hadn't always been quite right. My father and mother knew nothing of that. They only felt how imprudent a match it must be. Kitty then admitted, with a very natural triumph at knowing more than the rest of us, that in Lydia's last letter she had prepared her for such a step. Apparently, Lydia had known they were in love with each other for many weeks, but not before they went to Brighton? No, I believe not. And did Colonel Forster seem to think ill of Wickham himself? Does he know his real character? I must confess that he did not speak as well of Wickham as he used to. He believed him to be imprudent and extravagant, and since this sad affair, it's said that he left Meryton greatly in debt, but I hope this may be false. Oh, Jane, if only we had been less secretive, if only we had told what we knew of him, this couldn't have happened. Perhaps it would have been better, replied her sister. But to expose the past faults of any person, without knowing what their present feelings were, seemed unjustifiable. We acted with the best intentions. Could Colonel Forster recall the details of Lydia's note to his wife? He brought it with him for us to see. Jane then took it from her pocketbook and gave it to Elizabeth. These were the contents. "My dear Harriet, you will laugh when you know where I am gone, and I cannot help laughing myself at your surprise tomorrow morning, as soon as I am missed. I am going to Gretna Green, and if you cannot guess with who, I shall think you a simpleton, for there is but one man in the world I love, and he is an angel. I should never be happy without him, so think it no harm to be off. You need not send word to Longbourn about my going if you don't like it, for it will make the surprise greater when I write to them and sign my name Lydia Wickham. What a good joke it will be. I can hardly write for laughing. Pray make my excuses to Pratt for not keeping my engagement and dancing with him tonight. Tell him I hope he will excuse me when he knows all, and tell him I will dance with him at the next ball we meet with great pleasure. I shall send for my clothes when I get to Longbourn, but I wish you would tell Sally to mend a great slit in my embroidered muslin gown before they are packed up. Goodbye." Give my love to Colonel Forster. I hope you will drink to our good journey. Your affectionate friend, Lydia Bennet. Oh, thoughtless, thoughtless Lydia, cried Elizabeth when she had finished it. What a letter to write at such a moment. But at least it shows she was serious about the purpose of her journey. Whatever he might have persuaded her to afterward, it wasn't, on her side, a plan for disgrace. My poor father! How he must have felt it! I never saw anyone so shocked. He couldn't speak a word for a full 10 minutes. My mother became ill immediately, and the whole house was in such confusion. Oh, Jane, cried Elizabeth, was there a single servant in the house who didn't know the whole story before the end of the day? I don't know. I hope there was. But to be guarded at such a time is very difficult. My mother was hysterical. Although I tried to give her every assistance I could, I'm afraid I didn't do as much as I might have done. But the horror of what might possibly happen almost took away my ability to think straight. Your attending to her has been too much for you. You don't look well. Oh, if only I had been with you. You have had every care and anxiety upon yourself alone. Mary and Kitty have been very kind, and would have shared in every task, I'm sure, but I didn't think it right for either of them. Kitty is slight and delicate, and Mary studies so much that her hours of rest shouldn't be interrupted. My Aunt Phillips came to Longbourn on Tuesday, after my father left, and was kind enough to stay until Thursday with me. She was of great use and comfort to us all, and Lady Lucas has been very kind. She walked here on Wednesday morning to offer condolences and offered her services, or those of any of her daughters, if they could be useful to us. She had better have stayed at home, cried Elizabeth. Perhaps she meant well, but under such a misfortune as this, one cannot see too little of one's neighbors. Assistance is impossible. Condolences are unbearable. Let them triumph over us at a distance and be satisfied. She then proceeded to inquire about the measures her father had intended to take, while in town to find his daughter. He meant, I believe, replied Jane, to go to Epsom, the place where they last changed horses, see the coachman there, and try if anything could be learned from them. His main goal must be to discover the number of the hired coach that took them from Clapham. It had come with a passenger from London. Since he thought the circumstance of a gentleman and lady switching from one carriage to another might be noticed, he planned to make inquiries at Clapham. If he could somehow find out at which house the coachman had previously dropped off his passenger, he intended to make inquiries there, hoping it might not be impossible to find out the coach's stand and number. I don't know of any other plans he had formed, but he was in such a hurry to leave, and his spirits were so greatly disturbed, that I had difficulty finding out even this much. Chapter 48. Bad News. Everyone hoped for a letter from Mr. Bennet the next morning, but the mail arrived without a single word from him. His family knew he wasn't the most reliable correspondent under normal circumstances, often procrastinating. But in a crisis like this, they had expected more effort. They had to assume he had no good news to share, but even confirmation of that would have been welcome. Mr. Gardiner had only waited for the mail before heading off to London himself. Once he was gone, they felt reassured knowing they would at least get regular updates. Their uncle promised before leaving that he would persuade Mr. Bennet to return home to Longbourn as soon as possible. This was a huge relief to Mrs. Bennet, who was convinced the only way to keep her husband safe from a duel was to have him back home. Mrs. Gardiner and her children planned to stay in Hertfordshire a few days longer. Mrs. Gardiner thought her presence might be helpful to her nieces. She helped care for Mrs. Bennet and offered great comfort to the girls during their free moments. Their other aunt, Mrs. Phillips, also visited frequently, claiming she came to cheer them up. However, since she always arrived with fresh gossip about Wickham's latest irresponsible behavior or debts, she usually left them feeling worse than before. The entire town of Meryton seemed determined to paint Wickham as a villain, even though just 3 months earlier he had been seen as practically perfect. Rumors spread that he owed money to every shopkeeper in town, and his flirtations were now being labeled as scandalous seductions involving girls from numerous families. Everyone suddenly agreed he was the most wicked young man imaginable, and insisted they had always suspected his apparent goodness was fake. Elizabeth didn't believe even half of the rumors, but she heard enough to confirm her fears about Lydia's ruin. Even Jane, who was usually inclined to believe the best of people, started to lose hope. The time when they might have expected news, had the couple gone to Scotland to marry, had now passed, leaving Jane feeling particularly despondent. Mr. Gardiner had left Longbourn on Sunday. On Tuesday, his wife received a letter from him. He wrote that, upon arriving in London, he had immediately found Mr. Bennet, and convinced him to stay at his house on Gracechurch Street. Before Mr. Gardiner arrived, Mr. Bennet had already searched in Epsom and Clapham, but found no useful information. Now Mr. Bennet was determined to check all the major hotels in London, thinking Wickham and Lydia might have stayed in one when they first arrived, before finding other lodging. Mr. Gardiner didn't think this would lead anywhere, but since his brother-in-law was insistent, he planned to help him. He also added that Mr. Bennet seemed unwilling to leave London for the time being and promised to write again soon. There was a postscript, too. "I've written to Colonel Forster asking him to find out, if possible, from Wickham's close friends in the regiment if he has any relatives or connections who might know where he's hiding in London. If we could find someone like that, it could be crucial. Right now, we have no leads. I'm sure Colonel Forster will do everything he can to help. On second thought, maybe Lizzie could tell us more about his living relatives than anyone else." Elizabeth knew exactly why her uncle thought she might know something. It was because Wickham had told her so much about his past. Unfortunately, she couldn't provide the kind of helpful information this compliment implied she might have. She had never heard Wickham mention any relatives besides his parents, who had both died years ago. It was possible some of his old army buddies might know more. Though she wasn't optimistic, contacting them was at least something to hope for. Every day at Longbourn was now filled with anxiety, but the worst part was waiting for the mail. The arrival of letters was the main focus of everyone's morning. Any news, good or bad, would come through letters, and each day brought the heavy expectation of significant developments. But before they heard again from Mr. Gardiner, a letter arrived from Mr. Bennet from someone else entirely, Mr. Collins. Jane had been instructed to open all mail for her father while he was away, so she read it. Elizabeth, knowing how peculiar Mr. Collins's letters usually were, looked over Jane's shoulder and read it too. It went like this. "My dear sir, given our family connection and my position in life, I feel compelled to offer my condolences regarding the terrible situation you are currently facing. We learned about it yesterday from a letter sent from Hertfordshire. Please be assured, my dear sir, that Mrs. Collins and I sincerely sympathize with you and your respectable family during this distressing time. It must be particularly bitter because the cause is something that time cannot erase. I will offer any arguments I can to help ease such a severe misfortune or comfort you in this most painful circumstance for a parent. Honestly, your daughter's death would have been preferable compared to this. It is even more regrettable because, as my dear Charlotte tells me, there's reason to believe that this scandalous behavior from your daughter stems from a lack of proper discipline. Although, for your and Mrs. Bennet's comfort, I tend to think her own character must be naturally flawed for her to commit such an outrageous act at such a young age. Whatever the case, you are deeply to be pitied. Mrs. Collins agrees with me, as do Lady Catherine and her daughter, whom I have informed about the matter. They share my concern that this misstep by one daughter will harm the prospects of all the others. For, as Lady Catherine herself condescendingly pointed out, who would want to marry into such a family now? This also makes me reflect, with increased satisfaction, on a certain event last November. If things had turned out differently then, I would now be entangled in all your sorrow and disgrace. Let me advise you, my dear sir, to console yourself as best you can, to cast off your unworthy child from your affections forever, and leave her to face the consequences of her own terrible actions. I am, dear sir, etc., etc." Mr. Gardiner didn't write again until he heard back from Colonel Forster, and even then, the news wasn't good. It turned out Wickham didn't keep in touch with any relatives, and it was certain he had no close family still living. He used to know many people, but since joining the militia, he hadn't seemed particularly close to any of them. So there was no one who could likely provide information about his whereabouts. Adding to his fear of being found by Lydia's family, Wickham had a strong motive for secrecy, his dire financial state. It had just come out that he had left behind significant gambling debts in Brighton. Colonel Forster estimated it would take over £1,000 just to cover his expenses there. He owed money to local businesses too, but his gambling debts, debts of honor, were even larger. Mr. Gardiner didn't try to hide these details from the family at Longbourn. Jane listened in horror. "A gambler?" she cried. "This is completely unexpected. I had no idea." Mr. Gardiner also wrote that they could expect Mr. Bennet back home the following day, Saturday. Discouraged by the lack of progress, Mr. Bennet had finally agreed to his brother-in-law's urging to return to his family and leave the continued search to him. When Mrs. Bennet heard this, she wasn't as pleased as her children expected, given how worried she had been about his safety. "What? He's coming home without poor Lydia?" she exclaimed. Surely he won't leave London until he finds them. Who's going to challenge Wickham and force him to marry her if he comes back now? Since Mrs. Gardiner was eager to return home, it was decided that she and her children would travel to London at the same time Mr. Bennet was traveling back from there. The coach took them part of the way on their journey and then brought Mr. Bennet back to Longbourn. Mrs. Gardiner left still puzzled about Elizabeth and her Derbyshire acquaintance, Mr. Darcy. Her niece had never willingly mentioned his name, and the faint hope Mrs. Gardiner had held that a letter might follow them from Pemberley had come to nothing. Elizabeth hadn't received any letters that could possibly be from him since she returned home. The family's current crisis provided a perfectly understandable reason for Elizabeth's low spirits, so no one could guess anything more from her mood. However, Elizabeth, who was becoming quite familiar with her own feelings, knew perfectly well that if she had never met Darcy, she could have handled the dread of Lydia's disgrace a bit better. It would have saved her, she thought, at least one sleepless night out of every 2. When Mr. Bennet arrived, he seemed as calm and philosophical as ever. He spoke very little, as usual, and didn't mention the business that had taken him away. It took some time before his daughters felt brave enough to bring it up. It wasn't until the afternoon, when he joined them for tea, that Elizabeth dared to raise the subject. When she briefly expressed her sympathy for what he must have gone through, he replied, "Don't say anything about that. Who else should suffer but me? It's my own fault, and I deserve to feel it." "You shouldn't be too hard on yourself," Elizabeth replied gently. "You're right to warn me against that," he said wryly. "Self-pity comes so easily. No, Lizzie, let me just once in my life truly understand how much I'm to blame. I'm not afraid of being overwhelmed by it. It'll pass soon enough." "Do you think they're in London?" Elizabeth asked. "Yes. Where else could they hide so effectively?" "And Lydia always wanted to go to London," Kitty added. "Then she must be happy," her father said dryly. "And I imagine she'll be staying there for quite some time." After a brief silence, he continued, "Lizzie, I don't hold it against you that your advice back in May turned out to be right. Considering what happened, that shows considerable strength of character on your part." They were interrupted by Jane, who came to get her mother's tea. "Ah, the drama of it all," Mr. Bennet commented sarcastically. "It does add a certain elegance to misfortune. Perhaps another day I'll do the same. Sit in my library in my nightcap and dressing gown, causing as much trouble as possible. Or maybe I'll wait until Kitty runs off." "I'm not going to run away, Papa," Kitty said, sounding upset. "If I ever went to Brighton, I'd behave much better than Lydia did." "You, go to Brighton!" he exclaimed. "I wouldn't trust you as close as Eastbourne for £50. No, Kitty, I've learned my lesson, at least about being cautious, and you'll feel the consequences. No officer is ever setting foot in this house again, or even passing through the village. Dances will be strictly forbidden, unless you're dancing with one of your sisters. And you're not allowed outside until you can prove you spent 10 minutes of every day doing something sensible." Kitty, taking all these threats seriously, started to cry. All right, he said, softening slightly. "Don't upset yourself. If you're a good girl for the next 10 years, I'll take you to see a military review at the end of it." Chapter 49. A Letter by Express. 2 days after Mr. Bennet's return, Jane and Elizabeth were walking together in the shrubbery behind the house, when they saw the housekeeper, Mrs. Hill, heading towards them. Assuming she was coming to summon them to their mother, they walked forward to meet her. But instead of the expected call, Mrs. Hill said to Jane, "Excuse me, madam, for interrupting, but I was hoping you might have received some good news from London, so I took the liberty of coming to ask." "What do you mean, Hill? We haven't heard anything from town." "Dear madam," Mrs. Hill cried out in surprise, "don't you know an express messenger arrived for your father from Mr. Gardiner? He's been here for half an hour, and your father received a letter." The girls immediately took off running towards the house, too excited to speak. They hurried through the entryway and into the breakfast room, then checked the library. Their father wasn't in either place. They were just about to head upstairs to look for him with their mother when the butler stopped them. "If you're looking for the master, ma'am, he's walking towards the small grove of trees." Hearing this, they instantly turned around, rushed back through the hall, and ran across the lawn after their father, who was calmly strolling towards a small wooded area on one side of the paddock. Jane, not as nimble or accustomed to running as Elizabeth, soon fell behind. Her sister, breathless, caught up to Mr. Bennet and eagerly exclaimed, "Oh, Papa, what's the news? Have you heard from Uncle?" "Yes, I received a letter from him by express messenger." "Well, what does it say? Is it good news or bad?" "What good news could we possibly expect?" he said, pulling the letter from his pocket. But perhaps you'd like to read it yourself." Elizabeth impatiently snatched it from his hand, just as Jane caught up. "Read it aloud," their father said, "because I hardly know what it's about myself." Elizabeth began to read. Gracechurch Street, Monday, August 2nd. My dear brother, at last I can send you some news about my niece, and overall I hope it will bring you satisfaction. Shortly after you left me on Saturday, I managed to find out where in London they were staying. I'll save the details for when we meet. For now, it's enough to know they've been found. I have seen them both. Then it's just as I always hoped, cried Jane. They're married. Elizabeth continued reading. I have seen them both. They are not married, nor can I find any evidence they ever intended to be. However, if you are willing to agree to the arrangements I have tentatively made on your behalf, I hope they will be married soon. All that is required from you is to guarantee your daughter her equal share of the £5,000 settled on your children after your and my sister's deaths. Additionally, you must agree to provide her with an allowance of £100 per year during your lifetime. Considering everything, I didn't hesitate to agree to these conditions, as far as I felt I had the authority to act for you. I am sending this by express messenger, so no time is lost in getting your response. You will understand from these details that Mr. Wickham's financial situation is not as dire as generally believed. The world has been mistaken about that. I am happy to report that there will be some money left over even after all his debts are paid to settle on my niece, in addition to her own inheritance. Assuming you grant me full authority to act in your name in this matter, which I expect you will, I will immediately instruct Haggerston to prepare the settlement documents. There will be no need for you to come to London again. Stay quietly at Longbourn and trust in my diligence and care. Send your answer back as soon as possible, and please be explicit. We decided it would be best for my niece to be married from our house, which I hope you approve of. She is coming to stay with us today. I will write again as soon as anything more is decided. Yours, etc., E.D.W. Gardiner. Is it possible? Elizabeth cried out when she finished. Can it really be possible that he'll marry her? Wickham isn't as undeserving as we thought then, said Jane. My dear father, congratulations. And have you answered the letter? Elizabeth asked him. No, but it must be done soon. Elizabeth earnestly pleaded with him not to waste any more time before writing back. Oh, my dear father, she urged, come back and write immediately. Think how important every moment is in a situation like this. Let me write for you, Jane offered, if you find it too much trouble. I do dislike it very much, he replied, but it must be done. And with that he turned back with them and walked towards the house. And may I ask, said Elizabeth hesitantly, but I assume the terms must be accepted? Accepted. I'm only ashamed he's asking for so little. And they must marry, even though he's that kind of man. Yes, they must marry. There's nothing else to be done. But there are two things I desperately want to know. One, how much money your uncle had to put down to make this happen. And two, how I am ever going to repay him. Money? My uncle, cried Jane. What do you mean, sir? I mean, he said flatly, that no man in his right mind would marry Lydia for the small incentive of £100 a year while I'm alive, and only 50 after I'm gone. That's very true, said Elizabeth, though I hadn't thought of it before. His debts paid off, and still some money remaining. Oh, it must be my uncle's doing. That generous, good man. I'm afraid he's put himself in a difficult position. A small amount couldn't possibly cover all this. No, said her father. Wickham's a fool if he marries her for anything less than £10,000. I'd hate to think so poorly of him right at the start of our family connection. £10,000! Heaven forbid, Elizabeth exclaimed. How could even half that amount ever be repaid? Mr. Bennet didn't answer. Each of them lost in thought. They walked silently back to the house. Their father then went into the library to write, while the girls went into the breakfast room. And so they are really going to be married, Elizabeth cried as soon as they were alone. How strange this all is. And we're supposed to be thankful for this. That they should marry, despite their slim chance of happiness and his wretched character. We're forced to rejoice. Oh, Lydia. I console myself by thinking, replied Jane, that he certainly wouldn't marry Lydia if he didn't genuinely care for her. Although our kind uncle has surely helped clear some of Wickham's debts, I can't believe £10,000, or anything close to it, has been paid. Uncle Gardiner has his own children, and might have more. How could he possibly spare half of £10,000? If we ever find out the extent of Wickham's debts, said Elizabeth, and how much money is settled on Lydia from his side, we'll know exactly what Mr. Gardiner has done. Wickham doesn't have a penny to his name. We can never repay the kindness of my uncle and aunt. Taking Lydia into their home, offering her protection and support, it's a sacrifice that years of gratitude could never fully acknowledge. By now, she's actually with them. If such kindness doesn't make her feel miserable now, she'll never deserve happiness. What a difficult meeting it must be for her when she first sees my aunt. "We must try to forget everything that has happened on both sides," said Jane. "I hope and trust they will still find happiness. His agreeing to marry her is proof, I choose to believe, that he's changed his ways. Their mutual affection will give them stability. I imagine they will settle down quietly and live sensibly, and perhaps in time, their past mistakes will be forgotten." "Their behavior has been such," replied Elizabeth firmly, "that neither you, nor I, nor anyone else can ever forget it. It's pointless to pretend otherwise." It then occurred to the girls that their mother was likely completely unaware of the latest developments. They went to the library and asked their father if he wanted them to inform her. He was busy writing and, without looking up, replied coolly, "Do as you please. May we take Uncle's letter to read to her?" "Take whatever you like and leave me alone." Elizabeth picked up the letter from his desk, and they went upstairs together. Mary and Kitty were both with Mrs. Bennet, so one announcement would suffice for everyone. After briefly preparing them for good news, Jane read the letter aloud. Mrs. Bennet could barely contain herself. As soon as Jane read Mr. Gardiner's hope that Lydia would soon be married, Mrs. Bennet burst with joy, and every following sentence only increased her excitement. She was now as agitated with delight as she had previously been with alarm and frustration. Knowing her daughter would be married was all that mattered. She wasn't worried about Lydia's future happiness or humbled by the memory of her scandalous behavior. "My dear, dear Lydia," she cried, "this is truly delightful." "She will be married. I shall see her again. Married at 16. My good, kind brother. I knew it would turn out this way. I knew he would handle everything. How I long to see her. And dear Wickham, too. But the clothes, the wedding clothes. I must write to my sister Gardiner about them immediately. Lizzie, my dear, run down to your father and ask him how much money he will give her. Wait, I'll go myself. Kitty, ring the bell for Hill. I'll get ready in a moment. My dear, dear Lydia, how happy we shall be when we meet." Her eldest daughter tried to temper the intensity of these outbursts by reminding her mother of the debt they all owed to Mr. Gardiner. "We must attribute this happy outcome," Jane added gently, "in large part to his kindness. We are certain he has promised to help Mr. Wickham financially." "Well," cried her mother, "that's perfectly fine. Who else should help but her own uncle? If he didn't have a family of his own, my children and I would have inherited all his money, you know. And this is the first time we've ever received anything from him, besides a few small gifts. Well, I am so happy. Soon I shall have a married daughter. Mrs. Wickham. How lovely that sounds. And she only turned 16 last June. My dear Jane, I'm in such a fluster, I'm sure I can't possibly write. You dictate, and I'll write for you. We'll sort out the money with your father later, but the wedding things should be ordered right away." She was about to launch into a detailed list of fabrics, calico, muslin, cambric, and would have soon dictated extravagant orders if Jane hadn't, with some difficulty, persuaded her to wait until her father was free to be consulted. A day's delay wouldn't matter much, Jane pointed out, and her mother was too overjoyed to be as stubborn as usual. Other plans were already forming in her head. "I'll go to Meryton," she declared, "as soon as I'm dressed, and tell my sister Phillips the wonderful news, and on my way back I can stop by Lady Lucas's and Mrs. Long's. Kitty, run down and order the carriage. A ride would do me a world of good, I'm sure. Girls, can I get anything for you in Meryton? Oh, here comes Hill. My dear Hill, have you heard the good news? Miss Lydia is going to be married, and you shall all have a bowl of punch to celebrate her wedding." Mrs. Hill immediately began expressing her joy. Elizabeth accepted her congratulations along with the others, and then, weary of all the foolishness, escaped to her own room to think freely. Poor Lydia's situation, even at its best, would be difficult enough, but she had to be thankful it wasn't worse. She truly felt that. And though looking ahead, she couldn't realistically expect rational happiness or financial stability for her sister, looking back at what they had feared just 2 hours earlier, she recognized the immense relief of what they had gained. Chapter 50. Financial Reckonings. Long before this point in his life, Mr. Bennet had often wished that instead of spending his entire income each year, he had saved a portion for the future security of his children and his wife, should she outlive him. Now he wished it more fervently than ever. If he had fulfilled his duty in that regard, Lydia wouldn't have needed her uncle to essentially buy her respectability by arranging this marriage. The satisfaction of persuading one of the most worthless young men in Great Britain to marry his daughter might then have belonged where it should with him. He was seriously troubled that this arrangement, which offered so little real advantage to anyone, was being funded solely by his brother-in-law. He was determined to find out, if possible, the full extent of Mr. Gardiner's financial help, and to repay the debt as soon as he could. When Mr. Bennet first married, saving money seemed entirely unnecessary because, naturally, they assumed they would have a son. This hypothetical son would, upon reaching adulthood, join him in breaking the entail on the estate, thus providing for the widow and younger children. 5 daughters arrived one after another, but the expected son never materialized. For many years after Lydia's birth, Mrs. Bennet remained certain he would eventually arrive. By the time they finally gave up hope, it was too late to start saving. Mrs. Bennet had no talent for managing money, and only her husband's desire for financial independence had kept them from spending more than they earned. £5,000 had been settled on Mrs. Bennet and the children through their marriage agreement. However, how that sum would be divided among the children depended entirely on the parents' decision. This was one detail concerning Lydia, at least, that now needed settling, and Mr. Bennet had no hesitation in agreeing to the terms proposed by Mr. Gardiner. He then formally wrote his approval of everything that had been done, expressing concise but grateful acknowledgment of his brother-in-law's kindness, and confirming his willingness to fulfill the financial commitments made on his behalf. He had never imagined that persuading Wickham to marry Lydia could be accomplished with so little inconvenience to himself. The £100 a year he was to pay them would scarcely cost him £10 annually out of pocket, considering what he already spent on Lydia's board, allowance, and the constant gifts of money funneled through her mother. That the whole affair required such minimal effort on his part was another welcome surprise. His main desire now was to have as little trouble with the business as possible. Once the initial burst of anger that had driven him to search for Lydia had subsided, he naturally slipped back into his usual inactivity. His letter was sent off quickly. Although he was slow to start tasks, he was efficient once he began. He asked for more details about his debt to his brother, but was too angry with Lydia to include any message for her. The good news spread rapidly through the house, and, just as quickly, through the neighborhood. The neighbors reacted with a sort of resigned acceptance. To be sure, it would have made for better gossip if Miss Lydia Bennet had become notorious in town, or, as the next best alternative, been hidden away on some distant farm. But her marriage still provided plenty to talk about. The seemingly good-natured wishes for her well-being, previously offered by all the spiteful old ladies in Meryton, hardly diminished with this change of events, because marrying such a husband practically guaranteed her misery anyway. It had been 2 weeks since Mrs. Bennet had come downstairs, but on this happy day she reclaimed her seat at the head of the dining table, her spirits almost overwhelmingly high. No trace of shame dampened her triumphant mood. The marriage of a daughter, her primary goal since Jane turned 16, was finally about to happen. Her thoughts and words revolved entirely around the accessories of a stylish wedding, fine fabrics, new carriages, and servants. She was already busy scouting the neighborhood for a suitable house for the newlyweds, and, without knowing or caring about their actual income, rejected many options as too small or unimpressive. Hay Park might work, she mused, if the Gouldings would move out. Or maybe the large house at Stoke, if the drawing-room were bigger. But Ashworth is too far away. I couldn't bear having her 10 miles from me, and as for Purvis Lodge, the attic rooms are dreadful. Her husband let her chatter on without interruption while the servants were present. But once they had left, he said to her, "Mrs. Bennet, before you rent any or all of these houses for your son-in-law and daughter, let's be clear. There is one house in this neighborhood they will never be allowed to enter. I will not encourage the recklessness of either of them by receiving them at Longbourn." A long argument followed this declaration, but Mr. Bennet remained firm. This soon led to another disagreement, and Mrs. Bennet discovered, to her amazement and horror, that her husband refused to provide even a single guinea for Lydia's wedding clothes. He insisted she would receive no sign of affection from him whatsoever for this occasion. Mrs. Bennet could hardly believe it. That his anger could reach such an inconceivable level of resentment, refusing his daughter a privilege without which her marriage would barely seem legitimate, was beyond anything she thought possible. She was more concerned about the disgrace Lydia's lack of new clothes would bring upon the wedding than she was about any shame associated with Lydia having run off and lived with Wickham for 2 weeks before they married. Elizabeth now deeply regretted that, in the distress of the moment, she had told Mr. Darcy about their fears for Lydia. Since the marriage would soon put a proper end to the elopement, they might have hoped to conceal its scandalous beginning from anyone not directly involved. She wasn't worried about Darcy spreading the gossip. She trusted his discretion completely. But at the same time, there was no one whose knowledge of her sister's disgrace could humiliate her more. This wasn't due to any fear of personal disadvantage, however. She felt an insurmountable gulf already existed between them. Even if Lydia's marriage had been arranged under the most honorable circumstances, it was unthinkable that Mr. Darcy would connect himself to a family where, on top of all other objections, he would now be closely related to a man he justifiably despised. She couldn't blame him for shrinking from such a connection. The hope she had nurtured in Derbyshire, the belief that he still cared for her, could not rationally survive such a blow. She felt humbled and grieved. She felt regret, though she wasn't sure for what. She found herself valuing his good opinion, just when she could no longer hope to benefit from it. She longed to hear news of him, when there seemed little chance of ever getting any. She became convinced she could have been happy with him, just when it seemed most unlikely they would ever meet again. What a victory it would be for him, she often thought, if he knew that the proposal she had proudly rejected just 4 months ago would now be accepted gladly and gratefully. He was generous, she didn't doubt that, as generous as any man could be. But as long as he was human, there must be some sense of triumph. She began to understand now that he was exactly the man whose personality and talents would suit her best. His intelligence and temperament, though different from her own, would have fulfilled all her wishes. It would have been a union beneficial to both. Her easygoing liveliness might have softened his manner and improved his social ease, while his judgment, knowledge, and experience of the world would have been of immense value to her. But now, no such happy marriage could demonstrate to the admiring world what true marital bliss looked like. A different kind of union, one that precluded the possibility of the other, was about to be formed in their family. How Wickham and Lydia were to survive with even tolerable independence, she couldn't imagine. But she could easily guess how little lasting happiness could belong to a couple brought together only because their impulses were stronger than their principles. Mr. Gardiner soon wrote again to his brother-in-law. He briefly acknowledged Mr. Bennet's thanks, assuring him of his eagerness to support the well-being of any family member, and concluded by requesting the subject never be mentioned again. The main purpose of his letter was to inform them that Mr. Wickham had decided to leave the militia. "It was strongly my wish that he do so," he added, "as soon as his marriage was arranged. And I think you will agree with me that moving him out of that regiment is highly advisable, for both his sake and my niece's. It is Mr. Wickham's intention to join the regular army, and among his former associates, there are still some who are able and willing to help him secure a position. He has been promised a commission as an ensign in General's regiment, currently stationed in the north. It's advantageous to have it so far from this part of the country. He makes fair promises, and I hope that among different people, where they both have reputations to maintain, they will be more sensible. I have written to Colonel Forster to inform him of these arrangements, and to ask him to assure Mr. Wickham's various creditors, in and near Brighton, of prompt payment, for which I have personally vouched. Would you also take the trouble of giving similar assurances to his creditors in Meryton? I will attach a list based on his information. He claims to have disclosed all his debts. I hope, at least, that he hasn't deceived us. Haggerston has our instructions, and everything will be finalized within a week. They will then join his regiment, unless they are first invited to Longbourn. I understand from Mrs. Gardiner that my niece is very eager to see you all before she leaves the South. She is well and asks to send her dutiful regards to you and her mother. Yours, etc., E. Gardiner." Mr. Bennet and his daughters saw the advantages of Wickham's removal from the local militia as clearly as Mr. Gardiner did, but Mrs. Bennet was not pleased. Lydia being settled in the north, just when she had anticipated the most pleasure and pride from her company, she hadn't given up her plan for them living nearby, was a severe disappointment. Besides, it seemed such a pity that Lydia should be taken from a regiment where she knew everyone and had so many admirers. "She is so fond of Mrs. Forster," she lamented. "It will be quite shocking to send her away, and there are several young men there whom she likes very much." The officers in General's regiment might not be nearly as pleasant. Lydia's request, or what could be interpreted as such, to be welcomed back into the family before heading north, initially received a firm refusal from Mr. Bennet. But Jane and Elizabeth, both wishing for their sister's sake that her parents acknowledge her marriage, argued so earnestly, yet rationally and gently, for him to receive Lydia and her husband at Longbourn after the wedding, that he was eventually persuaded to agree. Their mother had the satisfaction of knowing she would be able to show off her married daughter in the neighborhood before she was banished to the north. So when Mr. Bennet wrote back to his brother, he included his permission for them to come. It was settled that, as soon as the ceremony was over, they would travel to Longbourn. Elizabeth was surprised, however, that Wickham would agree to such a plan. If she had followed her own inclination, meeting him again would have been the last thing she wanted. Chapter 51. The newlyweds arrive. Lydia's wedding day arrived, and Jane and Elizabeth probably felt more anxiety for her than she felt for herself. The carriage was sent to meet the couple partway, and they were expected back by dinner time. The elder Miss Bennets dreaded their arrival, Jane especially, projecting onto Lydia the shame she herself would have felt in such a situation, felt miserable thinking about what her sister must be enduring. They arrived. The family gathered in the breakfast room to receive them. Mrs. Bennet's face was all smiles as the carriage pulled up to the door. Her husband looked sternly impassive. Her daughters were alarmed, anxious, and uneasy. Lydia's voice echoed in the entryway. The door burst open and she ran into the room. Her mother stepped forward, embraced her rapturously, and welcomed her warmly. She offered her hand with an affectionate smile to Wickham, who followed his wife, wishing them both joy with an enthusiasm that showed no doubt about their future happiness. Their reception from Mr. Bennet, to whom they turned next, was considerably less warm. His expression grew even more austere, and he barely spoke. The sheer confidence of the young couple was indeed enough to provoke him. Elizabeth was disgusted, and even Jane was shocked. Lydia was still Lydia, untamed, unembarrassed, wild, noisy, and utterly fearless. She moved from sister to sister, demanding congratulations. When they finally all sat down, she eagerly scanned the room, noticed a small change, and remarked with a laugh that it felt like ages since she had last been there. Wickham seemed no more bothered than Lydia, but his manners were always so charming that, had his character and marriage been respectable, his smiles and easy way of acknowledging their new relationship would have delighted everyone. Elizabeth hadn't thought him capable of such composure under the circumstances, but she resolved then and there never again to underestimate the audacity of an audacious man. She blushed, and Jane blushed, but the faces of the two who caused their embarrassment showed no change in color. There was no shortage of conversation. The bride and her mother couldn't talk fast enough. Wickham, seated near Elizabeth, casually began asking about acquaintances in the neighborhood, with a good-natured ease that she found impossible to match in her replies. Both Lydia and Wickham seemed to possess the happiest memories imaginable. Nothing from the recent past seemed to cause them any pain, and Lydia cheerfully brought up topics her sisters wouldn't have dared mention. "Just imagine, it's been 3 months," she cried, "since I left. It feels like only 2 weeks, I swear. And yet, so much has happened. Good gracious. When I went away, I'm sure I had no idea I'd be married before I came back, though I did think it would be great fun if I was." Her father looked up sharply, Jane looked distressed, and Elizabeth gave Lydia a pointed look. But Lydia, who never saw or heard anything she chose to ignore, continued cheerfully, "Oh, Mama, do people around here know I got married today?" I was afraid they might not. We passed William Goulding in his carriage, so I decided he should know. I rolled down the window next to him, took off my glove, and just rested my hand on the window frame so he could see the ring. Then I bowed and smiled like anything. Elizabeth couldn't stand it anymore. She jumped up and ran out of the room, not returning until she heard them moving through the hall towards the dining room. She rejoined them just in time to see Lydia, with exaggerated ceremony, walk up to her mother's right side at the table and say to Jane, "Ah, Jane, I take your place now. You have to move down, because I'm a married woman." It wasn't likely that time would give Lydia the sense of embarrassment she had so clearly lacked from the start. Her confidence and high spirits only increased. She couldn't wait to see Mrs. Phillips, the Lucases, and all their other neighbors, and to hear each of them call her Mrs. Wickham. In the meantime, after dinner, she went off to show her ring and boast about being married to Mrs. Hill and the 2 housemaids. "Well, Mama," she said when they were all back in the breakfast room, "what do you think of my husband? Isn't he charming? I'm sure my sisters must all envy me. I only hope they have half my luck. They should all go to Brighton. That's the place to find husbands. What a pity it is, Mama, that we didn't all go. Very true, and if I had my way, we would have. But my dear Lydia, I don't like you going so far away at all. Must it really be so? Oh, Lord! Yes, that's nothing. I shall love it. You and Papa and my sisters must come visit us. We'll be in Newcastle all winter, and I dare say there will be some dances. I'll make sure to find good partners for all of them. I should like that more than anything, said her mother. And then, when you leave, you can leave one or two of my sisters behind. I bet I can find husbands for them before the winter is over. Thank you for my share of the offer, said Elizabeth coolly, but I don't particularly care for your method of finding husbands. Their visitors were only staying for about 10 days. Mr. Wickham had received his official army commission before leaving London, and was due to join his new regiment at the end of the fortnight. Only Mrs. Bennet regretted that their stay would be so short. She made the most of the time by taking Lydia visiting around the neighborhood and hosting frequent parties at home. These parties were welcomed by everyone. Escaping the immediate family circle was desirable for those who thought deeply, as well as those who didn't. Wickham's affection for Lydia was exactly what Elizabeth had expected, not nearly as strong as Lydia's for him. She hardly needed to observe them now to be convinced that the elopement had been driven more by Lydia's passion than his. She might have wondered why he bothered running off with her at all, if he didn't care deeply. Had she not been certain that his dire financial situation made fleeing necessary? If that was the case, he wasn't the type of man to pass up the chance of having a companion on the run. Lydia was utterly infatuated with him. He was her dear Wickham in every conversation. No one could compare. He did everything better than anyone else in the world, and she was certain he would shoot more birds on the first day of hunting season than anyone else in the county. One morning, soon after their arrival, Lydia was sitting with her 2 older sisters and said to Elizabeth, "Lizzie, I don't think I ever told you about my wedding. You weren't here when I told Mama and the others all about it. Aren't you curious to hear how it all happened?" "No, really," replied Elizabeth. "I think the less said on that subject the better." "La, you're so strange! But I must tell you how it went. We were married, you know, at St. Clement's Church, because Wickham's lodgings were in that parish. It was arranged that we should all be there by 11 o'clock. My aunt, uncle, and I were to go together, and the others were to meet us there. Well, Monday morning arrived, and I was in such a state. I was terrified, you know, that something would happen to postpone it, and then I would have gone completely crazy. And my aunt was there the whole time I was getting dressed, lecturing and talking away like she was giving a sermon. Honestly, I barely heard 1 word in 10, because I was thinking, as you can imagine, about my dear Wickham. I was dying to know if he would wear his blue coat for the wedding. Anyway, we had breakfast at 10, as usual. I thought it would never end. Because, by the way, you should know that my uncle and aunt were horribly unpleasant the entire time I stayed with them. Believe me, I didn't step foot outside once, even though I was there for 2 weeks. Not one party, or outing, or anything. Sure, London was a bit empty, but still, the little theater was open. Well, just as the carriage pulled up to the door, my uncle got called away on business with that awful Mr. Stone. And you know, once those two get together, there's no stopping them. I was so frightened I didn't know what to do because my uncle was supposed to give me away. And if we missed the time slot, we couldn't get married all day. But luckily, he came back in 10 minutes, and then we all set off. Although, I remembered afterwards that even if he had been delayed, the wedding wouldn't have needed to be postponed, because Mr. Darcy could have done it just as well. "Mr. Darcy?" repeated Elizabeth, utterly astonished. "Oh yes, he was supposed to come to the church with Wickham, you know. But gracious me, I completely forgot. I shouldn't have said a word about it. I promised them so faithfully. What will Wickham say? It was supposed to be such a secret." "If it was meant to be a secret," said Jane gently, "don't say another word about it. You can be sure I won't ask any more questions." "Oh, certainly," said Elizabeth, though burning with curiosity. "We won't ask you anything." "Thank you," said Lydia. "Because if you did, I'd definitely tell you everything, and then Wickham would be furious." Given such an open invitation to pry, Elizabeth felt forced to remove herself from temptation by quickly leaving the room. But living in ignorance on such a point was impossible, or at least, trying to find out was irresistible. Mr. Darcy had been at her sister's wedding. It was precisely the kind of event, and among precisely the kind of people, where he seemed least likely to be involved or have any reason to attend. Wild and rapid speculations about his motives flooded her mind, but none seemed satisfying. The explanations that portrayed his actions in the most noble light also seemed the most improbable. She couldn't bear the suspense. Hastily grabbing a sheet of paper, she wrote a short letter to her aunt, asking for an explanation of Lydia's comment, if it wouldn't betray the intended secrecy. "You can surely understand," she added, "how curious I must be to know how someone unconnected to any of us, and relatively speaking, a stranger to our family, happened to be among you at such a time. Please write back immediately and let me understand, unless, for very strong reasons, it must remain the secret Lydia seems to think it is. If so, I must try to be content with not knowing. Not that I actually will be content, though," she muttered to herself as she finished the letter. "And, my dear aunt, if you don't tell me honestly, I will certainly resort to tricks and schemes to find it out." Jane's strong sense of honor prevented her from privately discussing with Elizabeth what Lydia had let slip. Elizabeth was glad of this. Until she knew whether her inquiries would yield any answers, she preferred not to have a confidant. Chapter 52. Mrs. Gardiner's Letter. Elizabeth had the satisfaction of receiving a reply to her letter as quickly as possible. As soon as she had it in her hands, she hurried to the small grove of trees, where she was least likely to be disturbed. She sat down on a bench and prepared herself for happiness. The letter's length convinced her it didn't contain a refusal to explain. Gracechurch Street, September 6th. My dear niece, I just received your letter and will dedicate this entire morning to answering it, as I anticipate that a short note won't cover everything I need to tell you. I must admit I was surprised by your asking. I didn't expect it from you. Don't think I'm angry, however. I only mean to say that I hadn't thought such questions would be necessary from your side. If you choose not to understand my hint, please forgive my forwardness. Your uncle is as surprised as I am, and only his belief that you were personally involved would have allowed him to act as he did. But if you're truly innocent and unaware, I must be more direct. On the very day I returned home from Longbourn, your uncle had a most unexpected visitor. Mr. Darcy called and was closeted with him for several hours. It was all concluded before I arrived, so my curiosity wasn't tested as dreadfully as yours seems to have been. He came to tell Mr. Gardiner that he had discovered where your sister and Mr. Wickham were, and that he had seen and spoken with both of them. Wickham repeatedly, Lydia once. From what I gather, he left Derbyshire only a day after we did, and came to London determined to find them. His stated motive was his conviction that it was his fault. Wickham's true character wasn't well known enough to prevent any respectable young woman from trusting or falling for him. He generously blamed his own mistaken pride, confessing he had previously thought it beneath him to expose his private dealings to the world. He believed his character should speak for itself. Therefore, he felt it was his duty to step forward and try to fix the problem he felt he had caused. If he had another motive, I am certain it was an honorable one. He had been in town for several days before he could locate them, but he had a lead, which was more than we had, and knowing this was another reason he decided to follow us. It seems there is a lady, a Mrs. Young, who was once governess to Miss Darcy, but was dismissed for some reason he didn't specify. She then rented a large house in Edward Street, and has supported herself by letting rooms. Mr. Darcy knew she was intimately acquainted with Wickham, and he went to her for information as soon as he arrived in town. It took 2 or 3 days, however, to get what he needed from her. I suppose she wouldn't betray her friend without some persuasion or payment, because she did indeed know where Wickham could be found. In fact, Wickham had gone to her immediately upon arriving in London, and if she had been able to accommodate them, they would have stayed with her. Eventually, our kind friend obtained the address. They were on street. He saw Wickham and later insisted on seeing Lydia. His initial goal with her, he admitted, was to persuade her to leave her disgraceful situation and return to her friends, offering his help. But he found Lydia absolutely determined to stay. She didn't care about her friends. She didn't want his help. She wouldn't hear of leaving Wickham. She was sure they would get married eventually, and it didn't matter much when. Given her feelings, the only remaining option, he thought, was to ensure and hasten a marriage, which, from his very first conversation with Wickham, he easily learned had never been Wickham's intention. Wickham confessed he was forced to leave the regiment due to pressing gambling debts, and didn't hesitate to blame Lydia's foolishness entirely for the consequences of her running away. He planned to resign his commission immediately, and had little idea about his future prospects. He had to go somewhere, but didn't know where, and knew he'd have nothing to live on. Mr. Darcy asked why he didn't marry your sister immediately. Although Mr. Bennet wasn't thought to be wealthy, he could likely offer some support, and Wickham's situation would certainly improve with marriage. In response, Mr. Darcy found that Wickham still hoped to make a more advantageous marriage elsewhere. However, under the circumstances, Wickham wasn't likely to resist the temptation of immediate financial relief. They met several times, as there was much to discuss. Wickham naturally wanted more than he could get, but eventually he became reasonable. Once everything was settled between them, Mr. Darcy's next step was to inform your uncle. He first called at Gracechurch Street the evening before I returned home, but Mr. Gardiner wasn't available, and Mr. Darcy learned that your father was still with him, but planned to leave town the next morning. He didn't think your father was the most suitable person to consult compared to your uncle, and readily postponed seeing him until after your father's departure. He didn't leave his name, so until the next day it was only known that a gentleman had called on business. On Saturday he came again. Your father was gone, your uncle was home, and, as I mentioned, they talked for a long time. They met again on Sunday, and then I saw him too. It wasn't all finalized before Monday. As soon as it was, the express messenger was sent to Longbourn. But our visitor was very stubborn. I suspect, Lizzie, that stubbornness is his real character flaw, after all. He's been accused of many faults, but this is the true one. He insisted on doing everything himself, although I am sure, and I don't say this seeking thanks, so please don't mention it, your uncle would have gladly handled the entire settlement. They argued about it for a long time, more than either the gentleman or the lady involved deserved. But finally, your uncle was forced to yield. Instead of being allowed to directly help his niece, he had to settle for only having the appearance of credit for it, which went sorely against his wishes. I truly believe your letter this morning pleased him greatly, because it required an explanation that would strip him of his borrowed glory and give the praise where it was actually due. But Lizzie, this must go no further than yourself, or Jane at most. You likely know roughly what has been done for the young couple. His debts are to be paid, amounting, I believe, to considerably more than £1,000. Another 1,000, in addition to her own inheritance, is settled upon Lydia, and his new commission was purchased. The reason he insisted on doing all this alone was, as I explained above, he felt responsible. It was due to him, his reserve and lack of proper consideration, that Wickham's character had been so misunderstood, allowing him to be received and accepted as he was. Perhaps there was some truth in this, though I doubt his reserve, or anyone's, can truly be blamed for the outcome. But despite all this noble reasoning, my dear Lizzie, you can rest assured that your uncle would never have given in if we hadn't suspected he had another interest in the matter. Once all this was decided, he returned to his friends, who were still at Pemberley. But it was agreed he would be in London again for the wedding, when all the financial matters were finalized. I believe I have now told you everything. It's a story you said would greatly surprise you. I hope at least it won't displease you. Lydia came to stay with us, and Wickham was allowed constant access to the house. He was exactly as he had been when I knew him in Hertfordshire. I wouldn't tell you how little I approved of her behavior while she stayed with us if I hadn't gathered from Jane's letter last Wednesday that her conduct upon returning home was exactly the same. Therefore, what I tell you now won't cause you any fresh pain. I spoke to her repeatedly and very seriously, pointing out the wickedness of her actions and all the unhappiness she had brought upon her family. If she heard me, it was purely by chance, for I am sure she didn't listen. I was sometimes quite provoked, but then I remembered my dear Elizabeth and Jane, and for their sakes I remained patient with her. Mr. Darcy returned punctually, and, as Lydia informed you, attended the wedding. He dined with us the next day and was planning to leave town again on Wednesday or Thursday. Will you be very angry with me, my dear Lizzie, if I take this opportunity to say, what I was never bold enough to say before, how much I like him? His behavior towards us has been, in every respect, as pleasant as it was when we were in Derbyshire. His intellect and opinions all please me. He lacks nothing but a little more liveliness, and that, if he marries wisely, his wife can teach him. I thought him very sly. He hardly ever mentioned your name, but perhaps slyness is fashionable. Please forgive me if I have been very presumptuous, or at least don't punish me so severely as to ban me from Pemberley. I shall never be quite happy until I have explored the entire park. A low carriage with a nice little pair of ponies would be perfect. But I must write no more. The children have been needing me for the past half hour. Yours very sincerely, M. Gardiner. The contents of this letter threw Elizabeth into a state of emotional turmoil, making it difficult to determine whether pleasure or pain was stronger. The vague, unsettled suspicions about Mr. Darcy's possible involvement in her sister's marriage, suspicions she had feared encouraging as too improbable an act of kindness, yet dreaded confirming due to the burden of obligation, were now proven true beyond her wildest imaginings. he had purposefully followed them to London. He had taken upon himself all the trouble and humiliation involved in such a search, which required pleading with a woman he must despise, and forced him to meet repeatedly, reason with, persuade, and finally bribe the man he most wished to avoid, whose very name was painful for him to utter. He had done all this for a girl he could neither respect nor value. Her heart whispered that he had done it for her, but that hope was quickly tempered by other thoughts. She soon felt that even her vanity couldn't rely on his affection for her, a woman who had already refused him, being strong enough to overcome the natural revulsion he must feel at becoming related to Wickham. Brother-in-law to Wickham. Every kind of pride must recoil from such a connection. He had certainly done a great deal. She was ashamed to think just how much. But he had provided a reason for his intervention that didn't require an extraordinary leap of faith. It was reasonable that he should feel he had acted wrongly. He had a generous nature and the means to act on it. Though she wouldn't position herself as his main motivation, she could perhaps believe that a lingering partiality for her might have spurred his efforts in a cause so vital to her peace of mind. It was painful, exceedingly painful, to know they were indebted to someone who could never be repaid. They owed Lydia's restoration, her reputation, everything, to him. Oh, how deeply she regretted every unkind thought she had ever harbored, every sharp word she had ever directed towards him. She felt humbled for herself, but proud of him, proud that in a matter of compassion and honor he had managed to overcome his own pride. She reread her aunt's praise of him again and again. It was hardly enough, but it pleased her. She even felt a degree of pleasure, mixed with regret, on realizing how firmly both her aunt and uncle had been convinced that affection and understanding existed between Mr. Darcy and herself. She was startled from her seat and her thoughts by someone approaching. Before she could turn on to another path, Wickham caught up with her. "I'm afraid I'm interrupting your solitary walk, my dear sister," he said, joining her. "You certainly are," she replied with a forced smile, "but that doesn't mean the interruption is unwelcome." "I should be sorry indeed if it were. We were always good friends, and now we're even closer." "True. Are the others coming out?" "I don't know. Mrs. Bennet and Lydia are taking the carriage to Meryton. And so, my dear sister, I hear from our uncle and aunt that you have actually seen Pemberley." She confirmed that she had. "I almost envy you the pleasure, and yet I believe it might be too much for me. Otherwise I could stop by on my way to Newcastle. And you saw the old housekeeper, I suppose?" "Poor Reynolds. She was always very fond of me. But of course she didn't mention my name to you." "Yes, she did." "And what did she say?" "That you had joined the army, and she was afraid you hadn't turned out well. At such a distance, you know, things can get strangely distorted." "Certainly," he replied, biting his lip. Elizabeth hoped she had silenced him, but he soon added, "I was surprised to see Darcy in town last month. We passed each other several times. I wonder what he could be doing there." "Perhaps preparing for his marriage to Miss de Bourgh," said Elizabeth coolly. "It must be something important to bring him there at this time of year." "Undoubtedly. Did you see him while you were near Lambton? I thought I understood from the Gardiners that you had." "Yes, he introduced us to his sister." "And do you like her?" "Very much. I have heard, indeed, that she has improved remarkably in the last year or two. When I last saw her, she wasn't very promising. I am very glad you liked her. I hope she will turn out well." "I dare say she will. She's past the most difficult age." "Did you happen to go through the village of Kympton?" "I don't recall that we did. I mention it because that's the church living I ought to have had. A most delightful place. Excellent parsonage house. It would have suited me perfectly. How would you have liked writing sermons?" "Exceedingly well. I would have considered it part of my duty, and the effort would soon have become easy. One shouldn't complain, but to be sure, it would have been such a wonderful opportunity for me. The quiet, the seclusion of such a life would have matched all my ideas of happiness. But it wasn't meant to be." "Did you ever hear Darcy mention the situation when you were in Kent?" "I have heard from a reliable source, which I consider just as trustworthy, that the living was offered to you conditionally only, and depended on the current patron's decision." "You have. Yes, there was something like that involved. I told you so from the beginning, you may remember." "I also heard," Elizabeth continued, pressing her advantage, "that there was a time when writing sermons wasn't as appealing to you as it seems now, that you actually declared you would never take holy orders, and that the matter was settled financially instead." "You did, and that wasn't entirely without basis. You might remember what I told you on that point when we first discussed it." They were now almost at the house door, as she had walked quickly to get away from him. Unwilling, for Jane's sake, to provoke him further, She simply replied with a good-humored smile, "Come, Mr. Wickham, we are brother and sister now, you know. Let's not quarrel about the past. In the future, I hope we shall always agree." She held out her hand. He kissed it with affectionate gallantry, though he looked rather unsure of himself, and they entered the house. Chapter 53. Bingley returns. Mr. Wickham was so thoroughly satisfied with this conversation that he never again bothered himself, or provoked his dear sister Elizabeth, by bringing up the sensitive topics they had discussed. She was pleased to find she had said enough to keep him quiet. The day of his and Lydia's departure arrived quickly, and Mrs. Bennet was forced to accept a separation that, since her husband firmly rejected her plan of them all moving to Newcastle, was likely to last at least a year. "Oh, my dear Lydia," she cried, "when shall we meet again? Oh, Lord, I don't know, not for 2 or 3 years, perhaps. Write to me very often, my dear, as often as I can. But, you know, married women never have much time for writing. My sisters can write to me, they'll have nothing else to do." Mr. Wickham's farewells were much more affectionate than his wife's. He smiled, looked handsome, and said many charming things. "He's as fine a fellow," said Mr. Bennet, as soon as they were out of the house, "as I ever saw. He simpers and smirks and tries to charm us all. I am incredibly proud of him. I challenge even Sir William Lucas himself to produce a more valuable son-in-law." The loss of her daughter left Mrs. Bennet feeling quite down for several days. "I often think," she said, "that there's nothing as bad as parting with one's friends. One feels so lonely without them." "This is the consequence, you see, madam, of marrying off a daughter," said Elizabeth. "It must make you happier that your other 4 are still single." "It's no such thing. Lydia isn't leaving me because she's married, but only because her husband's regiment happens to be stationed so far away. If it had been closer, she wouldn't have gone so soon." But the low spirits brought on by this event were soon lifted, and her mind was once again filled with hopeful excitement by a piece of news that began circulating. The housekeeper at Netherfield Park had received instructions to prepare for the arrival of her master, Mr. Bingley, who was coming down in a day or two for several weeks of shooting. Mrs. Bennet was practically vibrating with anticipation. She looked at Jane, smiled, and shook her head knowingly. "Well, well, so Mr. Bingley is coming down, sister," she said to Mrs. Phillips, who had first brought the news. "Well, so much the better. Not that I care about it, though. He's nothing to us, you know, and I'm sure I never want to see him again. But, anyway, he's very welcome to come to Netherfield if he wants to, and who knows what might happen. But that's none of our business. You know, sister, we agreed long ago never to mention a word about it. So it's quite certain he's coming? You can count on it," replied Mrs. Phillips. "Mrs. Nichols was in Meryton last night. I saw her passing by and went out specifically to find out the truth. She told me it was definitely true. He's coming down on Thursday at the latest, maybe even Wednesday. She told me she was going to the butcher's specifically to order meat for Wednesday, and she's already got 3 pairs of ducks ready to be killed." Miss Bennet hadn't been able to hear about his return without a change in her expression. It had been many months since she had mentioned his name to Elizabeth. But now, as soon as they were alone, she said, "I saw you look at me today, Lizzie, when Aunt told us the news. And I know I looked upset, but don't imagine it was for any foolish reason. I was just flustered for a moment because I felt people would be looking at me. I assure you, the news doesn't affect me with either pleasure or pain. I am glad about one thing, that he's coming alone, because then we'll see less of him. Not that I'm afraid for myself, but I dread what other people will say." Elizabeth didn't know what to think. If she hadn't seen Darcy in Derbyshire, she might have believed Bingley was coming back simply for the shooting, as claimed. But she still believed Bingley was fond of Jane, and she wavered between thinking he was returning with his friend Darcy's permission, or being bold enough to come without it. Still, it's hard, she sometimes thought, that this poor man can't come to a house he has legally rented without causing all this speculation. I'll just leave him be. Despite what her sister declared, and genuinely believed were her feelings about his arrival, Elizabeth could easily see that Jane's spirits were affected. She seemed more disturbed, more unsettled than usual. The subject that had been so eagerly debated between their parents about a year ago was now brought up again. "As soon as Mr. Bingley arrives, my dear," said Mrs. Bennet to her husband, "you will pay him a visit, of course." "No, absolutely not. You forced me into visiting him last year and promised that if I did, he would marry one of my daughters. But nothing came of it, and I won't be sent on a fool's errand again." His wife argued that such a courtesy visit was absolutely necessary from all the neighboring gentlemen upon his return to Netherfield, "It's social etiquette I despise," he said. "If he wants our company, let him seek it out. He knows where we live. I won't spend my time chasing after neighbors every time they leave and come back." "Well, all I know is that it will be terribly rude if you don't visit him. But, regardless, that won't stop me from inviting him to dine here. I'm determined. We must have Mrs. Long and the Gouldings over soon. That will make 13 with ourselves, so there will be just enough room at the table for him." Comforted by this plan, she was better able to endure her husband's stubbornness, though it was very frustrating to know that, because of it, all her neighbors might see Mr. Bingley before they did. As the day of his arrival approached, "I'm starting to be sorry he's coming at all," Jane said to her sister. "It wouldn't be a problem. I could see him with perfect indifference. But I can hardly stand hearing it talked about constantly. My mother means well, but she doesn't know. No one can know how much I suffer from what she says. I'll be happy when his stay at Netherfield is over." "I wish I could say something to comfort you," replied Elizabeth, "but it's completely beyond my power. You have to feel it. And I can't even offer the usual advice of patience, because you always have so much of it already." Mr. Bingley arrived. Mrs. Bennet, with the help of her servants, managed to get the earliest possible news of his arrival, ensuring her period of anxiety and fretfulness would last as long as possible. She counted the days until their dinner invitation could be sent, despairing of seeing him before then. But on the third morning after his arrival in Hertfordshire, she saw him from her dressing-room window crossing the paddock on horseback, riding towards the house. Her daughters were eagerly called to share her joy. Jane resolutely stayed seated at the table, but Elizabeth, to satisfy her mother, went to the window. She looked and saw Mr. Darcy riding alongside him. She immediately sat back down beside her sister. "There's a gentleman with him, Mamma," said Kitty. "Who could it be?" "Some acquaintance or other, my dear, I suppose. I'm sure I don't know." "Look," replied Kitty. "It looks just like that man who used to be with him before. Mr. What's his name? That tall, proud man. Good gracious, Mr. Darcy. And so it does, I declare. Well, any friend of Mr. Bingley's will always be welcome here, of course. But otherwise, I must say I hate the very sight of him." Jane looked at Elizabeth with surprise and concern. She knew little about their encounter in Derbyshire, and therefore felt for the awkwardness her sister must be experiencing, seeing him again practically for the first time after receiving his explanatory letter. Both sisters felt quite uncomfortable. Each felt sympathy for the other, and naturally for themselves. Their mother chattered on about her dislike of Mr. Darcy, and her resolution to be polite to him only as Mr. Bingley's friend, unheard by either daughter. But Elizabeth had sources of unease that Jane couldn't yet suspect. She had never found the courage to show Mrs. Gardiner's letter to Jane, or to admit her own changed feelings towards Darcy. To Jane, he could only be the man whose proposal Elizabeth had refused, and whose character she had misjudged. But to Elizabeth, with her fuller knowledge, he was the person to whom the entire family owed an immense debt, the man she regarded with an interest, if not quite as tender, at least as reasonable and just, as what Jane felt for Bingley. Her astonishment at his coming to Netherfield, to Longbourn, and willingly seeking her out again, was almost as great as what she had felt upon first witnessing his changed demeanor in Derbyshire. The color that had drained from her face returned for a brief moment with an added glow, and a smile of delight brightened her eyes as she allowed herself to think, just for that instant, that his affection and intentions must still be unchanged. But she wouldn't let herself be certain. "Let me first see how he behaves," she told herself. "It will be soon enough for expectations then." She sat intently focused on her needlework, trying to appear composed, not daring to lift her eyes until anxious curiosity drew them to her sister's face as the servant approached the door. Jane looked a little paler than usual, but calmer than Elizabeth had expected. When the gentlemen appeared, her color rose, yet she received them with reasonable ease and a polite manner free from any sign of resentment or excessive friendliness. Elizabeth said as little as civility allowed to either man, and sat down again to her work with an intensity it rarely commanded. She had risked only one glance at Darcy. He looked serious, as usual, and, she thought, more like he used to look in Hertfordshire than how she had seen him at Pemberley. But perhaps, in her mother's presence, he couldn't be as open as he had been before her aunt and uncle. It was a painful, but not unlikely, thought. She had also caught a glimpse of Bingley, and, in that brief moment, saw him looking both pleased and embarrassed. Mrs. Bennet received him with a level of overly eager politeness that made her two eldest daughters ashamed, especially when contrasted with the cold, formal courtesy she showed his friend. Elizabeth, in particular, knowing that her mother owed Darcy the salvation of her favorite daughter from utter ruin, was hurt and distressed to an almost painful degree by such misplaced favoritism. Darcy, after asking her how Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner were, a question she couldn't answer without blushing, said scarcely anything else. He wasn't seated near her. Perhaps that explained his silence, but it hadn't been like that in Derbyshire. There, he had talked to her relatives when he couldn't talk directly to her. But now, several minutes passed without the sound of his voice. When occasionally, unable to resist her curiosity, she glanced at his face, she often found him looking at Jane as much as at herself, and frequently just staring at the ground. He seemed more thoughtful and less anxious to please than when they last met. She was disappointed and angry with herself for feeling that way. Could I expect it to be otherwise? She thought. Yet why did he come? She was in no mood for conversation with anyone but him, and she hardly had the courage to speak to him. She inquired after his sister, but could manage nothing more. "It's been a long time, Mr. Bingley, since you went away," said Mrs. Bennet. He readily agreed. "I began to be afraid you would never come back again. People did say you intended to leave the place entirely around Michaelmas, but, anyway, I hope it isn't true. A great many changes have happened in the neighborhood since you left. Miss Lucas is married and settled, and one of my own daughters, too. I suppose you've heard about it. Indeed, you must have seen it in the newspapers. It was in the Times and the Courier, I know, though it wasn't announced properly. It just said, 'Recently, George Wickham, Esquire, to Miss Lydia Bennet,' without mentioning her father, or where she lived, or anything. It was my brother Gardiner who arranged the notice, too, and I wonder how he managed to make such a clumsy job of it. Did you see it?" Bingley replied that he had, and offered his congratulations. Elizabeth dared not look up. How Mr. Darcy reacted, therefore, she couldn't tell. "It's a delightful thing, to be sure, to have a daughter well married," continued her mother, "but at the same time, Mr. Bingley, it's very hard to have her taken away from me. They've gone down to Newcastle, a place quite far north, it seems, and they are to stay there, I don't know how long. His regiment is there, for I suppose you've heard about him leaving the Chore militia and joining the regulars. Thank heaven! He has some friends, though perhaps not as many as he deserves." Elizabeth, knowing this last remark was aimed at Mr. Darcy, was in such misery from shame that she could barely stay seated. It did, however, force her to speak, something nothing else had managed to do. She asked Bingley if he planned to stay in the area for long. A few weeks, he believed. "When you've shot all your own birds, Mr. Bingley," said her mother, "I hope you will come here and shoot as many as you please on Mr. Bennet's property. I'm sure he will be extremely happy to accommodate you, and will save all the best coveys for you." Elizabeth's misery intensified at such unnecessary, overly eager attention. If the same promising situation were to arise now as had flattered them a year ago, everything, she was convinced, would rapidly lead to the same frustrating conclusion. At that moment she felt that years of future happiness couldn't make up for moments of such painful embarrassment for either Jane or herself. "The first wish of my heart," she said silently to herself, "is never to be in the company of either of them again. Their society offers no pleasure that can compensate for such wretchedness. Let me never see either one again." Yet the misery, for which years of happiness supposedly offered no compensation, soon found significant relief, as she observed how much her sister's beauty rekindled the admiration of her former admirer. When Bingley first arrived, he had spoken little to Jane, but every 5 minutes seemed to bring more of his attention her way. He found her as beautiful as she had been the previous year, just as good-natured and unaffected, though perhaps not quite as talkative. Jane was anxious that no difference in her behavior should be noticed, and genuinely believed she was talking as much as ever, but her mind was so preoccupied that she didn't always realize when she fell silent. When the gentlemen rose to leave, Mrs. Bennet remembered her planned civility, and they were invited and agreed to dine at Longbourn in a few days. "You quite owe me a visit, Mr. Bingley," she added, "because when you went to London last winter, you promised to have a family dinner with us as soon as you returned. I haven't forgotten, you see, and I assure you I was very disappointed that you didn't come back and keep your promise." Bingley looked a little foolish at this reminder and mumbled something about being prevented by business. Then they departed. Mrs. Bennet had been strongly tempted to ask them to stay for dinner that day, but although she always maintained a very good table, she felt that nothing less than a 2-course meal would be suitable for a man she had such high hopes for, or satisfy the appetite and pride of someone with £10,000 a year. Chapter 54. A Dinner Party. As soon as the visitors were gone, Elizabeth walked outside to regain her composure, or rather to dwell without interruption on the thoughts that were bound to dampen her spirits even more. Mr. Darcy's behavior astonished and annoyed her. "Why," she muttered to herself, "if he only came here to be silent, serious, and indifferent, did he come at all?" She couldn't find any explanation that pleased her. "He could still be charming, still pleasant to my aunt and uncle when he was in London. Why not to me? If he fears me, why come here? If he no longer cares for me, why be silent? Teasing, teasing man, I won't think about him any more." Her resolution was involuntarily broken shortly after by the approach of her sister, who joined her with a cheerful expression that showed she was more satisfied with their visitors than Elizabeth was. "Now," Jane said, "that this first meeting is over, I feel perfectly at ease. I know my own strength, and I won't be embarrassed by his presence again. I'm glad he's dining here on Tuesday. It will be publicly clear then that we meet only as casual and indifferent acquaintances." "Yes, very indifferent indeed," said Elizabeth, laughing. "Oh, Jane, be careful." "My dear Lizzie, you can't think I'm so weak as to be in danger now." "I think you are in very great danger of making him fall just as much in love with you as ever." They didn't see the gentleman again until Tuesday. In the meantime, Mrs. Bennet indulged in all the happy plans that Bingley's good humor and basic politeness during his half-hour visit had revived. On Tuesday, a large party gathered at Longbourn. The 2 most eagerly awaited guests, true to their punctuality as sportsmen, arrived in very good time. When everyone moved to the dining room, Elizabeth eagerly watched to see if Bingley would take the seat next to her sister, the place that had always been his at their previous parties. Her calculating mother, sharing the same thought, deliberately refrained from inviting him to sit by her. Upon entering the room, Bingley seemed to hesitate, but just then Jane happened to look around and smile. That decided it. He placed himself beside her. Elizabeth, feeling triumphant, glanced towards his friend Darcy. He bore the sight with noble indifference. She might have assumed Bingley had received Darcy's blessing to pursue Jane, if she hadn't also seen Bingley glance towards Mr. Darcy with an expression of half-laughing nervousness. During dinner, Bingley's behavior towards Jane clearly showed his admiration. Though it was more restrained than before, it convinced Elizabeth that, if left to his own devices, Jane's happiness and his own would soon be secured. While she didn't dare count on the outcome, observing his behavior still brought her pleasure. It was the only spark of animation her spirits could muster, for she was not in a cheerful mood. Mr. Darcy was seated almost as far from her as the table allowed, on one side of her mother. Elizabeth knew how little pleasure such an arrangement would bring either of them, or allow either to appear at their best. She wasn't close enough to hear their conversation, but could see how seldom they spoke to each other, and how formal and cold their manner was when they did. Her mother's lack of grace made the sense of obligation they owed Darcy even more painful for Elizabeth. At times she would have given anything to be able to tell him that his kindness was neither unknown nor unappreciated by the whole family. She hoped the evening might provide some opportunity to bring them together, that the entire visit wouldn't pass without allowing them a chance for more conversation than the mere formal greeting upon his arrival. Anxious and uneasy, the time spent in the drawing-room before the gentlemen rejoined them felt tedious and dull, almost making her feel rude. She looked forward to their entrance as the moment upon which her entire chance of enjoyment for the evening depended. "If he doesn't come over to me then," she resolved silently, "I shall give him up forever." The gentleman came in, and for a moment she thought he looked as if he might fulfill her hopes, but alas! The ladies had clustered around the table where Jane was making tea and Elizabeth was pouring coffee, forming such a tight group that there wasn't a single empty space near her for a chair. As the gentleman approached, one of the girls moved even closer to Elizabeth and whispered, "The men shan't come and separate us, I'm determined." "We don't need any of them, do we?" Darcy had walked away to another part of the room. Elizabeth followed him with her eyes, envied everyone he spoke to, barely had the patience to serve coffee, and then felt enraged with herself for being so foolish. A man who has been refused once, how could I ever be silly enough to expect him to renew his affections? Is there a single man who wouldn't balk at the weakness of making a second proposal to the same woman? There is no humiliation so abhorrent to their pride. She felt slightly revived, however, when he brought his coffee cup back himself. She seized the opportunity to ask, "Is your sister still at Pemberley?" "Yes, she will remain there until Christmas." "And quite alone? Have all her friends left her?" "Mrs. Annesley is with her. The others went on to Scarborough 3 weeks ago." She couldn't think of anything else to say, but hoped that if he wished to converse, he might find a way. He stood beside her, however, for some minutes in silence. Finally, as the young lady next to Elizabeth whispered something to her again, he walked away. When the tea things were cleared, and the card table set up, the ladies all rose. Elizabeth was hoping he might join her then, but all her hopes were dashed when she saw him fall victim to her mother's relentless recruitment of whist players. A few moments later, he was seated at a card table with the rest of the party. She now lost all expectation of pleasure. They were confined to different tables for the evening, and her only remaining hope was that his eyes might wander towards her side of the room often enough to make him play as poorly as she was. Mrs. Bennet had planned to keep the 2 gentlemen from Netherfield for supper, but their carriage was unfortunately ordered before anyone else's, giving her no opportunity to detain them. "Well, girls," she said, as soon as they were alone, "what did you think of the day?" "I think everything went off exceptionally well, I assure you. The dinner was as well prepared as any I've ever seen. The venison was roasted perfectly, and everyone said they never saw such a fine cut. The soup was 50 times better than what we had at the Lucases last week. Even Mr. Darcy acknowledged that the partridges were remarkably well done, and I suppose he has 2 or 3 French cooks at least. And my dear Jane, I never saw you look more beautiful." Mrs. Long said so too, because I asked her if you didn't. And what do you think she said besides? "Ah, Mrs. Bennet, we shall have her at Netherfield at last." She did indeed. "I do think Mrs. Long is as good a person as ever lived, and her nieces are very well-behaved girls, and not at all handsome. I like them tremendously." In short, Mrs. Bennet was in very high spirits. She had seen enough of Bingley's behavior towards Jane to be convinced she would secure him eventually. Her expectations of advantage for her family, when she was in a happy mood, were so far beyond reason that she was quite disappointed not to see him there again the very next day to make his proposal. "It has been a very agreeable day," said Jane to Elizabeth. "The party seems so well chosen, everyone so compatible. I hope we may meet again often." Elizabeth smiled knowingly. "Lizzie, you mustn't do that. You mustn't suspect me. It embarrasses me. I assure you that I have now learned to enjoy his conversation simply as that of a pleasant and sensible young man, without any wish beyond it. I am perfectly satisfied from his current manners that he never had any intention of engaging my affections. It is only that he is blessed with a more naturally charming manner and a stronger desire to please people in general than any other man." "You are very cruel," said her sister. "You won't let me smile, yet you provoke me to it every moment. How hard it is in some cases to be believed, and how impossible in others. But why should you wish to persuade me that I feel more than I admit? That is a question I hardly know how to answer. We all love to give advice, though we can only teach what isn't worth knowing. Forgive me, and if you persist in your indifference, don't make me your confidant." Chapter 55. An Engagement. A few days after this visit, Mr. Bingley called again, this time alone. His friend, Darcy, had left for London that morning, but was expected back in 10 days. Bingley stayed with them for over an hour, and was in remarkably good spirits. Mrs. Bennet invited him to dine with them, but he regretfully declined, stating he was already engaged elsewhere. "Next time you call," she said, "I hope we shall be luckier." He replied that he would be particularly happy to visit any time, and so forth, and if she would permit him, he would take an early opportunity to call on them again. "Can you come tomorrow?" Yes, he had no commitments at all for the next day, and her invitation was accepted eagerly. He came, and so early that none of the ladies were even dressed yet. Mrs. Bennet burst into her daughter's room in her dressing gown, her hair half done, crying out, "My dear Jane, hurry up and come down. He's here, Mr. Bingley is here. He is, indeed. Hurry, hurry. Here, Sarah, come help Miss Bennet with her gown this instant. Never mind Miss Lizzie's hair. We'll be down as soon as we can," said Jane calmly. "But I dare say Kitty is further along than either of us. She went upstairs half an hour ago." "Oh, hang Kitty. What does she have to do with it? Come on, be quick, where is your sash, my dear?" But once her mother had left, Jane refused to go downstairs, without one of her sisters accompanying her. The same eagerness to get Jane and Bingley alone was evident again that evening. After tea, Mr. Bennet retired to the library, as usual, and Mary went upstairs to practice her music. With 2 of the 5 obstacles removed, Mrs. Bennet sat looking and winking pointedly at Elizabeth and Catherine for a considerable time, without getting any reaction. Elizabeth deliberately ignored her. When Kitty finally noticed, she asked innocently, "What's the matter, Mama? Why do you keep winking at me? What am I supposed to do?" "Nothing, child, nothing. I wasn't winking at you." She then sat still for another 5 minutes, but unable to waste such a prime opportunity, she suddenly stood up and said to Kitty, "Come here, my love, I want to speak to you," and ushered her out of the room. Jane instantly gave Elizabeth a look that conveyed her distress at such obvious scheming, and pleaded with her not to go along with it. A few minutes later, Mrs. Bennet half opened the door and called out, "Lizzie, my dear, I want to speak with you." Elizabeth had no choice but to go. "We may as well leave them by themselves, you know," said her mother as soon as they were in the hall. "Kitty and I are going upstairs to sit in my dressing room." Elizabeth made no attempt to argue with her mother, but waited quietly in the hall until she and Kitty were out of sight, then returned to the drawing room. Mrs. Bennet's schemes for that day were unsuccessful. Bingley was perfectly charming in every way, except as the declared suitor of her daughter. His easy manner and cheerfulness made him a most pleasant addition to their evening gathering. He patiently endured the mother's ill-judged attentions, and listened to all her silly remarks with a tolerance and composure that her daughter deeply appreciated. He hardly needed an invitation to stay for supper. Before he left, an arrangement was made, mostly through his own efforts and Mrs. Bennet's, for him to return the next morning to go shooting with Mr. Bennet. After that day, Jane spoke no more of her indifference. Not a word about Bingley passed between the sisters, but Elizabeth went to bed happily convinced that everything must soon be settled, unless Mr. Darcy returned before the expected 10 days were up. Seriously, though, she felt reasonably certain that all this must be happening with Darcy's approval. Bingley was punctual for his shooting appointment, and he and Mr. Bennet spent the morning together as planned. Mr. Bennet turned out to be much more agreeable than his companion had expected. There was nothing arrogant or foolish about Bingley that could provoke Mr. Bennet's ridicule or drive him into silence. Indeed, Mr. Bennet was more talkative and less eccentric than Bingley had ever seen him. Bingley naturally returned with him for dinner. In the evening, Mrs. Bennet's ingenuity was once again focused on getting everyone else away from him and Jane. Elizabeth, needing to write a letter, went into the breakfast room for that purpose shortly after tea. Since the others were all about to start playing cards, she knew she wouldn't be needed to foil her mother's plans. But upon returning to the drawing room after finishing her letter, she saw, to her immense surprise, that there was reason to fear her mother had been too clever for her own good. Opening the door, she saw her sister and Bingley standing together near the fireplace, seemingly deep in earnest conversation. If this hadn't already aroused suspicion, the expressions on both their faces as they hastily turned around and moved apart would have revealed everything. Their situation was awkward enough, but hers, she thought, was even worse. Neither spoke a word. Elizabeth was about to leave again, when Bingley, who, like Jane, had sat down, suddenly stood up, whispered a few words to her sister, and quickly left the room. Jane could keep no secrets from Elizabeth when sharing them would bring pleasure. Instantly embracing her sister, Jane acknowledged, with the liveliest emotion, that she was the happiest creature in the world. "It's too much," she added. "Far too much. I don't deserve it. Oh, why isn't everyone as happy?" Elizabeth's congratulations were offered with a sincerity, warmth, and delight that words could barely capture. Every kind sentence was a fresh source of happiness for Jane. But Jane wouldn't allow herself to stay with her sister long, or say even half of what remained to be said for the moment. "I must go to my mother immediately," she cried. "I wouldn't dream of trifling with her affectionate concern or letting her hear it from anyone but me. He has already gone to speak with my father. Oh, Lizzie, to know that the news I have to share will bring such pleasure to all my dear family. How shall I bear so much happiness?" She then hurried away to her mother, who had intentionally broken up the card game and was sitting upstairs with Kitty. Elizabeth, left alone, now smiled at the speed and ease with which an affair that had caused them so many months of suspense and frustration was finally settled. And this, she thought, is the end of all his friends' anxious caution, of all his sister's deceit and scheming. the happiest, wisest, and most reasonable end. In a few minutes, she was joined by Bingley, whose conference with her father had been brief and successful. "Where is your sister?" he asked hastily as he opened the door. "With my mother upstairs. She'll be down in a moment, I expect." He then shut the door, walked up to her, and asked for her good wishes and affection as a sister. Elizabeth honestly and heartily expressed her delight at the prospect of their relationship. They shook hands warmly. Then, until Jane came down, Elizabeth had to listen to everything he had to say about his own happiness and Jane's perfections. Despite his being head over heels in love, Elizabeth truly believed his expectations of happiness were rationally founded, based as they were on Jane's excellent understanding and exceptionally good nature, and the general similarity of feelings and tastes between them. It was an evening of uncommon delight for them all. The contentment in Jane's mind gave such a glow of sweet animation to her face that she looked more beautiful than ever. Kitty simpered and smiled, hoping her turn would come soon. Mrs. Bennet couldn't express her consent or approval warmly enough to satisfy her own feelings, though she talked of nothing else to Bingley for half an hour. When Mr. Bennet joined them for supper, his voice and manner clearly showed how genuinely happy he was. Not a word passed his lips hinting at the engagement, however, until their visitor left for the night. But as soon as Bingley was gone, Mr. Bennet turned to his eldest daughter and said, "Jane, I congratulate you. You will be a very happy woman." Jane went to him instantly, kissed him, and thanked him for his kindness. "You are a good girl," he replied, "and it gives me great pleasure to think you will be so happily settled. I have no doubt you two will do very well together. Your temperaments are quite similar. You are both so agreeable that nothing will ever get decided, so easygoing that every servant will cheat you, and so generous that you will always spend more than you earn. I hope not so. Recklessness or thoughtlessness in money matters would be unforgivable in me. Exceed their income! My dear Mr. Bennet," cried his wife, "what are you talking about? Why, he has 4,000 or 5,000 a year, and very likely more." Then, turning to her daughter, "Oh, my dear, dear Jane, I am so happy. I am sure I shan't get a wink of sleep all night. I knew how it would be. I always said it must happen eventually. I was sure you couldn't be so beautiful for nothing. I remember, as soon as I saw him when he first came to Hertfordshire last year, I thought how likely it was that you two would end up together. Oh, he is the handsomest young man that ever was seen." Wickham and Lydia were completely forgotten. Jane was, beyond competition, her favorite child. At that moment, she cared for no other. Her younger sisters soon began trying to secure future favors from Jane, anticipating the benefits she might soon be able to provide. Mary asked for permission to use the library at Netherfield, and Kitty pleaded very hard for a few dances to be held there every winter. From this time on, Bingley was, of course, a daily visitor at Longbourn. He often arrived before breakfast and always stayed until after supper, unless some annoying neighbor who couldn't be detested enough had invited him to a dinner he felt obliged to attend. Elizabeth now had little time for private conversation with her sister. While Bingley was present, Jane had attention for no one else. But Elizabeth found herself considerably useful to both of them during the hours they occasionally had to spend apart. In Jane's absence, Bingley always sought out Elizabeth for the pleasure of talking about Jane. And when Bingley was gone, Jane constantly sought the same relief by talking about him. "He has made me so happy," Jane said one evening, "by telling me that he was totally unaware I was in London last spring. I hadn't believed it possible." "I suspected as much," replied Elizabeth, "but how did he explain it?" "It must have been his sister's doing. They certainly weren't supportive of his acquaintance with me, which I can't blame them for, since he could have married much more advantageously in many ways. But when they see, as I trust they will, that their brother is happy with me, they will learn to be content, and we shall be on good terms again, though we can never be what we once were to each other." "That is the most unforgiving speech," said Elizabeth, "that I have ever heard you make. Good girl! It would indeed upset me to see you fall for Miss Bingley's fake affection again. Would you believe it, Lizzie, that when he went to London last November, he really did love me, and nothing but the belief that I was indifferent would have stopped him from coming back down again? He made a little mistake, to be sure, but it speaks well of his modesty." This naturally led Jane to praise his humility, and the little value he placed on his own good qualities. Elizabeth was pleased to find that Bingley hadn't revealed his friend Darcy's interference. Although Jane had the most generous and forgiving heart in the world, Elizabeth knew it was a detail that would inevitably prejudice her against Darcy. "I am certainly the most fortunate creature that ever existed," cried Jane. "Oh, Lizzie, why am I singled out from my family and blessed above everyone else? If only I could see you as happy. If only there were another man just like him for you. If you were to give me 40 such men, I could never be as happy as you are. Until I have your disposition, your goodness, I can never have your happiness. No, no, let me manage for myself, and perhaps, if I have very good luck, I might eventually meet another Mr. Collins." The state of affairs in the Longbourn family couldn't remain a secret for long. Mrs. Bennet felt entitled to whisper it to Mrs. Phillips, and Mrs. Phillips, without any permission, ventured to do the same with all her neighbors in Meryton. The Bennets were quickly declared the luckiest family in the world, although only a few weeks before, when Lydia had first run away, they had been generally considered marked for misfortune. Chapter 56. Lady Catherine Visits. One morning, about a week after Bingley and Jane's engagement was settled, as Bingley and the women of the Bennet family were sitting together in the dining room, their attention was suddenly caught by the sound of a carriage outside the window. They saw a chaise pulled by 4 horses driving up the lawn. It was too early for casual visitors, and besides, the carriage and horses didn't belong to any of their neighbors. The horses were hired post horses, and neither the carriage nor the servant's uniform looked familiar. Since someone was clearly arriving, Bingley instantly persuaded Jane to escape the intrusion by taking a walk with him in the shrubbery. They both left, and the remaining 3, Mrs. Bennet, Elizabeth, and Kitty, continued to speculate with little success until the door opened and their visitor entered. It was Lady Catherine de Bourgh. They were all prepared to act surprised, but their actual astonishment surpassed their expectations. For Mrs. Bennet and Kitty, who had never met her, the shock was perhaps even greater than what Elizabeth felt. Lady Catherine entered the room with an air even more unpleasant than usual. She responded to Elizabeth's greeting with only a slight nod of her head, and sat down without saying a word. Elizabeth had mentioned her name to her mother as Lady Catherine entered, although no introduction had been requested. Mrs. Bennet, utterly amazed, yet flattered by having such an important guest, received her with the utmost politeness. After sitting silently for a moment, Lady Catherine said very stiffly to Elizabeth, "I hope you are well, Miss Bennet. That lady, I suppose, is your mother." Elizabeth replied concisely that she was. "And that, I suppose, is one of your sisters?" "Yes, madam," said Mrs. Bennet, delighted to be speaking to a Lady Catherine. "She is my second youngest girl. My youngest of all recently married, and my eldest is somewhere out on the grounds, walking with a young man who, I believe, will soon become part of the family." "You have a very small park here," Lady Catherine remarked after a short silence. "It is nothing compared to Rosings, my lady, I dare say, but I assure you, it is much larger than Sir William Lucas's. This must be a most inconvenient sitting room for summer evenings. The windows face directly west." Mrs. Bennet assured her they never sat there after dinner, and then added, "May I take the liberty of asking your ladyship if you left Mr. and Mrs. Collins well?" "Yes, very well. I saw them the night before last." Elizabeth now expected Lady Catherine to produce a letter for her from Charlotte, as that seemed the only likely reason for her visit. But no letter appeared, and Elizabeth was completely baffled. Mrs. Bennet, with great civility, offered her ladyship some refreshments, but Lady Catherine very firmly, and not very politely, declined eating anything. Then, standing up, she said to Elizabeth, "Miss Bennet, there seemed to be a rather pretty little wooded area on one side of your lawn. I should be glad to take a walk in it, if you will accompany me." "Go, my dear," cried her mother, "and show her ladyship the different paths. I think she will be pleased with the little secluded spot." Elizabeth obeyed. Running to her room for her parasol, she escorted her noble guest downstairs. As they passed through the hall, Lady Catherine opened the doors to the dining parlor and drawing room, briefly surveyed them, pronounced them decent-looking rooms, and walked on. Her carriage remained at the door, and Elizabeth saw that her personal maid was waiting inside it. They proceeded in silence along the gravel path leading to the small wood. Elizabeth was determined not to make any effort at conversation with a woman who was now being more insolent and disagreeable than ever. How could I ever have thought she resembled her nephew? Elizabeth thought, looking at Lady Catherine's stern face. As soon as they entered the wood, Lady Catherine began. "You can be at no loss, Miss Bennet, to understand the reason for my journey here. Your own heart, your own conscience must tell you why I have come." Elizabeth looked at her with genuine astonishment. "Indeed, you are mistaken, madam. I have been entirely unable to guess the reason for the honor of seeing you here." "Miss Bennet," replied her ladyship angrily, "you ought to know that I am not someone to be trifled with." but however insincere you choose to be, you shall not find me so. My character has always been known for its sincerity and frankness, and in a matter of such importance as this, I shall certainly not deviate from it. A report of a most alarming nature reached me 2 days ago. I was told that not only was your sister about to be most advantageously married, but that Miss Elizabeth Bennet, would likely soon afterwards be united with my nephew, my own nephew, Mr. Darcy. Although I know it must be a scandalous lie, though I would not insult him so much as to believe it possible, I immediately resolved to come here myself, so that I might make my feelings known to you. If you believed it impossible to be true, said Elizabeth, her face flushing with astonishment and disdain, I wonder why you took the trouble of coming so far. What could your ladyship possibly hope to achieve by it? To insist at once upon having such a report universally denied. Your ladyship coming all the way to Longbourn to see me and my family, said Elizabeth coolly, will likely serve as confirmation of the report, if, indeed, such a report even exists. If. Do you pretend to be ignorant of it? Hasn't it been actively circulated by your own connections? Do you not know that such a rumor is widespread? I never heard that it was. And can you also declare that there is no foundation for it? I do not claim to possess the same level of frankness as your ladyship. You may ask questions which I shall choose not to answer. This is intolerable. Miss Bennet, I insist on being satisfied. Has my nephew, made you an offer of marriage? Your ladyship has already declared it to be impossible. It ought to be impossible. It must be impossible, as long as he retains his senses. But your tricks and charms may, in a moment of foolishness, have made him forget what he owes to himself and his entire family. You may have lured him in. If I have, Elizabeth retorted sharply, I shall be the last person to confess it. Miss Bennet, do you know who I am? I am not accustomed to being spoken to like this. I am almost his nearest relative in the world, and I am entitled to know about his most private affairs. But you are not entitled to know mine, nor will this kind of behavior ever persuade me to be open with you. Let me be perfectly clear. This match, to which you have the audacity to aspire, can never take place. No, never. Mr. Darcy is engaged to my daughter. Now what do you have to say to that? Only this, that if he is engaged to her, you can have no reason to suppose he will make an offer to me. Lady Catherine hesitated for a moment, then replied, The engagement between them is of a special kind. From their infancy they have been intended for each other. It was the favorite wish of his mother, as well as mine. We planned their union while they were still in their cradles. And now, just when the wishes of both sisters are about to be fulfilled, is their marriage to be thwarted by a young woman of inferior birth, of no consequence in the world, and entirely unconnected to the family? Do you pay no attention to the wishes of his friends, to his unspoken commitment to Mr. Berg? Have you no sense of propriety and delicacy? Have you not heard me say that from his earliest childhood he was destined for his cousin? Yes, and I had heard it before. But what does that matter to me? If there is no other objection to my marrying your nephew, I certainly won't be deterred by knowing that his mother and aunt wished him to marry Mr. Berg. You both did everything you could to plan the marriage. Its actual occurrence depended on others. If Mr. Darcy is bound neither by honor nor inclination to his cousin, why shouldn't he make another choice? And if I am that choice, why may I not accept him? Because honor, decency, prudence, indeed, self-interest, forbid it. Yes, Miss Bennet, self-interest. For do not expect to be acknowledged by his family or friends if you willfully act against the wishes of everyone. You will be criticized, ignored, and despised by everyone connected with him. Your connection will be a disgrace. Your name will never even be mentioned by any of us. Those are serious misfortunes, replied Elizabeth calmly. But the wife of Mr. Darcy must surely have such extraordinary sources of happiness inherent in her position that overall she would have no reason to complain. Obstinate, headstrong girl, I am ashamed of you. Is this your gratitude for my attentions to you last spring? Is nothing owed to me for that? Let us sit down. You need to understand, Miss Bennet, that I came here fully determined to achieve my purpose, nor will I be swayed from it. I am not accustomed to yielding to anyone's whims. I am not in the habit of tolerating disappointment. That will make your ladyship's current situation more pitiable, perhaps, Elizabeth countered coolly. But it will have no effect on me. I will not be interrupted. Hear me in silence. My daughter and my nephew are perfectly suited for each other. They are descended, on their mother's side, from the same noble lineage, and on their father's, from respectable, honorable, and ancient, though untitled, families. Their fortunes, on both sides, are splendid. They are destined for each other by the agreement of every member of their respective families. And what is to divide them? The presumptuous ambitions of a young woman without family, connections, or fortune. Is this to be tolerated? It must not, and shall not be. If you were sensible of your own good, you would not wish to leave the social sphere into which you were born. In marrying your nephew, I should not consider myself as leaving that sphere. He is a gentleman. I am a gentleman's daughter. In that respect, we are equal. True. You are a gentleman's daughter. But what was your mother? Who are your uncles and aunts? Do not imagine I am ignorant of their social standing. Whatever my connections may be, said Elizabeth firmly, if your nephew does not object to them, they can be of no concern to you. Tell me, once and for all, are you engaged to him? Though Elizabeth wouldn't have answered this question merely to satisfy Lady Catherine, after a moment's thought, she couldn't help but say, I am not. Lady Catherine seemed pleased. And will you promise me never to enter into such an engagement? I will make no promise of that kind. Miss Bennet, I am shocked and astonished. I expected to find a more reasonable young woman. But do not deceive yourself into believing I will ever back down. I shall not leave until you have given me the assurance I require. And I certainly never shall give it. I am not to be intimidated into something so completely unreasonable. Your ladyship wants Mr. Darcy to marry your daughter, but would my giving you the promise you want make their marriage any more probable? Supposing he is attached to me, would my refusing his hand make him wish to offer it to his cousin? Allow me to say, Lady Catherine, that the arguments you have used to support this extraordinary request have been as weak as the request itself was ill-judged. You have greatly mistaken my character if you think I can be swayed by such pressures. How far your nephew might approve of your interference in his affairs I cannot say, but you certainly have no right to concern yourself in mine. I must ask, therefore, that you trouble me no further on this subject. Not so fast, if you please. I am by no means finished. To all the objections I have already raised, I have another to add. I am well aware of the details of your youngest sister's scandalous elopement. I know all about it, that the young man's marrying her was a hastily patched-up affair, financed by your father and uncle. And is such a girl to be my nephew's sister-in-law? Is her husband, the son of his late father's steward, to be his brother-in-law? Heaven and earth, what are you thinking? Are the esteemed halls of Pemberley to be polluted in this way? You can now have nothing further to say, Elizabeth answered resentfully. You have insulted me in every possible way. I must ask to return to the house. And she rose as she spoke. Lady Catherine rose also, and they turned back towards the house. Her ladyship was highly furious. You have no regard, then, for the honor and reputation of my nephew. Unfeeling, selfish girl. Do you not consider that a connection with you must disgrace him in everyone's eyes? Lady Catherine, I have nothing further to say. You know my feelings. You are then resolved to have him. I have said no such thing. I am only resolved to act in a way which will, in my own opinion, lead to my happiness, without reference to you or to any person so completely unconnected with me. Very well. You refuse, then, to oblige me. You refuse to obey the claims of duty, honor, and gratitude. You are determined to ruin him in the opinion of all his friends, and make him an object of contempt in the world. Neither duty nor honor, nor gratitude, replied Elizabeth firmly, has any possible claim on me in this situation. No principle of any of these would be violated by my marriage to Mr. Darcy. And as for the resentment of his family, or the disapproval of the world, if his family were upset by his marrying me, it wouldn't cause me a moment's concern, and the world, in general, would have too much sense to join in their scorn. And this is your real opinion. This is your final decision. Very well. I shall now know how to proceed. Do not imagine, Miss Bennet, that your ambition will ever be fulfilled. I came to test you. I hope to find you reasonable, but depend upon it, I will achieve my goal. In this manner, Lady Catherine talked on until they reached the door of her carriage. Turning hastily, she added, I take no leave of you, Miss Bennet. I send no compliments to your mother. You deserve no such courtesy. I am most seriously displeased. Elizabeth made no answer. Without attempting to persuade her ladyship to come back inside, she walked quietly into the house herself. She heard the carriage drive away as she went upstairs. Her mother impatiently met her at the door of her dressing-room, demanding to know why Lady Catherine wouldn't come in again and rest. She didn't wish to, said her daughter simply. She preferred to leave. She is a very impressive-looking woman, and her calling here was incredibly civil, for she only came, I suppose, to tell us the Collinses were well. She must be on her way somewhere, I dare say, and passing through Meryton, thought she might as well call on you. I suppose she had nothing particular to say to you, Lizzie." Elizabeth was forced into a small lie here, acknowledging the substance of their conversation was impossible. Chapter 57. Mr. Collins's Warning. The emotional upset caused by this extraordinary visit was not easily overcome for Elizabeth. For many hours, she couldn't stop thinking about it. Lady Catherine, it seemed, had actually undertaken this journey all the way from Rosings for the sole purpose of breaking off her supposed engagement with Mr. Darcy. It was a logical plan, to be sure, but Elizabeth couldn't imagine where the report of their engagement could have possibly originated. Then she remembered that Darcy being Bingley's close friend, and she being Jane's sister, was probably enough. At a time when the expectation of one wedding made everyone eager for another, it supplied the idea easily. She herself hadn't forgotten that her sister's marriage would likely bring her and Darcy together more often. So her neighbors at Lucas Lodge, she concluded the report must have reached Lady Catherine through their correspondence with the Collinses, had simply assumed that what she had only considered a future possibility was almost certain and immediate. Thinking over Lady Catherine's words, however, Elizabeth couldn't help feeling some anxiety about the potential consequences of her persistent interference. From what Lady Catherine had said about her determination to prevent the marriage, it occurred to Elizabeth that she must intend to appeal directly to her nephew. How Darcy might react to a similar presentation of the drawbacks of marrying her, Elizabeth couldn't predict. She didn't know the exact depth of his affection for his aunt, or how much he relied on her judgment, but it was natural to assume he thought much more highly of Lady Catherine than she did, and it was certain that in listing the miseries of marrying someone whose immediate family connections were so inferior to his own, his aunt would be targeting his greatest vulnerability. Given his strong sense of social standing, he would probably feel that the arguments, which had seemed weak and ridiculous to Elizabeth, actually contained much good sense and solid reasoning. If he had been wavering before about what to do, which had often seemed likely, the advice and plea of such a close relative might settle all his doubts. It might determine him at once to be as happy as unstained dignity could make him. In that case, he wouldn't return to Netherfield. Lady Catherine might intercept him on her way through London, and his promise to Bingley to come back would have to be broken. Therefore, Elizabeth added to herself, if an excuse for not keeping his promise arrives for his friend within a few days, I shall know how to interpret it. I shall then give up every expectation, every wish, for his faithfulness. If he is satisfied with merely regretting me, when he might have won my affection and my hand, I shall soon cease to regret him at all. The surprise of the rest of the family upon hearing who their visitor had been was immense, but they obligingly accepted the same kind of explanation that had satisfied Mrs. Bennet's curiosity, and Elizabeth was spared much teasing on the subject. The next morning, as she was going downstairs, she was met by her father, who came out of his library holding a letter. "Lizzie," he said, "I was just coming to look for you. Come into my room." She followed him in, her curiosity piqued, suspecting the letter had something to do with her. It suddenly struck her that it might be from Lady Catherine, and she braced herself with dismay for the explanations that would surely follow. She followed her father to the fireplace, and they both sat down. He then said, "I received a letter this morning that has astonished me exceedingly. As it principally concerns you, you ought to know its contents. I didn't realize before that I had 2 daughters on the verge of matrimony. Let me congratulate you on a very important conquest." Color rushed into Elizabeth's cheeks. She instantly assumed the letter was from the nephew, not the aunt. She felt torn between pleasure that he had explained himself at all, and offense that the letter wasn't addressed directly to her. Her father continued, "You look like you know something. Young ladies have great intuition in these matters, but I think I can challenge even your cleverness to guess the name of your admirer. This letter is from Mr. Collins." "From Mr. Collins? And what could he possibly have to say?" "Something very relevant, of course. He begins with congratulations on the upcoming marriage of my eldest daughter, which, it seems, he heard about from one of the good-natured, gossiping Lucases. I won't toy with your impatience by reading that part. What concerns you is as follows. Having thus offered you the sincere congratulations of Mrs. Collins and myself on this happy event, let me now add a short hint on the subject of another, which we have been informed of by the same source. Your daughter Elizabeth, it is presumed, will not long bear the name of Bennet, after her eldest sister has resigned it. and the chosen partner of her fate may be reasonably looked up to as one of the most illustrious personages in this land. He paused, looking at her. Can you possibly guess, Lizzie, who he means by this? This young gentleman is blessed, in a peculiar way, with everything the heart of mortal could most desire: splendid property, noble relatives, and extensive influence. Yet, in spite of all these temptations, let me warn my cousin Elizabeth, and yourself, of the potential harm you may incur by hastily accepting this gentleman's proposals, which, of course, you will be inclined to take immediate advantage of. He looked at her again. Have you any idea, Lizzie, who this gentleman is? But now it comes out. My motive for cautioning you is as follows. We have reason to believe that his aunt, Lady Catherine de Bourgh, does not view the match favorably. Mr. Bennet paused dramatically. Mr. Darcy, you see, is the man. Now, Lizzie, I think I have surprised you. Could he, or the Lucases, have picked any man within our circle of acquaintance whose name would more effectively contradict their story? Mr. Darcy, who never looks at any woman except to find fault, and who probably never really looked at you in his life. It is admirable. Elizabeth tried to join in her father's amusement, but could only manage a very reluctant smile. Never had his wit felt so unwelcome. Aren't you entertained? He asked. Oh, yes. Please, read on. After mentioning the likelihood of this marriage to her ladyship last night, she immediately, with her usual condescension, expressed her feelings on the matter. It became apparent that, due to some family objections concerning my cousin, she would never give her consent to what she termed so disgraceful a match. I thought it my duty to provide the speediest possible notice of this to my cousin, so that she and her noble admirer may be aware of what they are doing, and not rush hastily into a marriage which has not been properly sanctioned. Mr. Bennet continued reading. Mr. Collins also adds, I am truly glad that my cousin Lydia's sad affair has been so well contained, and am only concerned that their living together before the marriage took place should be so widely known. I must not, however, neglect the duties of my position, or refrain from declaring my amazement at hearing that you received the young couple into your house as soon as they were married. It was an encouragement to vice, and had I been the rector of Longbourn, I should have very strongly opposed it. You ought certainly to forgive them as a Christian, but never admit them into your sight, or allow their names to be mentioned in your hearing. That is his idea of Christian forgiveness. The rest of his letter is just about his dear Charlotte's situation and his expectation of a young olive branch. But Lizzie, you look as if you don't enjoy this. You aren't going to be overly sensitive, I hope, and pretend to be offended by an idle rumor? What do we live for but to entertain our neighbors and laugh at them in return? Oh, cried Elizabeth, forcing enthusiasm, I am exceedingly entertained. But it is so strange. Yes, that's what makes it amusing. Had they picked any other man, it would have been nothing. But his perfect indifference and your pointed dislike make it so delightfully absurd. Much as I detest writing, I wouldn't give up Mr. Collins's correspondence for anything. In fact, when I read a letter of his, I almost prefer him even to Wickham, much as I value the impudence and hypocrisy of my son-in-law. And pray, Lizzie, what did Lady Catherine say about this report? Did she call to refuse her consent? To this question his daughter replied only with a strained laugh. Since it had been asked without the slightest suspicion of the truth, she wasn't distressed by him repeating it. Elizabeth had never been more at a loss to hide her true feelings. It was necessary to laugh when she would rather have cried. Her father had unintentionally mortified her deeply by his comments about Mr. Darcy's indifference. She could only wonder at his lack of insight, or perhaps fear that, instead of his seeing too little, she might have imagined too much. Chapter 58. Mutual Understanding. Instead of receiving the letter of excuse from his friend that Elizabeth half expected Mr. Bingley to get, Bingley was able to bring Darcy back with him to Longbourn just a few days after Lady Catherine's visit. The gentleman arrived early. Before Mrs. Bennet had a chance to tell Darcy about seeing his aunt, a moment her daughter dreaded, Bingley, wanting to be alone with Jane, suggested they all go for a walk. It was agreed. Mrs. Bennet rarely walked, and Mary could never spare the time, but the remaining 5 set off together. Bingley and Jane, however, soon let the others walk ahead. They lagged behind, leaving Elizabeth, Kitty, and Darcy to entertain each other. Very little was said by anyone. Kitty was too intimidated by Darcy to talk. Elizabeth was secretly gathering her courage for a desperate resolution. Perhaps Darcy was doing the same. They walked towards the Lucases' house, because Kitty wanted to visit Maria. As Elizabeth saw no reason for everyone to be involved, she bravely continued walking alone with Darcy when Kitty left them. Now was the moment for her plan. While her courage was high, she immediately said, "Mr. Darcy, I am a very selfish person, and for the sake of easing my own feelings, I don't care how much I might be hurting yours. I can no longer stop myself from thanking you for your extraordinary kindness to my poor sister. Ever since I learned about it, I have been most anxious to tell you how grateful I feel. If the rest of my family knew, I wouldn't just be expressing my own gratitude." "I am sorry, exceedingly sorry," replied Darcy, his voice filled with surprise and emotion, "that you were ever informed of something that might, if misunderstood, have caused you distress. I didn't think Mrs. Gardiner was so unreliable. You mustn't blame my aunt. It was Lydia's thoughtlessness that first revealed to me your involvement. And, of course, I couldn't rest until I knew the details. Let me thank you again and again, on behalf of my entire family, for the generous compassion that led you to take so much trouble and endure so many difficulties, for the sake of finding them. If you insist on thanking me," he replied, "let it be for yourself alone. I won't deny that the wish to bring you happiness might have added strength to the other reasons that motivated me. But your family owes me nothing. Much as I respect them, I believe I was thinking only of you." Elizabeth was too embarrassed to say a word. After a short pause, her companion added, "You are too generous to play games with me. If your feelings are still what they were last April, tell me so at once. My affections and wishes are unchanged. But one word from you will silence me on this subject forever." Elizabeth, feeling the intense awkwardness and anxiety of his situation even more than her own, now forced herself to speak. Immediately, though not very smoothly, she managed to convey that her feelings had undergone such a significant change since the time he referred to, that she now received his current assurances with gratitude and pleasure. The happiness this reply produced in him was likely unlike anything he had ever felt before. He expressed himself on the occasion as sincerely and warmly as a man deeply in love might be expected to. Had Elizabeth been able to meet his eyes, she might have seen how well the expression of heartfelt delight suited his face. But though she couldn't look, she could listen, and he spoke of feelings which, by proving how important she was to him, made his affections seem more valuable with every passing moment. They walked on, unaware of their direction. There was too much to think, feel, and say for them to pay attention to anything else. She soon learned that they owed their current understanding to the efforts of his aunt. Lady Catherine did indeed visit him on her way back through London, and recounted her journey to Longbourn, its purpose, and the details of her conversation with Elizabeth. She emphatically repeated every one of Elizabeth's statements that, in her ladyship's view, particularly demonstrated Elizabeth's stubbornness and audacity. Lady Catherine believed that relating this would help her efforts to extract the promise from her nephew that Elizabeth had refused to give. But, unluckily for her ladyship, the effect had been precisely the opposite. "It taught me to hope," he said, "as I had scarcely ever allowed myself to hope before. I knew enough of your character to be certain that if you had been absolutely, irrevocably decided against me, you would have admitted it to Lady Catherine frankly and openly." Elizabeth blushed and laughed as she replied, "Yes, you know enough of my frankness to believe me capable of that. After insulting you so dreadfully to your face, I could have no hesitation in insulting you to all your relations. What did you say about me that I didn't deserve? For although your accusations were based on mistaken information, my behavior towards you at that time deserved the harshest criticism. It was unforgivable. I cannot think of it without disgust." "We won't argue over who deserves more blame for that evening," said Elizabeth. "Neither of our actions, if strictly examined, would be blameless. But since then we have both, I hope, improved in politeness. I cannot reconcile myself so easily. The memory of what I said then, of my conduct, my manners, my expressions, during that whole encounter, is now, and has been for many months, incredibly painful to me. Your criticism, so accurately applied, I shall never forget. Had you behaved in a more gentlemanlike manner, those were your words. You don't know, you can scarcely imagine, how they have tortured me, though it was some time, I confess, before I was reasonable enough to admit their justice. I certainly never expected them to make such a strong impression. I had no idea they would ever affect you in such a way. I can easily believe it. You thought me then devoid of every proper feeling, I am sure you did. I shall never forget the look on your face as you said that I couldn't have proposed in any possible way that would persuade you to accept me. Oh, please don't repeat what I said then. These recollections aren't helpful at all. I assure you that I have long been deeply ashamed of it. Darcy mentioned his letter. Did it? He asked. Did it soon make you think better of me? Did you, upon reading it, give any credit to its contents? She explained the effect it had on her, and how, gradually, all her former prejudices had been removed. I knew, he said, that what I wrote must cause you pain, but it was necessary. I hope you have destroyed the letter. There was one part, especially the beginning, which I would dread you having the power to read again. I can remember some phrases that might justly make you hate me. The letter shall certainly be burned, if you believe it's essential for preserving my regard for you. But although we both have reason to think my opinions aren't entirely unchangeable, they aren't, I hope, quite so easily swayed as that implies. When I wrote that letter, replied Darcy, I believed myself perfectly calm and cool. But I have since become convinced that it was written in a dreadful bitterness of spirit. The letter perhaps began in bitterness, but it didn't end that way. The farewell is charity itself. But let's think no more of the letter. The feelings of the person who wrote it and the person who received it are now so vastly different from what they were then, that every unpleasant circumstance connected with it ought to be forgotten. You must learn some of my philosophy. Think only of the past as its memory brings you pleasure. I cannot credit you with any philosophy of that kind. Your own past reflections must be so completely free of reproach that the contentment arising from them isn't philosophy, but something much better, innocence. But with me, it is not so. Painful recollections intrude, which cannot and should not be pushed away. I have been a selfish person all my life, in practice, though not in principle. As a child, I was taught what was right, but I wasn't taught to control my temper. I was given good principles, but left to follow them with pride and conceit. Unfortunately, as an only son, and for many years an only child, I was spoiled by my parents, though good people themselves, my father particularly, all kindness and warmth. They allowed, encouraged, almost taught me to be selfish and arrogant, to care for no one beyond my own family circle, to think poorly of the rest of the world, or at least to wish to think poorly of their intelligence and worth, compared to my own. That's how I was from age 8 to 28, and that's how I might still be if it weren't for you, dearest, loveliest Elizabeth. What do I not owe you? You taught me a lesson, hard indeed at first, but incredibly beneficial. By you, I was properly humbled. I came to you without a doubt about how I would be received. You showed me how inadequate all my claims were to please a woman worthy of being pleased. Had you really convinced yourself that I would accept you? Indeed I had. What must you think of my vanity? I believed you were wishing for, expecting my proposal. My manners must have been at fault, but not intentionally, I assure you. I never meant to deceive you, but my high spirits might often have led me astray. How you must have hated me after that evening. Hate you! I was angry perhaps at first, but my anger soon began to focus where it properly belonged, on myself. I am almost afraid to ask what you thought of me when we met at Pemberley. You blamed me for coming? No, indeed, I felt nothing but surprise. Your surprise couldn't have been greater than mine at being noticed by you. My conscience told me I deserved no special politeness, and I confess I didn't expect to receive more than basic civility. My objective, then, replied Darcy, was to show you, through every courtesy I could offer, that I wasn't so petty as to resent the past. I hoped to obtain your forgiveness, to lessen your ill opinion of me, by letting you see that your criticisms had been heard and acted upon. How soon other wishes crept in I can hardly say, but I believe it was about half an hour after I had seen you. He then told her of Georgiana's delight in making her acquaintance, and her disappointment at its abrupt end. This naturally led to the cause of that interruption, and Elizabeth soon learned that his decision to follow her from Derbyshire in search of Lydia had been made before he even left the inn. His serious and thoughtful mood there had stemmed solely from the difficult considerations such a plan involved. She expressed her gratitude again, but the subject was too painful for either of them to dwell on further. After walking several miles at a leisurely pace, too preoccupied to notice their surroundings, they finally checked their watches and realized it was time to head home. What could have happened to Mr. Bingley and Jane? This question sparked a discussion of their affairs. Darcy was delighted with their engagement. Bingley had given him the news at the earliest opportunity. I must ask, were you surprised? Said Elizabeth. Not at all. When I left Netherfield last time, I felt it would soon happen. That is to say, You had given your permission, Elizabeth teased. I guessed as much. And though he protested at the word permission, she found that it had been pretty much the situation. On the evening before I went to London, he said, I made a confession to him which I believe I should have made long ago. I told him everything that had happened, which made my previous interference in his affairs seem absurd and meddlesome. His surprise was immense. He had never had the slightest suspicion. I told him, moreover, that I believed I had been mistaken in assuming, as I had done, that your sister was indifferent to him, and since I could easily see that his attachment to her was unchanged, I felt no doubt about their future happiness together. Elizabeth couldn't help smiling at how easily he directed his friend. Did you speak from your own observation, she asked, when you told him that my sister loved him, or merely based on my information from last spring? From my own observation. I had watched her closely during the 2 visits I had recently paid her here, and I was convinced of her affection. And your assurance of it, I suppose, immediately convinced him. It did. Bingley is genuinely modest. His lack of confidence had prevented him from trusting his own judgment in such an important matter, but his reliance on mine made everything easy. I was obliged to confess one thing, which for a time and not unjustly offended him. I couldn't bring myself to hide the fact that your sister had been in London for 3 months last winter, that I had known it and had purposely kept it from him. He was angry, but his anger, I am convinced, lasted no longer than his uncertainty about your sister's feelings. He has heartily forgiven me now. Elizabeth longed to remark that Mr. Bingley had been a most wonderful friend, so easily guided that his compliance was invaluable, but she stopped herself. She remembered that Darcy still had to learn to tolerate being laughed at, and it was rather too early to begin. Anticipating Bingley's happiness, which naturally would be second only to his own, Darcy continued the conversation until they reached the house. In the hall, they parted ways. Chapter 59. Consent and Celebration. My dear Lizzie, where on earth have you been walking? This question greeted Elizabeth from Jane as soon as she entered the room, and echoed from the others when they sat down for dinner. She could only reply that they had wandered about until she didn't know where they were. She blushed as she spoke, but neither that nor anything else raised any suspicion about the truth. The evening passed quietly, without any remarkable events. The acknowledged lovers, Jane and Bingley, talked and laughed. The unacknowledged ones, Elizabeth and Darcy, were silent. Darcy wasn't the type of person whose happiness overflowed into outward cheerfulness. Elizabeth, agitated and confused, knew she was happy more than she actually felt it. Besides the immediate awkwardness, other challenges lay ahead. She anticipated the family's reaction when her situation became known. She was aware that no one liked Darcy except Jane, and even feared that with the others it was a dislike so strong that not even all his fortune and status could overcome it. That night she opened her heart to Jane. Although suspicion was far from Jane's usual nature, she was utterly incredulous this time. You're joking, Lizzie. This can't be. Engaged to Mr. Darcy. No, you won't fool me. I know it's impossible. This is a terrible start indeed. My only hope was you, and I'm sure nobody else will believe me if you don't. Yet truly, I am serious. I'm speaking nothing but the truth. He still loves me, and we are engaged. Jane looked at her doubtfully. Oh, Lizzie, it cannot be. I know how much you dislike him. You know nothing about it. That's all in the past. Perhaps I didn't always love him as much as I do now, but in situations like these, a good memory is unforgivable. This is the last time I shall ever remember it myself. Jane still looked completely amazed. Elizabeth, again, more seriously this time, assured her it was true. Good heaven! Can it really be so? Yet now I must believe you, cried Jane. My dear Lizzie, I would. I do congratulate you. But are you certain? Forgive the question. Are you quite certain that you can be happy with him? There can be no doubt about that. It's already settled between us that we are to be the happiest couple in the world. But are you pleased, Jane? Will you like having him as a brother? Very, very much. Nothing could bring either Bingley or myself more delight. But we considered it. We talked about it as impossible. And do you really love him quite well enough? Oh, Lizzie, do anything rather than marry without affection. Are you quite sure that you feel what you ought to? Oh, yes. You will only think I feel more than I ought to when I tell you everything. What do you mean? Why, I must confess that I love him better than I love Bingley. I'm afraid you'll be angry. My dearest sister, now be serious. Be serious. I want to talk very seriously. Let me know everything I need to know, without delay. Will you tell me how long you have loved him? It has been developing so gradually that I hardly know when it began, but I believe I must date it from the first time I saw his beautiful grounds at Pemberley. Another plea from Jane for seriousness, however, produced the desired effect. Elizabeth soon satisfied her sister with solemn assurances of her deep attachment. Once convinced on that point, Jane had nothing further to wish for. "Now I am quite happy," she said, "for you will be as happy as I am. I always valued him. Even if only for his love for you, I would always have respected him. But now, as Bingley's friend and your husband, only Bingley and yourself could be dearer to me. But Lizzie, you have been very sly, very reserved with me. How little you told me of what happened at Pemberley and Lambton. I owe everything I know about it to someone else, not to you." Elizabeth explained her reasons for secrecy. She had been reluctant to mention Bingley, and the uncertain state of her own feelings had made her equally avoid Darcy's name. But now she would no longer hide from Jane his crucial role in arranging Lydia's marriage. Everything was revealed, and they spent half the night talking. "Good gracious!" cried Mrs. Bennet, standing at a window the next morning. "If that disagreeable Mr. Darcy isn't coming here again with our dear Bingley, what does he mean by being so tiresome, always showing up here? I assumed he would go shooting, or something, and not disturb us with his company. What shall we do with him? Lizzie, you must walk out with him again, so he doesn't get in Bingley's way." Elizabeth could hardly help laughing at such a convenient suggestion. Yet she was genuinely annoyed that her mother constantly referred to him with such a negative label. As soon as the gentleman entered, Bingley looked at Elizabeth so expressively and shook her hand with such warmth that there was no doubt he knew the happy news. He soon afterwards said aloud, "Mrs. Bennet, have you no more lanes around here where Lizzie might lose her way again today?" "I advised Mr. Darcy and Lizzie and Kitty," said Mrs. Bennet, "to walk to Oakham Mount this morning. It's a nice long walk, and Mr. Darcy has never seen the view." "It might do very well for the others," replied Mr. Bingley quickly, "but I am sure it will be too much for Kitty. Won't it, Kitty?" Kitty admitted she would rather stay home. Darcy expressed great curiosity to see the view from the mount, and Elizabeth silently agreed. As she went upstairs to get ready, Mrs. Bennet followed her, saying, "I am quite sorry, Lizzie, that you should be forced to have that disagreeable man all to yourself. But I hope you won't mind it. It's all for Jane's sake, you know. And there's no need to talk to him except just now and then, so don't trouble yourself." During their walk, they decided that Mr. Bennet's consent should be sought that evening. Elizabeth took upon herself the task of informing her mother. She couldn't predict how her mother would react, sometimes doubting whether even all Darcy's wealth and status would be enough to overcome her dislike of him. But whether she was violently opposed to the match or violently delighted with it, it was certain her reaction would be equally inappropriate and embarrassing. Elizabeth could no more bear for Mr. Darcy to witness her mother's first ecstatic outbursts of joy than her first vehement expressions of disapproval. In the evening, shortly after Mr. Bennet retreated to the library, Elizabeth saw Mr. Darcy rise and follow him. Her agitation upon seeing this was extreme. She didn't fear her father's opposition, but she knew he was going to be made unhappy, and that it would be through her actions. That she, his favorite child, should be causing him distress with her choice, filling him with fears and regrets about her future, was a wretched thought. She sat in misery until Mr. Darcy reappeared. Looking at him, she felt slightly relieved by his smile. In a few minutes he approached the table where she was sitting with Kitty and, pretending to admire her needlework, whispered, "Go to your father. He wants you in the library." She left immediately. Her father was pacing the room, looking serious and anxious. "Lizzie," he said, "what are you doing? Are you out of your senses, accepting this man? Haven't you always hated him?" How earnestly she wished then that her former opinions had been more reasonable, her expressions more moderate. It would have saved her from explanations and declarations that were exceedingly awkward to make, but they were necessary now. With some confusion she assured him of her deep attachment to Mr. Darcy. "Or, in other words, you are determined to have him. He is rich, to be sure, and you may have more fine clothes and fine carriages than Jane. But will they make you happy?" "Have you any other objection," said Elizabeth, "than your belief that I am indifferent to him?" "None at all. We all know him to be a proud, unpleasant sort of man, but that would be nothing if you genuinely liked him." I do like him," she replied, tears welling in her eyes. "I love him. Indeed, he has no improper pride. He is perfectly amiable. You don't know what he is really like, so please don't pain me by speaking of him in such terms." "Lizzie," said her father, "I have given him my consent. He is the kind of man, indeed, to whom I would never dare refuse anything he condescended to ask. I now give my consent to you, if you are resolved on having him. But let me advise you to think better of it. I know your disposition, Lizzie. I know that you could be neither happy nor respectable unless you truly respected your husband, unless you looked up to him as a superior. Your lively mind would place you in the greatest danger in an unequal marriage. You could scarcely escape disgrace and misery. My child, let me not have the grief of seeing you unable to respect your life partner. You don't know what you are doing." Elizabeth, even more affected now, was earnest and solemn in her reply. At length, by repeatedly assuring him that Mr. Darcy was truly her choice, by explaining the gradual change in her estimation of him, relating her absolute certainty that his affection was not impulsive but had stood the test of many months of uncertainty, and energetically listing all his good qualities, she finally overcame her father's disbelief and reconciled him to the match. "Well, my dear," he said when she finished speaking, "I have no more to say. If this is the case, he deserves you. I could not have parted with you, my Lizzie, to anyone less worthy." To complete the favorable impression, she then told him what Mr. Darcy had voluntarily done for Lydia. He heard her with astonishment. This is an evening of wonders indeed. And so Darcy did everything. Arranged the match, provided the money, paid the fellow's debts, and got him his commission. So much the better. It will save me a world of trouble and expense. Had it been your uncle's doing, I must and would have repaid him. But these intense young lovers always get their own way. I shall offer to pay him tomorrow. He will rant and rave about his love for you, and that will be the end of the matter. He then remembered her embarrassment a few days earlier when he read Mr. Collins's letter. After laughing at her for some time, he finally allowed her to leave, saying as she left the room, "If any young men come calling for Mary or Kitty, send them in, for I am quite free." Elizabeth's mind was now relieved of a very heavy burden. After half an hour's quiet reflection in her own room, she was able to rejoin the others with reasonable composure. Everything was too recent for true gaiety, but the evening passed peacefully. There was no longer anything significant to dread, and the comfort of ease and familiarity would come in time. When her mother went up to her dressing room that night, Elizabeth followed her and made the important announcement. Its effect was extraordinary. Upon first hearing it, Mrs. Bennet sat completely still, unable to utter a word. It took many minutes before she could comprehend what she had heard, even though she wasn't generally slow to believe news that benefited her family or involved a potential suitor for one of her daughters. She finally began to recover, fidgeting in her chair, getting up, sitting down again, wondering aloud, and blessing herself. Good gracious, Lord bless me, just think, dear me. Mr. Darcy, who would have thought it? And is it really true? Oh, my sweetest Lizzie, how rich and how great you will be. What spending money, what jewels, what carriages you will have. Jane's situation is nothing compared to this, nothing at all. I am so pleased, so happy, such a charming man, so handsome, so tall. Oh, my dear Lizzie, please apologize for my having disliked him so much before. I hope he will overlook it. Dear, dear Lizzie, a house in town, everything that is charming. 3 daughters married, 10,000 a year. Oh, Lord, what will become of me? I shall go absolutely mad with joy. This was enough proof that her approval need not be doubted. Elizabeth, relieved that such an outburst was heard only by herself, soon slipped away. But before she had been in her own room for 3 minutes, her mother followed her. "My dearest child," she cried, "I can think of nothing else. 10,000 a year, and very likely more. It's as good as being a lord. And a special license. You must and shall be married by a special license. But, my dearest love, tell me what dish Mr. Darcy is particularly fond of, so I can have it prepared for tomorrow." This was a worrying sign of how her mother might behave towards the gentleman himself. Elizabeth found that even though she was secure in his warmest affection and had her family's consent, there was still something left to be desired. But the next day passed off much better than she expected. Mrs. Bennet, luckily, stood in such awe of her intended son-in-law that she didn't dare speak to him unless it was to offer him some attention or show deference to his opinion. Elizabeth had the satisfaction of seeing her father making an effort to get acquainted with Darcy. Mr. Bennet soon assured her that Darcy was rising in his esteem with every hour. "I admire all my 3 sons-in-law greatly," he said. "Wickham, perhaps, is my favorite, but I think I shall like your husband quite as well as Jane's." Chapter 60. Reflections and Plans. Elizabeth's spirits soon bounced back to their usual playfulness, and she wanted Mr. Darcy to explain how he had ever fallen in love with her. "How did you even begin?" she asked. "I can understand your continuing charmingly once you started, but what could possibly have set you off in the first place? I cannot pinpoint the hour, or the place, or the look, or the words that laid the foundation. It was too long ago. I was already in the middle of it before I realized I had begun. You had resisted my beauty early on, and as for my manners, my behavior towards you was always bordering on rude, and I never spoke to you without rather wanting to annoy you than not. Now, be honest, did you admire me for my impertinence?" "I admired you for the liveliness of your mind," he replied. "You might as well just call it impertinence. It wasn't much less. The truth is, you were tired of excessive politeness, of deference, of overly attentive behavior. You were disgusted with women who were always speaking, looking, and thinking only for your approval. I intrigued and interested you because I was so different from them. If you hadn't been truly good-natured, you would have hated me for it. But despite the efforts you took to hide your true self, your feelings were always noble and just. In your heart, you thoroughly despised the people who so eagerly courted you. There, I've saved you the trouble of explaining it. And really, all things considered, I'm beginning to think it perfectly reasonable. To be sure, you knew no actual good about me, but nobody thinks of that when they fall in love. Was there no good in your affectionate behavior towards Jane while she was ill at Netherfield?" he countered gently. "Dearest Jane, who could have done less for her? But by all means make a virtue of it. My good qualities are under your protection now, and you are to exaggerate them as much as possible. In return, it's my job to find reasons to tease and quarrel with you as often as I can. And I shall begin right now by asking you, what made you so hesitant to get to the point at last? What made you so shy around me when you first called, and later when you dined here? Why, especially when you called that first time, did you look as if you didn't care about me at all? Because you were serious and silent, and gave me no encouragement. But I was embarrassed, and so was I. You might have talked to me more when you came for dinner. A man who had felt less might have been able to. How unlucky that you should have a reasonable answer, and that I should be so reasonable as to accept it. But I wonder how long you would have gone on if you had been left to yourself. I wonder when you would have spoken if I hadn't asked you. My decision to thank you for your kindness to Lydia certainly had a great effect. Too much, I'm afraid. What becomes of the moral lesson if our happiness springs from a broken promise? Because I really shouldn't have mentioned the subject. This will never do. You needn't distress yourself. The moral is perfectly fair. Lady Catherine's unjustified attempts to separate us were actually the means of removing all my doubts. I am not indebted for my present happiness to your eagerness to express gratitude. I wasn't in the mood to wait for you to bring it up. My aunt's information had given me hope, and I was determined to know everything at once. Lady Catherine has been infinitely useful, which ought to make her happy, for she loves to be useful. But tell me, why did you come down to Netherfield? Was it merely to ride over to Longbourn and be embarrassed, or did you intend more serious consequences? My real purpose was to see you, and to judge, if I could, whether I might ever hope to make you love me. My stated purpose, or what I told myself, was to see whether your sister was still partial to Bingley, and if she were, to make the confession to him which I have since made. Will you ever have the courage to announce to Lady Catherine what is about to happen to her? I am more likely to lack time than courage, Elizabeth, but it ought to be done. If you will give me a sheet of paper, it shall be done immediately. And if I didn't have a letter to write myself, I might sit beside you and admire the evenness of your handwriting, as another young lady once did. But I have an aunt, too, who must not be neglected any longer." Unwilling to confess how much her intimacy with Mr. Darcy had been exaggerated, Elizabeth had never yet replied to Mrs. Gardiner's long letter. But now, having news to share that she knew would be most welcome, she felt almost ashamed that her uncle and aunt had already missed 3 days of potential happiness. She immediately wrote as follows: "I would have thanked you before, my dear aunt, as I should have, for your long, kind, and detailed letter. But, to tell the truth, I was too cross to write. You assumed more than actually existed then. But now, assume as much as you like. Let your fancy run wild. Indulge your imagination in every possible flight the subject allows, and unless you believe me actually married already, you cannot be far wrong. You must write again very soon, and praise him a great deal more than you did in your last letter. I thank you again and again for not going to the Lake District. How could I have been so silly as to wish it? Your idea about the ponies is delightful. We will go around the park every day. I am the happiest creature in the world. Perhaps other people have said so before, but no one with such justification. I am happier even than Jane. She only smiles, I laugh. Mr. Darcy sends you all the love in the world that can be spared from me. You are all to come to Pemberley at Christmas. Yours, etc. Mr. Darcy's letter to Lady Catherine was in a different style, and still different from either of those was the letter Mr. Bennet sent to Mr. Collins in reply to his last one. Dear Sir, I must trouble you once more for congratulations. Elizabeth will soon be the wife of Mr. Darcy. Console Lady Catherine as best you can. But, if I were you, I would side with the nephew. He has more to offer. Yours sincerely, etc. Miss Bingley's congratulations to her brother on his upcoming marriage were entirely affectionate and completely insincere. She even wrote to Jane on the occasion, expressing her delight and repeating all her former declarations of friendship. Jane was not deceived, but she was touched. Though feeling no real trust in Miss Bingley, she couldn't help writing back a much kinder answer than she knew was deserved. The joy Miss Darcy expressed upon receiving similar information was as genuine as her brother's in sending it. 4 pages of paper were insufficient to contain all her delight and her earnest desire to be loved by her future sister-in-law. Before any reply could arrive from Mr. Collins, or any congratulations for Elizabeth from his wife, the Longbourn family heard that the Collinses themselves had arrived at Lucas Lodge. The reason for this sudden move soon became clear. Lady Catherine had been made so exceedingly angry by the contents of her nephew's letter that Charlotte, genuinely happy about the match, was anxious to get away until the storm subsided. At such a moment, the arrival of her friend was a sincere pleasure for Elizabeth, although during their meetings, she sometimes felt the pleasure was dearly bought when she saw Mr. Darcy subjected to all the showy and overly deferential politeness of Charlotte's husband. Darcy bore it, however, with admirable calmness. He could even listen patiently, as Sir William Lucas complimented him on, quote, carrying away the brightest jewel of the county, and expressed hopes of them all meeting frequently at court functions in London, maintaining very decent composure. If he did shrug his shoulders, it was only after Sir William was out of sight. Mrs. Phillips's vulgarity was another, and perhaps greater, test of his patience. Although Mrs. Phillips, like her sister Mrs. Bennet, stood in too much awe of him to speak with the familiarity encouraged by Bingley's good humor, whenever she did speak, she couldn't help but be vulgar. Nor did her respect for him, though it made her quieter, make her any more elegant. Elizabeth did all she could to shield him from the frequent attention of either woman, and was always anxious to keep him occupied with herself or those members of her family with whom he could converse without embarrassment. Though the uncomfortable feelings arising from all this took away some of the pleasure from the courtship period, it added to her hope for the future. She looked forward with delight to the time when they would be removed from society so little pleasing to either of them, to enjoy the comfort and elegance of their own family circle at Pemberley. Chapter 61. Happily Ever After. Happy for all her maternal ambitions was the day Mrs. Bennet saw her 2 most deserving daughters married. One can only guess with what delighted pride she afterwards visited Mrs. Bingley and talked endlessly about Mrs. Darcy. I wish I could say, for the sake of her family, that achieving her lifelong goal of seeing so many of her children well established had such a positive effect as to make her a sensible, pleasant, and well-informed woman for the rest of her life. However, perhaps it was lucky for her husband, who might not have enjoyed domestic peace in such an unfamiliar form, that she continued to be occasionally nervous and consistently silly. Mr. Bennet missed his second daughter exceedingly. His affection for Elizabeth drew him away from home more often than anything else could. He delighted in visiting Pemberley, especially when he was least expected. Mr. Bingley and Jane remained at Netherfield for only a year. Being so close to her mother and Meryton relatives proved undesirable even for Bingley's easygoing nature and Jane's affectionate heart. The fondest wish of Bingley's sisters was then fulfilled. He bought an estate in a county neighboring Derbyshire. Thus, Jane and Elizabeth, in addition to every other source of happiness, were within 30 miles of each other. Kitty, greatly benefiting from the change, spent most of her time with her two elder sisters. In society so superior to what she had generally known, her improvement was significant. She did not have as unmanageable a temper as Lydia. Removed from Lydia's influence, and with proper attention and guidance, she became less irritable, less ignorant, and less dull. She was, of course, carefully kept away from the further disadvantage of Lydia's company. Although Mrs. Wickham frequently invited her to come and stay, promising dances and young men, her father would never consent to her going. Mary was the only daughter who remained at home. She was necessarily drawn away from her constant practicing and studying because Mrs. Bennet was quite unable to sit alone. Mary was obliged to interact more with the world, but she could still find moral lessons in every morning visit. Since she was no longer constantly mortified by comparisons between her sister's beauty and her own, her father suspected that she accepted the change without much reluctance. As for Wickham and Lydia, their characters underwent no transformation following the marriages of her sisters. Wickham bore with philosophical detachment the realization that Elizabeth must now be fully aware of all his past ingratitude and deceit. Despite everything, he still held out some hope that Darcy might yet be persuaded to make his fortune. The congratulatory letter Elizabeth received from Lydia upon her marriage made it clear that this hope was cherished, at least by his wife, if not by himself. The letter essentially said, "My dear Lizzie, I wish you joy. If you love Mr. Darcy half as much as I love my dear Wickham, you must be very happy. It is a great comfort to have you so rich, and when you have nothing else to do, I hope you will think of us. I am sure Wickham would like a position at court very much, and I don't think we shall have quite enough money to live on without some help. Any position paying about $300 or $400 a year would do. But anyway, don't speak to Mr. Darcy about it if you'd rather not. Yours, etc." As it happened, Elizabeth would much rather not. In her reply, she endeavored to put an end to all such requests and expectations. However, such financial relief as she could provide, by practicing economy in her own private expenses, she frequently sent them. It had always been clear to her that an income like theirs, managed by two people so extravagant in their desires and careless about the future, must be insufficient. Whenever they moved, either Jane or Elizabeth was sure to be asked for some small assistance towards paying their bills. Their way of living, even after the end of the war allowed them to settle down, remained extremely unstable. They were always moving from place to place, seeking cheaper lodging, and always spending more than they should. His affection for her soon dwindled into indifference. Hers lasted a little longer. Despite her youth and poor manners, she retained all the claim to respectability that her marriage had given her. Although Darcy could never receive Wickham at Pemberley, for Elizabeth's sake, he did assist him further in his military career. Lydia occasionally visited Pemberley when her husband was off enjoying himself in London or Bath. Both Wickham and Lydia frequently stayed with the Bingleys for so long that even Bingley's good humor was strained, and he went so far as to talk about giving them a hint to leave. Miss Bingley was deeply mortified by Darcy's marriage, but since she thought it wise to retain the privilege of visiting Pemberley, she dropped all her resentment. She became fonder than ever of Georgiana, almost as attentive to Darcy as before, and paid off every overdue civility to Elizabeth. Pemberley was now Georgiana's primary home, and the bond between the new sisters was exactly what Darcy had hoped to see. They were able to love each other as much as they had intended. Georgiana held the highest opinion of Elizabeth, though at first she often listened with astonishment, bordering on alarm at Elizabeth's lively, playful way of talking to her brother. Darcy, who had always inspired in Georgiana a respect that almost overshadowed her affection, she now saw as the target of open teasing. Her understanding expanded in ways it never had before. Through Elizabeth's example, she began to comprehend that a woman might take liberties with her husband, that a brother would not always permit in a sister more than 10 years younger than himself. Lady Catherine was extremely indignant about her nephew's marriage. Giving full vent to the genuine frankness of her character, she replied to the letter announcing the engagement with language so abusive, especially towards Elizabeth, that for some time all communication ceased. But eventually, through Elizabeth's gentle persuasion, Darcy was prevailed upon to overlook the offense and seek reconciliation. After a little further resistance from his aunt, her resentment gave way, perhaps either to her affection for him or her curiosity to see how his wife behaved. She condescended to visit them at Pemberley, despite the pollution its woods had supposedly suffered, not merely from the presence of such a mistress, but also from the visits of Elizabeth's uncle and aunt from the city. With the Gardiners, Darcy and Elizabeth remained always on the most intimate terms. Darcy, as well as Elizabeth, genuinely loved them. They were both forever sensible of the warmest gratitude towards the people who, by bringing Elizabeth to Derbyshire, had been the means of uniting them.